They couldn't interfere with the official investigation that would follow, but they still had to keep searching. Inside the funeral home where Bruno had vanished, Michelle turned to one of the agents who had swept the room before the candidate entered. "How the hell did this happen?" she demanded. The man was a seasoned service veteran, a solid agent. He shook his head, still baffled. The place was clean, Mick, spotless. At work, Michelle often went by Mick, a nickname that made her feel like one of the guys, something she reluctantly admitted wasn't so bad. "Did you check the widow? Did you question her?" The agent gave her a skeptical look. "You want us to grill some old lady while her husband's lying in a casket 3 feet away?" "We checked her purse, but I wasn't about to start a cavity search." He shrugged. "We had 2 minutes. Who could do a proper sweep in 2 minutes?" Michelle stiffened as the implications of his words sank in. In that situation, everyone would have been covering their own backs and their federal pensions. Now she realized how reckless it had been to give the team such little time. She tested the doorknob. It had been rigged to lock automatically when closed. A casket 3 feet away, her eyes flicked to the bronze coffin before she called for the funeral director, who looked even paler than his profession required. "Was the body in that casket really Bill Martin?" asked. "Yes," he answered. "And you're sure the woman was Martin's widow?" "What woman?" "There was a woman in black sitting in this room wearing a veil." "I can't say if it was Mrs. Martin or not. I never saw her come in." "I need Mrs. Martin's home number, and none of your staff leaves until the FBI finishes their investigation." "Understood." If possible, the man turned even whiter. "The FBI?" Michelle dismissed him, then her gaze drifted back to the coffin and the floor in front of it. Bending to pick up a fallen rose petal, she found herself eye level with the draped fabric around the base. She reached past the flowers, lifted the cloth, and knocked on the wooden platform beneath, hollow. With gloves on, she and another agent pried up one of the panels, revealing a space easily large enough to hide an adult. Michelle could only shake her head. She'd been wrong about everything. One of her men approached with something in a plastic bag. "Some kind of digital recorder," he said. Michelle frowned. "So that's how they faked Bruno's voice. They must have found a fragment of his recording somewhere and used it to keep us distracted while they slipped away. They probably figured the phrase 'just a minute' would cover most of our questions. You outsmarted them with that bit about Bruno's son. There's got to be a wireless bug hidden somewhere too." Michelle read his thoughts. "They needed to hear us to respond with the pre-recorded voice." "Exactly." The man pointed to the back wall where part of the padded wallpaper had been peeled away. "There's a door there, and behind that wall is a hallway. So that's how they got out." Michelle handed back the evidence bag. "Put it exactly where you found it. I don't need an FBI lecture on preserving a crime scene." "There must have been a struggle. Strange we didn't hear anything," the agent remarked. "How could we with that funeral dirge blasting through the place?" Michelle snapped. She followed the agent down the hall where an empty casket sat on a rolling table near a back exit. Returning to the viewing room, they called the funeral director and showed him the hidden passage. The man looked baffled. "I had no idea this even existed." "What do you mean you didn't know?" Michelle repeated, incredulous. "We've only been in business a couple of years, ever since the last funeral home in town went under. We couldn't use the same building, it was condemned. This place has been everything before becoming a mortuary, and the current owners barely made any changes. The viewing rooms are practically untouched. I had no clue about that hallway." "Well, someone sure did," Michelle shot back. "That hall leads to a back door. Are you telling me you didn't know about that either?" "That section's just used for storage, accessed from inside." "Notice any vehicles parked out back?" "No, but I hardly ever go back there." "Anyone else who might have seen something?" "I'd have to check." "No, I'll handle it. I assure you we run a reputable business." "Secret passages and doors you knew nothing about. Doesn't security concern you?" The director stared blankly before shaking his head. "This isn't a big city. We don't get serious crime here." "Not anymore. Do you have Mrs. Martin's number?" He handed it over, but the call went unanswered. Alone, Michelle stood frozen in the middle of the room. All those years proving herself, clawing her way up, gone, flushed down the drain in one night. Michelle Maxwell didn't even have the small comfort of knowing she'd thrown herself in front of an assassin's bullet. She had made history, just not the kind she wanted. The Secret Service would remember her, all right, but not for heroism. Her career was over. The funeral procession came to an abrupt halt as agents swarmed the scene, searching every vehicle, even the hearse carrying Harvey Killebrew, a devoted father, grandfather, and husband. The mourners, mostly elderly, looked shaken by the armed men surrounding them. The idea of a kidnapper hiding among them seemed unlikely, but orders were orders. Everyone was directed back to the funeral home. Simmons, the security guard, approached one of the agents climbing into his sedan to lead the convoy. "What do you need me to do, sir?" "Hold this position. If anyone tries to leave, stop them. If someone tries to enter, check their credentials. We'll send relief as soon as we can. Until then, you stay put." "Understood." Simmons swallowed hard. "This is serious, isn't it?" "Son, this is the biggest thing you'll ever be part of. Let's just hope it ends well, though I wouldn't bet on it." Another agent, Neil Richards, jogged over. "I'll stay with him, Charlie. Leaving him alone might not be the best call." Charlie shot him a look. "Sure you don't want to head back and join the party, Neil?" Richards gave a humorless smile. "Right now, I'd rather stay a mile away from Michelle Maxwell. I'll keep the kid company." He climbed into the van beside Simmons, who maneuvered to block the road. They watched the procession disappear, then scanned the empty countryside in silence. Simmons kept his hand near his holster, fingers tightening around the grip. He reached over and turned up the police scanner before glancing nervously at Richards. "I know you probably can't tell me, but what the hell happened back there?" Richards didn't even look at him. "You're right, I can't. I grew up around here. If I were trying to get someone out unseen, I'd take the dirt trail about half a mile down this road. Cuts through, pops you out 8 miles away before anyone notices." Richards finally met his gaze. "That's so?" He asked slowly, leaning in and slipping a hand into his jacket pocket. A moment later, Secret Service Agent Neil Richards slumped forward in his seat, a small red hole in the center of his back. The gum he'd just pulled from his pocket still clenched in his hand. Simmons turned toward the back of the van, where a woman was unscrewing the suppressor from a compact pistol. She'd been hidden in a cramped compartment beneath the false floor, the muffled chatter of the police scanner covering the faint sound of her emergence. "Used a small caliber dum-dum," she said. "Wanted it to stay inside, less mess." Simmons smirked. "Like our friend said, this is big." He stripped the wireless mic and its power source from the body and hurled them into the thick underbrush before starting the engine and driving in the opposite direction of the funeral procession. After half a mile, he turned onto a weed-choked dirt path. They dumped Richard's body into a steep ravine dense with foliage near the roadside. Simmons hadn't lied, it was the perfect escape route. Another 100 yards and 2 sharp turns later, they reached a crumbling barn, its roof sagging, doors hanging open. Simmons drove inside, then shut the doors behind them. A white pickup waited inside. The woman who stepped out of the van bore no resemblance to the elderly widow she'd pretended to be. Young, blonde, and lean, she moved with the precision of a trained athlete dressed in jeans and a white tank top. She'd gone by many names. Right now she was Tasha. If Simmons was dangerous, Tasha was lethal. She had the one trait every true killer needed: no conscience at all. Simmons peeled off his uniform, revealing jeans and a t-shirt underneath. He grabbed a makeup case from the van and began removing his wig, sideburns, and prosthetic eyebrows, revealing a darker-haired older man. Together, they unloaded the large crate marked communications equipment from the van. Inside was Bruno. Beneath the pickup's rear window sat a heavy-duty toolbox. They transferred Bruno inside, locking it securely. Air holes dotted the sides, and the interior was padded for safety. Grabbing hay bales from a nearby stack, they covered most of the toolbox, obscuring it from view. The whole operation took less than 20 minutes. As they finished, Tasha checked her watch. "We're ahead of schedule," she said, her tone shifting from cold efficiency to something almost playful. "Guess we've got time for a pit stop." Simmons shot her a look, but she just grinned. "What, even assassins need coffee?" The two climbed into the truck's cab, pulling on John Deere caps before leaving the barn. They took a weed-choked dirt road back to the main highway about 2 miles away. A stream of police vehicles, black sedans and SUVs, passed them, all undoubtedly headed to the crime scene. As one cruiser sped by, a young officer even flashed a grin at the pretty woman riding shotgun in the pickup. Tasha gave him a knowing look and waved. Meanwhile, their unconscious hostage lay in the truck bed. 3 miles down the same road, the old man from the funeral home, the one who'd been carving wood when John Bruno's entourage arrived, had slipped past Maxwell's lockdown for just a few minutes. His rusted Buick Impala rattled down the road, the busted muffler roaring. Word had reached him through his contacts. Bruno was secured, and the only casualty had been a Secret Service agent, unlucky enough to be paired with a man everyone assumed was harmless. After all that waiting, it was finally happening. The man in the Buick smiled. The red Ford Explorer rolled to a stop near a sprawling cedar log cabin tucked deep in the woods. Though built for one, the place looked more like a luxury lodge than a simple retreat. Sean King stepped out, stretching as the early morning sun climbed over the trees. He took the wide, hand-hewn steps up to the front door and walked inside. In the spacious kitchen, he poured coffee, his gaze lingering on the carefully fitted logs, the perfectly proportioned windows. He'd built this place himself over 4 years, living in a cramped trailer on the 6-acre property in Virginia's Blue Ridge Mountains, about 40 miles west of Charlottesville. The interior was a mix of leather chairs, overstuffed couches, wooden tables, and Persian rugs, with copper lamps casting warm light over shelves crammed with books and walls lined with local artists' paintings. At 44, King had already lived 2 lifetimes. He wasn't about to start a third. Upstairs, the narrow loft ran the length of the house. His bedroom, like everything else, was meticulously arranged. Not an inch wasted. Not a single thing out of place. King stripped off his deputy sheriff uniform and stepped into the shower, washing away the sweat from a long night's work. He shaved, shampooed his hair, and let the hot water soothe the scar on his middle finger, a small reminder of his days in the Secret Service. If he were still with the agency, he wouldn't be living in a cozy log cabin in the heart of picturesque Central Virginia. Instead, he'd probably be crammed into a cookie-cutter townhouse in some soulless DC suburb, still married to his ex-wife. And right now, he definitely wouldn't be heading out to his thriving law practice or volunteering as a part-time deputy for his tight-knit rural community. No, he'd be boarding yet another plane, watching politicians grin, kiss babies, and spin lies while waiting for the moment someone tried to take a shot at his protectee. All for the thrilling price of $100,000 a year and enough frequent flyer miles to circle the globe twice. After dressing in a suit and tie, he grabbed his coffee and settled onto the porch off the kitchen, scanning the morning paper. The front page was dominated by coverage of John Bruno's kidnapping and the FBI's ongoing investigation. King absorbed every detail before flipping on the TV, tuning into a news channel just in time to catch a report on the death of Neil Richards, a fellow Secret Service veteran. The agent left behind a wife and 4 kids, undeniably tragic, but at least the service would take care of them. It wouldn't erase the loss, but it was something. The reporter mentioned the FBI had no comment. Of course not, King thought, the FBI never comments. But soon enough, someone would slip up, whisper to a buddy at the Post or the Times, and the whole world would get their version, usually the wrong one. The media beast was always hungry, and no agency, not even the FBI, could afford to let it starve. King straightened in his chair as a woman appeared on screen, standing behind a podium among a cluster of officials. He recognized the setup. This was the Secret Services segment. She carried herself with that calm, professional vigilance he knew all too well. But there was something else in her expression, something he couldn't quite place. A flicker of tension, maybe, or a shadow of doubt. Whatever it was, it didn't belong in the usual script. There was definitely a fire burning inside her, something all Secret Service agents seemed to share to some degree. But there was more to it, maybe a quiet defiance. One of the men had stated that the service was cooperating fully with the FBI while also conducting its own internal investigation. King knew that would fall to the investigative division, the same people who had hounded him after Ritter's murder. Reading between the bureaucratic lines, he also understood blame had already been assigned. The public just hadn't been told yet. Once the higher-ups agreed on the right time and way to spin it, the terrible news would drop. After the press conference, the woman climbed into a black sedan. The voiceover identified her as Michelle Maxwell, head of the detail that had lost John Bruno, adding that she'd been ordered not to speak to the media. So why parade her in front of cameras, King wondered. Why dangle fresh meat in front of a caged, hungry beast? The answer hit him fast. They were giving the public a face to blame. The service usually moved quick to protect its own. Agents who messed up got sidelined, then quietly reassigned. But with Bruno's case, political pressure was probably screaming for blood. Might as well have said, "Here you go, folks, tear into her. Our official investigation isn't done, but don't let that stop you." Now King got the defiance in her expression. She knew exactly what was happening. She was watching her own execution, and she wasn't happy about it. He sipped his coffee, took a bite of toast, and muttered at the screen, "Yeah, Michelle, be pissed all you want. You're still screwed." The broadcast cut to Maxwell's file, high school basketball standout, track star, straight-A student. Then came Georgetown, where she'd blitzed through a criminal justice degree in 3 years. As if that wasn't enough, she'd redirected her athletic drive into rowing, snagging an Olympic silver medal. Scholar and athlete, what more could you want? After a year as a Tennessee cop, she joined the Secret Service, climbing the ranks at twice the usual speed. Now, she had the honor of being their designated fall guy. And a damn good-looking one. King caught himself thinking before shaking his head. Attractive. That girl actually had some masculine traits, her confident, almost swaggering walk, those broad shoulders from years of rowing, no doubt, and the stubborn set of her jaw. Yet her femininity was undeniable. Michelle Maxwell stood over 5'9", lean but with graceful curves despite her athletic frame. Her straight black hair fell just past her shoulders, cut in a style that was both professional and polished, perfect for the Secret Service. High cheekbones framed sharp green eyes that missed nothing, a skill that served her well in her line of work. She wasn't classically beautiful, but she was the kind of woman who outran and outsmarted every guy around. In high school, every boy had probably tried and failed to be more than just her best friend. Judging by her demeanor, Sean King doubted any of them had gotten past her boundaries. Well, he thought, staring at the screen, there's life after the service. You can start over, reinvent yourself. Against the odds, you might even find some happiness, but you'll never forget. Sorry, Michelle, but I know from experience. He checked his watch. Time for the real job, drafting wills, reviewing leases, billing by the hour. Not exactly thrilling compared to his old life, but right now, Sean appreciated the quiet predictability. He'd had enough excitement to last several lifetimes. He backed his convertible Lexus out of the garage and headed to work for the second time that day. The drive took him through winding roads, past scenic overlooks, with the occasional deer darting across his path, light traffic until he reached town. His law office sat on Main Street, the only real thoroughfare in Wrightsburg, a small Virginia town nestled between the bigger hubs of Charlottesville and Lynchburg. He parked behind the two-story brick building that housed King and Baxter, attorneys at law, the sign out front declaring it with quiet pride. Years ago, Sean had studied law at UVA, just 30 minutes away, but after 2 years, he'd traded textbooks for the adrenaline of the Secret Service. Back then, he'd craved adventure over legal briefs and Socratic debates. Well, he'd got his fill, and then some after the dust settled from Clyde Ritter's murder. Sean King left the Secret Service, finished law school, and opened his own practice in Wrightsburg. The firm now had 2 partners, and King's life was finally running smoothly. He was a trusted attorney for many of the area's most prominent figures and gave back to the community as a volunteer deputy sheriff. Though considered one of the town's most eligible bachelors, he only dated when he felt like it. He had plenty of friends but kept his inner circle small. He loved his work, enjoyed his downtime, and rarely let anything ruffle him. His life moved at a steady, unremarkable pace, and he preferred it that way. As he stepped out of his Lexus, he spotted Susan and briefly considered getting back in. But she'd already seen him and was striding toward him. "Hey, Susan," King said, grabbing his briefcase from the passenger seat. "You look exhausted," she remarked. "I don't know how you do it." "Do what?" "Play high-powered lawyer by day and cop by night." "Volunteer deputy, Susan, and only 1 night a week. The most exciting thing that happened last night was swerving to avoid hitting a possum," she smirked. "I bet when you were in the Secret Service you went days without sleep. Must have been thrilling, even if exhausting." "Not exactly how it worked," King replied, heading toward his office with Susan trailing behind. In her early 40s, Susan Whitehead was attractive, divorced, wealthy, and seemingly determined to make Sean her 4th husband. King had handled her last divorce, so he knew firsthand about her endless quirks and vindictive streak. His sympathy lay entirely with husband number 3, a quiet, reserved man who had finally snapped and fled to Vegas for a 4-day bender of drinking, gambling, and bad decisions. It had been the beginning of the end. Now the guy was poorer but probably happier. King had zero interest in taking his place. "I'm hosting a dinner Saturday," Susan said. "Hope you're free." King mentally scanned his calendar, found it empty, and without hesitation said, "Sorry, already booked. Rain check." "You always have plans," she teased. "Hope I make the cut someday. Mixing business with pleasure is never a good idea. I'm not your client anymore. Still a bad idea, trust me." He reached the office door, opened it, and added, "Have a nice day," before stepping inside, silently willing her not to follow. Sean lingered in the building's lobby for a moment, relieved when he didn't see her rushing in behind him. He headed for the stairs leading up to the office, usually the first one in. His partner, Phil Baxter, handled the courtroom battles while Sean managed everything else. Wills, property deals, business transactions, the steady moneymakers. Wrightsburg had its share of quiet wealth tucked away, home to Hollywood actors, business tycoons, and writers who valued the area's charm, privacy, and perks like fine dining, boutique shops, and a thriving art scene. Phil wasn't an early riser. Court didn't open until 10, but he worked late, unlike Sean, who clocked out by 5 to tinker in his workshop, fish, or take his boat out on the lake. They balanced each other well. Sean unlocked the office door and stepped inside. The receptionist wasn't in yet. It wasn't even 8. His eyes landed first on the overturned chair, then on the scattered items that should have been on her desk. Instinctively, his hand went for a gun he didn't own. The only weapon he had was a viciously worded codicil that might scare off greedy heirs. He grabbed a heavy paperweight from the floor and scanned the room. Then he saw it, blood smeared on the carpet near Baxter's office door. Moving carefully, Sean tightened his grip on the paperweight and pulled out his phone with his free hand, dialing 911. His voice was steady as he spoke to the operator. He hesitated before turning the doorknob, using his handkerchief to avoid leaving prints. The door creaked open, his muscles coiled for an attack, though something told him the room was empty. He flicked the light switch with his elbow. The body lay on its side, a single gunshot wound through the chest, exit wound in the back. Not Phil. Someone else, someone Sean knew well. This death was about to shatter his quiet life. He exhaled sharply, the realization hitting him like a punch. "Here we go again," he muttered. The man sat in his Buick, watching as police cars pulled up in front of King's law office and officers rushed inside. His appearance was nothing like the frail old woodcarver he'd played when John Bruno was taken from the funeral home. Back then, he'd worn an oversized suit to look shrunken and sickly, yellowed teeth, patchy stubble, cheap liquor flask, the act of whittling, the wad of chewing tobacco. Every detail had been calculated to draw attention, to leave anyone who noticed him with a clear, utterly wrong impression. That was the point. Now he looked young, barely in his 30s. Like King, he had reinvented himself. Nibbling on a buttered bagel and sipping black coffee, he idly wondered how King had reacted to finding the body. Shock first, then anger, but surprise, no, not at all. He flicked on the radio, tuned to the local news station just in time for the 8 o'clock update. The lead story was still Bruno's kidnapping, dominating headlines worldwide. For once, the Middle East and pro football had taken a backseat in the American mind. He licked butter and sesame seeds off his fingers as the report shifted to Michelle Maxwell, the Secret Service agent who'd led Bruno's detail. She was on administrative leave, which he knew meant her career was hanging by a thread. Officially, she was out of the game. Unofficially, that was why he'd memorized her face when she passed him that day. He wouldn't be shocked if she turned up again. He'd already studied her background, but more intel never hurt. She might sit at home stewing in rage, or she might charge straight into danger. From what little he'd seen, he'd bet on the latter. His gaze drifted back to the scene outside. Bystanders lingered near the building as another squad car and a forensics van parked haphazardly. This was clearly new territory for Wrightsburg's quiet streets. The officers looked almost unsure of what to do. The man smirked, savoring his bagel. After waiting so long, he planned to enjoy every moment. And there was so much more to come. Walter Bishop, a high-ranking Secret Service official, paced back and forth in front of Michelle Maxwell, who sat at a small table in a government meeting room in Washington. The building buzzed with people still reeling from recent events. "You should be relieved you're only on administrative leave, Maxwell," he said. "Oh yeah, thrilled," Michelle shot back. "Gun and badge taken away, real reward for my service. Don't treat me like an idiot, Walter. The verdict's already in, I'm done." Bishop stopped mid-stride. "The investigation isn't over, hell, it's barely started." "Right, years of my career flushed down the drain," he spun toward her. "A presidential candidate was kidnapped on your watch, first time in agency history. Bravo, you're lucky you're not staring down a firing squad. In some countries you would be." "You think I don't know that?" Her voice cracked. "This is eating me alive." Interesting choice of words. Neil Richards was a good agent. "I know that too. You think I had any clue that private security was in on it? No one in the service feels worse about Neil than I do. You never should have left Bruno alone in that room. Follow standard procedure and none of this happens. At the very least, you leave the door cracked enough to keep eyes on him. Never take your focus off the protectee. Protection Detail 101. Michelle shook her head, her jaw tight. The weight of failure pressed down, but anger simmered beneath it. She wasn't just a scapegoat, she was the one who'd have to live with this, and Bishop's lecture, that just made it worse. "Sometimes in the field, with everything we have to deal with, compromises are made to keep everyone happy," he said. "Our job isn't to make people happy, it's to protect them." Michelle shot back. "Are you telling me you've never left a protectee alone in a room without an agent?" "No, I'm saying this is the first time that decision was made, and look what happened. This is about accountability, Michelle. Apologies won't cut it. Bruno's supporters are up in arms. Some are even claiming the service was paid to take him out of the presidential race. That's ridiculous. I know, and so do you, but get enough people saying it and soon everyone will believe it." Michelle had been perched on the edge of her chair but now leaned back, meeting his gaze steadily. "Just to be clear, I take full responsibility for what happened. None of my team should be dragged into this. They were following my orders. This was my call and I lost." "Well said, I'll see what I can do." Bishop hesitated before adding, "I assume resigning isn't on the table." "Not a chance, Walter, and just so you know, I'll be getting a lawyer." "Of course, this is America where incompetence can still turn a profit if you hire the right attorney. Bet you're real proud of that." The sting of his words nearly brought tears to her eyes, though part of her knew she deserved it. "I'm just protecting myself, same as you would in my position." "Sure, naturally." Bishop shoved his hands in his pockets and glanced toward the door, signaling the conversation was over. Michelle stood. "Can I ask you for a favor? Go ahead, take some nerve, but go ahead." "You're not the first to notice," she replied coolly. He waited in silence. "I want updates on the investigation. That's the FBI's case now." "I know, but they're briefing the service." "True, and those briefings are for service personnel only. So I'm not considered personnel anymore. You know, Michelle, I had doubts when the service started recruiting women, spend a fortune training an agent, and then poof, she gets married, has a kid, and quits. All that time and money down the drain." She couldn't believe what she was hearing but kept her voice steady. "And when I came along, you thought I was different. I was the service's poster girl." "You were the best and brightest," Bishop said. "That came with sky-high expectations," Michelle replied. "Here we expect nothing less than perfection from every agent." Bishop paused, then continued, "I know your record was spotless until now. I know you were climbing the ranks fast. I know you're a good agent, but you messed up. We lost a protectee and an agent paid with their life. Fair or not, that's on you, and it wasn't fair for them either." His gaze drifted to the distance. "You can stay in the service, just not in the same role, but you'll never forget what happened. It'll follow you every minute of every day for the rest of your life, and that'll hurt worse than anything the service could ever do to you, trust me." "You sound pretty sure about that." "I was with Bobby Kennedy at the Ambassador Hotel. Back then, I was just a rookie lapped cop assigned to support Secret Service during his visit. and I stood there watching a man who should have been president bleed out on the floor. Not a day goes by that I don't ask myself what I could have done differently. That's why I joined the service years later, like I was trying to make up for it. His eyes locked onto hers. Never did, and no, you don't forget, ever. With media swarming her Virginia home, Michelle holed up in a DC hotel. She used the brief breather to grab lunch with an old friend who happened to be an FBI agent. Secret Service and the Bureau didn't always play nice. In federal law enforcement circles, the FBI was the 800-pound gorilla, and Michelle never missed a chance to remind her bureau friends that their agency was founded by 7 former service agents. Both women were part of WIFL Women in Federal Law Enforcement, a support network with annual conferences. Even if the guys ribbed her about it, Michelle found it invaluable for navigating workplace challenges as a woman. Her friend seemed uneasy about meeting, but Michelle had helped her win an Olympic silver medal, a bond nothing could break. Over Caesar salads and iced tea, Michelle got the latest on the investigation. Simmons had indeed worked security for the funeral home, though he wasn't supposed to be on duty that day. The facility was only guarded at night. Simmons, obviously not his real name, had vanished without a trace. Background checks at his supposed workplace turned up nothing. Every detail he provided was fabricated: a stolen social security number, a fake driver's license, forged references, all expertly crafted. He'd worked there less than a month, leaving investigators with a dead end. When he rushed in, I just assumed he was some rookie security guard, so I put him straight to work, Michelle admitted, frustration seeping into her voice. Didn't even search his van. Bruno must have been hiding in the back the whole time. Played me like a fool, and I handed him the perfect chance to take out one of my men. She pressed her hands to her face, then forced herself to straighten, stabbing a forkful of salad with enough force to make her teeth ache. Before they pulled the plug on me, she continued, I heard they dug the bullet out of Neil Richards. It's a dum-dum round. Even if we find the supposed murder weapon, matching ballistics will be next to impossible. Her friend nodded grimly before revealing Simmons' van had been found in an abandoned barn. Forensics was combing it for prints and trace evidence, but so far nothing. Meanwhile, Mildred Martin, the victim's widow, had been at home tending her garden like it was just another day. She'd planned to visit her husband at the funeral home that evening with family and friends, never called Bruno to invite him. Her husband had been Bruno's superior in the DIS office, and the two had been close. Mildred told investigators if Bruno wanted to pay his respects, he could have just shown up, no phone call needed. Then why did Bruno suddenly change his whole schedule to see Martin at the funeral home? Michelle muttered. That switch came out of nowhere. According to his staff, her friend said, Bruno got a call from Mildred that morning asking him to come say goodbye. Fred Dickers, his chief of staff, said Bruno seemed rattled after that call. He just lost a close friend. Dickers claims Bruno already knew Martin was dead. So you think there's more to it? Maybe. The caller picked a time when the funeral home was nearly empty. Bruno's comments after the phone call made Dickers suspect this meeting was about more than just paying respects to the deceased. You think that's why Bruno was so insistent we leave them alone? Michelle asked. Her friend nodded. Whatever the widow had to say, Bruno wanted it kept private. But Mildred Martin claims she never called. Someone pretended to be her. What if Bruno hadn't gone? Michelle answered her own question. They would have just dropped it, and if I'd walked into that room with him, they wouldn't have tried. And Neil Richards, her voice wavered. What else do you have? We believe this was carefully planned. They had to coordinate multiple factors, and they executed it flawlessly. They must have had a mole in Bruno's team. How else would they know his schedule? Well, there's his official campaign website. The event he was headed to before the detour had been public for weeks. Damn it, I told them not to post everything online. Once I met a hotel maid who knew Bruno's itinerary better than we did. She overheard him and his staff discussing it. Meanwhile, we get updates at the last minute. Honestly, I don't know how you do your job under those conditions. Michelle gave her a sharp look. And Bruno's mentor just happens to die at the perfect time. That's what set everything in motion. Her friend was already nodding. Bill Martin was old, terminally ill with cancer. He died in his bed overnight. Given the circumstances, no autopsy was ordered. The death certificate was signed by his doctor. But after what happened, they did one anyway, ran toxicology on postmortem samples. And high doses of Roxanol, liquid morphine for pain, plus over a quart of embalming fluid, among other things. No stomach contents drained during preservation. No smoking gun, unfortunately. Michelle studied her. But you're not convinced, the woman shrugged. Embalming fluid saturates major vessels, orifices, organs, hard to be precise. But given the situation, the medical examiner took samples from the midbrain where the fluid doesn't reach, found traces of methanol. Methanol, that's an embalming fluid, right? Couldn't it have seeped there? Possible, but the timing's too convenient. You might not realize this, but there are significant differences between embalming fluids. The high-end stuff contains less methanol and more formaldehyde, while cheaper options, like what was used on Martin, pack a heavier dose of pure methanol. And here's the kicker, methanol shows up in plenty of everyday things like wine and liquor. Given Martin's reputation as a heavy drinker that trace amount in his system, the medical examiner couldn't say for sure where it came from. But here's the thing, with a terminal patient like Bill Martin, it wouldn't take much methanol to finish the job. The FBI agent tossed a file onto the table and flipped through it. Autopsy showed organ damage, shrunken mucous membranes, stomach lining tears, classic signs of methanol poisoning. But Martin was riddled with cancer, had gone through rounds of chemo and radiation. The me had a mess on his hands. Official cause of death, circulatory failure. But let's be real, when you're old, sick, and on borrowed time, that could mean anything. Michelle leaned in. Killing someone with methanol knowing they'll likely get embalmed without an autopsy, that's cold and terrifying. Martin had to have been murdered, she pressed. They weren't just sitting around waiting for him to die naturally, then hoping his body would conveniently land at the funeral home right when Bruno showed up. She paused. So, suspect list. Can't tell you, seriously. This is an active investigation and I've already said too much. Might end up strapped to a polygraph for this. When the check came, Michelle snatched it up before anyone else could. Outside the restaurant, her friend nudged her. So what's the plan now? Lay low, find a new job? Lay low, sure, new job, not yet. Then what? I'm not walking away from my career without a fight. Her friend studied her. I know that look. What's brewing in that head of yours? Michelle smirked. You're FBI. Better if you don't know, like you said, polygraph risk. The worst day of Sean King's life had been September 26, 1996, when Clyde Ritter was gunned down while King, a Secret Service agent, was distracted. Unfortunately, the second worst day was happening right now. His office swarmed with cops, feds, and forensics, all firing questions and getting nowhere. They dusted for prints, his, Phil Baxter's, the secretaries. Just for elimination purposes, they claimed Ma King knew full well that the statement could mean the exact opposite. The local press had already arrived, but luckily Sean was on a first-name basis with all of them and had given vague answers which they accepted with little pushback. Soon, though, national media would descend because there was something about the victim that screamed headline material. King had his suspicions, and they were confirmed when a team from the U.S. Marshals showed up at his door. The murder victim, Howard Jennings, had worked at the law firm as a researcher, proofreader, trust account auditor, and errand boy, basically a jack of all trades. His office was on the ground floor. He'd been a quiet, hardworking man who kept to himself. Nothing about his job stood out as remarkable, yet in a way he was anything but ordinary. Jennings had been part of WITSEC, better known as the Witness Protection Program. 48 years old, an accountant by trade, Jennings, not his real name, had once worked as a bookkeeper for a Midwest crime syndicate specializing in racketeering, extortion, and money laundering, a group that used arson, beatings, and the occasional murder to make their point. The case had drawn national attention, both for the organization's brutal methods and the tangled web of evidence. Jennings had cut a deal that landed some very dangerous people behind bars. But a few of the worst had slipped through the Fed's net, which was why he'd ended up in WITSEC. Now Jennings was dead, and King's headache was just beginning. As a federal official with special clearances, King had crossed paths with WITSEC during joint operations between the Secret Service and the Marshals. After Jennings' hiring interview, the thin references and sparse background had raised red flags. Of course, he couldn't be sure. The Marshals weren't about to confirm a protected witness's identity, but King kept his suspicions to himself. The lack of history, the erased past, it all fit the profile. He'd been told Jennings wasn't a suspect, which in King's experience usually meant the opposite. If he tipped off investigators that Jennings might be been WITSEC, he could end up facing a grand jury. For now, silence was the smarter play. Then again, silence had a way of backfiring. As he watched the Marshals comb through Jennings' office, King couldn't shake the irony. Here was a man who traded one kind of danger for another, only to wind up just as dead. Some protection. The Marshals moved with practiced efficiency, but their tight-lipped professionalism did nothing to ease the tension. King exhaled, rubbing his temples. The real trouble hadn't even started, yet the rest of the day was spent trying to calm down his partner. Baxter, a towering former University of Virginia football player, had even spent a couple of years warming the bench in the pros before becoming a sharp, no-nonsense attorney. Still, the ex-athlete wasn't used to finding corpses in his office. That kind of thing left him rattled. King, on the other hand, had spent years in the Secret Service dealing with fraud and counterfeiting cases tied to dangerous gangs. He'd also taken lives before. He was far better equipped to handle a murder scene than his partner. He'd sent their secretary, Mona Hall, home for the day. She was high-strung and wouldn't have handled the sight of blood well. But Mona was also the town's biggest gossip, and Sean had no doubt the local phone lines would soon be buzzing with talk about the killing at King and Baxter. In a quiet place like Wrightsburg, this could be the biggest topic of conversation for months, maybe years. With the building locked down by federal agents and under 24-hour surveillance, King and Baxter had temporarily moved their practice to their homes. That evening, the two lawyers loaded boxes of files and case folders into their cars. As the burly Phil Baxter drove off in his equally massive SUV, King leaned against his own car and stared up at their office. The lights were still on. Investigators were combing through every inch, searching for any clue that might reveal who had put a bullet in Howard Jennings's chest. His gaze drifted to the mountains behind the building. Up there was his house, a place he'd built from the wreckage of his old life. It had been good therapy, but now he drove home, wondering what the next morning would bring. In the kitchen, he ate a bowl of soup while watching the local news. His own face flashed across the screen, followed by details about his Secret Service career, including its messy end, his law practice in Wrightsburg, and wild speculation about Jennings's death. He turned off the TV and tried to focus on work, but his mind kept wandering. Eventually, he just sat in his study, surrounded by stacks of legal documents, staring blankly into space. Shaking himself out of the daze, he changed into shorts and a hoodie, grabbed a bottle of red wine and a glass, and headed down to the covered dock behind his house. Sean stepped onto the 4-meter jet boat, docked beside a sea-doo, a kayak, and a canoe. The lake stretched nearly half a mile at its widest point and ran about 8 miles long, dotted with coves and inlets that made it a favorite spot for weekend boaters and anglers chasing trout, perch, and catfish in its clear, deep waters. But summer had faded and the vacation home stood empty, their owners long gone. King's boats were all secured on lifts, waiting for the next season. Sean lowered the jet boat into the water, fired up the engine, and flicked on the navigation lights before easing away from the shore. The crisp night air filled his lungs as he cruised 3 miles out, then cut the engine in a secluded cove. Dropping anchor, he poured himself a glass of wine and stared into the dark, dreading what was coming. Once word got out that a Witsec informant had been killed in his office, the national spotlight would swing back onto him, a thought that made his stomach twist. Last time a tabloid had crossed the line, claiming he'd been paid off by some radical political group to ignore Clyde Ritter's assassination. Sure, defamation laws still existed, and King had sued, winning a hefty settlement. He'd used that windfall to build his house and start fresh. But no amount of money could erase what had happened. How could it? Sean kicked off his shoes, stripped down, and plunged into the inky water, staying under until his lungs burned. The lake was warmer than the night air, a small comfort. His Secret Service career had ended the second that footage surfaced, the damning clip showing him staring blankly at something while Ritter's killer drew, aimed, and fired. The video even caught kids in the crowd reacting to the gun before King snapped out of his daze. The media had torn him apart, fueled by Ritter's supporters and their own fear of looking biased. The headlines still haunted him. Agent blinks, candidate dies, veteran guard fails under pressure, asleep on the job. Funny how they never mentioned the part where he'd spent years protecting people without a hitch. But one lapse, one frozen moment, and suddenly that's all he was. He surfaced, gasping, and floated on his back, staring at the stars. The water held him like a weightless apology, but he knew better. Some stains didn't wash off. King remembered that mocking article, "That's why they always wear sunglasses," a line that might have made him laugh under different circumstances. But the worst part had been the isolation from nearly all his colleagues. Under that kind of pressure, his marriage had shattered. Truthfully, it had been crumbling long before. He spent more time away than at home, often leaving with barely an hour's notice and no set return date. Given everything, he'd forgiven his wife for the first affair, even the second. By the third, they were done. And when she'd quickly agreed to the divorce after his world collapsed, well, he couldn't say he'd mourned it for long, yet he'd survived, rebuilt his life. And now, slowly climbing back onto the boat, he wrapped a towel around his waist and headed toward home, but not the dock. He killed the engine and navigation lights, drifting into a quiet cove just a few hundred yards from shore. Silently, he dropped the small anchor to keep the boat from drifting toward the muddy bank. At the back of his house, a beam of light cut through the dark, sweeping back and forth. Someone was there. Reporters snooping around, or maybe, he thought grimly, Howard Jennings' killer was looking for another target. Moving silently up the shore and dressing quickly, King crouched behind a thicket of bushes, watching the light flicker near the eastern edge of the property. Staying hidden behind a line of trees, he circled to the front. Parked in the driveway was an unfamiliar blue BMW convertible. He considered checking it out but decided he'd feel a lot better with some firepower first. Slipping into the dark house, he grabbed his pistol and slipped back out through a side door. The sweeping light had vanished, that worried him. Dropping to a knee, he listened. Then crack a snapped twig, footsteps close just a few yards to his right. King tensed, finger on the trigger, safety off. He lunged, slamming into the intruder, knocking them down and pinning them hard. The barrel of his gun pressed against their face, except it wasn't a him. It was a her, and she had her own gun aimed right back at him, their muzzles nearly touching. "What the hell are you doing here?" Sean growled, recognizing her instantly. If you let me go, maybe I'll catch my breath long enough to tell you. King stood up slowly, brushing off her outstretched hand when she tried to take his. The woman wore a skirt, blazer, and blouse now rumpled from their scuffle, the hem riding dangerously high. She adjusted it as she rose, dusting herself off. Do you always tackle your guests? She snapped, straightening the holster clipped to her waistband. Most of my guests don't sneak around my property uninvited. But he answered the door. Then you leave and try again later. Didn't your mother teach you manners? She crossed her arms. It's been a long time, Sean. Has it? I hadn't noticed. Been busy living my new life. Joan glanced around the cabin. I can see that. Nice place. What are you doing here? Visiting an old friend who's in trouble. Oh, who's that? She gave a sly smile. A murder in your studio. That's some trouble, huh? Sure is, but I meant the old friend part. Joan nodded toward the house. I drove a long way. People always talk about Southern hospitality. Care to prove it? For a second, King considered firing a warning shot over her head, but if he wanted to figure out what Joan Dillinger was really after, he'd have to play along. What kind of hospitality? Well, it's almost 9 and I haven't eaten. Start there and we'll see. You show up unannounced after years and expect me to cook for you? Bold. Since when does that surprise you? While Sean grilled steaks, Joan wandered the living room, sipping the gin and tonic he'd grudgingly made her. She leaned against the kitchen island. How's the finger? Only hurts when I'm pissed. Right now it's screaming. She ignored that. This house is impressive. Heard you built it yourself. Kept me out of trouble. Didn't know you were a carpenter. Paid for college building things for rich folks. Figured I'd finally make something for me. They ate at the kitchen table overlooking the lake, sharing a bottle of Merlot from his cellar. Under different circumstances, it might have been romantic. Later, they moved to the great room, vaulted ceilings, floor-to-ceiling windows. When Sean noticed Joan shivering, he lit the gas fireplace and tossed her a blanket. They sat across from each other on leather couches, Joan kicking off her shoes and tucking her legs under the plaid. King raised his glass in a silent toast. Dinner was incredible. He inhaled the rich aroma of the wine. Didn't realize you added sommelier to your list of hidden talents. All right, you're fed and properly buzzed. Why are you really here? When a former agent stumbles into something big, something tied to a major criminal case, people get curious. And they sent you, I answer to myself these days. So this isn't official, or are you just snooping for the service? Let's call it unofficial. I'd like to hear your side. King swirled his glass, fighting the urge to hurl it across the room. There is no side. The guy barely worked for me. He got killed. Turns out he was in witness protection. I don't know who did it. End of story. Joan didn't reply, her gaze fixed on the fire. Then she stood, moving to the hearth, running her fingers over the rough stone. Carpentry and masonry. Had it done. I know my limits. Refreshing. Most men I know wouldn't admit they had any. Thanks. Still waiting on why you're here. This isn't about the service. It's about you and me. There is no you and me. There was. We worked together for years, slept together under different circumstances. Maybe it would have lasted, and I'd like to think if I had a protected witness turn up dead on my watch with my past dragged into it, you'd check on me too. You'd be wrong. Well, that's why I'm here, to make sure you're okay. Thrilled my misery gave you a chance to show off your bleeding heart. Sarcasm doesn't suit you, Sean. It's late. Long drive back to DC. You're right, it is a long drive. She paused. You've got plenty of space though. She settled beside him, close enough to make him shift. You're in such good shape you could audition for FBI hostage rescue, she added, eyeing his 6'2" frame. He scoffed. Too old for that. Bad knees, bum shoulder, the works. Joan sighed, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I just turned 40. Not the end of the world. For a man, maybe. For a woman. 40 and single isn't exactly a party. You look great, could pass for 30. Joan set her wine glass down and turned to face him. I never thought I'd last this long. You outlasted me, he said, but I shouldn't have. The silence between them grew heavy. King finally broke it. That was a lifetime ago. Water under the bridge. Not enough, apparently. I can see the way you're looking at me. What did you expect? Joan picked up her glass again and drained it in one go. You have no idea how hard it was for me to come here. I changed my mind a dozen times, spent an hour just figuring out what to wear, felt like prepping for a White House state dinner. King had never heard her sound like this. Joan had always been unshakable, the kind of woman who didn't just compete with men but led them. I'm sorry, Sean, I don't even know if I ever said that before. At the end of the day, it was my fault. Let's leave it there. That's generous of you, not generous. Just don't have the energy to hold on to grudges. It doesn't matter anymore. Joan slipped her shoes back on, stood and grabbed her jacket. You're right, it's late. I should go. Sorry for interrupting your perfect life and sorry for caring enough to check on you. Sean opened his mouth, hesitated, then sighed as she headed for the door. You've had too much to drive these roads at night. Guest rooms upstairs, first door on the right. There's pajamas in the closet, your own bathroom. First one up makes coffee. She turned back. You sure you don't owe me this? I know I shouldn't see you in the morning. Joan held his gaze, her expression asking the silent question, "Are you really sure you won't come find me before then?" King turned away. "Where are you going?" "Work to do," Sean said. "Sleep well." Joan stepped outside to grab her duffel from the car. When she came back in, King was gone. The master bedroom looked like it was at the end of the hall. She peeked inside, dark, empty. Slowly, she walked to the guest room and shut the door. Michelle Maxwell's arms and legs moved with precision, at least by her post-Olympic standards, nowhere near what they used to be. Her canoe cut through the Potomac as the sun rose, the air hinting at a warmer day ahead. Georgetown was where her rowing career had begun. Her thighs and shoulders burned from the effort. She'd passed every other boat on the water, even one with a small outboard motor chugging along. She guided the canoe to one of the docks, leaning forward to take a deep, satisfying breath as the endorphins flooded her system, leaving her with a warm, euphoric buzz. Half an hour later, behind the wheel of her Land Cruiser, she headed back to the hotel near Tyson's Corner, Virginia, where she'd been staying. It was still early and traffic was light, or at least light for a region where highways clogged up. By 5 a.m. she showered, slipped into a t-shirt and boxers, relishing the freedom of no socks, no stiff shoes, no holster digging into her skin. After a quick stretch and a vigorous rub-down of her tired limbs, she ordered room service breakfast and threw on a robe while she waited. Pancakes, orange juice, and coffee in hand, she flipped through TV channels, searching for updates on Bruno's disappearance. The irony wasn't lost on her. She'd been the highest-ranking agent on site the day of the abduction, and now she was getting case details from CNN. She stopped channel surfing when a familiar face flashed on the screen. The man stood in Wrightsburg, Virginia, visibly uncomfortable as reporters swarmed him. It took her a second to place him: Sean King. Michelle had joined the service about a year before Ritter's assassination. She'd never known what happened to King, nor had she cared until now. As she listened to the details of Howard Jennings' murder, curiosity prickled at her. Part of it was purely physical. King was undeniably attractive, tall and well-built, with close-cropped dark hair graying at the temples. He had one of those faces that aged well, the kind of rugged charm that probably hadn't been there in his 20s. But it wasn't just his looks that intrigued her. Something about the Jennings case felt off, like a puzzle piece she couldn't quite fit into place. She grabbed the Washington Post from her nightstand, skimming until she found a concise article on the murder. The piece mentioned King's past, his role in Ritter's death, and the fallout that followed. Her eyes flicked back to the screen. Suddenly, she felt an unexpected connection to him. Both had made career-defining mistakes, both had paid dearly for them. And yet, King had rebuilt his life entirely. Michelle wondered if she'd ever come close to rebuilding her world the way she wanted. Then it hit her: she needed a favor. She dialed a contact in the agency, not a field operative but someone from admin. Every agent knew the real power lay with the paper pushers, the ones who could navigate the bureaucratic maze. This guy had a soft spot for her, the kind that made him jump through hoops just for the chance to grab coffee together. So she agreed. The price: a few documents and some extra clearance time, just enough to keep her access alive for another couple of weeks. They met at a downtown diner, the kind with sticky booths and weak coffee. He handed over the files and she gave him a hug, just long enough to seal the deal. Michelle had never shied away from using every tool at her disposal, and sometimes charm worked better than her sidearm. As she climbed into her SUV, a voice cut through the parking lot. Steve, a colleague she'd left in the dust on her way up, stood there with a grin that screamed, "I told you so." "Who would have thought?" he said, feigning sympathy. "Right when you were on top too, letting a target slip through your fingers. What were you thinking, Mick?" She shrugged. "Guess I wasn't." He clapped her shoulder harder than necessary. "Don't sweat it. They won't let their golden girl crash and burn. Maybe they'll stick you on some cushy detail, babysitting a senator's wife in Malibu or playing bodyguard to a tech billionaire. 6 months in the sun, 6 in the snow, all on the taxpayer's dime. Hell, if it were me, they'd bury me in paperwork and forget my name." "Maybe you'll be surprised," she said. "I might not even be here when this is over." Steve's smile widened. "Well, maybe there is some justice after all. Take care, Mick." He turned to leave. "Hey, Steve," she called. He paused, glancing back. Steve's grin disappeared as soon as Michelle mentioned the upcoming laptop inspection. He flipped her off and stormed out without another word. Michelle couldn't suppress her laughter during the entire cab ride back to the hotel, imagining his panicked scramble to delete his questionable browsing history. Back in her room, Michelle spread the files across the bed, carefully reviewing each document. King's service record was spotless: decorations, commendations, the works, until that one critical moment when his lapse in focus cost Clyde Ritter his life. Early in his career, King had taken a bullet to the shoulder during a counterfeit operation, returning fire and killing 2 suspects. Years later, he'd eliminated Ritter's assassin, though a few seconds too late, 3 kills in total. Michelle had fired thousands of rounds in training but had never shot a person, not even during her brief stint as a Tennessee cop. She often wondered how it changed you, whether it made you reckless or hesitant, neither of which helped in their line of work. Ritter's killer, Professor Arnold Ramsey, had taught at Atticus College. No radical ties, no violent history, just a man who despised Ritter enough to pull the trigger. He left behind a wife and daughter. Michelle shook her head. Great legacy, kid. My dad was a political assassin just like Booth and Oswald. Oh, yours, he sells insurance, cute. No arrests were made. The official report concluded Ramsey acted alone. Setting the papers aside, Michelle popped the evidence tape into the VCR beneath the TV. The screen flickered to life, showing Ritter's campaign rally footage, the same footage that had sealed King's fate. The local news crew had captured it all, right down to the moment everything went wrong. Despite efforts to prevent similar mistakes from happening again, the service had chosen not to show the footage to its recruits. Maybe out of embarrassment, Michelle thought. She stiffened as she watched a smug-clad Ritter stride into the packed room, flanked by his entourage. Michelle knew little about the candidate except that he'd started as a televangelist and built a small fortune. Thousands had sent him money from across the country, whatever they could spare. There were whispers that wealthy elderly women, mostly widows, had handed over their life savings in exchange for promises of salvation. But without solid proof, the outrage had fizzled fast. After leaving his quasi-religious career behind, Ritter ran for Congress and won in some southern state. Michelle couldn't even remember which. He'd gained notoriety for his extreme views on race and civil liberties, his faith loud and unapologetic. Yet in his home state, he was wildly popular, and nationwide, he tapped into enough voter frustration with the major parties to launch an independent presidential bid. A grand ambition cut short by a bullet to the heart. Beside Ritter in the video was his campaign manager, Sidney Morse. Michelle had dug into his file too. The son of a prominent California lawyer and an heiress, he'd oddly chosen playwriting and directing before channeling his artistic flair into politics. He'd built a national reputation by turning campaigns into media spectacles, favoring punchy one-liners and crowd appeal over substance. His win rate was shockingly high, though Michelle suspected that said more about voters' low standards than the candidates. Morse was a mercenary happy to switch sides if the money and momentum were right. He joined Ritter's campaign just as it gained traction, stepping in as the smoother, savvier helmsman. Known as sharp, cunning, and ruthless when needed, Morse had reportedly steered Ritter's campaign to near perfection. And by all accounts, he'd relished shaking up the establishment with his unstoppable outsider wave. Then again, Michelle mused, maybe the real spectacle wasn't Morse's genius. It was how easily people bought the act. After Ritter's death, Morse had become something of a political outcast, his life spiraling downward. More than a year earlier, completely unhinged, he'd been committed to a state mental institution, where he'd likely spend the rest of his days. Michelle tensed again when she spotted Sean King standing behind the candidate. She quickly counted the agents in the room and realized there weren't nearly enough. Bruno's detail had 3 times the manpower. King was the only one close to Ritter. Michelle couldn't believe how sloppy the security plan was. As someone who'd studied Secret Service history, Michelle knew their role had evolved over time. It took the assassinations of 3 presidents, Lincoln, Garfield, and McKinley, before Congress finally took presidential security seriously. Teddy Roosevelt was the first to get full Secret Service protection after McKinley was gunned down. Back then, though, things were far less sophisticated. Even in the 1940s, Harry Truman, FDR's newly elected vice president, didn't have a single agent guarding him until an aide argued that the man 1 heartbeat away from the presidency deserved at least 1 armed professional watching his back. As the rally continued, Michelle watched King do everything right, scanning the crowd, shifting his stance just like the service drilled into them. There had once been a competition between federal agencies to see who could best detect deception. The Secret Service won by a landslide. Michelle knew why. Protection agents spent their lives reading people, guessing motives from nothing but body language. Then it happened. King's gaze locked on something to his right. Michelle was so focused on figuring out what he saw that she missed Ramsey pulling the gun. The gunshot jolted her. She'd been distracted too. Rewinding the footage, she saw Ramsey slide his hand into his pocket, the motion partly hidden by the Ritter campaign sign he held. The gun only became clear when he raised it and fired. King flinched back, likely hit by the same bullet that tore through Ritter. The candidate dropped, and the crowd erupted into chaos. The cameraman filming the scene had dropped to his knees, leaving Michelle with a chaotic view of headless figures, just legs and torsos scrambling for cover. Security agents and staff were shoved aside by the panicked crowd surging toward the exits. The whole ordeal lasted mere seconds, though to Michelle it felt like an eternity. The cameraman must have gotten back up because Sean King reappeared on screen, blood dripping from his hand as he aimed his gun straight at Ramsey, who still held his own weapon. When a gunshot rings out, most people freeze or dive for the ground. Instinct takes over. But Secret Service training rewires that instinct. You move fast, grabbing your protectee and hauling them to safety, sometimes even carrying them. King didn't do that. Michelle guessed it was because Ramsey was still armed, still a threat. Instead, King fired once, twice with eerie calm, not a word spoken. Then Ramsey collapsed and King just stood there staring down at the dead man while other agents finally rushed in, scooping up Ritter and evacuating him as protocol demanded. King was left alone to face the aftermath. Michelle would have given anything to know what went through his mind in that moment. She rewound the tape, watching again, the sharp crack of Ramsey's gunshot, but before that, another sound. She played it back, listening closely. There it was, a faint ding like an elevator arriving and maybe a soft hiss, doors sliding open. The hotel floor plan showed elevators nearby. If one had opened, had King seen something? And if so, why hadn't he mentioned it? Why had no one else noticed? Why did she even care about Sean King in an 8-year-old case? But she did. After days of boredom, she needed action. Without overthinking it, she packed her bag, checked out of the hotel, and got moving. Like Michelle, King had woken early, and he was already in the water. King found himself in a kayak rather than a canoe, moving at a much slower pace than the girl had earlier. The lake was glassy smooth, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple, quieter than it ever was at any other time of day. It was the perfect setting for reflection, and King had plenty on his mind. But that wasn't meant to be. A voice called out, pulling him from his thoughts. He looked up to see Joan standing on the back deck of the house, dressed in her guest room pajamas, holding up what he assumed was a cup of coffee. Paddling back without hurry, he climbed the steps to the deck where she waited by the sliding door, a playful grin on her face. "Looks like you were the early riser," she said, "but I didn't see any coffee brewing. No worries, I exist to fill in the gaps." He took the coffee and let her usher him inside, where she insisted on making breakfast. Watching her move barefoot around his kitchen, humming to herself like some cheerful homemaker, he couldn't help but smirk. Joan was one of the toughest agents the service had ever produced, yet she could slip into femininity or even raw seduction with unsettling ease. "Scrambled eggs as usual?" she asked. "Yep, bagel, no butter, right again." "Good grief, you're predictable." King shrugged. Maybe he was. Then he ventured, "So anything new on Jennings' death, or is that above my clearance?" Joan paused mid-whisk. "That's FBI territory and you know it. Agencies talk, not like they used to, and even then not much." "So you're saying you don't know anything?" he pressed. She ignored him, plating the eggs, toasting the bagel, and setting the table with silverware, napkins, and fresh coffee. Sitting across from him, she sipped orange juice while he ate. "You're not having any?" he asked. "Watching my figure, seems I'm the only one in this house who does." Was it his imagination, or had Joan's foot just brushed against his leg under the table? "What, you thought after 8 years we'd just pick up where we left off?" She threw her head back and laughed. "In the occasional fantasy, yeah. You're insane, certifiable." He wasn't joking. "And here I thought I had such a normal upbringing. Maybe I just have a thing for men in sunglasses with a gun." This time there was no mistaking it. Her foot was definitely sliding higher, tracing his calf. Joan leaned forward, her gaze anything but sweet. It was hungry. She wanted him right there, right now. Kitchen table and predictable scrambled eggs be damned. Standing, she let her pajama pants drop to the floor, revealing sheer white underwear. Joan took her time unbuttoning the pajama top, her fingers lingering on each button as if daring Sean to stop her. He didn't. He just watched as the fabric fell open, revealing bare skin, no bra in sight. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed the top into his lap, then swept the breakfast dishes off the table, sending them crashing to the floor. "It's been way too long, Sean. Let's fix that," she said, climbing onto the table and lying back, legs parted. A smirk played on her lips as he stood, towering over her exposed body. "Really, that's your move?" Sean glanced up at the chandelier. "You didn't even try the three-pointer with the underwear." "Oh, the night's still young, Mr. King," she shot back. His smile faded as he picked up her discarded top and draped it over her. "I'm gonna get dressed. Clean this up, will you?" Her laughter followed him as he walked away. At the top of the stairs, she called out, "Guess you finally grew up. I'm impressed." King shook his head, wondering what asylum had lost track of her. "Thanks for breakfast," he muttered. After showering and changing, he heard a knock at the door. Peering through the window, he frowned at the sight of a patrol car, a U.S. Marshal's van, and a black SUV. He opened the door to find Todd Williams, the police chief, and one of his volunteer deputies looking uneasy. An FBI agent stepped forward, flashing his badge like a switchblade. "Sean King, we have reason to believe you own a registered firearm." King nodded. "Volunteer deputy, people like us armed just in case we need to shoot the bad guys. What's the problem?" "We'd like to take a look at it." "Actually, we'd like to take it." Sean turned to Todd, who shrugged and took a deliberate step back. "You got a warrant? You're a former federal agent. We were hoping you'd cooperate. Also a lawyer, and lawyers not big on cooperation. Suit yourself, I've got the paperwork right here." King knew the game. He'd played it himself back in his federal days. Half the time, a search warrant was just a folded-up crossword puzzle. "Let's see it," he demanded. The warrant was real. They wanted his service weapon. "Mind telling me why?" You can ask, the agent replied. Then the marshal stepped in mid-50s, built like a heavyweight with shoulders that could fill a doorway. Enough with the BS, he told the FBI agent before turning to King. They're running ballistics. Jennings's body had some bullets in it. I assume you don't have any objections, the marshal said. You think I shot Jennings with my service weapon in my own office? King shot back. Why would I do something like that? Because it was convenient, or maybe I'm just too broke to afford a second gun. It's about ruling out possibilities, the marshal replied calmly. You know the drill, considering you were Secret Service and all. Were, King corrected, turning away. I was Secret Service, I'll go get the gun. The big man placed a hand on his shoulder. No, just show the FBI agents where it is. So they can waltz into my house and gather evidence to pin this on me. An innocent man has nothing to hide, the marshal said, and don't worry, they won't go snooping around, Scout's honor. An FBI agent followed King inside. As they walked down the hall, the agent raised an eyebrow at the mess in the kitchen. My dog's a little wild, Sean explained. The agent nodded. I've got a black lab named Trigger. What's yours? Pit bull, female, her name's Joan. Once in the office, King opened the safe and gestured for the agent to inspect it. The man dropped the gun into an evidence bag, handed over a receipt, and walked out with King. Sean, I'm sorry about this, Todd said. I know it's all bull. But King noticed the police chief didn't sound entirely convinced. As soon as the cars pulled away, Joan came downstairs, fully dressed. What did they want? A donation for the police ball. Are you a suspect or something? They took my gun. You've got an alibi, right? I was on patrol, didn't see anyone, and no one saw me. Too bad I wasn't here. I could have given you an alibi if you'd played your cards right. She raised her right hand and placed the other on an imaginary Bible. Your Honor, Mr. King is innocent. At the time of the crime, he was very busy with me on the kitchen table. Maybe in your dreams. Yeah, it was in my dreams, but now I think it's too late. Do me a favor, get out of my house. Joan took a step back, studying his face. You're not actually worried, are you? Ballistics will come back clean, and that'll be the end of it. You think so? I'm guessing you had your gun with you while on patrol. Obviously, my slingshot was broken. Jokes, you always crack stupid jokes when you're nervous. A man is dead, Joan, in my office. There's nothing funny about it. Unless you killed him, I don't see how your gun's involved. When King didn't answer, she pressed, is there something you didn't tell the cops? I didn't kill Jennings, if that's what you're asking. Wasn't asking. I know you too well. Well, people change. Joan grabbed her purse. Can I come see you again? She asked, then quickly added, if I promise not to do it anymore. She glanced at the wrecked kitchen table. Why did you do this? 8 years ago, I lost something that meant everything to me. This morning, I tried to take it back using a method that turned out to be embarrassingly stupid. And why would we ever see each other again? Honestly, there's something I need to ask you. Then ask. Not now. Another time, we'll talk. After Joan left, King started cleaning up the kitchen. Within minutes, everything was back in place. If only he could do the same with his life. Still, he had a feeling more things were bound to break before this was all over. Michelle landed in North Carolina after a short flight on a cramped regional plane. Without her badge or credentials, just her concealed carry permit, she'd been forced to declare her pistol and the small knife she always kept on her, watching as they were stowed in the cargo hold. Post 9/11 security had loosened slightly, but traveling armed without official clearance was still a hassle. She rented a car and drove an hour to the fading town of Bowlington, tucked in the shadow of the Great Smoky Mountains, 80 miles east of the Tennessee border. It didn't take long to realize the place was barely hanging on. The old gas station attendant, chewing tobacco between sentences, told her the textile mills had once kept the town thriving. Now they make everything in China or Taiwan for pennies, he grumbled, spitting into a clay pot. Ain't much left here. He slapped her receipt on the counter and handed back her change. What brings you out this way? Just passing through, she lied. Well, ma'am, not much left to pass through. Michelle drove past crumbling porches and weathered houses, where elderly residents sat watching the world fade around them. She couldn't figure out why 8 years ago Clyde Ritter had even bothered campaigning here. He'd have had better luck canvassing a graveyard. A few miles outside town, the Fairmount Hotel loomed, 8 floors of peeling paint and sagging balconies surrounded by a chain-link fence. It hadn't just seen better days. It looked like it might not see many more. The hotel's architecture was a chaotic blend of styles. The century-old building had sections mimicking Gothic design with fake turrets and balconies, while other parts featured stucco walls and red clay roofing straight out of Mediterranean villas. Michelle couldn't find words ugly enough to describe the place. Even White Elephant felt too generous. Though no trespassing signs dotted the chain-link fence, she spotted no security cameras or guards patrolling the property. Near the east wing, she found a gap in the fencing but hesitated, her Secret Service training kicking in. She circled the perimeter first, noting the flat terrain that sloped sharply near the back fence. The angle made her grin. Back in college, she'd won back-to-back state championships in track and field's jumping events. With enough adrenaline and a good tailwind, she might have cleared that fence just for fun a decade ago. A rustling in the nearby woods distracted her. Following the sound, she pushed through dense undergrowth until she reached a cliff's edge. Below, a narrow but fast-moving river churned 10 feet down. As she watched, a jagged rock ledge crumbled into the water, vanishing instantly in the current. Michelle's stomach lurched. Heights had never been her thing. Back at the hotel, she squeezed through the fence gap and tested the boarded-up main doors before finding a shattered window on the left side. Inside, her flashlight revealed a graveyard of dust-choked furniture, overturned tables, and the skittering of rodents. Empty liquor bottles and used condoms littered the floors, proof the abandoned building now served as Bollington's seedy after-hours hangout. The air smelled of mildew and something sharper, like burnt plastic. She stepped over a broken syringe, wondering how many local kids came here to rebel against their dying town's monotony. Michelle carried the floor plan of the Fairmont's ground level that her contact had slipped into the file along with the other documents. She moved quickly through the hotel lobby and into the inner hall where Clyde Ritter had been shot. The room now had mahogany-paneled walls, gaudy chandeliers, and deep red carpet underfoot. When the door clicked shut behind her, the silence pressed in so heavily that she was glad for the familiar weight of the gun holstered at her hip. The .357 she'd turned in had been replaced with a sleek Sig Sauer 9 standard backup for any federal agent. She wasn't here just to indulge some morbid curiosity. There were eerie parallels gnawing at her. Bruno's kidnapping had happened in another quiet rural town, not far from here inside an old building, though that one had been a funeral home, not a hotel. She was certain there had been a mole involved in that operation. And the more she pieced together about Ritter's murder, the more she suspected an inside job here too. Maybe Bollington held answers that could crack her own case. At least that was the hope. Sitting around feeling sorry for herself in a hotel room wasn't getting her anywhere. She perched on a side table in the corner and flipped through the case file, scanning the detailed layout of where every key player had stood that day. Then she got up and positioned herself exactly where Sean King had been, right behind Ritter. Her eyes traced the room, pausing on the spots where Secret Service agents had been posted, one after another. The crowd that day had been held back by a rope line just beyond which Ritter had leaned forward, shaking hands. Campaign staff had been scattered throughout too. Sidney Morse had stood on the other side of the rope, facing Ritter. She'd seen him bolt in the footage, screaming like everyone else. Doug Denby, the chief of staff, had been near the door. The shooter, Arnold Ramsey, had started at the back of the room before inching his way toward the front, holding a sign that read "Falk, friend of Clyde." On camera, he hadn't raised any red flags to her trained eye. She turned to the right, catching sight of the elevators. A flicker of movement near the far wall made her pause. Had something shifted, or was it just her mind playing tricks? Either way, the air in here felt thicker now, like the past was pressing a little too close. Michelle pictured herself as Sean King, scanning the room left and right as if it were divided into a precise grid. She mimicked speaking into the tiny throat mic, her hand brushing the damp fabric of Ritter's sweat-soaked shirt. Then, just like King had done, she shifted her gaze to the right, counting the seconds in her head. The only thing worth noting was the row of elevators. That ding from the recording had to have come from there. The sudden bang startled her so badly she drew her gun, sweeping it across the room's four corners. Her breath came fast, her hands shook violently, and a wave of nausea hit hard enough to drop her to the floor. This wasn't some luxury hotel, just a crumbling, abandoned shell. A noise like that could have been anything. A chunk of ceiling giving way, maybe a squirrel knocking something over. Still, the timing was eerie. She marveled at King's ability to shake off that kind of shock, wounded and all, and still stay cool enough to draw and fire on an armed man. Could she have ignored the pain, the chaos, and pulled the trigger? Now that she'd tasted a fraction of what he'd been through, her respect for him shot up. Pulling herself together, she studied the elevators again, then flipped through the case file. During the flight, she'd read that these elevators had been locked down by the Secret Service during Ritter's event. No ding should have been possible, yet she'd heard it. And King had looked that way, claimed it was just a reflex, but Michelle wasn't buying it. She examined a crime scene photo. The carpet was a later addition. Back then, the floor was bare wood. Grabbing her knife, she sliced through the carpet, peeling back a square yard to expose the stained planks beneath. Blood didn't just vanish from wood. Apparently, the Fairmont's management had opted for the quick fix. King's blood, Ritter's blood, forever tangled in the grain. Moving to the wall behind where King had stood, she traced the spot where the bullet had lodged after tearing through him. The hole was long gone, but the story wasn't. The walls were now covered in thick mahogany panels, another attempt to conceal the past, as if the hotel owners believed they could erase what had happened. Michelle slipped into the office area through a door behind the front desk. Heavy metal filing cabinets lined one wall, and scattered papers, pens, and other items still covered the desks, like the staff had walked out mid-shift. She approached the cabinets, surprised to find them packed with documents which she began sifting through. Even though computers were likely in use when Ritter was killed, management had clearly kept paper records of all guest stays. That made things a little easier. Using her flashlight, she located the files for 1996 and finally the day Ritter had stayed at the Fairmount. Strangely, the only records left were from 1996 and early 97. The hotel must have shut down soon after the murder, abandoned without a second thought. If the police had seized the records during the investigation, they'd been returned at some point. Ritter's group, including King, had only stayed one night. According to the paperwork, King had been in room 304. Michelle took the main staircase up to the third floor. She didn't have a key, but her lockpicks made quick work of the door. Inside, the room was exactly what she expected, dusty, disheveled, and forgotten. A connecting door led to room 302, identical in its neglected state. Back downstairs, she was about to leave when an idea struck her. Returning to the office, she dug through employee records but came up empty. After a moment's thought, she checked her hotel blueprint, found the linen storage room, and headed there. The space was mostly empty, just bare shelves, a desk, and another filing cabinet. She rifled through the desk first, then the cabinet, where she hit gold, a list of housekeeping staff, names and addresses scribbled on yellowed curling sheets from an old notepad. She pocketed the list and returned to the office, hunting for a phone book. The only one she found was too outdated to be useful. Stepping back outside, she blinked in surprise. Over 2 hours had slipped by inside that decaying place. Checking into a nearby motel, she flipped through its phone directory, cross-referencing the names from the Fairmounts list. One of them had to know something. The 3 women still lived at the same address from back then. Michelle called all of them. The first didn't answer, so she left a voicemail. She managed to reach the other 2 former waitresses, introducing herself as a documentary filmmaker. She explained she was working on a project about political assassinations and wanted to interview people connected to Ritter's murder. Surprisingly, or maybe not so surprisingly, given how little there was to do in Bollington, both agreed to talk. She scheduled meetings with them for the next day. Hungry, she stopped at a roadside diner with a country western theme, where 3 guys in cowboy hats tried hitting on her within 10 minutes. When the last one made his move, Michelle, fed up, kept eating her cheeseburger with one hand while casually flashing her gun with the other. The would-be suitor vanished instantly. Back at the motel, she spent hours refining her interview questions, then called the 3rd woman, who also agreed to meet. As she drifted off to sleep, Michelle wondered if any of this would actually lead anywhere. Outside, an old Buick with a rattling muffler and exhaust fumes pulled up in front of her motel room. The driver cut the engine and sat motionless, staring at her door. His focus was so intense it almost seemed like he could see through walls, maybe even into the Secret Service agent's thoughts. Tomorrow would be interesting. He hadn't expected Michelle Maxwell to show up in Bollington digging into old cases, but now that she had, he needed to handle the situation carefully. His target list was meticulously planned, and he wasn't about to add names recklessly. Still, plans could change. Whether she'd end up on that list remained to be seen. A curious federal agent poking around was trouble. For a moment, he considered taking her out right then, his fingers brushing the cold metal of his weapon. But he hesitated. Too many loose ends, too much risk. That wasn't his style. Michelle Maxwell would live another day. He started the car and drove off into the night. The first 2 former Fairmount Hotel maids Michelle interviewed weren't much help. Ritter's murder had been the biggest event their small town had ever seen, and both women eagerly shared wild conspiracy theories with the documentary filmmaker without offering any solid facts. Michelle listened politely before moving on. The 3rd house she approached sat farther back from the street, a modest but well-kept bungalow with a deep porch where Loretta Baldwin waited in a rocking chair. The African-American woman appeared to be in her late 60s, slender with high cheekbones, an expressive mouth, and thick steel-framed glasses that magnified her sharp, energetic brown eyes. She carried herself with perfect posture and studied Michelle with the practiced detachment of someone who'd spent years reading people, Secret Service level, Michelle thought. When they shook hands, the older woman's grip surprised Michelle with its strength. Loretta offered iced tea, which Michelle accepted despite the dropping temperature making her crave hot coffee instead. "So this movie you're making, sweetheart," Loretta began, rocking slightly in the growing breeze. "We talking big-time Hollywood or some little YouTube thing? Just a documentary, small scale. Then I guess there ain't no juicy paycheck for me. Well, if your interview stands out, we'd come back to film properly. Right now it's just research." What I meant was, you paying me today?" "Oh. No sorry, tight budget. Figures, jobs around here dried up years ago." "I can imagine. Wasn't always like this." "When the hotel was still open," Loretta nodded, her chair creaking as the wind picked up. "Who else you talked to?" When Michelle listed the names, the older woman smirked. "Those 2 don't know squat, trust me. Little Miss Julie tell you she was there when they shot Dr. King?" "She did. Seemed a bit young for that story." "Girl knows Martin Luther King about as well as I know the Dalai Lama. So what you want to hear about that day at the hotel?" Anything you remember. Just another shift, except we all knew he was coming. Clyde Ritter recognized him from TV. I read the paper every morning, always have. Ritter's political views closely mirrored George Wallace's before his change of heart, yet his campaign was gaining traction, which told you everything about this country. Loretta paused, studying Michelle with a glint of amusement. Got that memory of yours working, or maybe I'm not saying anything worth scribbling down. Michelle stiffened, quickly pulling a notepad from her bag and jotting notes. Then she slid a small recorder across the table. Mind if I record? Not at all, Sumi, I've got nothing to lose. Best insurance policy for the broke, no assets. What were you doing that day? Same as always, cleaning rooms. Which floor? Floors. Someone always called in sick, so I'd end up covering extra. That day it was the second and third. By the time I finished, it was time to start all over again. Michelle tensed. King had stayed on the third floor. So you weren't in the lobby during the shooting? Did I say that? Michelle frowned. You just mentioned cleaning the rooms. Since when is curiosity a crime? You were in the event hall when the shots were fired. Just outside. There was a service closet in that hallway and I needed something from it. Get it? Michelle nodded. Management didn't like us maids being seen in the guest areas. Like they were ashamed we existed. But who did they think kept the place spotless? Michelle said she understood. Well, the room where Ritter was shot was the Stonewall Jackson room. Around here, we don't get an Abraham Lincoln or Ulysses S. Grant suite. I see. Anyway, I peeked in and saw Ritter shaking hands, working the crowd, real charming, locking eyes with everyone. Knew he'd been a TV preacher, and watching him, I could see how he pulled in donations and votes. Smooth operator. But as a black woman, I thought the Stonewall Jackson room suited Clyde Ritter just fine. Probably would have loved the Jefferson Davis penthouse too, but no way was he getting my vote. I get that. Besides Ritter, notice anyone else? Remember a cop blocking the entrance. Had to slip past him to get a look. Like I said, I saw Ritter and the guy right behind him real close. Secret Service, Agent Sean King, Michelle clarified. Loretta stared. Exactly, said it like you know him. Never met the man. Michelle had already done plenty of research on her own. Baldwin gave her a long once-over, making Michelle's cheeks flush. No rings on your finger. What's the deal? Don't tell me men don't appreciate a woman like you. Michelle shrugged. My schedule's insane. Most guys don't like that. Sweetheart, men don't like much of anything, Loretta shot back. A hot meal, a cold beer when they want it, no questions about their dumb choices, all the free time in the world, a warm body when they're in the mood, and zero small talk afterward. Sounds like you've got them all figured out. You think it takes deep analysis? Loretta paused, then continued. Yeah, he was a real looker, but when he pulled that trigger, not so handsome anymore. Michelle tensed. You saw it happen? Sure did. The second Ritter went down, all hell broke loose. People screaming, shoving. The cop in front of me turned to see what was happening and got trampled. I've heard gunfire before, grew up shooting at pests and strays, but this, different. Then I saw King shoot Ramsey, watched them drag Ritter out, but he was already gone, and King just stood there staring at the ground like he'd just seen his own life end, Michelle finished. Loretta's eyes narrowed. How'd you know that? Met someone who'd been through something similar. Did you hear anything right before Ritter was shot? Anything that might have distracted King? Michelle avoided mentioning the elevator ding, not wanting to sway Loretta's memory. Loretta shook her head. Too much chaos. But I'll tell you what I did, ran straight to the supply closet and hid for an hour, scared stiff. Before all that, had you finished cleaning the third floor? Loretta sighed. Why don't you just ask what you really want to ask and save us both time? Fine, had you cleaned King's room yet? Everyone checked out before the rally, but yeah, I did his room before the shooting. She leaned in, lowering her voice. And let me tell you, it needed it. Michelle raised an eyebrow. That messy? Not messy, Loretta said, smirking. Busy. Michelle, who'd been perched on the edge of her chair, sank back into the cushions. I get it, Michelle said. The room looked like a pair of wild animals had torn through it. A black lace thong was even dangling from the chandelier. How it got up there was a mystery she didn't care to solve. Any idea who the other animal was? Michelle asked. Loretta shrugged. No, but I don't think you need to look too far. You catch my drift. Michelle paused, then narrowed her eyes. Yeah, I think so. She flipped through her notepad. Did you see anyone leaving the elevator before the attack? Loretta gave her a strange look. Honey, believe me, I wasn't paying attention to the elevators. Michelle pretended to scan her notes. I heard the hotel shut down. Right after Ritter's murder, bad press and all that, lost my steady gig because of it. I noticed the fence around the place. Loretta rolled her eyes. Kids sneaking in to get high, couples looking for privacy, vandals stealing whatever's left. Any plans to reopen? Loretta let out a dry laugh. More likely they'll bulldoze the whole thing. Who owns it now? Beats me, the Fairmount's just a big empty shell, kinda like this town. Michelle wrapped up the interview, slipping Loretta some cash for her time. Let me know when this airs, I want to see it. If it airs, you'll be the first to know, Michelle said vaguely. As she pulled away from the curb, the rattle of a failing muffler caught her attention. A rusted-out Buick crawled past in the opposite direction, the driver barely visible behind the wheel. The car was a perfect metaphor for the town, both barely holding together. The Buick's driver watched Michelle in his rearview, then turned his gaze to Loretta, still grinning as she counted her money. He'd heard every word through the parabolic mic hidden in his car's antenna. The photos from his telephoto lens were just a bonus. Funny how secrets never stayed buried. After all these years, who'd have thought Loretta was hiding in the supply closet that night, but that was a problem for later. He made a slow U-turn and followed Michelle. He knew exactly where she was headed, back to the Fairmount. And after that conversation, he knew why. King was reviewing case files at his desk when footsteps echoed outside his door. Neither his partner nor his secretary would be coming into the office that day, so he stood up, grabbed a letter opener and strode quickly to the door, swinging it open. The men waiting outside looked grim. There was Todd Williams, Wrightsburg's police chief, the same burly marshal from before, and two unfamiliar FBI agents who flashed their badges. King led them into the small conference room next to his office. The marshal leaned forward in his chair, introducing himself as Jefferson Parks and making it clear he preferred Deputy Marshal Parks over any nickname. U.S. Marshals get appointed by politicians, he said flatly. Deputies are the ones who do the real work. He held up an evidence bag containing a pistol. "This is the gun we recovered from your home," Parks stated, his voice devoid of inflection. King shot a glance at Williams, who gave a slight nod. "Okay," King said, "so why are you handing it back to me now?" "Oh, we're not giving it back," one of the FBI agents cut in. Parks continued, "We pulled the bullet that killed Jennings from your partner's office wall. It was jacketed, so minimal deformation. We also recovered the casing. Ballistics confirm the shot that killed Howard Jennings came from your weapon. Firing, pin marks, barrel rifling, even the ejector marks on the casing, perfect match." "That's impossible," King snapped. "Why? Let me ask you something. What time did Jennings die?" "Medical examiner puts it between 1 and 2 in the morning before the body was found," Parks replied. "Then I was on patrol as a deputy sheriff. That gun was in my holster the whole time." One of the FBI agents stiffened. "Should we take that as a confession?" King's glare made his opinion of that remark crystal clear. Parks paused, then said, "We checked your movements that night. Your patrol truck was spotted on Main Street around the time Jennings was killed." "Probably. My route covers downtown, so yeah, someone might have seen my truck. But you don't have a witness placing me inside my office because I wasn't there." An FBI agent opened his mouth to argue, but Parks rested a heavy hand on his arm. "This isn't something we need to debate right now. What we do have is a positive ballistic match, and you know that's as good as a fingerprint." "No, it's not. It doesn't put me at the crime scene. But it does put your gun at the scene and you near it. That's pretty solid." "Circumstantial," King countered. "He convicted people with way less evidence," Parks shot back. An FBI agent chimed in. "They should have done a GSR test when they confiscated his gun." Sean shook his head. "Wouldn't have mattered. I handled the weapon the night before you showed up. My hands would have had trace metal particles either way." "Convenient," the agent muttered. Parks kept his eyes locked on King. "Mind explaining why you were handling your service weapon off duty?" "Thought I heard an intruder near my place." "Was there one?" "Nope, just someone from my past." Parks gave him a skeptical look but let it slide. "Care to explain my motive?" Sean challenged. "Jennings worked for you. Maybe he stole from you, or maybe he caught you skimming from clients and tried blackmail. You set up a meeting and took him out. Cute theory, except he wasn't stealing from me and I don't touch client funds. Check the records." "Oh, we will," Parks said, "but those were just 2 options. Here's a third. Maybe you found out Jennings was in witness protection and leaked it to the wrong people. And those people killed him with my gun, the one in my holster, or you did it for a paycheck. Now I'm a hitman." "Seriously, did you know Jennings was in WITSEC?" Sean hesitated a beat too long. "No. Willing to take a polygraph on that? Not obligated to answer. Just trying to help," Parks said, leaning in. "You already admitted having the murder weapon on you when Jennings died. FYI, you never Mirandized me. Doubt anything I've said holds up in court." "You're not under arrest or charged," an FBI agent cut in. "No Miranda required." "And if we testify," Parks added, "we can absolutely repeat every word you've said here." "Hearsay, inadmissible," King fired back. "You'd never get it past a judge. Case dismissed before lunch." "You're not a lawyer, are you?" Parks asked. "No, why? Because that was a load of crap." King's confidence wavered. Parks pressed harder. "So retracting your statement about having the gun during the murder, am I under arrest? Might depend on your answer." King stood abruptly, chair scraping against the floor. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead as the room's tension spiked like a fuse lit and waiting to blow. "From this point forward, any discussions will happen with my attorney present." Parks stood up as well, and for a brief moment Sean thought the marshal might lunge across the table and throttle him. Instead, Parks just smiled and handed the bagged pistol to an FBI agent. "I'm sure we'll meet again," he said casually. "But don't make any travel plans outside the area. I wouldn't like that." As the group filed out, Sean pulled Williams aside. "Todd, why is Parks running the show? The FBI never hands over control to anyone." The victim was in witness protection. Parks is well respected in the Marshal Service. He's the one who personally placed Jennings here, and he got chewed out hard for the guy's death. My guess, he pulled some strings in DC. Todd shifted uncomfortably, lowering his voice. Look, I don't think you're involved in this mess. You were about to say but, Todd hesitated, but it might be better if I stepped back as deputy until this gets resolved. Appreciate your understanding. Once Todd left, King dropped back into his chair. The fact that they hadn't arrested him nagged at him. They had enough to charge him. And how the hell had the gun from his holster that night been used to kill Jennings? Two possible scenarios formed in his mind before another thought hit him like a punch. How could he have been so blind? Joan Dillinger. He grabbed the phone and dialed an old contact in DC, a guy who'd stuck by him during the Ritter case. After some small talk, Sean cut to the chase. What's Joan up to these days? No clue. I thought you two worked together. Yeah, until she left. Left, transferred out of DC. No, left the service, went private, some high-end security consulting firm. Raking in serious cash from what I hear, probably needs it knowing her taste for the good life. Sean nearly fumbled the receiver. Joan's not with the Secret Service anymore. Been gone about a year, you didn't know. You got her work number. He scribbled it down as his friend added, guess you heard about our mess here. Real shame, Maxwell was solid, top tier. Saw it on the news, smells like a scapegoat to me, and I'd know. Comparing her screw up to your situation, apples and oranges. She was lead detail, you were just one of the team. Come on, how many times had we stood outside a bedroom door while our guy was getting intimately acquainted with a woman who wasn't his wife, and we never frisked those women to check if they were armed. I don't recall us ever lying next to that damn bed either. Nothing bad ever happened though, not because of us. Okay, I don't want to keep arguing, I need to watch my blood pressure, so are you planning to make a move on Joan? Well, I have a feeling I'll be seeing her real soon. Michelle slipped back into the Fairmount Hotel and headed straight for the office. King had booked room 304. Loretta Baldwin had hinted that the answer wasn't far off, so Michelle checked the guest in room 302. She remembered there was a connecting door between the two rooms. No way, she muttered when she saw the name on the registration card. Room 302 had been occupied by Jay Dillinger. Could it be Joan Dillinger? Michelle had only met her briefly a couple of times. Dillinger had climbed higher in the service than any other woman before suddenly walking away. Michelle remembered feeling oddly intimidated around her, something she wasn't used to. Joan had a reputation for being ice cold under pressure, tougher and more relentless than anyone, man or woman. Ambitious as hell, she'd left the service for the lucrative world of private security consulting. But back in her service days, she'd been someone Michelle looked up to. Was Joan really the other half of the wild pair Loretta had described? Were those black lace panties on the chandelier from the same iron-willed woman she'd admired? Had King been too exhausted from a night with Joan to stay sharp? A night so intense it sent lingerie flying toward the ceiling? Michelle was sure it was her when she spotted the address on the hotel form. Just like King's, it listed Secret Service HQ in DC. She tucked both records into her bag and headed for the Stonewall Jackson room. She paused at the threshold where Loretta had witnessed the first assassination of a presidential candidate in over 30 years. Stepping inside, she closed the door behind her. The silence was so thick she could hear her own heartbeat pounding. But the moment she stepped back into the hallway, the eerie tension vanished. Normal sounds returned, and the frantic drumming in her chest faded away. Michelle couldn't shake the eerie feeling that the Stonewall Jackson room might be haunted, maybe by the ghost of a furious Clyde Ritter. She moved down the hallway and found the storage closet where Loretta had claimed to hide. The space was surprisingly roomy, lined with shelves on 3 walls. Climbing to the 3rd floor, she swept her flashlight in wide arcs before stepping into room 302. She tried to picture Joan Dillinger knocking softly, being let inside. A few drinks, some gossip about the Secret Service, and maybe Joan's underwear had ended up on the chandelier while those two put on their own private show. Back in the hallway, she paused at a trash chute bolted to a windowsill. Someone had clearly started renovations and just as clearly abandoned them. Peering outside, she let her eyes adjust to the daylight. The chute emptied into an overflowing dumpster stuffed with rotting mattresses, curtains, and carpet scraps. Returning to the lobby, she hesitated. The stairs led down into the basement, and every horror movie ever made screamed at her not to go unless, of course, you were an armed Secret Service agent. Michelle drew her gun and descended. The air was thick with mildew, the carpet shredded underfoot. She passed a narrow door, backtracked, and pushed it open. Inside was a small service elevator, bigger than a dumbwaiter but not by much. The Fairmount was ancient, and this might have been how they hauled linens between floors. A manual pulley system hung beside the buttons, likely for power outages. She kept moving until rubble blocked her path, chunks of the ceiling having given way. The place was crumbling. Either they tore it down soon or nature would finish the job. Suddenly desperate for sunlight, she sprinted upstairs, only to be blinded and met with a barked command, "Freeze, hotel security, I'm armed." Michelle raised her gun and flashlight. "Secret Service," she snapped, the lie automatic. Too late, she remembered she had no badge to back it up. "Secret Service? Sure, and I'm Marshal Matt Dillon," Michelle shot back. "Mind getting that light out of my eyes?" she asked. "Put the gun on the ground," the voice commanded. "Slow and easy." "I'm doing it, but don't go accidentally pulling that trigger," she replied. The light shifted away as she straightened up. "What are you doing here? This is private property." "Really?" Michelle feigned innocence. "There's a fence and signs posted, ma'am." "Well, maybe I came in another way. Why is the Secret Service here? And while we're at it, got anything to prove you're legit? Can we step into the light? Feels like I've been spelunking for 6 hours." "Fine, but leave the gun, I'll take it." They moved outside and Michelle got a better look at the man, mid-40s, average height, salt and pepper buzz cut, fit, dressed in a private security uniform. He kept his grip on his own weapon while tucking hers into his belt. "All right, let's see that badge. Even if you're Secret Service, there's nothing here for you. Remember when a politician named Clyde Ritter was killed in this hotel about 8 years back?" "Do I remember? Lady, I've lived here my whole life. That's the only exciting thing that's ever happened in this godforsaken place." "Well, I came to take a look. I'm new to the service, and this is one of the case studies we train on. What not to do, obviously, just personal curiosity. Flew all the way from DC, saw the place was closed, figured a quick peek wouldn't hurt." "Fair enough. Now that badge," Michelle hesitated. Her fingers brushed something metallic before she unpinned the Secret Service lapel pin and handed it over. Agents wore these to it each other, colors rotated regularly to prevent fakes. Even suspended, she still put it on every morning out of habit. The guard inspected it, then tossed it back. "Left my official badge and it at the motel," she explained. "Guess you're clean, don't exactly look like the usual trash breaking into boarded-up buildings." He started to return her gun but paused. "First, let's see what's in the bag." "Why?" "So I can see what's in it, that's why." Reluctantly, she handed it over. As he rifled through it, she asked, "Who owns this place now? Like they'd tell me I just keep the riffraff out. Anyone else ever around, 24 hours a day? Beats me, I just work my shift." "You think they'll tear this place down? Who knows, if they wait much longer, it'll collapse on its own." The guard pulled the hotel records from the bag and studied them. "Mind telling me why you want these?" Michelle put on her best innocent face. "Well, turns out I know both those people. We worked together in the service. They were here when the murder happened and I thought maybe they'd like to keep these as a memento." She added the last part with a weak smile. The man stared at her. "A memento? Damn, you feds are weird." He shoved the records back into the bag and handed it to Michelle along with her gun. He watched her walk to her car, waited a few minutes, then went back inside the hotel. When he emerged again, his demeanor had shifted completely. Michelle Maxwell was moving fast, too fast. If she kept digging like this, she might just earn a spot on his list. That's why he'd come here disguised as a security guard, to see what she'd uncovered. The names on those records had been interesting, though not entirely surprising. Sean King and Jay Dillinger. What a charming pair. The man from the Buick slid into his car and drove off. "What can I do for you today, Marshall Parks?" "Want me to confess to a couple misdemeanors, do some community service, and call it a day?" King lounged on the porch as the lawman stepped out of his car and climbed the steps. The big guy wore faded jeans, a blue windbreaker ironically labeled FBI, and a D baseball cap. Noticing Sean's glance, Parks grinned. "Started collecting these back in the 70s when I was still a cop in DC. Every agency hooks me up, one of the few perks of being a Fed. If you ask me, D's got the best merch." He dropped into the rocking chair beside King, rubbing his knees. "Being big paid off when I was younger, high school football star, basketball team captain, and let's just say popular with the cheerleaders, even got a college ride out of it." "Where'd you play?" "Notre Dame, spent more time on the field than in class, tight end, better at blocking than catching, only scored 1 touchdown my whole career, but damn, it was sweet." "Impressive," Parks shrugged. "Now that I'm not a kid anymore, it's just a pain in the ass, or the knees, hips, shoulders, take your pick. You miss being a cop in DC. Being a marshal's better, those were complicated times." "Tough times," King muttered, lifting his beer bottle. "You off-duty enough to join me for one?" "Nah, but I could use a smoke. Gotta fight off this mountain air somehow, too damn fresh and healthy, makes me sick, don't know how you people stand it." Parks pulled a cigarette from his shirt pocket and lit it with a mother-of-pearl lighter, snapping the lid shut with a flick. "You've got yourself a nice little setup here." "Thanks." King studied him. If Parks was handling the Howard Jennings murder investigation on top of everything else, the man was swamped, which meant his visit wasn't casual. "Established law practice, nice house, quiet town, upstanding citizen, hard worker, gives back to the community." "Please, you're making me blush." Parks exhaled smoke. "Around here, nice, successful folks kill people all the time, so that doesn't mean squat to me, and honestly, I don't trust the upstanding types, usually hiding something. Wasn't always this upstanding, wouldn't take much to slip back into old habits, in fact, I can feel it happening. Charming, but don't try sweet-talking me. How upstanding can I be if the murder weapon was mine? Fair point. Want to hear my theory? Parks checked his watch. Sure, if you grab me one of those beers first. Funny just clocked out. King fetched the drink. The marshal leaned back, propping his size 12 boots on the railing, taking a swig between cigar puffs. So, your theory about the gun, he prompted, watching the sunset. Jennings was killed while the gun was supposedly with you, yet you claim it's the murder weapon. Crystal clear so far. Hell, I could cuff you right now if you want. Since I didn't kill Jennings, obviously I didn't have my gun that night. Parks shot him a look. Changing your story? Nope, I keep it in a safe when I'm not carrying, live alone, so sometimes I skip locking it. Real smart. Trust me, after this it's going in a vault. Keep talking. Theory 1, someone swaps my gun with an identical one which I take that night. They use mine to kill Jennings, then return it and take the fake back. Theory 2, a copycat gun kills Jennings, then gets planted in my safe. That's the gun examined in your ballistics tests. The serial number matches the weapon registered in your name. Alright, theory number 1. So you're saying someone stole your gun a long time ago because it takes time to make an exact replica, then swapped it so your firearm would be linked to the crime. Is that it? That's exactly what I'm saying. And you're also telling me a former lawman wouldn't recognize his own weapon. It's a mass-produced 9mm, Marshal, not some flashy museum piece covered in diamonds. I bought it when I became a deputy, use it once a week, never take it out of the holster, then forget about it. Whoever copied it knew what they were doing, the weight distribution, the grip, everything felt identical. And why go through all that trouble just to pin it on you? Killers frame people all the time, don't they? That's the whole point. Jennings worked for me. Maybe they figured folks would buy what you suggested before, that I killed him because I caught him stealing or he caught me. Motive, murder weapon, no alibi, lethal injection, here I come. Parks dropped his feet to the floor and leaned forward. Fascinating, now let me pitch my theory. Plenty of people wanted Jennings dead, that's why he was in the program. Maybe you found out he was in Witsec, sold him out for a nice payday. Then whoever paid you used your own gun and set you up. How's that sound? He locked eyes with Sean. Actually, that works too, Sean admitted. Parks finished his beer, stubbed out his cigarette and stood. How's the media circus treating you? Not as bad as I expected. Most haven't found the house yet. When they do, I'll chain off the road, post signs and start shooting trespassers. Now that's the kind of stubborn I respect. Told you I had it in me. Parks headed down the steps toward his car. King called after him. Why aren't I under arrest? The marshal opened the door. Mainly because I think your first theory might hold water. Maybe while your gun was killing Jennings, you had the copy on you. Didn't think you'd buy my story so easily. Oh, I'm not saying you didn't kill Jennings or swap the gun yourself, though my favorite scenario's still you selling him out, then the real killer framing you. He paused, tilting his head slightly. In the history of Witsec, no protected witness who followed the rules had ever been killed. It was a compelling selling point for potential informants until now. That record was shattered on my watch. I was the one who placed Jennings here and his death weighs on me. So listen close, if you had any part in betraying him, I'll personally handpick your prison. And trust me, it'll be the kind of place where you'll beg for the death penalty before your first meal, asshole or not. Parks tipped his cap. Have a wonderful evening. The next morning, King left Wrightsburg before dawn, battling rush hour traffic until he reached Reston, Virginia around 10. The 10-story building was relatively new, half-empty, its sleek glass facade reflecting the upscale Reston town center nearby. Well-dressed shoppers drifted in and out of high-end boutiques while impatient drivers jockeyed for parking spots. The neighborhood pulsed with money and ambition, but King couldn't wait to finish his business and retreat to the quiet solitude of the Blue Ridge. The penthouse belonged to a firm simply called The Agency, a trademark that probably annoyed the CIA to no end. It was one of the country's top private security outfits. King rode the private elevator up, waving at the surveillance camera before being greeted by a stone-faced guard who looked eager for an excuse to use his sidearm. After a pat-down and metal detector, Sean was led past the sleek reception area by a broad-shouldered aide with expensive tailoring and an attitude to match. The guy opened a door, ushered him in, and left without a word. The corner office had floor-to-ceiling windows tinted dark enough to block prying eyes. Not that anyone could see in unless they were a bird or a reckless pilot. The space was minimalist but undeniably high-end, the kind of quiet luxury that screamed power. King barely had time to take it in before the door clicked shut behind him, sealing him in when a side door opened and she walked in. King debated whether to greet her or slam her onto the table and choke her. I'm impressed you braved the traffic just to see me, Joan said. She wore a sleek dark pantsuit that accentuated her figure, though to be fair, just about anything would have. The tailored cut and 4-inch heels gave the illusion of height she didn't actually have. Thanks for seeing me. Only fair, considering how you saw me last time. Still, your call was a surprise. Then we're even. You have no idea how shocked I was to find out you're no longer with the service. Didn't I mention that when I came to your place? No, Joan, somehow you left that part out. She settled onto a small leather couch against the wall and motioned for him to join her. As Sean sat, Joan poured coffee from the tray in front of them. No eggs, no toasted bagel, King remarked, and no lace underwear either. He was genuinely surprised when she actually blushed at the jab. I'm really trying to move past that, Joan muttered. Sean took a sip and glanced around. Nice digs. Did we even get desks at the service? No, because we never needed them. Either we were speeding around in cars, or we were on our feet until our legs gave out, King finished. Cover duty was agency slang for standing post, usually guarding some high-risk location. Joan scanned the room. It's nice here, but I'm rarely in, mostly hopping between airports. At least you fly commercial or private now. Military transport wrecks your back, your stomach, and your dignity. We've had enough of those flights. Remember Air Force One? Nobody forgets that. I missed that part of the job, but now you make way more money. Same goes for you, I bet. Sean shifted, balancing his cup in one hand. I know you're busy, so I'll cut to it. A marshal named Jefferson Parks came to see me. He's leading the Jennings murder case, same guy who showed up at my place for the gun while you were there. Joan's interest sharpened. Jefferson Parks, you know him? The name rings a bell. So they took your gun. Did ballistics clear you? Actually, no. The tests came back positive. My gun killed Howard Jennings. King had rehearsed that line carefully during the drive, watching for her reaction. Joan nearly spilled her coffee. Either Joan had suddenly become a much better actress or her reaction was completely genuine. That's impossible, she exclaimed. I said the same thing, King replied. But thankfully the marshal and I agreed on how someone could have manipulated my gun into being the murder weapon while I thought it was still with me. How? Sean quickly laid out his theory about the switch. He hadn't planned on telling Joan, but he figured it didn't matter now. More than anything, he wanted to see how she'd react, especially before dropping his next line. Joan took her time processing it, longer than he expected. That would take serious skill and planning, she finally said. Plus access to my place. They'd have to return the gun to the safe before the authorities came to collect it, the same morning you were there. As Joan mulled it over, King finished his coffee, poured another cup, and offered her a refill. She declined. So you came all this way to, what, accuse me of setting you up, she snapped. I'm just saying someone did it and I explained how I think they pulled it off. You could have told me that over the phone. Yeah, but you paid me a visit. I figured I'd return the favor, at least I called ahead. Sean, I didn't frame you. Great, then all my problems are solved. I'll call Parks with the good news. You can be a real piece of work, you know that? King set his cup down and stepped closer. Let me spell it out for you. There's a dead guy in my office, killed with my gun. I've got no alibi, and there's a marshal who, even if he buys my conspiracy theory, still thinks I'm guilty as hell. That man wouldn't shed a tear if I got locked up for life or pumped full of enough drugs to send me straight to the afterlife. Then out of nowhere, you show up and conveniently forget to mention you're not with the Secret Service anymore. You apologize, turn on the charm, and I let you stay at my place. You put on quite the performance trying to get cozy with me on the kitchen counter. No clue why, but I doubt it's just nostalgia. Then while I'm out on the lake, you're alone in my house, and suddenly my gun's the murder weapon after being seized that same morning. Now, Joan, maybe I'm a little more paranoid than most, but you'd have to be on life support not to see how sketchy this all looks. Joan met his glare with infuriating calm. I didn't take your gun, I don't know who did, and I can't prove I had nothing to do with it. You only have my word on this, Joan said. Once again, that's a huge relief, King shot back sarcastically. I never told you I was still with the service, you just assumed. You also never mentioned you weren't, King snapped. You never asked, Joan fired back then sighed. And that wasn't my best work, by the way, Sean frowned. What? You said I did my best to seduce you, just so you know that wasn't even close. Silence settled between them, thick enough to choke on. Fine, King finally said. Whatever game you're playing, keep playing. I'm not ending up in prison for Jennings' murder because I didn't kill him. Neither did I, and I'm not setting you up. Why would I? If I knew that, would I be here? Sean stood, pushing his chair back. Thanks for the coffee. Next time skip the cyanide, it gives me heartburn. Joan leaned forward, her tone shifting. I came to see you for a reason, a specific one, but seeing you again after all this time hit harder than I expected. What reason? A proposition, she said, then quickly added, a job proposition. King's eyes narrowed. What kind? The John Bruno kind. King stiffened. What do you have to do with a missing presidential candidate? My firm was hired by Bruno's party to find him. We negotiated a unique deal, expenses covered, reduced daily rate, but with a very substantial bonus on success. A finder's fee, a multi-million-dollar one to be exact. And since I brought in the client, company policy says I get 60%. King scoffed. How'd you even land that? Good service connections plus a few high-profile wins here, like retrieving a Fortune 500 exec from kidnappers. Congrats, funny how that never made the news. We prefer staying under the radar, but in our circles, we're a big deal. Millions, huh? Didn't think an independent candidate had that kind of cash. Insurance payout, Bruno's wealthy wife leftover campaign funds, now they're spending it on me, no complaints here. King crossed his arms. There's a federal investigation into Bruno's disappearance, Jones smirked. And the FBI doesn't have a monopoly on solving crimes, and Bruno's supporters don't trust the government one bit. In case you haven't been keeping up with the news, some of them believe the candidate was taken out by the agency itself. King scoffed. They said the same thing about me and Ritter, just as ridiculous now as it was back then, but for us this is a golden opportunity. Us, and what exactly is my role in all this? Help me find Bruno and I'll give you 40% of what I collect. We're talking 7 figures here. I'm not rich, but I don't need money. Well, I do. I left the agency before hitting my 25-year mark, so I lost my pension. I've been here a year making decent cash, most of it saved, but it's not exactly thrilling. My time in the service was like cramming a 40-year career into a few decades. Now all I see in my future is white sand beaches, a catamaran, and exotic cocktails, and this job gets me there. Maybe you don't need cash, but you do need something good to happen, something that makes the papers call you a hero instead of a has-been. Now you're my PR agent, you could use one. And why me? You've got an entire company at your disposal. Most of the seasoned pros resent me for landing this assignment and won't work with me. The rest are too young, too book-smart, and clueless about real life. You, though, your 4th year in the service, you single-handedly dismantled the biggest counterfeiting ring in the Northern Hemisphere out of the Louisville, Kentucky branch. That's the kind of investigative talent I need. Plus, you live 2 hours from where Bruno was taken. King glanced around. I don't even work for your company. I can use whoever I want for this investigation. Sean shook his head. I haven't done this kind of work in years. It's like riding a bike. Joan leaned in, locking eyes with him. Just like riding a bike, Sean, and I wouldn't be making this offer if I'd set you up to take the fall for a murder charge. I need you if I want that reward, and I do want it. I've got my law practice. Take a sabbatical. If we're going to find Bruno, sooner is better than later. Look at it this way, it's exciting, different, maybe not like the old days, but maybe like the new days. Her fingers brushed his hand, a move far more seductive than her earlier kitchen table theatrics. And who knows, maybe you can teach me how to sail that catamaran because I have no idea what I'm doing, she added, her voice dropping low. Loretta Baldwin sank deeper into the bathtub, letting the steaming water chase the chill from her bones. The dim lighting suited her, it felt safe, almost womb-like. A chuckle escaped her lips just like it always did when she remembered that girl who'd shown up asking questions, pretending to make some documentary about Clyde Ritter. As if anyone still cared. The girl was probably a cop or a private investigator, though why anyone would dig up that old mess was beyond her. Still, Loretta had taken the money, every last cent, just like she had for years. She'd told the truth, at least to the questions asked. But they'd never asked the right ones, like what she'd really seen that day, crouched in the supply closet. How her hands had trembled when she'd grabbed the girl and slipped her out through the hotel's hidden passages, the ones even the Secret Service didn't know about. For a moment, she'd considered going to the police. But why get tangled in that disaster? She'd spent her life cleaning up after other people's messes, and Clyde Ritter. A man like that belonged in the ground where he couldn't spread his poison anymore, so she'd made sure of it. A letter, a photo, instructions for payment, simple. The money arrived, her silence held, and the person on the other end never learned her name. She'd been clever, using fake addresses, aliases, even a dear friend, now gone, to cover her tracks. It wasn't greed. Sums were modest, but without steady work, they'd kept her afloat, paid the mortgage, covered the bills, even let her send a little help to her family. Everything had gone smoothly until now. The payments had stopped and there was nothing left to do. All good things end. That girl hadn't asked the right question, but even if she had, Loretta would have lied straight to her face. If that kid was a filmmaker, then Loretta was Beyoncé. The thought made her laugh so hard she coughed, the sound echoing off the tiles. Then just like that, the humor faded. The money was gone, and so, it seemed, was her luck. Loretta had never been one to splurge, always tucking away a bit of cash, knowing her golden goose wouldn't last forever. She could coast a little longer, maybe another opportunity would come along. The girl had handed her some money at least, so that was a start. Loretta Baldwin wasn't the type to dwell on the worst. The sharp ring of the phone made her flinch. Finally warm and relaxed, she blinked her eyes open and started to push herself up from the bathtub. Maybe another golden goose was calling. She never made it to the phone. Remember me, Loretta? The man looming over her gripped a metal pipe, one end flattened into a crude weapon. Loretta tried to scream, but he shoved her underwater with the pipe, holding her down. For an older woman, she fought hard, just not hard enough. Her body jerked, eyes wide as she clawed at the pipe, water splashing across the tiles. Then she gasped, lungs filling. It was over fast. The man lifted the pipe, studying Loretta's face. Her wrinkled body lay still at the bottom of the tub, lifeless eyes staring up. The phone had stopped ringing. The house was silent. He stepped out, found her wallet, and returned. Inside was the cash Michelle had given her, 5 crisp 20s tucked neatly in a hidden slot. He hooked the pipe under Loretta's body and dragged her up. With a gloved hand, he pried her mouth open and stuffed the bills inside, forcing her jaw shut before letting her drop back into the water. The edges of the money peeked out between her lips. Not the most flattering look, he thought, but fitting for a blackmailer. He tore through her things, searching for what she'd taken from him years ago. Nothing. After all this time, still nothing. Maybe in the end, Loretta had the last laugh. Except now she was a corpse in a bathtub with cash in her mouth. So who was really laughing? He grabbed the pipe and left the same way he came. Outside, the Buick's engine roared to life. That chapter, that dead end, was finally closed. Maybe he ought to send Michelle Maxwell a thank you note. Without her poking around, he'd never have found Loretta. She hadn't been part of the original plan, but when opportunity knocked, he answered. Bollington was behind him now. As he drove off, he wished Loretta Baldwin a pleasant eternity in hell for all she'd done. King stood on the dock just after sunrise, lazily casting his fishing line into the water before reeling it back in with slow, indifferent motions. The fish weren't biting, but he didn't care. The surrounding mountains loomed over him like silent spectators, watching his half-hearted efforts with quiet judgment. Joan's proposal had come with plenty of reasons, most of them likely benefiting no one but herself. Sean knew exactly what kind of relationship they had. Jefferson Parks, on the other hand, was harder to read. The marshal seemed genuine, but King had spent enough time in law enforcement to recognize a convincing act. Whoever killed Jennings would face Parks' wrath. Sean just needed to make sure he wasn't caught in the crossfire. The water rippled softly against the dock's pilings, drawing his attention. A canoe glided across the lake, propelled by a woman with strong, deliberate strokes. She was close enough for him to see the definition in her arms and shoulders, bare under her tank top. As she slowed, something about her struck him as familiar. She glanced around, almost surprised at how close she drifted to shore. "Morning," she called, waving. King gave a curt nod and cast his line again, this time closer to her canoe. "Hope I'm not ruining your fishing," she said. "Depends how long you stay." She stretched her legs, revealing toned thighs beneath black lycra shorts. Her muscles flexed like coiled wire as she shook out her ponytail and wiped her face with a towel. "Damn, it's gorgeous out here." "That's why people come," King replied, guarded. "Where'd you paddle from?" She pointed south. "Put in at the national park, took the river up." "That's over 6 miles," he said, noting she wasn't even winded. "I train hard." The current nudged her canoe closer, and recognition hit him like a delayed punch. He barely kept his expression neutral. "Care for some coffee, Agent Maxwell?" For a split second, Michelle looked startled, then she relaxed, as if realizing pretending was pointless. "If it's not too much trouble." From one disgraced agent to another, no trouble at all. King helped her pull the canoe ashore. Michelle glanced around at the covered boat docks and storage sheds. The motorboat, kayak, jet ski, and other watercraft were spotless. Every tool, rope, and piece of equipment had its own designated place. A place for everything and everything in its place. "I like it that way," King admitted, "though my personal life's a mess." "My condolences." They walked up to the house. Inside, Sean poured coffee while Michelle, now wearing a Harvard sweatshirt over her tank top and sweatpants, took a seat at the kitchen table. "Thought you went to Georgetown," King remarked. "Got this during training on the Charles River in Boston, prepping for the Olympics." "Right, the Olympics, busy woman." "I like to stay active." "Not too busy, though, if you've got time for early morning water sports and surprise visits to ex-Secret Service agents." Michelle smirked. "So you don't think my showing up is just a coincidence? The sweatshirt gave you away, tells me you plan to get off the boat before heading back to your car. And Olympian or not, I doubt you'd paddle 10 miles without knowing I was home. Got a few silent calls this morning, spaced about half an hour apart. Let me guess, left a phone in the canoe." "Once an investigator, always an investigator." "Glad I was here. Would have hated for you to wander around. Someone's been doing that lately and I don't love it." Michelle set her cup down. "Actually, I have been wandering a bit." "Really? Good for you." "Stopped by a little town in North Carolina, Bollington. Heard of it?" Sean paused, then put his own cup down. "Fairmount's still standing, closed though. Honestly, they should just blow it up and put it out of its misery." "There's something I've always wondered. Maybe you can clear it up." "I'll do my best," King said dryly. "Got nothing but time, so by all means let me help you." Michelle ignored the sarcasm. "The agent placement with Ritter, I get that manpower was thin, but the setup was a disaster. You were the only one within 10 feet of the subject." Sean took a slow sip of coffee, studying his hands. "I know this is intrusive, showing up unannounced, asking questions. Tell me to leave and I will." King shrugged. "Hell with it." Bruno got a taste of what it feels like during the seizure too. "In a way, we're blood brothers now." "In a way," Sean muttered. "What's that supposed to mean?" Sean snapped, irritation flaring. "That I screwed up worse than you and you don't want to be lumped in with me." "Actually, I think my screw-up was bigger. I was the lead on protection detail. I broke visual contact with my principal. No one was shooting at us. I didn't have to kill anyone while chaos erupted around me." "You lost sight of your guy for a few seconds, maybe unforgivable for a Secret Service agent, but I was a disaster the entire op. If anything, you should be the one avoiding comparisons." King's expression softened, his voice quieter now. We barely had half the agents a normal detail would, partly Ritter's call, partly the government's. Ritter wasn't exactly popular and everyone knew he had no shot at winning. But wouldn't it make more sense for Ritter to want maximum security? Didn't trust us, King said simply. We represented the administration, we were the administration. Even as a congressman, Ritter was a loose cannon, a real wild card with a fringe political platform and extremist backers. He was convinced we were spying on him, so he kept us in the dark, last-minute schedule changes, no heads up, drove Bob Scott the detail laid up the wall. I get that, but none of this made it into the official report. Why would it? The service had their culprits. Case closed. Still doesn't explain why security was so sloppy that day. Ritter seemed to tolerate me, no idea why our politics sure didn't align, but I was respectful, cracked a joke now and then. I think distrust aside, I was the one he trusted most, so when I was on duty I was always the one covering his six. Beyond that, he didn't want other agents near him, thought people loved him, that no one would hurt him, some false sense of security from his preacher days. But his campaign manager, Sidney Morse, now that guy was sharp, hated the lax setup, way more realistic, knew there were people out there who'd take a shot. Morse always wanted at least one agent tight on Ritter, the rest spread way back, perimeter only. And completely useless when the shot rang out and panic hit. Sounds like you've seen the tape. Yeah, well, the agent placement wasn't your fault. Bob Scott had come from a military background, serving in Vietnam and even spending time as a prisoner of war. He was a good guy, but in my opinion, he often picked the wrong battles. Around that time, he was dealing with a lot of personal issues. Just a couple of months before Ritter's murder, his wife had filed for divorce. Scott wanted out of protective detail and back into investigations. I think he regretted leaving the army. He was more of a uniform guy than a three-piece suit type. Sometimes he'd even snap off a salute without thinking, and he always used military time, 2,300 hours, not 11 p.m., even though, as you know, the service stuck to standard time. That life just suited him better. So what happened to him? He left the service. Most of the blame got dumped on me, but as you've seen firsthand, the fallout always reaches the top. Scott had put in enough years to keep his pension, so at least he had that. Never heard from him again, not exactly the Christmas card type. Sean paused, then added, and he was obsessed with guns. A hair-trigger temper not unusual for ex-military, plenty of guys like that in law enforcement. With Bob, it was next level. He was basically a walking billboard for the Second Amendment. Was Scott at the hotel when it happened? Yeah, sometimes he'd scout ahead in the next city on the schedule, but in Bowlington, he stayed put. No idea why that place was a total nowhere town. I saw Sidney Morse in the footage, he was right next to Ritter. Always was. Ritter had a bad habit of losing track of time and Morse kept him on a tight leash. I heard Morse was a force of nature. Absolutely. Early in the campaign, the chief of staff and de facto campaign manager was a guy named Doug Denby. But once things really took off, Ritter needed someone full-time who actually knew what they were doing. Morse was that guy. The whole campaign got a jolt of energy when he stepped in. Big guy, non-stop motor, way too dramatic. He lived on sugar, barked orders, worked the media, and shoved his candidate into every spotlight he could find. Pretty sure the man never slept. Denby just played backup by then. Hell, I think even Ritter was a little intimidated by him. Did Morse and Bob Scott get along? Didn't always see eye to eye, but no real issues. Like I said, Bob was neck-deep in a messy divorce at the time. Morse had a younger brother named Peter, who was tangled up in some shady dealings that weighed heavily on him. Because of that, Morse and Peter shared an unspoken understanding. They got along well, unlike Morse and Doug Denby. Doug was all about old-school political ideals, clinging to outdated beliefs that might have been relevant half a century ago. Morse, on the other hand, was the West Coast image guru, the showman who booked Ritter on every talk show and orchestrated flashy events. Soon enough, image trumped policy. Ritter never stood a chance of winning, but he was a born performer, no surprise for a televangelist. The more his face and name spread, the happier he was. From what I gathered, the real goal was shaking up the establishment, and thanks to Morse, they were doing just that, forcing negotiations. That's why Ritter followed Morse's every move. Denby must have hated that, Michelle said. What happened to him? Who knows? Where do old staffers go to fade away? I'm guessing since you had the morning shift, you turned in early the night before. Sean studied her for a long moment. After my afternoon shift, I hit the hotel gym with a couple of my guys, grabbed dinner, and yeah, went to bed early. Why the interest, Agent Maxwell? Call me Michelle. I saw you on TV after Jennings' murder. I'd heard about you at the service. After what happened to me, I wanted to know more about your story, felt like we had a connection. Lucky me. Who else was on Ritter's detail? Sean narrowed his eyes. Why? Michelle shrugged. Maybe I know one of them, could save me time digging through reports. Right, fine. Was Joan Dillinger part of the team? King stood, walked to the window and stared outside. When he turned back, his expression was dark. You wired, strip, or get the hell out of my life. No recorder, but if it makes you happy, I'll strip or take a swim. Electronics and water don't mix, she added lightly. What do you want from me? An answer. Was Joan on the team? Yeah, she was on a different shift than me. Was she at the hotel that day? You already know the answer, so why ask? I'll take that as a yes. Take it however you want. Did you spend the night together? Next question, and make it a good one, it'll be your last. Okay, right before the gunshot, who was inside the elevator when the doors opened? I don't know what you're talking about. You do. I heard the ding of an elevator right before Ramsey fired. It distracted you. Those elevators were supposed to be out of service. Whatever or whoever was in that cab, the second those doors opened, you were locked onto them. That's how Ramsey got the drop on you. I did some digging. Even the agents who reviewed the security footage caught that sound. It wasn't in the official report, but I made a few calls yesterday. They questioned you about it and you claimed you heard something but saw nothing. Blamed it on a malfunction. They let it slide because they already had their guy. But I think you were looking at something, or more accurately, someone. Sean answered by opening the back door and motioning for her to leave. Michelle stood, setting down her coffee cup. Well, at least I got my questions in, even if I didn't get all my answers. As she passed King, she paused. You know, you're right, you and I are stuck together now as the two worst agents who ever failed. I'm not used to that. I've always been the best at everything I've ever done. Bet you were too. Goodbye, Agent Maxwell. Best of luck. Shame our first meeting went like this. First and hopefully last. Oh, one more thing. Even if it's not in the report, I'm sure you've considered the possibility that whoever was in that elevator was meant to distract you while Ramsey drew his weapon. King stayed silent. Funny thing, Michelle mused, glancing around. You find a lot of things funny, Sean said flatly. This place. She gestured to the high ceilings, polished beams, gleaming floors, everything immaculate. It's beautiful, too beautiful. You're not the first to say that. Yeah, she continued, ignoring him. It's beautiful, but it should feel warm, inviting. She turned, locking eyes with him. Instead, it's just precise like a stage set, everything in its perfect little place. The scene showed someone who needed absolute control, someone who'd stripped the soul out of everything or at least hadn't bothered to put any of their own into it. She wrapped her arms around herself. Yeah, it's a pretty cold place. She looked away. I like it that way, King shot back dryly. Michelle studied him, her gaze sharp. Really, Sean? Bet you weren't always like this. King watched as Michelle strode down to the dock, her long legs eating up the distance with quick, determined steps. She pushed her canoe into the water and within minutes was just a speck on the lake's surface. Only then did King slam the door shut. As he turned toward the table, he spotted it, Michelle's Secret Service business card tucked under his coffee mug. On the back, she'd scribbled her home and cell numbers. His first instinct was to toss it, but he didn't. Instead, he held onto it, watching the speck shrink until it rounded a bend and Michelle vanished completely. Under the dim glow of a single bulb, John Bruno lay on his cot staring at the ceiling. The light flickered unpredictably on for an hour, off for who knows how long, then back on for 10 minutes. No pattern, just exhaustion. It was designed to break him, and it was working. His gray jumpsuit hung loose, his beard ragged. No sane jailer would hand a prisoner a razor. A bucket and towel appeared for washing, meals slid through a slot at random intervals. He'd never seen his captors, had no clue where he was or how he got there. At first, he'd tried talking to the unseen hands that fed him, but silence was his only answer. The food was often laced with something, knocking him out or twisting his mind. But not eating wasn't an option. His world was 10 steps forward, 10 steps back. Push-ups on the cold floor kept his muscles from wasting. He didn't know if they watched him constantly, and by now he didn't care. Escape? Impossible, and all of it traced back to Mildred Martin or the woman pretending to be her in that funeral home. For the 100th time, he cursed himself for ignoring Michelle Maxwell's warning. John Bruno, ever the self-centered man, cursed Maxwell under his breath for not being more insistent, for not demanding to come with him. He had no idea how long he'd been trapped in this place. While unconscious, they'd stripped him of everything, his watch, his belongings, leaving him with nothing but questions. Why had they taken him? Was it tied to his presidential campaign or his past as a prosecutor? The thought that neither explanation might be true never crossed his mind. At first, he'd clung to the hope of a quick rescue, but reality had sunk in. His captors knew exactly what they were doing. Now all he had left was the fragile belief in a miracle, and even that was fading with each passing hour. His thoughts drifted to his wife, his kids, the campaign he'd fought so hard for. He was starting to accept that this might be where it all ended, his body never found, his story unfinished. Yet one question gnawed at him: why keep him alive at all? Rolling onto his side, he winced at the dim light. It was too much. Down the hall, another prisoner sat slumped in their cell, their hollow eyes telling a story of surrender. Eat, sit, sleep, and eventually die, that was their future. Bruno shuddered, pulling the thin blanket tighter around himself. Meanwhile, in another part of the underground complex, a man moved with purpose, his energy crackling in stark contrast to the despair of the prisoners. In the soundproofed range, bullets punched into the human-shaped target 30 yards away, each shot precise, lethal. The man was a marksman, cold and efficient. With a button press, the target zipped toward him. He swapped it out, sent the fresh one flying, reloaded and fired again, 14 rounds in under 25 seconds. When the target returned, he allowed himself a rare smile. Every shot had landed in a tight cluster, a perfect kill pattern. Holstering his weapon, he stepped out of the range and into a smaller room. One lined floor to ceiling with detonators, fuses, and enough explosives to level a city block with surgical precision. The man settled at the large worktable in the center of the room, meticulously assembling wires, transistors, timers, and C4 plastic explosives into devices designed for catastrophic destruction. His movements were as precise as they had been at the firing range, his focus unbroken as he hummed softly under his breath. After an hour, he stepped into a room unlike the others, one that at first glance seemed entirely benign. Had someone walked in without seeing the weapons, explosives, or prisoners elsewhere, they might have mistaken it for an artist's studio, stocked with everything needed to create masterpieces of any medium. The only thing missing was natural light, impossible this deep underground, but the artificial glow was more than sufficient. Along one wall, shelves held heavy jackets, reinforced boots, specialized helmets, thick gloves, red lights, axes, oxygen tanks, and other gear. None of it would be needed just yet, but preparedness was key. Rushing now would spell disaster. Patience was essential. Still, he couldn't help but anticipate the moment when everything would fall into place, when he could finally claim victory. Patience. He sat at another table and spent the next 2 hours in deep concentration, painting, cutting, assembling, and refining works that would never hang in a museum or private collection. To him, they were as significant as any celebrated masterpiece. In a very real sense, this was his magnum opus, years in the making. He worked steadily, calculating how much longer until his greatest achievement was complete. Meanwhile, Michelle scrolled through the Secret Service database on her laptop, absorbed in her findings. When her phone buzzed, she startled, then grabbed it eagerly. The screen flashed unknown number, but she answered anyway, hoping it was King. His voice brought an instant smile to her face. "Where do you want to meet?" she asked in response to his request. "Which hotel are you at?" "A charming bed and breakfast about 4 miles from your place off Route 29. The Winchester, that's the one. Nice spot, hope you're enjoying it." "I am now. There's a place called the Sage Gentleman less than a mile from you. I passed it on the way in, looked cozy." "It is, let's meet there for lunch 12:30, I'll be there." "Hey Sean, thanks for calling me back," Michelle said as they stepped onto the wide Victorian-style porch wrapping around the old building. King wore a sport coat over a dark green turtleneck and khakis, while Michelle had on a long black skirt and a white sweater. Her boots gave her just enough height to nearly match Sean's 6-foot frame. Her dark hair fell loose over her shoulders, and for once she'd even put on a little makeup, something she usually skipped. Secret Service work didn't leave much room for fashion, but when you're guarding VIPs at black tie events, blending in meant dressing the part. "Look like $1 million on a civil servant's salary," as the old saying went. Sean nodded toward a dark blue Toyota 4Runner with a roof rack parked nearby. "That yours?" "Yep," she said. "Weekend warrior mobile, handles, trails, gear, you name it. You actually get weekends in the Secret Service." They settled at a quiet corner table inside the restaurant, far enough from other diners to talk freely. When the waiter approached, Michelle answered, "Yes, sir," before he could even finish asking if they were ready to order. Sean smirked but waited until the guy walked away. "Took me years to break that habit." "What habit?" "Calling everyone sir, from waiters to the president." Michelle shrugged. "Never even noticed I did it." "Of course you didn't, it's drilled into you along with 100 other things." Sean leaned back, studying her. "One thing about you still puzzles me, though." A faint grin tugged at her lips. "Just one? I'm disappointed. Why'd a world-class athlete like you go into law enforcement? Not that there's anything wrong with it, but you had options." "Family tradition, I guess. Dad, brothers, uncles, all cops. My old man's Nashville PD chief, wanted to be the first woman in blue in the family. Did a year on the force, then said screw tradition and applied to the Secret Service. Got in, and here we are." The waiter returned with their food. Michelle dug in while Sean sipped his wine. "You come here often?" she asked between bites. He nodded, finishing his glass of Cabernet before picking up his fork. "Clients, friends, the occasional informant. There are plenty of great restaurants tucked away around here, some even better than this one." "You some kind of trial lawyer?" she asked. "Nah," he said. "Trusts, estates, corporate stuff. You enjoy it, pays the electric bill. Not the most thrilling gig, but you can't beat the views. It really is beautiful here. I get why you moved. Has its perks and its downsides. Sometimes you trick yourself into thinking you've escaped all the chaos out there. But it follows you, doesn't it? Yeah, and you start believing you can actually leave the past behind, start fresh." "You did, thought I did, past perfect tense." Michelle wiped her mouth with her napkin. "So why'd you want to see me?" Sean lifted his empty glass. "Join me, you're off duty." She hesitated, then nodded. After lunch, King suggested moving to the restaurant's lounge, empty except for them. They sank into worn leather chairs, the air thick with old cigar smoke and the musty scent of antique books lining the walnut shelves. Sean held his glass up to the light, swirled the wine, then took a sip. Good stuff, Michelle said after tasting hers. Give it 10 years, you won't even recognize it. All I know about wine is screw tops versus corks. 8 years ago, that was me. Back then, my drink of choice was beer, way friendlier on the wallet. So you switched from beer to wine around the time you left the service. Lot of things changed then. Had a buddy who fancied himself a sommelier, taught me everything. We took it slow, started with French, moved to Italian, even dabbled in California whites, though he turned his nose up at those. Reds only according to him. I wonder if you're the only wine connoisseur who's also killed people. Doesn't exactly seem like a natural pairing. Sean set his glass down, amused. You think liking wine is some delicate hobby, you know how much blood's been spilled over it, from drinking it or arguing about it? Does it matter? Dead is dead. You'd know better than me. If you think it's just notching a gun, you're wrong. Never thought that, more like notching your soul. How about we trade info instead, within reason, quid pro quo, something of equal value. Says who? Making it easy, I'll go first. Michelle leaned back in her chair. I'm curious why, Michelle asked. Let's just say you're an unwilling participant in your own nightmare, same as I was 8 years ago. Right, you mentioned we're blood siblings. That night Joan Dillinger was at the hotel. In your room, King shook his head. Your turn now, Michelle thought for a moment. Fine, I spoke to one of the maids who worked at the Fairmount when Ritter was killed. Her name's Loretta Baldwin. Sean gave her a puzzled look. She told me she was the one who cleaned your room that morning. And she found a pair of black lace panties hanging from the chandelier. She paused, then added dryly, I'm guessing they weren't yours. You don't strike me as the lace underwear type. Definitely not. Black isn't my go-to color for lingerie. Weren't you married back then? Separated. My wife had this charming habit of sleeping with other men whenever I was out of town, which was always. Pretty sure her boyfriend started keeping pajamas and toothbrushes at my place. Felt a little left out, honestly. Glad you can joke about it now. Ask me 8 years ago and I wouldn't have been so casual. Time doesn't heal anything, it just makes you stop giving a damn. So what, you and Joan Dillinger had a thing? At the time it felt like more. Stupid looking back. Joan's not that kind of woman. Michelle leaned forward. About the elevator, Sean cut her off. Your turn, I'm tired of reminding you, she sighed. Fine, Dillinger's no longer with the Secret Service. Doesn't count, I already knew that. What else? Loretta told me she hid in the service closet near the ballroom where Ritter was shot. King's interest sharpened. Why? She was terrified and bolted like everyone else. Not everyone, he corrected sharply. I didn't move. Now tell me about the elevator. Why do you care so much? Because it looked like it hypnotized you. You didn't even notice the shooter until he fired. I got distracted. I don't buy it. I heard that sound on the tape. It was an elevator ding. And I think when those doors opened, you saw something or someone that held your attention until Ramsey pulled the trigger. She paused. And since the Secret Service had those elevators locked down, I'm betting whoever was inside was one of theirs. Who else could have gotten past security? My money's on Joan Dillinger, and I think you're covering for her. Tell me I'm wrong. Even if what you're saying is true, it wouldn't change anything. That mistake was mine, and because of it, Ritter's dead. There are no excuses, you should know that by now. But if you were deliberately distracted, that changes everything. It didn't happen that way. How can you be sure? Why would someone be in that elevator at the exact moment Ramsey decided to shoot? Michelle answered her own question. Because Ramsey knew the elevator was coming, he knew whoever was inside would throw you off, giving him the opening to kill Ritter. That's why he waited. She leaned back in her chair, her expression not quite triumphant but defiant, the same look King had seen during her televised press conference. It wasn't like that, just the world's worst coincidence, that's all. I doubt you'll be shocked when I say I don't believe you. Sean stayed silent so long Michelle finally stood. Well, thanks for lunch and the wine lesson, but don't tell me a sharp guy like you doesn't look in the mirror some mornings and wonder what if. She turned to leave, but her phone rang. She answered, frowning. What? Yes, that's right. Who? Oh, my business card, right, but why call me? Her face drained of color as she listened. I didn't know. God, I'm so sorry. When did it happen? Understood. Thank you. She hung up, scribbled a number, then sank back into the chair beside King. Sean studied her. You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. I'm not okay. King leaned forward, resting a hand on her shoulder. What happened? Who was that? That woman from the hotel, the one I spoke to, the maid, Loretta Baldwin, her son. He found my number on the card I left her. Why did something happen to Loretta? She's dead. What? Murdered? I asked her all those questions about Ritter's killing and now she's dead. I don't want to believe it's connected, but I can't ignore it either. Sean shot to his feet so fast it startled her. Is your SUV gassed up? Yeah, Michelle said, bewildered. Why? King muttered more to himself. I'll cancel my meetings. Cancel them for what? Because I've got somewhere to be. Where? Not just me, we do. Let's head to Bolington, North Carolina to figure out why Loretta Baldwin isn't with us anymore. Sean turned toward the door, but Michelle stayed frozen in her chair, visibly unsettled. He spun back around. What's the holdup? I'm not sure I want to do this. King marched over and loomed in front of her, his expression sharp. You showed up out of nowhere asking all kinds of personal questions. You wanted answers, I gave them. Fine, now I'm officially interested too. He paused, then snapped. So let's move, Agent Maxwell. I don't have all day. Michelle shot to her feet. Yes, sir, she replied automatically. Inside Michelle's SUV, King scanned the interior with barely concealed horror. He plucked a crumpled energy bar wrapper from the floor, still clinging to a fossilized chunk of chocolate. The backseat was a disaster zone: water skis, snow gear, paddles, gym clothes, sneakers, dress shoes, a few skirts, jackets, blouses, and an unopened pack of pantyhose. Mixed in were workout leggings, dog-eared paperbacks, a Northern Virginia phone book, empty soda and Gatorade cans, and a Remington hunting rifle with a box of shells. And that was just what he could see. God only knew what lurked beneath the chaos. The stench of rotting bananas hit him like a punch. He glared at Michelle. Note to self: never, and I mean never, accept a dinner invite to your place. She grinned. Told you I'm messy. Messy? This is a landfill on wheels, a full-blown rebellion against order. Wow, poetic. Call me Mick. You prefer Mick over Michelle? Michelle's classy. Mick sounds like a washed-up boxer working as a doorman in a fake uniform with plastic medals. The Secret Service is still a boys' club. Gotta play the part to survive. Drive them around in this mobile junkyard once and they'll never mistake you for a woman again, even if your name was Guinevere. Point taken. So what do you expect to find in Bowlington? If I knew, we probably wouldn't be going. Want to stop by the hotel? Not sure, haven't been back since you know. I get it, I wouldn't want to revisit those funeral homes either. Speaking of, any updates on Bruno's disappearance? Nothing, no ransom, no demands. Why go through the trouble of kidnapping John Bruno, killing a Secret Service agent, maybe even the guy Bruno was honoring, and then do absolutely nothing? Right, Bill Martin, the deceased. I've been thinking he was murdered too. Michelle stared at him, surprised. Why? She asked. They couldn't just plan the whole operation and hope the old man would conveniently drop dead on their schedule. And they couldn't do it the other way around either. Some guy dies, and suddenly they scramble to set everything up in a couple of days, just in time for Bruno to pass through. No, Martin had to have been murdered too. Impressive analysis. I'd heard you were sharp, she admitted. I spent way more time as an investigator than I ever did as a human shield. Every agent busts their ass trying to get into protection detail, especially the presidential unit, but once they're in, they can't wait to get back to real detective work. Why do you think that is? Insane hours, zero control over your life. You just stand there waiting for someone to take a shot. Hated every second of it, but it wasn't like I had options. Were you ever assigned to POTUS? She asked, using the irreverent shorthand for the president. Yeah, took forever to get there. 2 years at the White House. First one was great, second one not so much. Just non-stop travel, dealing with the biggest egos on the planet and getting treated like you're barely above the gardener. Had a special fondness for the staff. Most of them acted 12, couldn't tell their own ass from a hole in the ground, but they'd still ride you over the dumbest things. Funny thing is, right after I finished that gig, they stuck me on Ritter's detail. Wow, super encouraging considering I've spent years trying to get there myself. Not saying don't go for it. Flying on Air Force One. Thrilling, and hearing the president tell you you're doing a good job, that feels damn good. Just don't buy into the hype. In a lot of ways, it's like any other protection gig. With investigations, at least you get to lock up bad guys sometimes. He paused, staring out the window. Speaking of investigations, Joan Dillinger popped back into my life with an offer. What kind of offer? Help her track down Bruno. Michelle nearly swerved off the road. What? Her firm got hired by Bruno's people to find him. Wait, does Joan not know the FBI's already on it? So, Bruno's friends can hire whoever they want. But why bring you in? Joan gave me an explanation, but I'm not buying it, so honestly, no idea. You gonna take the job? King turned to her. What do you think? Should I? Michelle shot him a look. Why are you asking me? You seem suspicious of Joan. If she was really involved in Ritter's murder and now mixed up in something with an independent candidate, doesn't that sound intriguing? So should I take the job or not, Mick? My gut says no, because I might end up in trouble. Yeah, and your second thought, probably way more practical and self-serving than the first. Michelle looked at him, caught the amusement in his expression, and gave a guilty grin. Fine, my second instinct says take it, because then I'd be inside the investigation. And I could feed you everything. Not everything. If you and Joan rekindle whatever you had, I don't need the play-by-play. Relax, the Black Widow always eats her mate. I barely got away last time. They pulled up to Loretta's place a little over 2 hours after leaving Wrightsburg. No cop cars in sight, but yellow crime scene tape stretched across the front door. We can't go in, Michelle noted. Figured as much. What about talking to her son? Michelle found his number and called, setting up a meet at a diner in the center of town. She was about to start the car when King stopped her. Give me a second. He hopped out, paced the sidewalk, then disappeared around the block. A few minutes later, he reappeared from behind the house and climbed back in. What was that about? Nothing. Loretta Baldwin had a nice place. Driving downtown, they passed multiple cop cars at intersections, officers scrutinizing every vehicle. A chopper circled overhead. Wonder what's going on, Michelle muttered. King flipped on the radio, tuning into the local news. 2 inmates had escaped from a nearby prison, sparking a massive manhunt. At the diner, Michelle braked hard before pulling in. What's wrong? King asked. She pointed to a side street where 2 county sheriff's cruisers sat idling. They're not hunting escapees, they're waiting for us. Call the son back, tell him you had nothing to do with his mother's death, but if he wants to talk, it's phone or nothing. Michelle sighed, shifted gears, and drove off. When they found a quiet stretch of road, she pulled over and made the call. All I want to know is how your mother died. Why should I tell you? Lay went to see my mother, and right after that, I found out she was dead. If I had wanted to kill her, do you really think I'd leave my name and phone number behind? I don't know, maybe you have a thing for the macabre. I went to talk to her mother to find out what she knew about Ritter's murder 8 years ago. She told me she knew very little. Why were you asking about that case? I study American history. Are there cops with you right now? What cops? Don't mess with me. Are they there or not? No. Fine, I'll assume you're lying. Here's what I think my conversation with your mother about Ritter's murder might push someone to kill her. Ritter, that's insane. The killer was shot dead on the spot. Can you be sure he acted alone? How the hell would I know? Exactly. So let me ask again, how was your mother killed? Silence filled the other end of the line. Michelle switched tactics. I only spent a few minutes with her, but I really liked her. She was brave, spoke her mind. You must have respected that. She had wisdom wrapped in a tough shell. Yeah, she did, her son muttered. And you can go to hell. The line went dead. Damn it, Michelle hissed. I thought I had him. He'll call back. Give him time. He's probably dealing with the cops. Sean, he just told me to go to hell. Okay, he's not the most refined guy. He's a man. Cut him some slack. We're not as versatile as you. We can only handle one thing at a time. The phone rang half an hour later. Michelle glanced at King. How'd you know? Men always fall for a smooth voice on the phone, and you said all the right things about his mom. Compliment our mothers and we're putty in your hands. All right, Loretta's son said over the line. She was drowned in the bathtub. Drowned. How do you know it wasn't an accident? Maybe she had a heart attack. They stuffed cash in her mouth and ransacked the house. I wouldn't call that an accident. Ransacked and money in her mouth, Michelle repeated. Sean raised an eyebrow. Yeah, $100, 520s. I found her. I'd called that night, but she didn't answer. I live about 40 miles from her place. I drove straight over. God, seeing her like that. His voice cracked. I'm sorry, and I never even asked your name. Tony. Tony Baldwin. Tony, I'm sorry. I visited your mom to ask about Ritter's murder. I wanted to know what happened. I found out Loretta was at the hotel that day and still lived in Bollington, so I went to see her. I also spoke with 2 other former waitresses. I can give you their names if you want. I swear that's all I did, he insisted. All right, I think I can believe you, she replied. So, any idea who might be behind this? Not yet, but finding the killer just became my top priority. Michelle thanked Tony Baldwin, hung up, and turned to King. Money in his mouth, Sean muttered, deep in thought. My money, Michelle added bitterly. I was the one who gave him that $100, 5 crisp 20s after he answered my questions. King rubbed his chin. Okay, robbery wasn't the motive. The killer wouldn't have left cash behind, but they searched the place. They were looking for something. Those bills in his mouth, though, God, it's sickening. Maybe not just sickening, King mused. Maybe the killer was making a statement. Michelle stared at him. What kind of statement? One that's deadly for both the victim and the killer. Who would have guessed? What are you even talking about? Can't tell you. And why the hell not? Because I haven't finished thinking it through. That's just how I operate. Michelle threw her hands up in frustration. You're impossible. Thanks, I practice a lot. King stared out the window for a moment before stretching. All right, this is a small town and we stick out, especially with cops crawling everywhere. Let's get out of here, find a place to crash, and wait till after midnight to make our move. Move on what? King smirked. I can be nostalgic too, you know, Michelle scowled. Is it really that hard for a lawyer to give a straight answer? Fine, how about we pay a visit to the Fairmount Hotel, direct enough for you. They approached the hotel from the back, sticking close to the thick tree line. Dressed identically, they moved in perfect sync, pausing at the edge of the woods to scan for movement. Then in a flash, they sprinted toward the fence, scaled it, and dropped silently on the other side. One of them drew a gun before they slipped inside through a side door, vanishing into the shadows. Meanwhile, King and Michelle parked a safe distance away and continued on foot. As they neared the hotel, an overhead helicopter spotlight forced them to dive into the bushes. Kind of thrilling, Michelle admitted as they emerged and kept walking. Feels weird being on this side of the badge for once. King chuckled. Yeah, non-stop excitement. Imagine this, I could be at home right now, curled up by the fireplace with a glass of Viognier and Proust, instead of hopping around Bollington, North Carolina, dodging police helicopters. Please tell me you don't actually read Proust while sipping wine, Michelle groaned. Only when Espen's got nothing good on, King shot back. As they neared the hotel, King eyed the bizarre architectural mashup of the facade. This place looks like something Frank Lloyd Wright would have designed if he'd been strung out on heroin. Hideous, Michelle agreed. Just so you know Clyde Ritter's taste, he thought the Fairmount was classy. The gap Michelle had used on her first visit had been patched, forcing them to climb the fence. King watched, slightly jealous, as Michelle scaled it effortlessly, way smoother than he managed. He was right. His foot snagged on the chain link on the way down, nearly sending him face first into the dirt. Michelle helped him up without a word and led him to the side of the building. They slipped in through the same window she'd used before. Inside, Michelle pulled out a flashlight, but King held up a hand. Hold on, you said there was a guard. Yeah, but I didn't see one when we got here. King gave her a skeptical look. Pretty sure you mentioned running into the guard on your second visit, not the first. Maybe he was on patrol, checking the other side, probably just walks the perimeter. Probably, King muttered, nodding for her to turn on the light. They moved toward the lobby. The Stonewall Jackson room's at the end of the hall, Michelle said. Oh really? I had no idea, King deadpanned. Sorry, it's been years for you, but I was just here. Relax, I'm just messing with you. You want to head there now? Later, I want to check something first. The closet where Loretta Baldwin hid. Guess great minds do think alike. Soon enough, you'll be back to sipping fancy wine and reading deep thoughts, and who knows, maybe you'll even wash that SUV of yours if you find a spare decade. They reached the closet and opened the door. King took the flashlight, stepped inside, and scanned the space. His gaze landed on a tight corner at the back. He turned to Michelle. Loretta was small. Practically a skeleton, so she could have squeezed in there easy. Did she tell you exactly where she hid? Michelle asked. No, it could have been anywhere, King replied, shaking his head. But think about it, if you were terrified in the middle of a shooting with people screaming and wounded everywhere and you ran into a storage closet, wouldn't you go as far back as possible? It's instinct, like pulling the covers over your head. Loretta had no idea what was happening. For all she knew, someone with a gun could have followed her in there. His voice trailed off as he stared at the spot where Loretta Baldwin might be crouched. Michelle frowned. What is it? Sean hesitated. Not sure. He stepped out and shut the door behind him. Where to now? King took a deep breath. The Stonewall Jackson room. Inside, Michelle stayed quiet, her flashlight cutting through the dark as King studied the layout, his eyes tracing every detail. Then he froze, locking onto the exact spot where he'd stood 8 years earlier. He exhaled slowly, moved forward, and for a moment it was like he was back there, raising his hand as if to steady the sweating, shirt-sleeved Clyde Ritter. September 26, 1996 played out in his mind, the crowd buzzing with potential danger, kids getting kissed, a joke from the back of the room, Ritter's easy laugh. He even caught himself whispering intel into an imaginary mic. His gaze flicked to where the clock had been, though it was long gone now. 5 more minutes and the event would have ended. One small delay, one early dismissal, and everything would have been different. Then in his head, the elevator dinged over and over. The doors kept opening, pulling him into the past. A sudden bang jolted him, his hand flying to a holster that wasn't there, his eyes dropping to where Ritter's body had lain. He spun toward Michelle, who just slammed the door shut, flashlight in hand. Sorry, she said. Wanted to see your reaction. Maybe that was a bad call. Yeah, it was, Sean snapped. She stepped closer. What were you thinking about just now? Would you believe me if I said I'm not entirely sure? Try explaining it anyway. Might be important. King paused. I remember staring at Arnold Ramsey. He didn't look like a man who just assassinated a presidential candidate. He didn't seem scared or arrogant, not angry or unhinged either. So what did he seem like? King stared at her, surprised, like he never expected to kill Ritter. That doesn't add up, he just shot him. Anything else stand out? I remember after they took Ritter's body away, Bobby Scott came up to me asking about the wound. Interesting given the situation. Well, he didn't know the full story yet, just that one of his guys was hurt. The real mess came later. Anything more? King studied the floor. Not long after, when they led me out, I saw Bobby and Sidney Morse going at it in the hallway. Some guy I didn't recognize was with them. Morse was all bluster, maybe 6 feet, pushing 250 pounds, while Bobby was built like an oak ex-Marine tough. They were going at each other hard. Under different circumstances, it might have been funny. What were they fighting about? Ritter's death was on Scott. I'm sure Morse was hammering that into him. Ever see them again after that? Only Bobby had a few official hearings. Never spoke privately. I kept meaning to call him, tell him I was sorry for how things went down. Never did. I read Sidney Morse got committed to a psych facility. Yeah, doubt he cared much about Ritter's politics. For Morse, it was all about the show. Guy used to work in entertainment or something close. Once heard him say if he could push someone like Ritter into the national spotlight, he'd become a legend himself. Michelle glanced around, shivering. It's too quiet, feels like a tomb in here. In a way, it is. 2 men died inside these walls. Glad it wasn't 3, wasn't it? King thought. Michelle swept her flashlight beam across the floor. The barricade ran about here, right? Sean nodded. So it stretched from that wall to just shy of the elevator bank. The footage showed it angled diagonally. Who set it up? Had to be the service. Meaning Bobby Scott, head of security. Doubt Bobby handled details like that. Then how can you be sure it was the service? Sean shrugged. Can't be 100%, just know Ritter and I were supposed to stay behind that line. Exactly. Michelle handed him the flashlight, stepped into his position from that day and faced the elevators. Okay, with the barricade there and you here, you were the only one in the room with a clear line of sight. Feels staged to me. You know, that elevator caught your eye again today, Michelle remarked casually. Drop the elevator crap, King snapped. And why the hell am I even here? Ritter was a jerk, good riddance. He was still a presidential candidate. I didn't like John Bruno either, but I'd have protected him like he was the damn president. Sean shot back, spare me the lecture on government protocol. I was guarding presidents while you were still rowing a boat for some shiny metal. Michelle replied coolly, and pulling all-nighters with another agent before duty is that standard Secret Service procedure. Must have missed that chapter in the handbook. Yeah, right after the one on never leaving your protectee alone in a room. Guess you skipped that too. Hope Joan was worth it. Loretta Baldwin told me about the underwear on the chandelier. You do the math. Big mistake. I'd never sleep with you before a shift, no matter how tempted. Not that I ever would be. Good to know, Mick. Michelle pressed on. Honestly, I'd take your distraction over you showing up after a night with some woman. Fascinating. Now do we actually do our jobs or keep dissecting my life choices? You know what? Let's just leave. This place is making me sick. Michelle stormed off and King followed with a tired sigh. He stepped out of the room, but she was already gone. He called her name, sweeping his flashlight beam until it caught her silhouette in the shadows. Michelle, wait, you'll break your neck trying to navigate this place in the dark. She stopped, arms crossed, glaring at him. Then she stiffened, her head snapping to the side. King barely registered the blur of movement before two men lunged from the darkness. Michelle shouted as they rushed her. Look out! King sprinted forward. Before he could reach them, Michelle twisted, her kick sending one man's gun clattering away. Her left foot slammed into the second attacker's face, sending him crashing into the wall. Spinning like a dancer, she drove a brutal kick into the first man's kidney, dropping him. They staggered up, but Michelle elbowed one in the skull while King knocked the other out cold with his flashlight, breathing hard. Sean watched as Michelle dug through her bag, pulling out two pairs of slim plastic cuffs and expertly securing the unconscious men. She wasn't even winded. When she glanced up at King's stunned expression, she simply said, "Black belt, 4th Dan." Of course, Sean muttered, shining his flashlight over the men still dressed in prison blues. Looks like our friends here are the escaped convicts. Guess they didn't have time for a wardrobe change. Michelle pulled out her phone. I'll call the locals anonymously, do them a favor. As she dialed, Sean smirked. Hey Michelle, yeah, just wanted you to know how safe I feel with a big, strong woman watching my back. After the call, they hurried back to the Land Cruiser just as a helicopter roared overhead, heading toward the hotel. Michelle's eyes tracked the spotlight sweeping the woods, then froze. Down a side road, a van sat parked, its driver clearly illuminated for a split second before the light vanished. So did he? The engine growled to life, tires screeching as the van sped off. Michelle leaped into the driver's seat, yelling at King to move. What's going on? Sean shouted, slamming his door as she fumbled for the keys. There was a man in that van. You didn't see him. See who? Or hear him leave? With that chopper drowning everything out, who was it? Michelle's grip tightened on the wheel. Looked different disguised maybe, but I saw his eyes. Eyes don't lie, it was him. Him who? Simmons, the funeral home guard, the one who took Bruno and killed Neil Richards. King stared. You're sure? She threw the car into gear. Sure enough. But as she whipped the cruiser around, police cars swarmed in, blocking the road. Michelle slammed her fists on the steering wheel. You've got to be kidding me, of all the times for backup to show up. A door swung open and a man stepped out. King exhaled sharply. Not locals. The officer approached Michelle's window, motioning for her to roll it down. He leaned in, scanning both of them before speaking. Mind stepping out now? Jefferson Parks didn't ask twice. The interrogation dragged on for hours. No matter how much Michelle pleaded, the cops refused to let her go after the van. The police clearly had other priorities, and when Michelle tried to explain that this involved the person who had kidnapped John Bruno, their expressions turned deeply skeptical. You'll have to wait, the sheriff said firmly. Michelle endured an excruciating hour as Walter Bishop from the Secret Service did everything he could to tear her down. After learning his agent was being held by North Carolina police, Bishop had flown in just to berate her. When I told you how lucky you were to still be in the service, I thought you understood. Instead, I find you tangled up in business that isn't yours. You couldn't have made a bigger mess, Bishop snapped. Then his gaze shifted to King. Actually, let me correct that. Now you're teamed up with one of the service's most legendary screw-ups. You two could start a club, the Failure Club. Here we have the king of washouts, right, Sean? Back when he was still in the service, King had despised Bishop, one of the loudest voices calling for his dismissal. Years hadn't softened that resentment. Careful, Walt, Sean shot back. I've already won one defamation suit. I'd happily win another for slander. Trust me, nothing would give me more pleasure than dragging you over the coals, tiny ego and all. You'll regret this, Bishop roared. I'm not in the service anymore, so save the theatrics for someone who cares if you can find one. You don't get to talk to me like that. I'd rather talk to a pile of horse manure than waste a second of my life on a self-important jackass like you, King fired back. At least I never let a presidential candidate die because my head was too far up my own ass. Yours was always up there, mine at least came out for air. The argument only escalated, drawing the attention of everyone in the building, even the inmates strained to listen. Michelle, who had never seen anyone stand up to Walter Bishop like this, had to bite back laughter at some of King's comebacks. It was like he'd been stockpiling insults for 8 years. After Bishop stormed off back to D.C., Jefferson Parks and the local sheriff approached Sean and Michelle as they sipped terrible vending machine coffee. "What are you doing here?" King asked Parks. The marshal looked agitated. "I told you to stay put, and the next thing I know, my guys report you're not just in another state, you're digging around in the town where Clyde Ritter was killed. To top it all off, I just found out his partner here," the sheriff said, nodding toward Michelle, "might be connected to a local woman's murder. Now, once again, you left after I specifically asked you not to. Why is that?" King snapped. "I wasn't under arrest. It's not like I hopped a plane to Fiji with a duffel bag of cash. I drove to North Carolina in an SUV packed with sports gear and half-eaten protein bars. Big deal." Michelle cut in, "And let's not forget we helped catch those escaped convicts. We did your department a favor." "I appreciate that," the sheriff said, though his tone stayed sharp. "But I'd still like to know more about your connection to Ms. Baldwin. Murders don't happen around here, well, not since Clyde Ritter's case, and this whole thing doesn't sit right with me." Michelle repeated her version of the conversation with Loretta, careful to leave out the black lace underwear and the late-night visit to King's room, details that earned her a grateful glance from Sean. "Honestly, I'm not even sure Loretta's death has anything to do with me. Could just be a crazy coincidence." "The cash in her mouth," the sheriff pressed. "You said those were your bills," Michelle nodded. "I gave her $100, all 20s for her help, but I had nothing to do with her death," the sheriff sighed. "We checked your alibi. Witnesses place you in Virginia when Loretta was killed." Parks leaned forward. "Then what's the motive? You're describing a crime with no reason behind it unless she had enemies you don't know about, or maybe it was random, but my gut says number stuffing money in her mouth, that's personal." The sheriff shook his head. "Loretta Baldwin didn't have enemies. Sure, she gossiped a lot, but nothing worth killing over." King crossed his arms. "One person's harmless gossip is another's deadly secret." The sheriff didn't look convinced. "Maybe," he stood. "All right, I've got your statements. You're free to go." Michelle stepped closer. "What about the Fairmount? Who owns it now?" Michelle asked. "The last I heard, some Japanese company bought it to turn into a country club, golf course included," the sheriff said with a dry laugh. "Guess they didn't do their homework. Sure, the hotel's got land, but most of it's swamp, and around here you'd be hard-pressed to find more than a handful of folks who even know what a golf club looks like." "You know the name of the private security firm watching the Fairmount?" The sheriff frowned. "What private security?" Michelle kept her reaction in check as she rejoined King and Parker. "How'd you get down here so fast?" Sean asked the marshal. "My guys were tailing you. Waste of manpower if you ask me." "Yeah, real thrilling so far," King muttered. Michelle cut in. "Marshal, something happened last night. It's not tied to Loretta Baldwin's murder, but I'm sure it connects to John Bruno's disappearance." "Bruno?" Parks looked baffled. "What the hell does he have to do with this?" She told him about the man she'd seen. The marshal shook his head. "How can you be sure it was him? You barely got a look and the lighting was garbage." "I'm Secret Service. Faces are my job." Parks still seemed doubtful. "Fine, take it to the FBI. That's their case. I'm just trying to figure out who killed one of my witnesses." He shot King a glare. "And babysitting this guy who's not making it easy." "You want me to sit around until you've got enough to hang me?" King shot back. "I've got enough to cuff you right now if I wanted. Don't tempt me." He eyed them both. "So you two heading back to good old Virginia?" "Honestly, I've had my fill of good old Bowlington," King said. Early the next morning, Michelle and King were driving back to Wrightsburg. "I guess you don't believe me either," she said. "About what?" Sean asked. "Simmons, the guy I saw in that van." "I believe you saw what you saw," she blinked. Parks sure didn't. "Why do you?" "Because Secret Service doesn't forget faces." Michelle grinned. "Knew I liked having you around. Listen, there's more. Apparently there's no security at the Fairmount, so the guy who stopped me was a fake." King's expression darkened. "Could be the same one who killed Loretta." "Yeah, too close for comfort." "What he looked like," she described the imposter. "Like every other guy you pass on the street," she finished. "Nothing stood out. Probably the point, so another dead end." "It feels like we're going in circles with this investigation," Sean remarked as they turned onto the driveway leading up to King's house. When they reached the top, his expression darkened. "Oh great," he muttered, spotting Joan Dillinger pacing angrily in front of the building. Michelle noticed her too. "Looks like the illustrious Ms. Dillinger isn't exactly thrilled." Sean shot Michelle a warning glance. "I know you have your doubts about her, but keep it cool. She's sharp as a tack." Michelle nodded as King stepped out of the SUV and approached Joan. "I tried calling you," he said. "I was out of town," Joan replied, her eyes narrowing when Michelle climbed out of the Land Cruiser. She gave King a pointed look before turning to Michelle. "You must be Agent Maxwell." Michelle offered a tight smile. We met a few years back when you were still with the service. Of course, and lately you've been making headlines. Yeah, not exactly the kind of attention I wanted. I'll bet. Joan's gaze flicked back to King. Funny seeing you two together, had no idea you even knew each other. It's a recent development, King said casually. Joan smirked and placed a hand on Michelle's arm. Mind giving us a minute? Sean and I have something important to discuss. Michelle shrugged. No problem, I could use a break anyway. Sean has that effect on people, some might even call him hazardous to certain women's health. The two locked eyes, neither backing down. Appreciate the warning, but I can handle myself, Michelle said. I'm sure you can, but the right opponent might just knock you out of your league. Hasn't happened yet. Same here, they say the first time's always memorable. I'll keep that in mind, maybe you should too. Goodbye, Michelle, Joan said icily, and thanks for letting me steal Sean away. Yeah, thanks, Mick, King muttered under his breath. As Michelle drove off, King trudged up the porch steps, Joan close behind. He could practically feel the heat of her glare burning into the back of his neck like a condemned man walking his last mile. Inside, Joan dropped into a kitchen chair while King put the kettle on. Her anger was practically boiling over. So, she said, voice tight, care to explain what's going on with you and Michelle Maxwell? Already did, she's new in my life. I don't buy it, she loses Bruno then suddenly shows up at your door. Why do you care? Why do I? Are you serious? I'm investigating Bruno's disappearance and you're cozying up to the agent who got suspended for losing him. She came to me because we've both lost presidential candidates. We were comparing notes, that's it. Bruno isn't really part of the equation here. Sorry to say this, but my bullshit detector is ringing so loud it's about to short circuit. Like it or not, it's the truth. He lifted an empty cup. Tea, you look like you could use some. I've got Earl Grey, peppermint, or the old reliable Lipton. Screw the tea, where the hell did you come from? King kept his voice steady. Oh, about 8 years back. What, just took a little stroll down memory lane. 8 years ago? Joan stared at him, disbelief written all over her face. You went to Bowlington? Bingo, milk and sugar. What the hell were you doing there? Sorry, don't think you've got the clearance for that. Joan slammed her fist on the table. Cut the crap, Sean, and tell me. King paused mid-pour and turned to face her. Not your business unless you've got some secret stake in Ritter's murder I don't know about. Joan narrowed her eyes. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Why don't you tell me what it means? Joan leaned back in her chair, running a hand through her tangled hair. Does Maxwell know we spent the night together? What she knows doesn't matter. This is between you and me. I still don't get what you're after, Sean. Why dig this up now? Maybe I don't know why. Maybe I don't even care, so let's drop it. Water under the bridge, right? Let sleeping dogs lie, whatever. And may that bastard Ritter rest in peace. He finished pouring and slid a cup toward her. Peppermint, drink it. Sean, King grabbed her wrist, leaning in close. Drink your damn tea. Something in his low voice and sharp gaze made her relent. Joan took a sip. It's good, thanks. Don't mention it now about your Bruno deal. Say I agree. What's step one for our little partnership? Joan still looked rattled, but she pulled a file from her briefcase and flipped through it. She took a deep breath, steadying herself, then said, we need facts. I've got a list of people to question. She pushed a sheet across the table. And we'll have to revisit the crime scene. King scanned the names. Solid, got everyone here. Mrs. Bruno Martin, Colonel Mustard, the butler. He paused, then looked up. Sidney Morse should be in a psychiatric facility in Ohio. We'll verify. I'm guessing you'd recognize him. Not likely to forget that face. Any theories? Should I take that as a yes? Take it as a maybe. Theories? Bruno had plenty of enemies. He might already be dead, Joan said. If that's the case, the investigation ends before it even starts, Sean replied. No, my deal with Bruno's people is to find out what happened to him. They'll pay me either way, whether he turns up alive or not. Solid arrangement, you haven't lost your touch. The job's still tough. In fact, if Bruno's gone, it gets even messier. Either way, I get paid based on results, whatever they are. Got it, now back to theories. Some political group snatched him to sway the election in their favor. From what I've gathered, Bruno's voter base was big enough to tip the scales, depending on whether he backed another party or not. Honestly, I don't buy that a major political party would kidnap Bruno, maybe in another country but not here. Agreed, it's a long shot at best. King took a sip of tea before continuing, so let's stick to conventional crimes, okay? They took him for money and a ransom demand's coming. Or maybe it's a gang he dismantled back when he was a prosecutor. If that's true, we might never find the body. Any likely suspects for that scenario? Joan shook her head. I thought there were, but turns out no. The 3 worst crime rings Bruno helped take down don't have active members left. After leaving DC, he went after some small-time Philly crews, but they were low-level, just guns, knives, and burner phones. No way they'd have the brains or resources to pull this off under the Secret Service's nose. Alright, so if we rule out old prosecutor enemies and political motives, we're left with pure financial gain. Was Bruno worth the risk? Not on his own. Like I said, his wife's family has money, but they're not exactly rolling in it. Maybe $1 million tops. Hey, $1 million sounds nice, but these days, not what it used to be, Sean joked. Oh, I'd love to test that theory myself, Joan said, flipping through the file. Bruno's political group has funds, but there are way juicier targets out there. Targets without Secret Service protection. Exactly, it's almost like whoever took him did it just for the thrill to prove they could outsmart the feds. Yep, they must have had inside info, someone from Bruno's team. I've got a few leads, we'll need to check them all. Perfect. Right now all I really need is a quick shower. Digging into your past must have been messy business, Joan remarked dryly. You have no idea, King shot back, heading up the stairs. Sure you want to leave me alone down here? I could stash a nuke in your sock drawer and land you in some real trouble. King stepped into the bedroom, flicked on the bathroom light, and turned on the shower before grabbing his toothbrush. He glanced back at the door, half expecting Joan to pull something. His hand pressed against the wood to shut it, then stopped. The door felt unnaturally heavy, like something was weighing it down. A jolt of adrenaline hit him as he eased it closed, peering behind it. The extra resistance made the movement sluggish, the latch clicking shut without a sound. His focus locked onto the source of the weight. He'd seen plenty of disturbing things in his life, but the sight of Susan Whitehead, Wrightsburg's socialite queen and former client, hanging behind the door, her lifeless eyes staring into his, a butcher knife buried in her chest, that nearly dropped him to his knees. An hour later, Sean sat on the porch steps as investigators wrapped up. Susan Whitehead's body was gone, but the chill of it lingered. Chief Williams approached, rubbing his temple. We're done here. Time of death was around 5 this morning. Word is she liked her sunrise walks. Best guess she was snatched then killed on the spot. That's why there's no blood in your bathroom. She bled out somewhere else. Anything you can tell me? Wasn't here, just got back from North Carolina. Not what I meant, Williams exhaled. I'm not accusing you of killing her. The emphasis on you made King look up. And I didn't have her killed either, if that's your next subtle question. Just doing my job, Sean. We've got a pile of bodies and zero room for favors. You get that right? I know she was your client. Was handled her last divorce. Williams hesitated. All right, might as well ask. There's been talk that you and Susan were involved. True, King's jaw tightened. No, she might be wanted it. I didn't. Problem for you? I know how she could steamroll people. She wanted more. I didn't. End of story. Williams studied him. That's it? Are you sure about that? What exactly are you trying to pull here? Building some wild theory that I had her killed because I didn't want to go out with her? Give me a break. I know it sounds crazy, but people talk, especially around here. And Mrs. Whitehead was a well-known woman. She had plenty of friends. Plenty of paid friends, you mean? I wouldn't go spreading that around, Sean. Seriously, I wouldn't. He held up the note that had been pinned to Susan Whitehead's chest, now sealed in an evidence bag. Any thoughts on this? King glanced at it and shrugged. Only that whoever wrote it was either at Ritter's murder or knows way too much about it. If I were you, I'd hand it over to the FBI. Thanks for the advice. As Williams walked away, King rubbed his temples, fantasizing about soaking in a tub of straight bourbon and drinking half of it. Then the phone rang. It was his partner, Phil Baxter. Yeah, it's true, Phil. She's dead right in my house. I know, I'm just as shocked as you are. Listen, I might need you to handle some paperwork at the office. I wait, what? King's expression darkened. What are you talking about, Phil? You want to go solo? Mind telling me why? Fine, if that's what you want, do what you gotta do. He hung up only for the phone to ring again. This time it was his secretary, Mona Hall, calling to quit. Sniffling, she said she was too scared to keep working for him. Dead bodies kept turning up and people were starting to whisper that King had something to do with it. Not that she believed it, but where there's smoke. After Mona hung up, Joan touched his shoulder. More trouble? My partner's bailing at full speed and my secretary just joined the exodus. Other than that, peachy. I'm sorry. What did I expect? Dead bodies keep landing in my lap. Hell, I'd run too. Well, I'm not running anywhere. In fact, I need your help now more than ever. It's to feel wanted. I'm sticking around for a couple of days to set up interviews and do some digging. Call me and soon, if you're not interested, I'll have to find someone else. I've got a private jet on standby. I want to help you and I think work's the best way to do it. Why, Joan? Why help me? Let's just say it's a long overdue debt. You don't owe me anything. I owe you more than you realize and I see that now. She gave his cheek a light tap, turned and left. The phone rang again. King snatched it up. Yeah, he snapped. It was Michelle. I heard the news. I'll be there in half an hour. King stayed silent. Sean, are you okay? He watched Joan's car disappear down the street from the window. Never better. He took a quick shower in the guest bathroom before settling at the desk in his study. Frowning with concentration, he wrote down the words from the note found on Whitehead's corpse exactly as he remembered them. Deja vu, Sir Kingman. Try to remember, if you can, where you were on the most important day of your life. I know you're sharp, but maybe a little rusty, so here's a clue. 10:32 a.m. 260-91996. So much for standing your ground and holding the line. Can't wait to see you. 10:32 a.m. September 26, 1996, the exact moment Clyde Ritter was shot. What could it mean? King was so absorbed he didn't hear her come in. Sean, are you okay? He jumped with a startled yelp. Michelle recoiled, nearly knocking over a lamp. Jesus, you scared me, she said. Me, damn it, Michelle, ever heard of knocking? I did for 5 minutes straight, no answer. She glanced at the paper. What's that? King exhaled, forcing calm into his voice. A message from someone in my past. How far back? Does September 26, 1996 ring any bells? It clearly did. After a pause, he handed her the note. Michelle read it, then looked up. Who left this? Whoever dropped Susan Whitehead's body in my bathroom. Corpse and note came as a package deal. Guess they didn't want me to miss the memo. Was she killed here? No, cops think she was snatched early this morning, murdered, then dumped at my place. Michelle studied the paper. Do they know about this? King nodded. They have the original. This is my copy. Any idea who wrote it? A few, none of them good. Was Joan still here when you found the body? Yeah, but she's not part of this. I know, wasn't suggesting that. How'd you leave things with her? I'll tell her I'm considering her offer and we'll get back to her. And now we head back to Bowlington. Michelle raised an eyebrow. Thought you were done with the Fairmount Hotel. I am, but I want to know how an unemployed maid kept herself afloat and who stuffed that cash in her mouth. You don't even know if it's connected to the Ritter shooting. Oh, it's connected, and the real question is, he held her gaze. Who saw Loretta Baldwin in that storage room? Thanks for meeting me, Joan said. Jefferson Parks sat across from Joan in the dimly lit diner booth, stirring his coffee with deliberate slowness. His expression was guarded, like he expected a trap. Been a while, he muttered. 6 years, Joan corrected. Since that joint task force in Michigan, back when the Secret Service and U.S. Marshals got the honor of playing errand boys for the FBI. What I recall, you cracked the case and made sure everyone knew it. Self-promotion starts at home, and I've got a knack for it. If I were a man, nobody would even question it. You really believe that? Jefferson, I don't just believe it, I've got receipts. Want me to list them alphabetically or by date? He exhaled sharply, muttering something under his breath before speaking up. So why'd you drag me out here? The Howard Jennings case. What about it? Just checking in, professional courtesy. You know I can't discuss an active investigation, but you can share what's not classified, details that won't blow your case wide open. Parks rubbed his temple. You're gonna have to spell it out. For starters, you haven't arrested Sean King. Despite circumstantial evidence, you don't think he did it. Maybe you've got leads pointing elsewhere. And King couldn't have killed Susan Whitehead. He wasn't even there. In fact, I'd bet you gave him the alibi. How the hell do you know that? I investigate. It's kind of my thing. Jennings and Whitehead's murders might not even be connected. Come on, you don't believe that any more than I do. Different crimes, same shadow behind them. Parks leaned back, arms crossed. You're real sharp, Joan, and I'm just a dumb marshal, but the more you talk, the less sense you make. Let's say Jennings wasn't killed because he was a protected witness. What if it was because he worked for King? Why? She ignored the question. Whitehead was killed elsewhere and dumped at King's place. No proof ties him to either murder. In fact, evidence clears him for Whitehead. But not Jennings. His gun was the murder weapon. Parks shot back. King's substitution theory covers that. You buy it, don't you? I'm not confirming anything. Here's another theory. Jennings' old crew took him out and framed King. His gun, no alibi, the body in his office, classic setup. But how could they be sure? Joan wondered. Sure of what? That Sean wouldn't have an alibi for that night. He could have been responding to an emergency call while on duty, or someone might have seen him when Jennings was killed. Unless they knew his patrol route and waited until he was downtown to take Jennings out. King was spotted in that area at the time of the murder. Spotted, sure, but if he'd run into someone on the street or gotten a call while he was there, he'd have an alibi and the whole case would fall apart. So where does that leave us? With the people behind your conspiracy, the ones who didn't care if Sean got arrested for the murder. In my experience, masterminds don't work that sloppy. If they were sharp enough to steal his gun, make an exact replica down to the smallest detail, use it to kill Jennings, and then plant it back in his place, they'd have picked a time and location that left him zero chance of an alibi. In short, I don't buy flawless planning for the weapon and half-baked execution for the alibi. Killers aren't that inconsistent, or King could have staged it himself to throw us off, and risk ruining the cushy life he built here. Not likely. Fine, I get your point, but why are you so invested in this? Sean and I used to work together. Let's just say I owe him one, so if you're looking for your killer, I'd start somewhere else. Any idea where exactly? Joan looked away. Everyone's got theories. And with that, she shut the conversation down. After Parks left, Joan pulled a folded sheet from her bag. While King and Chief Williams were tied up elsewhere, she'd convinced a county clerk to let her copy the note found on Susan Whitehead's body. She read it over, then pulled another slip of paper from her wallet, one she'd kept for years. Unfolding it carefully, she stared at the few words scribbled there. The note in her hand was the one she'd believed Sean left in her room at the Fairmount Hotel the morning Ritter was killed. After their heated night together, she'd fallen asleep and King had left for his shift. When she woke up, she'd seen the message and followed it, even though it meant bending a few rules. But Joan never minded bending rules. At first, she chalked it up to bad luck, horrible, gut-wrenching luck. She found herself wondering what had really been going through Sean's mind that morning. Back then, she'd kept quiet for one simple reason: it would have wrecked her career. But now, this new twist cast everything in a different light. The real question was what to do next. As King climbed into Michelle's Land Cruiser, he glanced around in surprise. You cleaned the SUV? Just toss some junk out, she said with a shrug. It's spotless now, even smells decent. Michelle wrinkled her nose. Found a couple of old bananas, no idea how they got in here. Did you clean up because I gave you a hard time? Please, I just had time to kill. Either way, I appreciate it. Then it hit him. Wait, where'd you put all the stuff from the truck? You didn't take it to your place. Michelle hesitated, looking uncomfortable. You really don't want to see my hotel room right now? Yeah, probably not. When they reached Bollington, they picked up Tony Baldwin. With the local sheriff's approval, the three of them headed to Loretta Baldwin's house. What did your mom live on Social Security? King asked, eyeing the well-kept interior. No, she was only 61, Tony replied. She work? Tony shook his head as Sean took in the furniture, the rugs, the small feminine touches. The kitchen had appliances far newer than the house itself, and a late-model Ford sat in the garage. King studied Tony. Let me guess, were you supporting her, or did Loretta inherit from some rich relative? I've got 4 kids, barely make ends meet myself. So your mom was sending you money? Tony shifted awkwardly. Come on, Tony, Michelle pressed. We're trying to find out who killed her. Fine. She had money, no clue where it came from, and I didn't ask. When you've got mouths to feed, you don't question a free meal, right? Your mom never mentioned the source. Another head shake. King leaned in. When did you first notice this extra cash? Not sure. First time she sent me anything was years back. How many? Think hard, it matters. 6, maybe 7. When did she stop working at the Fairmount place? Shut down not long after Ritter's murder. And after that, nothing steady. Nothing at all these last few years. She worked crap jobs her whole life, figured she deserved a break, Tony said defensively. So she never told you where the money came from? No friends or other family she might have talked to? I was her closest relative. As for friends, who knows? Tony had a dear friend, Oliver Jones, but he passed away. Maybe he talked to him about it. Do you think we could speak with Jones's family? He didn't have any, outlived them all, died about a year ago. Nothing else comes to mind. Tony hesitated, then his expression shifted. Well, last Christmas, Mom said something odd. What was it? For 5 or 6 years, she always gave the kids nice gifts. But last year, nothing. My youngest, Jewel, asked why didn't she love her grandkids anymore. You know how kids are. Mom just said, sweetheart, all good things come to an end. Something like that. Michelle and King exchanged a glance. I assume the police searched the house, Sean said, top to bottom. Found nothing. No checkbooks, deposit slips, old envelopes hinting where the money came from. Nope, Mom didn't trust banks, cash only. King moved to the window, eyeing the backyard. Looks like your mother loved gardening, Tony smiled. She adored her flowers, spent hours out there when she could. I came by every week to help. She'd just sit and admire them. He paused, then added, want to take a look? King started to shake his head, but Tony cut in, today's my usual weeding day. I know she's not here to see it, but it mattered to her. Michelle nudged King gently. I love gardens. Sure, me too, Sean muttered unconvincingly. As Tony pulled weeds from a flower bed, Michelle and King wandered through the garden. The secret money started right after Ritter died, King said. True, you thinking blackmail? Sean nodded. But how? Just because she saw someone in that storage room? Maybe they were hiding too, scared like her. There's got to be more. Remember when we checked the room? I figured Loretta must be crouched in the back, terrified someone with a gun would burst in. He stopped abruptly, eyes widening. Michelle caught his look. You think she actually saw someone armed? Or carrying something? Why else would she act so suspicious? In the chaos, there were likely plenty of people running for cover or trying to hide. But why a gun? Why not? A guy trying to stash a gun in a storage closet right after a murder makes way more sense than someone hiding a pair of glasses or a wad of cash. A gun screams guilt, it ties him straight to the crime. So let's say he's carrying one. He's too scared to walk out of the hotel with it, worried he'll get stopped and searched. When everything goes sideways, he bolts for the nearest hiding spot, the storage closet, not realizing Loretta's already in there. Maybe he planned to ditch it there all along. Maybe he meant to come back for it later, or if it was clean, he didn't care if the cops found it. Either way, he tucks it under the towels and takes off. Loretta steps out of hiding, picks it up. At first, she might have thought about turning it in, but then she gets a better idea: blackmail. Working at the hotel, she'd know all the exits, slipping out unseen, or maybe she hides the gun somewhere safe to grab later. Michelle turned the theory over in her head. Okay, so Loretta's got the gun and she saw the guy. Even if she doesn't know who he is yet, it wouldn't be hard to find out. She reaches out anonymously, maybe sends a photo of the gun and where she found it, then starts demanding money. It fits, Sean, just as solid as any other theory. And that's why the house was torn apart. They were looking for the gun. You really think Loretta kept it here somewhere? You heard Tony, his mom didn't trust banks. The kind of person who stashed important things where she could grab them fast. Which brings us to the big question, where's the gun? Maybe we should take this place apart brick by brick. Not practical, unless there's a hidden compartment. Burying a gun in a wall isn't exactly easy access. True, King admitted, his gaze drifting absently across the small backyard. His eyes paused, moved on, then snapped back. Sean stepped closer to the row of hydrangeas, 6 pink, 1 blue in the center. These are nice, he said to Tony. The man wiped his hands on a rag as he walked over. Yeah, Mom loved these more than her roses, believe it or not. Interesting, did she ever say why? Why what? Tony frowned. Why she liked hydrangeas more than roses. Sean, is this really important? Michelle cut in. Tony rubbed his chin thoughtful. Now that you mention it, I remember my mom once said those hydrangeas were priceless to her, Tony said. King glanced at Michelle, then stared at the blue hydrangea before muttering, no way. What is it? Michelle asked. Longest shot in the world, but it could be. Tony, you got a shovel. A shovel? Why? The whole pink or blue hydrangea thing always fascinated me. It's not that special. Some think they're different plants, but they're not. You can change pink to blue just by tweaking the soil's pH. More acidic turns them blue, more alkaline turns them pink. They sell stuff for it, aluminum sulfate, I think, or you can toss rusty nails or old cans in the dirt, same effect. I know, Tony, that's why I need the shovel. Baldwin grabbed one from the garage and handed it over. King dug around the hydrangea until the blade hit something solid. A second later, he pulled it free. A solid iron source, King said, holding up a rusted pistol. Later, at a diner, Michelle stirred her coffee. Okay, I'm officially impressed by your detective and gardening skills. Lucky for us, irons in steel, or we'd never have found that gun. I get the gun, the blackmail, why Loretta was killed, but stuffing cash in her mouth, still lost on that. King spun his coffee cup. Back in LA, I worked a joint task force with the FBI. Russian mobsters were shaking down every business in a 2-mile radius, ran a financial scam too, which got the Secret Service involved. We had moles inside, feeding them cash, fight fire with fire, right? Well, we found our informants full of bullet holes, their lips stapled shut. When we cut the stitches, mouth stuffed with bills, probably ours. Message was clear, talk and you die choking on the money that got you killed. So Loretta's cash was symbolic, the final price of silence? That's my take. Hold on, her son said the payment stopped about a year ago. If the blackmail victim was still alive enough to kill Loretta, why had they stopped paying and why had she accepted that? At that point, why didn't she just go to the police? 7 years had passed by then, Sean pointed out. What could she have said that she suddenly recovered from amnesia and remembered everything? Oh, and by the way, here's the gun. Maybe the blackmail victim thought the same thing, Michelle suggested. They figured Loretta had no leverage left, so they stopped paying. Either way, King added, someone only recently discovered Loretta was the blackmailer, and she paid for it with her life. Michelle's face paled as she grabbed King's arm. When I spoke to her, she mentioned hiding in that storage room, but she never said she saw anyone. You don't think? Sean shared her unease. Someone could have overheard her talking to you, or maybe she discussed it with someone else afterward. No, Michelle insisted. She was killed right after we spoke. Our conversation must have triggered it, but we were alone on that porch, unless someone was listening. Her voice wavered. God, I might be the reason she's dead. King squeezed her hand. No, the reason she's dead is the person who held her underwater in that bathtub. Michelle shut her eyes and shook her head. Look, Sean said firmly, I'm sorry about Loretta, but if she really was blackmailing someone, she was playing a dangerous game. She should have gone to the police and handed over that gun years ago. That's exactly what we should do now. And we will, King agreed. Even if the serial number's scratched and the gun's in bad shape, the FBI lab might still pull something from it. There's a field office in Charlottesville. We'll drop it off on our way back. So what now? Michelle asked. If someone hid a gun in the Fairmount Hotel's storage room the day Clyde Ritter was killed, what does that tell you? The realization hit her instantly. That Arnold Ramsey didn't act alone. Exactly, and that's why we're heading there now. Where? Atticus College. Where Professor Arnold Ramsey taught. The small, picturesque campus of Atticus College, with its brick pathways, tree-lined streets, and ivy-covered buildings, didn't seem like the kind of place that would produce a political assassin. I'd never even heard of this school before the Ritter case, Michelle admitted as she steered the Land Cruiser slowly down the main road. King nodded. Never realized how close it was to Bowlington. He checked his watch. It only took us half an hour to get here, Michelle said. What did Ramsey teach? She asked. Political science, specializing in federal election laws, King replied, though privately he was drawn to radical political theories. Michelle gave him a surprised look. After the Ritter murder, King explained, I felt it was my duty to learn everything I could about Arnold Ramsey. He glanced at her. If you're going to understand a man, the least you can do is take the time to figure out who he really was. That sounds a little harsh, she said. It's not. I just wanted to know why a respected college professor would throw his life away to kill some fringe candidate who didn't stand a chance of winning. I'm guessing they dug deep into Ramsey's background after the murder. Not as much as they would have for a major candidate, and honestly, I think everyone just wanted the case closed. The official investigation concluded Ramsey acted alone. Based on what we just found, that might have been a mistake. King stared out the window. It's been years. I'm not sure we'll find anything useful here. Well, we're already in it now. Maybe we'll uncover something everyone else missed, like you did with the blue hydrangea, or we might dig up something better left buried. I don't think that's ever a good idea. You always want the truth out there, don't you? King shrugged. I'm a lawyer, ask a real human being. They were shuffled from one person to another, department to department, until they ended up in the office of Thornton Jorst, a fit middle-aged man with thick glasses and a pale complexion that screamed academia. He had been a friend and colleague of the late Arnold Ramsey. His desk was cluttered with open books, handwritten notes, and a laptop buried under outdated tech like sticky notes and colored pens. The shelves lining the walls groaned under the weight of heavy volumes. King was eyeing the diplomas on the wall when Jorst lifted a cigarette between his fingers. Mind if I smoke? A professor's private office is one of the last places you still can. Both King and Michelle nodded. I was surprised to hear you two came all this way to ask about Arnold, Jorst said. Normally we'd call ahead, King admitted. But we were already in the area, Michelle added. Seemed like too good an opportunity to pass up. Sorry, I didn't quite catch your names, Jorst said. I'm Michelle Stewart, she said, and this is Tom Baxter. Jorst looked at Sean. Excuse me for saying so, but you look familiar, the woman remarked. King smiled. I get that a lot, guess I just have one of those faces. Michelle leaned in. Funny you mentioned that, Dr. Jorst, I was just thinking the same thing. I swear I've seen you somewhere before, but I can't place where. Local news, probably, Jorst replied with a shrug. Election season keeps me on camera more than I'd like. I prefer staying under the radar, but hey, a little fame now and then doesn't hurt the ego. He cleared his throat. From what I gather, you two are working on some kind of documentary about Arnold, is that right? Michelle settled back in her chair, adopting a more serious tone. Not just him, political assassinations in general. We're exploring the idea that there are clear distinctions between those who target politicians. Some do it because of mental instability or personal grudges. Others act on deep ideological beliefs, convinced they're doing the right thing, even seeing it as patriotism. And you want to know which category I think Arnold fell into? Jorst asked, tapping his cigarette. King nodded. You knew him better than most, you must have thought about it. Jorst exhaled a slow stream of smoke. Honestly, I've spent years wondering what drove him, but I wouldn't say he fits neatly into any one box. Ideology, personal vendetta, it's never that simple. Michelle flipped open her notepad. Maybe if we walk through his past piece by piece, we'll find some answers. Jorst checked his watch and Michelle raised an eyebrow. Class to teach. Actually, I'm on sabbatical trying to finish a book, so ask away, she clicked her pen. Let's start with Ramsey's background. Jorst sank into his chair, gaze drifting upward. Arnold was Berkeley through and through, undergrad, PhD, tenure track, top of his class naturally. And somehow he still found time to protest Vietnam, burned his draft card, marched for civil rights, got arrested more than once. His academic record outshone everyone in the department, so he made full professor fast. Students like him? King asked. Jorst smirked. More than they like me, that's for sure. When it comes to grading, I'm far stricter than my late and much mourned colleague, Jorst remarked. Michelle leaned forward. I'm guessing your friend had very different political views than Ritter, right? 99% of Americans fell into that category, thank God for that. Ritter was a televangelist who preyed on desperate people across the country, squeezing donations out of them. How could someone like that even run for the White House? It made me embarrassed for my country. King raised an eyebrow. Sounds like Ramsey rubbed off on you. Jorst coughed, attempting a weak chuckle. I definitely agreed with his take on Ritter as presidential material, but we disagreed violently on how to respond to his campaign. So Ramsey was vocal about his opinions, extremely vocal. Jorst stubbed out his cigarette and immediately lit another. I remember him pacing my office, slamming his fist into his palm, ranting about how a man like Clyde Ritter could gain national traction. It disgusted him. Michelle crossed her arms. But he had to know Ritter didn't stand a chance of winning. That wasn't the point. What really worried people was the backroom maneuvering. Ritter had hit a critical mass of support, enough to make both Republicans and Democrats sweat. He was close to qualifying for federal campaign funds and national debates, and say what you will about Ritter, he knew how to work a crowd. Charismatic, persuasive, the kind of guy who could make you believe anything. Worse, he wasn't just running for president, he'd built an independent coalition backing candidates in key swing states. That spelled disaster for the major parties. King frowned. How so? His movement was splintering traditional voter bases. If his candidates won even 30% of the races, they'd hold serious leverage, and in politics, leverage means power, the kind that lets you name your price. Sean whistled. And Ritter's price, we can only guess. Jorst nodded grimly. After he died, his whole movement collapsed. That assassination was a gift to the establishment. Bad choice of words, sorry. Arnold truly believed that if Ritter wasn't stopped, he'd destroy everything America stands for, Jorst explained. Clearly he wanted to prevent that, King said. Obviously, since he shot him, Jorst replied sharply. Did Arnold ever talk about doing something like this? Like I told the authorities back then, no, he never mentioned it. Sure, he'd storm into my office ranting about Ritter, but he never made any direct threats. That's free speech for you, he had a right to his opinion, but not the right to kill over it. I didn't even know he owned a gun. Was he close with other professors? Michelle asked. Not really. Arnold intimidated most of them. Places like Atticus College don't usually attract academics of his caliber. Any friends outside the college? None that I knew of. What about his students? Jorce gave King a skeptical look. Forgive me, but this feels more like a personal investigation into Arnold than a documentary on why he killed Clyde Ritter. Maybe it's a bit of both, Michelle countered quickly. Understanding his motives means understanding the man, how he reached the point of planning Ritter's assassination. Jorst hesitated, then shrugged. Well, if Arnold ever tried recruiting students to help him, I never heard about it. Was he married when he died? Michelle pressed. Yes, but separated. His wife's name was Regina. They had a daughter, Kate. Jorst stood, walked to a shelf lined with framed photos and handed one to them. The Ramseys' happier times. King and Michelle studied the image. Regina Ramsey is stunning, Michelle remarked. She was, Jorst said quietly. Sean looked up. She's dead, suicide not long ago. I didn't know that, King admitted. You said they were separated. Yes, when Arnold died, Regina lived in a small house nearby. Did they share custody of Kate? Michelle asked. Joint custody, yes. Who knows what the final arrangement would have been if they divorced. After Arnold's death, Regina had full custody. Why did they separate? Jorst sighed. No idea. Regina was beautiful, a talented actress in her youth. She studied theater in college, probably planned to make it big. Then she met Arnold, fell in love, and everything changed. I'm sure she had plenty of admirers, but he was the one she loved. Part of me thinks she couldn't live without him in the end. He paused, voice dropping. I thought she was doing okay. Guess I was wrong. King leaned back in his chair. But it seems he couldn't even make it work with Ramsey, he said. Arnold wasn't the same man anymore. His academic career had peaked and he'd lost all passion for teaching. The depression took hold, and when Regina walked out, it only got worse. Michelle tapped her fingers on the table. So when he shot Ritter, maybe he was just chasing the ghost of who he used to be, trying to rewrite history and go out in a blaze of glory. Maybe, King admitted, but it cost him everything. What about his daughter's reaction? Michelle asked. Kate was shattered, Jorst said, his voice tight. I saw her the day it happened. That haunted look in her eyes never left her. Then she had to watch it all unfold on TV, that damn footage. Her father pulling the trigger, the Secret Service agent taking him down. I saw it too. It was brutal. His expression darkened as he stood abruptly, gripping the edge of his desk. You haven't changed much, Agent King. I don't know what game you're playing, but I don't appreciate being lied to. Tell me why you're really here. King and Michelle exchanged a glance before Sean cut to the chase. Fine. We've uncovered evidence suggesting Arnold Ramsey didn't act alone. There was another shooter in that hotel, or at least someone who wanted Ritter dead just as badly. Jorst scoffed. Impossible. Something like that would have come out years ago. Not if powerful people wanted it buried, Michelle countered. They already had their scapegoat. And the Secret Service agent to take the fall, King added. Jorst sank back into his chair, wiping his forehead with a handkerchief. I can't believe this. What evidence? We can't share details yet, King said. We wouldn't be here if we didn't think it was worth digging into, Jorst exhaled sharply. Well, stranger things have happened. Just look at Kate Ramsey. Michelle leaned forward. What about her? She went to college here at Atticus. I was one of her professors. You'd think this would be the last place she'd want to be. Smart as her father, could have gone anywhere, but she chose here. Where is she now? King asked. Graduate program at VCU's Center for Public Policy, top-tier poli-sci department. Funny, isn't it? After everything, she still ended up chasing the same ghosts. I wrote her a reference letter myself, Jorst said. Did you ever get the sense that Kate hated her father for what he did? Jorst took a long moment before answering. Kate loved her dad, but maybe part of her resented him for leaving, for putting his political ideals before her. I'm no psychiatrist, just guessing. Still, she ended up walking the same path. What do you mean? Michelle asked. Protest marches, op-eds, backing activists, everything her father did. She even writes for left-leaning magazines. So she might have hated him for abandoning her, yet now she's following in his footsteps. Seems that way. What about her relationship with her mother? King pressed. Decent, though Kate might have blamed her a little for what happened. Because if she'd stayed with her husband, maybe he wouldn't have gone through with it. Exactly. Did you ever see Regina Ramsey after her husband's death? Michelle asked. Jorst hesitated. Just at the funeral, and when Kate was studying here, maybe a couple other times. Do you remember how Regina died? Overdose. Did she ever remarry? Jorst paled slightly. No, never remarried. He caught their questioning looks and sighed. Sorry, this isn't easy. They were both my friends. King studied the photo again. Kate at 10, standing between her parents, holding their hands, a picture-perfect family, at least on the surface. He handed it back. Anything else that might help us? Nothing comes to mind. Michelle slid him a business card. Call if you remember something. Jorst stared at it. If you're right, if there was another killer, what was their role? Backup in case Arnold missed. Or, King said slowly, was someone else supposed to die that day too? When they called the Center for Public Policy, they learned Kate Ramsey was out of town but due back soon. Back in Wrightsburg, Sean pulled the Land Cruiser into the lot of an upscale grocery store downtown. Dinner and a decent bottle of wine, he said. Least I can do after dragging you all over the state. Still beats standing around with a gun babysitting some politician hunting for votes. Look at you adapting. King's gaze suddenly shifted to the window. It was obvious his mind was elsewhere. Okay, I know that look. What's going through your head? Michelle asked. Remember how Jorce kept saying how lucky the college was to land a professor like Ramsey? That scholars from Berkeley and nationally recognized experts don't just fall from the sky into places like Atticus. Yeah, so? Well, I saw Jorce's diplomas in his office, good schools, but nothing in the top 20, and I'd bet most of the other faculty weren't exactly academic superstars like Ramsey. Maybe that's why they seemed so intimidated by him. Michelle nodded. So why did a brilliant Berkeley grad and national expert end up teaching at a place like Atticus? King met her gaze. Exactly, if I had to guess, Ramsey had skeletons in his closet, maybe from his activist days, could be why his wife left him in the end. But wouldn't that have come out after the Ritter murder? They must have combed through his past with a fine-tooth comb. Not if it was buried deep enough, and we're talking about something way before the murder. The 60s were a wild time. As they wandered the grocery aisles gathering dinner ingredients, Michelle noticed the whispers and sideways glances aimed at King. At checkout, Sean tapped the shoulder of the man in front of him who was doing his best to pretend he wasn't there. How's it going, Charles? The man turned pale. Oh, Sean, good, thanks you, he fumbled, immediately regretting the question. Sean kept smiling. Pretty damn awful, Charles, but I know I can count on you, right? Remember that tax mess I got you out of a few years back? Martha's waiting in the car, gotta go. Charles bolted, scrambling into a Mercedes wagon driven by a sharp-eyed silver-haired woman. Her mouth dropped open as he started talking and she peeled out, kicking up dust. Back home, King cooked an elaborate meal, Caesar salad, crab cakes, then pork chops with mushroom gravy and garlic mashed potatoes. They finished off with chocolate mousse, eating on the back deck overlooking the lake. You can cook, but are you available for hire? Michelle joked. Depends on the paycheck. She raised her wine glass. This is good, better be, it's been aging in the cellar for 7 years. That was one of my favorite bottles, Sean said. I'm honored, Michelle replied. He glanced toward the dock. Feel like taking the jet ski out? You know I never turn down water sports. There are swimsuits in the guest room. Rule number 1 about me, I always come prepared with my own gear. King climbed onto his red Sea-Doo 4 Tech, Michelle settling behind him, arms wrapped around his waist. They sped across the lake for a few miles before Sean dropped anchor in a quiet cove. Sitting on the jet ski, they took in the view. In about 6 weeks, the colors here will be insane, he said. And the sunsets behind the mountains, unreal. Think it's time to burn off dinner, Michelle said, peeling off her life jacket and sweats. Underneath, she wore bright red lycra shorts and a matching sports bra. King stared, the mountain scenery suddenly forgotten. Problem? She asked. Nope, none, he said, quickly looking away. Michelle dove in, surfacing with a splash. Coming, Sean stripped down and followed, surfacing beside her. She eyed the shore. How far do you think that is? About 100 yards. Why? Considering signing up for a triathlon. Shocking, he deadpanned. I'll race you. Wouldn't be much of a contest. Wow, cocky much. More like realistic. You're an Olympian. I'm a middle-aged lawyer with bad knees and a shoulder that still aches from getting shot on duty. It'd be like racing your grandma with ankle weights. We'll see, you might surprise yourself. Ready, go? Michelle sliced through the water with smooth strokes. King lagged at first but caught up surprisingly fast. Near the shore, they were neck and neck until he playfully grabbed her ankle. They hit the sand almost simultaneously. Sean collapsed onto his back, gasping. Okay, guess I did surprise myself. He glanced at Michelle, who wasn't even winded. Realization hit. You didn't even try. Of course I did, just adjusted for age and injuries. That's it. He sprang up, chasing her as she shrieked and laughed. Catching her easily, he hoisted her over his shoulder, waded into the lake, and dumped her unceremoniously into the water. Michelle burst out laughing, nearly choking. Why'd you do that? To prove that even though I'm over 40, I'm not dead yet. Back at the dock, as he hoisted the Sea-Doo onto its lift, he asked, how'd you go from basketball and track to Olympic rowing? I like track more than basketball, but I missed being part of a team. In college, a friend rowed, so I gave it a shot. Turned out I had a knack for it. Once I was on the water, I never ran out of gas, felt like a machine, and I loved that exhausted, emptied-out feeling after pushing myself to the limit. I was the youngest on my team. First time I tried out, nobody gave me much of a chance. Guess I proved them wrong. Seems like you've spent most of your life doing some version of that, especially in the Secret Service. Wasn't exactly a walk in the park. I don't know much about rowing. What's your event called? The coxed for 4 women rowing their hearts out plus a coxswain calling the shots. Total focus, no room for mistakes. What was the Olympics like? Equal parts thrilling and terrifying. I was so nervous before my first heat I threw up, but when we took silver, missing gold by a hair, nothing compares. I was basically a kid thinking that was the peak of my entire life. You still feel that way? Michelle smirked. Nope, pretty sure the best is still ahead. They both showered and changed. When she came downstairs, King was flipping through notes at the kitchen table. "Interesting reading?" she asked, running a comb through her damp hair. Sean glanced up. "Our interview with Jorst. I think he knows more than he's saying, and I wonder what Kate Ramsey could tell us. If she'll even talk to us." "Right," he yawned. "We'll figure it out tomorrow. Long day." Michelle checked her watch. "Yeah, it's late. I should head out. Stay here tonight. Guest room's all set. You already used the shower. I've got my own hotel room. Don't worry, I'm a big girl." "I'm worried because all the junk from your Jeep is now in that hotel room. Something might still be alive in there, could jump you in the middle of the night." King grinned. "Stay." Michelle smiled back, her eyes holding a look that made him pause, though maybe it was just the wine. "Thanks, Sean. I am pretty beat night." He watched her climb the stairs, slow and tired. King's gaze lingered on Michelle's toned legs as they disappeared into the guest room, her athletic frame making his pulse quicken. He exhaled sharply, forcing his thoughts elsewhere. Methodically, he checked every window and door, testing the locks. For the first time, he considered installing a security system, something he'd never needed before. Hell, he used to leave the damn door unlocked half the time. Talk about a wake-up call. Pausing at the top of the stairs, he stared at the guest room door. Behind it lay a woman who might welcome him, or knee him in the groin given his recent streak of bad luck. He hesitated, weighing the complications. Starting something now with chaos swirling around them, the answer came too easily. Jaw tight, he turned toward his own room. Outside, a shadowed Buick rolled to a stop near the base of the driveway, its repaired muffler silent. The driver killed the engine, stepping out to study the darkened house through the trees. Two others emerged, Simmons, twitchy with nerves, and Tasha, grinning like this was a damn field trip. The leader gave a curt nod and they moved forward, weapons ready. Inside, King jolted awake as a hand clamped over his mouth. Michelle's face loomed above him, her finger pressed to her lips. "Someone's here," she breathed. He dressed in seconds, eyes darting to the door. "Back of the house downstairs," she whispered. "Friend of yours?" she asked. "Maybe someone delivering another corpse." "Anything worth stealing?" King froze. "Loretta's gun in my desk." Her eyes widened. "You think?" "Yeah." He grabbed the landline, then cursed. "Dead. Where's your cell?" "Probably still in the damn SUV." They crept downstairs, ears straining. The house held its breath around them. The stranger could be anywhere, watching, waiting to strike. King glanced at Michelle and whispered, "Nervous." She swallowed hard. "Yeah, this is creeping me out. What's your move when things go south?" "Find a bigger gun than the other guys," King muttered. A sharp bang echoed from the basement stairs. Michelle gripped his arm. "We shouldn't engage. No idea how many there are or what they're packing." King nodded. "Agreed, but we need Loretta's gun. You got the SUV keys?" She jingled them. "Right here, I'll drive. We call the cops the second we're clear." With Michelle covering him, King slipped into the study, snatched the case, and checked the gun was still inside. They moved silently through the front door and climbed into the Land Cruiser. King turned the key. A shot rang out from behind, slamming him forward onto the horn. The blare filled the cab. "Sean," Michelle screamed, but her voice cut off as a leather garrote bit into her throat. She clawed at the strap, fingers slipping, air vanishing. Her lungs burned, vision blurring. Through the haze, she saw King slumped over the wheel, blood streaking his neck. The garrote tightened. A hand reached past her, snatching the case. A door opened, closed, footsteps faded. Michelle braced her feet on the dashboard, arching her back, fighting for an inch of space. She collapsed, gasping. The horn's wail pounded in her skull. King's limp body twisted her desperation into fury. She jerked her head back, crack into her attacker's face. The strap loosened just slightly. Her hand shot behind her, grabbing hair, raking skin. She yanked hard, but the pressure on her throat held. Then a brutal yank backward. Her spine screamed. The world tilted. Tears streaked her face as his breath hissed in her ear. Every ounce of his strength pressed down, stealing her last gasp. "Die already," the man hissed. "Just give up and die." His mocking tone sent a surge of adrenaline through her. With the last shred of strength she had, Michelle tightened her grip on her pistol. Her finger found the trigger as she angled the weapon backward against the seat. She barely had any energy left, but sheer willpower took over. Praying her aim was true, knowing she wouldn't get another shot, she fired. The bullet tore through the seat and she heard the impact, followed by a pained grunt. The garrote loosened instantly, then dropped away. Gasping for air, Michelle shoved the car door open and stumbled out, dizzy and nauseous. Behind her, the rear door flew open. The man staggered out, clutching his bleeding side. She raised the gun, but he kicked the door into her, knocking her down. Fury burned through her exhaustion. She sprang up instantly, leveling the pistol as he bolted. But before she could fire, her knees buckled and she retched violently. When she looked up, her vision swam, her head pounding so hard she saw three blurry figures running. She emptied the clip, firing at what she thought was the real target. All 6 shots missed. She'd aimed at the wrong silhouette. Tires screeched as his car sped off, kicking up gravel. Michelle collapsed with a groan. Hours later, a deputy passing by spotted the wrecked SUV. He found King and Michelle unconscious. Both were rushed to Yuva Hospital in Charlottesville. King woke first, his head wound bled, but his skull was intact. Michelle took longer, sedated while doctors treated her injuries. When she finally opened her eyes, King sat beside her, bandaged and scowling. Jesus, you look awful, she whispered. Gee, thanks. I've been stuck in this chair for hours waiting for Sleeping Beauty to wake up. She managed a weak smile. It's good to see your face, I wasn't sure you made it. King studied the bruises on her swollen neck. Whoever did this really worked you over, you get a look at him? No, just knew it was a man, she hesitated. I shot him. Wait, what? Through the seat, I think I hit his side. King exhaled sharply. Cops are waiting for your statement. FBI's here too, along with Marshall Parks. I filled them in on finding the gun and my theory about Loretta blackmailing someone. I don't think I can tell the police much, he admitted. There had to be at least two people involved, one to lure us out of the house and another waiting by your SUV. They were counting on me going for the gun and I played right into their hands. Someone must have been watching us the whole time we were at Loretta's place. They probably saw us take the gun and decided to take it back. Then it was three people because there were two in the SUV. Michelle hesitated before asking, they took Loretta's gun, didn't they? Yeah, he sighed, rubbing his temples. Looking back, it was a dumb move. We should have handed it straight to the FBI, but we didn't. That's on us. He placed a hand on her shoulder. You got way too close this time, dangerously close. I fought as hard as I could. I know you did, and you're the only reason I'm still breathing. I owe you. Before Michelle could respond, the door swung open and a young man stepped in. Agent Maxwell, he flashed his Secret Service badge. Once you're cleared by the hospital and finished with the police, you're coming with me to D.C. Why? King demanded, but the agent ignored him. The doctors say you're lucky to be alive. Luck had nothing to do with it, Sean muttered. Why am I being sent back to Washington? Michelle asked. Effective immediately, you're reassigned to administrative duties at the D.C. office. This is Walter Bishop's doing, King said flatly. I wouldn't know. Yeah, well, I do, that's why I said it. The agent gave Sean a curt nod. I'll be here when you're ready to leave. Then he walked out. Well, that was fun while it lasted, Michelle said dryly. She reached for Sean's hand and squeezed it. Hey, I'll be back. No way I'm letting you have all the fun without me. Just rest for now, okay? She nodded. Sean, he met her gaze. About last night, the swim and everything, it was nice. I think we both needed that. Maybe we can do it again sometime. Hell yeah, best part was tossing you in the water. As King left Michelle's room and walked down the hospital hallway, a woman suddenly blocked his path. Joan looked frantic, her eyes darting to his bandaged head. I just heard, are you okay? Never better. And Agent Maxwell, she's fine, thanks for asking. Are you sure you're okay? I'm great, Joan. Okay, relax. She gestured to some empty chairs in a nearby waiting area. Once they sat, Joan fixed him with a serious look. I heard you found a gun at that woman's house. How the hell did you find that out? I just told the police the same thing, King said. I work in the private sector now, but that doesn't mean I forgot how to investigate after leaving the service. So is it true? King hesitated. Yeah, I found a gun. And where do you think it came from? I've got my theories, but I'm not in the mood to share. Well, let me tell you what I think. That woman worked as a maid at the Fairmount Hotel, had a gun buried in her backyard, and ended up dead with her mouth stuffed full of cash. So she was blackmailing whoever owned that gun, and that person might be connected to Ritter's murder. King stared at her, stunned. Who the hell are your sources? Sorry, but I'm fresh out of sharing too, so you find the gun, lose the gun, and nearly get yourself killed in the process. Michelle had it way worse than me. They just knocked me out with her. They went all out to finish the job. Joan gave him a strange look. You think any of this ties back to Bruno's disappearance? She asked suddenly. Sean looked surprised. How? Just because Ritter and Bruno were both presidential candidates, that's a stretch. Maybe, but the most complicated things usually have a simple answer at the core. Thanks for the detective wisdom, I'll keep that in mind. You might actually need it. You're the one running around with the woman who let Bruno get snatched. She didn't let Bruno get taken any more than I let Ritter get killed. Here's the thing, I'm investigating Bruno's disappearance and right now no one's above suspicion, not even your little friend Michelle. Great, and she's not my little friend. Okay, then what is she exactly? I'm just following leads and she's helping, that's it. Perfect, glad you found a partner considering I've been completely cut out. Does Maxwell pay you $1 million if you solve this or just a couple of nights in bed? King studied her. Don't tell me you're jealous. Maybe I am. Either way, I think I at least deserve an answer to my offer. Sean glanced toward Michelle's room but turned back when Joan put a hand on his arm. I need to get to work and who knows, we might even uncover the real truth about Clyde Ritter. Sean met her gaze, defiant. Yeah, we might. So, are you in? I need to know now. After a pause, King nodded. I'm in. They landed in Dayton, Ohio on a private jet, then drove north toward the psychiatric facility about 30 minutes away. Joan had already called ahead and secured the necessary clearances to visit Sidney Morse. It wasn't as hard as I expected, Joan told King during the car ride. Though when I said who we wanted to see, the woman on the phone actually laughed. She said we could visit if we wanted, but it wouldn't do much good. How long has Morse been there? King asked. About a year. His family had him committed, his brother Peter specifically. I think he's the only relative Morse has left. I thought Peter Morse had run-ins with the law, wasn't he an addict? Was being the key word. He never did time, probably thanks to his brother's influence. Seems clean now. When his older brother lost his mind, Peter checked him into the state psychiatric facility. Why Ohio? Before the breakdown, Sydney lived here with him. I guess he was too far gone to function on his own. Sean shook his head. Talk about a fall from grace, from king to permanent resident of a mental hospital in less than a decade. The waiting room was bleak, the air thick with distant screams and muffled sobbing. Wheelchair-bound patients slumped in the hallways, lost in their own fractured worlds. Down the corridor, a small group watched a game show in the rec room, their faces blank under the flickering TV light. Staff moved in slow motion, drained by the oppressive atmosphere. When an orderly wheeled in the man they'd come to see, King and Joan stood. "All right, here's Sid," the orderly said, giving Morse's shoulder a light tap. "These folks want to talk to you, okay? Go ahead, you're fine." He flashed a grin, yellowed teeth. "Too many cigarettes." Joan hesitated. "Anything we should avoid saying?" The orderly chuckled. "Not with Sid, doesn't matter anymore." King stared at the shell of the man who'd once nearly pulled off one of the most audacious political cons in U.S. history. The weight loss hadn't erased the softness in his frame, and the shaved head only emphasized the patchy gray stubble. His eyes, once sharp enough to dissect a lie at 50 paces, were vacant. "What's the official diagnosis?" King asked. "That he's never leaving," the orderly Carl said flatly. "Brains fried for good. I'll be down the hall. Holler when you're done." As he walked away, Joan exhaled. "I can't believe it's really him." Sydney Morse's reputation and career took a massive hit after Ritter's death, but I never imagined things would spiral this far. "Maybe it happened slowly," Joan said. 8 years is a long time, look at me. After the Ritter scandal, Morse fell apart. Nobody wanted anything to do with him. He sank into depression. And his younger brother might have introduced him to hard drugs when they were living together. During the campaign, Sydney mentioned Peter had legal trouble because of his addiction, said he had a real talent for finding ways to score. Classic burnout. Sean crouched in front of Morse. "Sydney, remember me? Sean King, Secret Service." No reaction. A thin line of drool hung from Morse's lip. Sean glanced at Joan. His father was a big-shot lawyer, his mom some kind of heiress. Wonder where all that money went. Maybe it's paying for this place. Nah, this is state-run, no luxury rehab here. Then maybe the brother controls the cash. Split inheritance, now he's got both shares, but who cares about the Morse brothers? We're here for John Bruno. Sean turned back to Morse, still motionless. Jesus, look at those knife scars on his face. Self-inflicted, sometimes it comes with the territory. King stood, shaking his head. "Hey, you play with him yet?" A shrill voice cut in from behind. They turned to see a frail little man clutching a ragged stuffed rabbit. His features were so small he looked like a garden gnome wrapped in a tattered robe and not much else. Joan averted her eyes. "The game?" the man insisted, grinning like a kid. "You play with him?" Sean nodded at Morse. "I'm Buddy," the patient announced, lifting the rabbit. "And this is Buddy too." "Nice to meet you, Buddy," Sean said, then nodded at the toy. "And you other Buddy, so you friends with Sid?" Buddy nodded eagerly. "We play the game." "Right, the game, show me how it works." Buddy beamed and scurried to a cardboard box in the corner, digging out a tennis ball before hurrying back. He planted himself in front of Morse and raised the ball. "Okay, now I throw the..." His focus flickered out. He froze, mouth slack, eyes blank, ball in one hand and rabbit in the other. "Throw the ball, Buddy," Sean prompted. Buddy jolted back to life. "All right, here goes my pitch." Buddy struck an exaggerated baseball pitcher's pose, showing off more of himself than King or Joan cared to see. But when he finally threw the ball, it was with a slow underhand toss that arced lazily toward Morse's head. Just before impact, Morse's right hand snapped up and caught it midair, then dropped limply back into his lap, still clutching the ball. Buddy bounced excitedly and took a theatrical bow. "Game on," he announced. He stepped closer to Morse, trying to reclaim the ball, but the man's fingers remained locked around it. Buddy turned with an exaggerated pout. "He never gives it back, mean, mean, mean." Carl poked his head into the room. "Everything okay in here? Oh hey, Buddy." "He won't give me my ball," Buddy whined. "No big deal, just relax," Carl said, stepping inside. He pried the ball from Morse's grip and handed it back to Buddy, who immediately offered it to King. "Your turn," Sean shot Carl a questioning look, and Carl just grinned. "It's fine, just a conditioned reflex. The docs here have some fancy term for it, but it's pretty much the only thing Sid can do. The other patients get a kick out of it." King shrugged and tossed the ball gently back to Morse, who caught it again without hesitation. "Does anyone ever visit him?" Joan asked. "His brother used to come," Carl said, "but it's been a while. Rumor is Sid was somebody important back in the day. When he first got admitted, a few reporters showed up. Didn't last long once they saw his condition. Now nobody, he just sits there. And catches balls," Joan added. "Yep." As Joan and King turned to leave, Buddy hurried after them, clutching the tennis ball. "You can keep it if you want, I've got plenty." King took it. "Thanks, Buddy." The little man lifted his stuffed rabbit. "Say thanks to Bud too." "Thanks, Bud." Buddy turned to Joan and hoisted the rabbit higher. "Kiss for Buddy," King nudged her. "Come on, it's cute." What, no dinner first? She brushed a quick peck against the rabbit's cheek, then asked, so you and Sid you're close. Buddy nodded so vigorously he nearly hit himself in the chest with his chin. His room's right next to mine, wanna see? Sean glanced at Joan. Well, we're already here, might as well, she sighed. Buddy grabbed Joan's hand and led them down the hall. Neither King nor Joan was sure they were allowed back there without an orderly, but no one stopped them. Buddy halted abruptly at a door and slapped his palm against it. This is my room, wanna check it out? It's wild. Sure, Joan said. Maybe there's more buddies in there. Buddy swung the door open, then slammed it shut just as fast. I don't like people seeing my things, Buddy said, eyeing them nervously. Sean let out an exasperated sigh. Fine, your house, your rules. Is this Sid's room? Joan pointed to the door left of Buddy's. No, this one, Buddy corrected, opening the right door. Mind if we take a look? King asked. Mind if we take a look? Buddy echoed with a wide grin, studying them. Joan glanced down the empty hallway. I think it's fine, Buddy. Why don't you stand guard out here? She slipped inside, King following and shutting the door behind them, leaving Buddy frozen outside, his expression suddenly uneasy. The former colleague scanned the sparse room. Sydney Morse's downfall was slow and complete, Joan remarked. Downfalls usually are, Sean muttered, distracted by the overpowering stench of urine. He wondered how often the sheets were changed. A small table in the corner held several unframed photos. King picked one up. Guess they don't allow glass or metal in here. Morse doesn't strike me as the suicidal type, or capable of much else, really. You never know, he might choke on that tennis ball. Sean flipped through the photos, two teenagers, one gripping a baseball bat. The Morse brothers' high school days. Another showed a well-dressed couple. Parents, I'd guess. Joan leaned in. The mom looks like the homemaker type. Homemaker with money, big difference for some people. The father's got that polished look. I said he was a big-shot lawyer. Joan took the photo, examining it closely. Sydney was chubby even back then, but cute. Peter, too, good build, same eyes. She studied the confident way he held the bat, probably peaked at 18, then came the drugs, the trouble. Wouldn't be the first time. How old's Peter now? A little younger than Sid, so mid-50s. Joan kept staring at Peter's face. Ted Bundy vibes, charming, handsome, and ready to slit your throat the second you let your guard down. Reminds me of some women I've known. A small trunk sat in the corner. King rummaged through it, pulling out yellowed newspaper clippings, mostly about Sydney's career. Joan peered over his shoulder. Sweet of his brother to bring him a scrapbook, even if Sid can't read it. Sean didn't answer, smoothing out a crumpled article. This one's about Morse's theater days. He used to talk about it all the time. He'd pulled off some pretty elaborate productions, though I doubt any of them ever turned a profit. Probably didn't care, King said. When your mom's loaded, you can afford to play around like that. Well, eventually he shut it down and got serious about making a living, though you could argue he ran Ritter's campaign like one of his theater productions. Anything else before we officially label Sydney Morse as a dead end? Shouldn't we check under the bed? King asked. Joan shot him a withering look. That's a man's job, Sean sighed, crouched down and took a quick peek. He straightened up immediately. Well. Joan pressed, trust me, you don't want to know, let's get out of here. Outside the room, Buddy was waiting. Thanks for the help, Joan told him. You've been a real sweetheart. Buddy's face lit up. Buddy gets a kiss. Already gave him one, she reminded him politely. Suddenly, Buddy looked like he might burst into tears. No, this Buddy, he clarified, pointing at himself. Joan's jaw dropped and she glanced at King, clearly desperate for backup. Sorry, but that's a woman's job. Joan stared at Buddy for a second, muttered something under her breath, then grabbed him and planted a quick, loud kiss on his lips. She turned away, wiped her mouth, and hissed, the things I do for $1,000,000. She started walking. Bye, Buddy, King said, following her. A thrilled Buddy waved frantically, calling after them, bye, Buddy. The private jet touched down in Philadelphia, and half an hour later, Joan and King were driving through the upscale suburbs of the main line, heading toward John and Catherine Bruno's home. As they passed sprawling gardens and ivy-covered brick mansions, King glanced at Joan. So we're talking old money, all on the wife's side. John Bruno grew up poor in Queens before his family moved to D.C. He went to Georgetown Law, then started as a prosecutor. You ever meet Mrs. Bruno before? Number wanted you there for the first impression. You know how it is. A stiffly uniformed Hispanic maid led them to the living room, offering a stiff little curtsy before disappearing. Sean rolled his eyes at the outdated display but snapped back to attention as a petite woman entered. His first thought, Catherine Bruno would make one hell of a first lady. Mid-40s, elegant, poised, everything about her screamed old money Grace Mrs. Bruno gave off an air of superiority from the moment they walked in, her gaze fixed somewhere above their shoulders as if they weren't worth the effort of eye contact. She didn't even bother to ask why King's head was bandaged. Joan, however, had a knack for pulling focus, like a tightly wound storm in human form. King bit back a grin as his partner launched straight into business. Mrs. Bruno, time isn't on our side. The police and FBI have followed protocol, but it hasn't gotten them far. The longer your husband stays missing, the slimmer the chances of bringing him home alive. The woman's haughty stare finally dropped to meet theirs. Isn't that why John's people hired you, to get him back in one piece? Exactly, Joan said. I'm tracking multiple leads, but I need your help. I've already told the police everything, ask them. I'd rather hear it from you. Why? Because your answers might lead to questions the police didn't think to ask. And King thought we'd love to see if you're lying to our faces. Fine, go ahead, Mrs. Bruno snapped, though her sudden hesitation made King wonder if she had something to hide, maybe an affair or worse, no real interest in her husband's safe return. Did you support your husband's political campaign? Joan pressed. What kind of question is that? One we'd like an answer to, Joan replied smoothly. We're narrowing down motives, suspects, and investigative angles. And how does my support or lack of it matter? If you were involved, you might know names, private concerns, anything that weighed on him politically. If not, we'll have to dig elsewhere. Mrs. Bruno exhaled sharply. Look, I wasn't exactly thrilled about John's political ambitions. Let's be honest, he never stood a chance, and my family didn't approve, King cut in. We aren't a political family. Our reputation is pristine. My mother nearly had a heart attack when I married a prosecutor from the wrong side of town, a man 10 years older no less. But I love John. That doesn't mean it's been easy balancing expectations. These things aren't exactly celebrated in my circles, so no, I wasn't his biggest political ally. A flicker of something unreadable crossed her face. Regret? Resentment? King made a mental note. She's hiding more than she's saying. My husband had an outstanding reputation as a lawyer. He worked as a prosecutor on some high-profile cases, first in Washington, D.C. and later in Philadelphia, where we met. That earned him national recognition. I think being constantly surrounded by politicians in D.C. fueled his desire to dive into politics himself, even after we moved to Philadelphia. I didn't agree with his ambitions, but as his wife, I publicly supported him. Joan and Sean moved on to standard questions, and Mrs. Bruno gave standard answers, mostly unhelpful. Can you think of anyone who might have wanted to harm your husband? Joan asked. Aside from the people he prosecuted, no. John received death threats in the past, but not recently. After leaving the district attorney's office, he worked in private practice for a few years before jumping into politics. Joan stopped taking notes. Which law firm? The Philadelphia branch of a D.C. firm, Dobson, Tyler and Reed. Their offices are downtown on Market Street, very prestigious. What kind of work did your husband do? John never discussed work with me, and I never encouraged him to. It didn't interest me. But presumably he handled courtroom litigation. My husband loved having a stage to perform on, so yes, trial work. Did he ever express any concerns to you? He thought the campaign was going reasonably well. He wasn't expecting to win, it was more about making a statement. What were his plans after the election? We never really talked about it. I assumed he'd return to Dobson and Tyler. Can you tell us about his relationship with Bill Martin? He mentioned him occasionally, but that was before we met. Any idea why Bill Martin's widow wanted to meet with your husband? None. Like I said, that connection predates our marriage. First marriage for both of you. His first, not mine, she replied curtly. Do you have children? 3. This is very hard on them and me. I just want John back. Mrs. Bruno sniffled as if on cue. Joan handed her a tissue. We all do, Joan said, no doubt thinking about the millions she stood to make. And I won't stop until I get answers. Thank you, we'll be in touch. Joan and Sean left, heading back to the airport. What do you think? Joan asked as they drove. Nose itching yet? First impression. A snob who knows more than she's telling. But what she isn't telling us might have nothing to do with Bruno's kidnapping, King said. Or it might have everything to do with it, Joan countered. She doesn't seem thrilled about all the political drama, but what spouses? She's got 3 kids, and we've got no reason to think she doesn't love them or her husband. Plus, she's the one with the money. She'd gain nothing from a kidnapping. She'd actually have to pay part of the ransom. Unless there is no ransom demand. Then she pays nothing, ends up single again, and free to marry someone from her own social circle, someone who doesn't wade through the dirty waters of politics. Fair point, King admitted. We just don't have enough to go on yet. We'll get there. Joan flipped open a file and skimmed the pages. The attack on you and Maxwell happened around 2 a.m. Here I thought I was special. Turns out you invite every woman over for a sleepover. She stayed in the guest room just like you. And where did you sleep? Sean ignored her. Who's next on the list? Joan closed the file. Since we're here, I'd like to reach out to that law firm Dobson and Tyler, but we should do some digging first. So next up, Mildred Martin. What do we have on her? Devoted to her husband, who worked with Bruno back in D.C. My early digging suggests young John Bruno wasn't exactly the most ethical prosecutor, left Martin hanging when things got messy. So Widow Martin wouldn't exactly be Bruno's biggest fan, right? Right, Bill Martin had terminal lung cancer, metastasized to the bones, maybe a month left tops, but someone decided that wasn't fast enough, gave him a little push. Joan flipped through the autopsy report. Turns out embalming fluid was everywhere, even in the vitreous humor, usually a great spot to check for poison since, unlike blood, it doesn't turn to jelly after death. Vitreous humor, that's the fluid in the eyeball. King asked. Joan nodded. Either way, they found a methanol spike in the brainstem sample. Well, if he was a heavy drinker, that's normal. Methanol's in whiskey, wine, plenty of booze. True, just mentioning it because the me flagged it. Thing is, methanol's also an embalming fluid. And if they knew there wouldn't be an autopsy, that the body would be embalmed. Joan finished his thought. The embalming process could have masked the methanol, or at least muddied the waters if an autopsy did happen. Is there such a thing as a perfect crime? Joan flashed a knowing grin. Not when we're the ones investigating. What do you think Mildred might tell us? If Bruno altered his schedule to meet a woman calling herself Mildred Martin, he must have believed the real Mildred had something important to say. From what I know, John Bruno never does anything without a reason. Or unless it benefits him, but why would she even talk to us? After some digging, I found out she enjoys strong drinks and can't resist a charming man in the mood for flattery. Hope you caught the hint, and lose the bandage, your hair's too good to hide. What's your role in this? Joan gave a sweet practice smile. The heartless jerk, a role I've perfected. After landing, King and Joan rented a car and drove to Mildred Martin's place, arriving late in the afternoon. The modest house sat in one of those neighborhoods where retirees with limited means settled, about 5 miles from the funeral home where Bruno had been taken. They rang the bell and knocked, but no one answered. This doesn't make sense, Joan muttered. I called ahead. Let's check the back. You said she likes to drink. Maybe she's out there getting a head start. They found Mildred behind the house, seated at a weathered wicker table on a cracked, moss-stained patio, sipping a cocktail and smoking, admiring her small garden. She was in her 70s, her face lined from years of sun and cigarettes. Dressed in a light floral dress and sandals, her hair, aside from the gray roots, was a bold shade of orange. The scent of citronella from a candle under the table filled the air. After introductions, Mildred gestured lazily. I like it back here even with the damn mosquitoes. This time of year the garden's at its best. Thanks for seeing us, King said politely, having ditched the head bandage as instructed. Mildred raised her glass. I'm a gin girl and I hate drinking alone. What'll you have? Her voice was rough, worn down by decades of liquor and smoke. A screwdriver, Joan said, shooting King a glance. My weakness. Scotch and soda, King added. Need a hand? Mildred laughed, a deep, throaty sound. Oh, if I were 40 years younger, you bet you could serve me. With a tipsy smirk, she wobbled inside. King watched her go. Seems like she's moved past mourning. They'd been married for 46 years, and by all accounts, they had a strong relationship. Her husband was around 80, sick and suffering terribly. Maybe Mildred doesn't have much reason to grieve. Bill Martin was Bruno's mentor. What exactly did that mean? When Bruno started as a prosecutor in Washington, he worked under Martin. Bill taught him the ins and outs of the job. At the district attorney's office. Yeah, King glanced around. Well, the Martins don't seem to be living too comfortably. Public service doesn't pay much, you know, and Bill didn't marry an heiress. They moved here after he retired. Mildred grew up around these parts. Nostalgia aside, not exactly the kind of place I'd rush back to. Mildred returned with a tray of drinks and sat back down. All right, I suppose you want to cut to the chase. I've already talked to the police. I don't know a thing. We understand, Mrs. Martin, King said, but we still wanted to meet you in person. Oh, lucky me, and please call me Millie. Mrs. Martin was my mother-in-law and she's been dead 30 years. Okay, Millie, we know you spoke with the police and we know there was an autopsy on your husband's body. That was a complete waste of time. Why? Joan asked quickly. Mildred shot her a sharp look. Because nobody poisoned him. My husband was an old man with terminal cancer. He died peacefully in his bed. If I can't drop dead from a heart attack in my garden, I'd take that kind of exit too. Are you aware of the call made to Bruno? Yes, and I already told the police I didn't make it. They checked my phone records, guess they didn't believe me. Joan leaned forward. The thing is, everyone says Bruno was deeply shaken after that call. Any idea why? If I didn't make it, how would I know? Mind reading isn't one of my talents, otherwise I'd be rich, Joan pressed on. Let's put it this way, Millie. Bruno and your husband were close once, even if they drifted apart. Then he gets a call thinking it's you asking for a meeting and he freaks out, so whoever called must have said something convincing, something he'd logically tie to you or Bill. Maybe they just told him Bill died. I'd hope that would shake him up. They were friends after all. Joan shook her head. No, Bruno already knew. We confirmed that he wasn't planning to visit the funeral home before the call. Mildred rolled her eyes. That doesn't surprise me. Why do you say that? King asked. Let me cut to the chase. I was never Bruno's biggest fan, though my husband Bill practically worshipped the ground he walked on. Bill was nearly 25 years older than Bruno and acted like his mentor. Don't get me wrong, Bruno was good at what he did, but let's just say John Bruno only ever looked out for number one. Everyone else could go to hell. Take this, the man couldn't even pause his campaign long enough to pay his respects at his own mentor's funeral just 20 minutes away. Only when he got what he assumed was my call did he bother. That tells you everything you need to know about John Bruno. I take it you wouldn't have voted for him in the election, King said with a grin. Mildred let out a deep, throaty laugh and patted Sean's hand. Honey, you're so damn cute I could put you on a shelf and stare at you all day. She kept her hand there. You'd have to know him first, Joan said dryly. Can't wait. Did your dislike for Bruno start at a particular moment? Joan asked. Mildred lifted her empty glass to her lips and crunched on an ice cube. What do you mean? Joan flipped through her notes. When your husband ran the district attorney's office in Washington, there were irregularities, cases dismissed, prosecutions collapsed. It was a mess. Mildred lit another cigarette. That was a long time ago. Honestly, I don't remember. I'm sure if you think hard enough, it'll come back to you, Joan pressed. Maybe lay off the drinks, this is important. Hey, King cut in, ease up, Mildred's doing us a favor, she doesn't owe us anything. The older woman squeezed Sean's hand again. Thanks, sweetheart, Joan stood abruptly. Tell you what, why don't you finish questioning her while I step out for a smoke and admire this lovely garden? She snatched Mildred's pack. Mind if I steal one? Go ahead, honey, why should I die alone? Exactly, why ever, darling? Joan stormed off. Sean turned awkwardly to Mildred. She can be a little blunt sometimes. Blunt, she's a cobra in stilettos and lipstick, you actually work for her. Yeah, learning a lot, actually. Mildred shot a dark look at Joan, who was flicking ash onto a rose bush. Just remember to keep one hand on your zipper when she's around, or you might wake up missing something vital. I'll keep that in mind. Now about what Joan mentioned, those incidents in your husband's office. I get the sense you've already made up your mind about this, haven't you? King leaned forward. Your husband resigned because of those irregularities, didn't he? Mildred Martin lifted her chin, though her voice wavered. Bill took responsibility because he was in charge, he had honor. You don't find many men like him these days. Like Harry Truman used to say, the buck stopped with him, right or wrong. So you're saying Bill took the fall even when it wasn't his fault? Mildred pushed back her chair. I need another drink before I crack another tooth on this damn ice. She moved toward the liquor cabinet. You think it was Bruno, don't you? That man torpedoed Bill's career, skipped town before the hammer fell, and waltzed into the DIS office in Philadelphia. Racked up some high-profile convictions, cashed in with a cushy private practice, and now he's eyeing the White House. King raised an eyebrow. You've done your homework. Yet your husband still admired Bruno, didn't share your opinion, did he? Mildred sank back into her chair. Bill was a brilliant lawyer and a terrible judge of character. I'll give Bruno this, he knew how to play the part. You know he actually called here to tell Bill he was running for president. King blinked. Seriously, when? Couple months back, I answered the phone, nearly dropped it when I heard his voice. Wanted to tell him exactly what I thought, but I bit my tongue. We chatted like old friends, him bragging about his fancy life in Philly, all his big wins, made me sick. Then I handed the phone to Bill and they talked for a while. Bruno just wanted to rub it in, make sure Bill knew he'd climbed higher than Bill ever would. I thought Bruno had cut ties with you years ago. Oh, it was just one call, and infuriating as hell. Did Bill say anything during that call that might have made Bruno show up at the funeral home? Number Bill barely spoke, he was already fading by then, and I sure didn't say anything to rattle Bruno, though God knows I wanted to, even about what happened in the DIS office, among other things. Did you ever have proof? Bruno was a lawyer, he covered his tracks, nobody even caught a whiff of what he'd done. By the time it all came out, he was long gone. King studied her. I'm guessing you're not exactly broken up that he's missing. Mildred's grip tightened on her glass. John Bruno can rot in hell. Sean leaned forward, resting his hand gently on Millie's. Listen, this is crucial. Even though the autopsy wasn't conclusive, there are signs Bill might have been poisoned, possibly with methanol. The embalming process could have masked it. Think about it. His death, the timing of his body at the funeral home, none of that was random. Whoever took Bruno planned this down to the minute. Bill had to die on a specific day. Millie shook her head. The FBI said the same thing, but I'm telling you, no one poisoned him. I was with him every second. Same food, same water, I'd have noticed. Just you? Sean pressed. No nurses, no visitors, no medications. They took his pills, tested everything. Found nothing, she shrugged. And here I am perfectly fine. King leaned back, exhaling. Someone at the funeral home pretended to be you. Millie smirked, swirling her drink. So they said, black suits me, you know, matches my new hair. She eyed his half-empty glass. Refill, he declined. Bill loved his scotch right till the end, had a secret stash of 25-year-old Macallans. Her laugh was brittle. Every night I'd sneak a shot through his feeding tube. Couldn't eat, but damn if he didn't live for that ritual. Made it to 80 though, not bad. Bet you keep a bottle handy, Sean mused. Her smile faded. At our age, what else is there? King studied his glass. You ever drink any? Gin girl, scotch tastes like paint thinner. If you're trying to strip your insides, go ahead. He stood to leave, then froze. Paint thinner? Turning back, he asked, Millie, mind showing me Bill's special stash? The scotch Bill's hidden supply was what Mildred had never mentioned to the cops or the FBI. A quick lab test confirmed the bottle was laced with methanol. Back at the station, Sean and Joan watched through the interrogation window as Millie's story unraveled. Joan raised an eyebrow. Guess some rituals are deadlier than others. It's lucky the scotch she poured you was from the regular reserve, Joan said. Sean shook his head. How did the poison bottle even get inside the house? "We might have figured that out," said the man in the brown suit, stepping closer. He was one of the FBI agents assigned to the case, and Joan knew him well. "Sean King, meet Don Reynolds." "Don, this is Sean." The two men shook hands. "We owe you both," Reynolds admitted. "The Scotch angle never crossed our minds. Then again, Mrs. Martin never mentioned her husband's secret stash. We'd already tested everything else." "Actually, that was Sean's hunch," Joan added with a reluctant grin. "As much as I hate to admit it, so you know how the poison bottle got in. A few months back, the Martins hired a woman to help out, mostly to care for Bill, who was practically bedridden." King frowned. "Mildred didn't tell you about her either." "She claimed it wasn't important," Reynolds said. "Said the woman never gave Bill any medication, even though she was supposedly certified to do so. Mildred insisted on handling everything herself. The woman left long before Bill died, so Mildred wrote her off as irrelevant." "Where was she from?" "That's the weird part. She just showed up one day at their door saying she'd heard they needed help because of Bill's condition. Claimed she was a licensed nurse, willing to work cheap since she needed the job, had all the paperwork to back it up." "And where is this conveniently helpful woman now?" "Mildred says she announced she'd found steady work in another city and left. Never came back." "Oh, she came back," Joan cut in dryly. Reynolds nodded. "Our theory, she snuck in the day before Bill died to spike the bottle, making sure his next drink would be his last. The scotch we tested was laced with methanol. Now methanol takes time to reach toxic levels, 12 to 24 hours. If Bill had been young, healthy, and rushed to the hospital, he might have pulled through. But he wasn't young or healthy. He was terminally ill. Plus, the Martins slept in separate rooms. After Mildred gave him that last dose through the feeding tube, the pain must have hit fast. And Bill barely weighed 90 pounds. Normally, just a couple milliliters of methanol can kill an adult. Doubt they needed much more to finish him off." Reynolds let out a tired chuckle and rubbed his temples. "It's ironic they put it in the scotch. Scotch contains ethanol, which can counteract methanol poisoning since they compete for the same enzyme. But the bottle had so much methanol that the ethanol wouldn't have made a difference. Maybe Martin cried out for help in his agony, but Mildred didn't hear, or at least that's what she claims. So Bill likely lay there suffering all night until he finally died. He couldn't even get out of bed to call for help. By then, he was completely immobile. Mildred was probably too drunk on gin to notice. She had her own taste for liquor," King said. Joan added, "And that nurse knew the household routine. She knew they both drank, that they slept apart. Once she figured out Bill only drank scotch, kept his own private stash, and that Mildred never touched the stuff, she had her method. She'd be long gone before anyone realized what happened." Reynolds nodded. "There were other ways to kill Bill, but it had to look natural, no autopsy, or the whole plan would have fallen apart. He had to die in his bed. And he did. Mildred found him dead and assumed it was natural causes, even though doctors say methanol poisoning is anything but peaceful. The methanol metabolizes into formaldehyde, which is toxic, then oxidizes into formic acid, 6 times deadlier than the original poison. So Martin was practically pickled before he even made it to the funeral home," King remarked. "Exactly," Reynolds said. "Bruno's schedule had him in town for back-to-back events. The funeral home kept the body on display for 2 days. Martin died Monday, arrived there that night, stayed through Wednesday and Thursday with burial set for Friday. Bruno visited on Thursday." "Still a tight window," Joan noted. Reynolds shrugged. "Best they could do. How else would they get Bruno to a funeral home? They couldn't exactly invite him to Martin's house. It was risky, but it worked." "And no trace of the nurse?" Joan asked. Reynolds shook his head. "Gone without a whisper." Description: middle-aged, 50s at least, average height, heavyset, brown hair going gray, could have been dyed, and get this, she told Mildred her name was Elizabeth Borden. "Elizabeth Borden?" King nearly laughed. "Like Lizzie Borden, who gave her mother 40 whacks with an axe," Joan added dryly, "and her father 41. "So we're dealing with people with a twisted, morbid sense of humor," Reynolds remarked. Joan stared at him. "Fine, they're smart killers who enjoy studying crime history, but they're still killers." "Still, thanks for your help. No idea where this leads, but it's more than we had before." "What happens to Mildred now?" King asked. Reynolds shrugged. "You can't arrest someone for being stupid, otherwise half the population would be locked up. Unless we find something that ties her to the crime, nothing happens. But if she was involved, she'd have ditched that scotch by now." He turned to Joan. "Heard you're looking into Bruno's disappearance for the family. Good. I know you won't do anything reckless, and you've already dug up things we missed. If you need anything, just call." "Funny you mention that. I've got a list right here," Joan said. As she and Reynolds talked shop, King watched Mildred leave the interrogation room. She wasn't the same woman. The lively, witty person he'd first met now looked like she might join her late husband sooner than expected. After Reynolds left, Sean turned to Joan. "Where to now?" "The funeral home. The feds already tore that place apart." "Yeah, just like they did with Mildred Martin. Besides, I like funeral homes. You always hear the juiciest gossip about the dearly departed, usually from their so-called friends." "Joan, you're seriously cynical." "Admit it, it's one of my most charming qualities." The officers escorted Mildred Martin to her doorstep before leaving. Down the block, a black sedan blended into the darkness, two FBI agents inside. The old woman stumbled into her house and locked the door. She desperately needed a drink. Why had she done it? Everything had gone perfectly until she'd messed it all up. But she'd fixed it. At least she thought she had. She grabbed the gin bottle, filled a glass, and barely splashed in any tonic. Half the drink vanished in one gulp, her nerves finally settling. It would be fine. She was old. What could the FBI really do to her? They had nothing. Hello, Mildred. The glass slipped from her hand, shattering on the floor. She gasped. Who's there? She backed up until she hit the liquor cabinet. The man stepped forward but stayed in shadow. An old friend. She squinted. I don't know you. Sure you do. I'm the one who helped you kill your husband. Mildred lifted her chin. I didn't kill Bill, she insisted. Well, the methanol you put in his drink certainly did, and you made that call to Bruno just like I asked. The woman studied him more closely. That was you? The man took another step forward. I gave you the means to get revenge on John Bruno. I made you rich with the insurance payout. I even provided a way to end your poor sick husband's suffering. All I asked in return was that you follow the rules. That's all I wanted, and you let me down. I don't understand what you're talking about, Mildred said, her voice shaking. The rules, Mildred, my rules, which did not include another trip to the police station or another FBI interrogation. Was because of those people who came asking questions. Yes, King and Dillinger, I know. Go on, he urged, his tone deceptively calm. I just talked to them. I told them what you said to say about Bruno, I mean, exactly like you wanted. Clearly, you were a little too honest. Come on, Mildred, tell me everything. The old woman trembled. Relax, pour yourself another drink, he coaxed. Mildred obeyed. We were talking about scotch. I just said Bill likes scotch, nothing else. Swear? And you put the methanol in his scotch bottle? Yes, in Bill's special scotch, the Macallans. Why, Mildred, we gave you the methanol. All you had to do was inject it into his feeding tube, clean and simple. Just follow the instructions. I know, but I couldn't do it that way. I wanted it to look like I was giving him his usual drink, don't you see? So I poured it into the bottle and let him drink it. Fine, but why didn't you dump the scotch and throw the bottle away after? I meant to, but I was afraid someone would see. I toss empty bottles all the time, but my neighbors already think I killed Bill for the insurance money. They could have gone digging through my trash. Even if I washed it or broke it, the police might be found traces on the glass. I watch those forensic shows, I know how it works, so I left it there, and I couldn't bring myself to touch it again. I felt guilty for Bill. Silent tears rolled down her face. But you talked, and King and Dillinger put it together. Why not just show them the scotch in your liquor cabinet? It wasn't Macallan's. I just told that Agent Bill only drank Macallan's. I panicked. I'd mentioned I still had Bill's bottle, it just slipped out. Everything was going smoothly until he suddenly demanded to see the scotch. I figured refusing would make him suspicious. Of course he'd be suspicious, the man snapped. Good grief, you were so thorough telling your story to two strangers. The young man was a perfect gentleman, Mildred defended. I'm sure of it. They took the bottle, had it tested, and found poison. What did you tell the police? Mildred looked smug. I said a nurse came to the house and I hired her to care for Bill. She was the one who poisoned the bottle. I even gave them a name. She paused, then added proudly, Elizabeth Borden. Get it, Lizzie Borden. She let out a dry laugh. Clever, right? Brilliant, and you came up with all this on the way to the station. Mildred drained her glass, lit a cigarette, and blew out a stream of smoke. I've always been quick on my feet. Honestly, I'd have made a better lawyer than my husband. How did you say you paid this woman? Paid? Yeah, paid. You didn't claim she worked for free, did you? People don't just volunteer like that in real life. Paid? Well, I was a little vague on that part. Really? And they didn't press you? Mildred flicked ash onto the floor and shrugged. No, they believed me. I'm the grieving widow. Nothing to worry about. Mildred, let me explain what's happening right now. They're checking your bank records for payments to Lizzie. And there won't be any. Then they'll ask your nosy neighbors about this mystery woman and they'll say she never existed. Finally, the FBI will come back and trust me, that visit won't be pleasant. Mildred's confidence wavered. You really think they'll dig that deep? It's the FBI, they're not idiots, unlike you. The man stepped closer and Mildred saw what he was holding, a metal pipe. She tried to scream, but he shoved a rag into her mouth, sealing it with duct tape before binding her wrists. He grabbed her hair, dragged her down the hall, and kicked open a door. I took the liberty of drawing you a bath, Mildred. I want you nice and clean when they find you. He threw her into the overflowing tub. She struggled to rise, but he forced her back under, pinning her with the pipe. With her lungs weakened by years of smoking and the tape stifling her screams, Mildred lasted less than half as long as Loretta Baldwin had. The man grabbed a bottle of scotch from the cabinet, poured its contents into the bathtub, then smashed it over the old woman's head. He tore the duct tape from her lips, forced her mouth open, and after removing the cloth gag, stuffed it full of the cash he'd taken from Mildred's purse. Where do you even find reliable help these days? Where? Glared down at her and muttered, Be glad you're dead, Mildred. At least you won't have to deal with what's coming next, because trust me, it's not pretty. At first, he'd considered killing her too when planning everything out, but he decided it would raise too many red flags. Now he regretted that choice. Still, there was no way to tie him to Mildred's fate. The fact that both Loretta Baldwin and Mildred Martin had been taken out by the same hand would probably confuse the authorities more than help them. Not ideal, but nothing he could do about it now. He sneered at the lifeless body, pathetic old hag. Slipping out the back door, he glanced down the street where he knew FBI agents were lurking. "Go ahead, boys," he whispered. "She's all yours." Minutes later, the old Buick rolled away, disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, Joan's chartered jet was more like a luxury lounge with wings, mahogany paneling, leather seats, a stocked bar, even a bedroom where Joan had gone to nap. King dozed in his seat until the plane began its descent. Joan burst out of the bedroom, ignoring the steward's protests as she rushed down the aisle. She shook King awake, but when he didn't stir, she straddled his lap and slapped him. "Wake the hell up," Sean blinked, disoriented, then took in the sight of her bare legs, her skirt hiked up. "Jesus, Joan, get off me, I didn't sign up for the Mile High Club." "Not the time," she snapped, buckling herself in beside him. "It's about Mildred Martin." King straightened instantly. "Talk, now. You told me that according to Mildred, Bruno recently called Bill Martin about his presidential campaign and that she spoke to him too, right?" "Yeah, so you heard that woman's voice, it sounds like a foghorn. Do you really think if Bruno had heard that voice recently, someone could have faked being Mildred without him noticing?" King slapped the armrest. "You're right. How could anyone imitate that voice unless they'd spent 50 years chain-smoking and drinking whiskey? Or had adenoids the size of golf balls? So Mildred lied, she was the one who called Bruno and set up that meeting at the funeral home." Joan nodded. "And that's not all. I called Agent Reynolds at the FBI. He wasn't completely honest with us. The FBI never bought Mildred's story. They're running checks now to confirm whether she was involved. The Martins weren't exactly rolling in cash. How could they afford a private nurse? Maybe they just scraped by. Sure, maybe, but if it were true at their age, they'd qualify for partial Medicare reimbursement." King caught on fast, meaning there'd be records, but if Mildred never filed for assistance if she claims she paid out of pocket. Joan finished his thought. Then bank statements would prove it. That's what Reynolds is checking. When he asked Mildred about payments to the nurse, she dodged. He backed off to avoid tipping her off. They've got agents watching her street, staying far enough back to keep her from getting suspicious. He doesn't want her intercepting us. So if this is true, Mildred might know who's holding Bruno. The plane touched down, and as it taxied, Joan's phone rang. She listened for a moment, hung up, and turned to King with a grin. "Sometimes the FBI works miracles. No medical reimbursement claims, no checks to a nurse, no cash withdrawals, and the kicker. Bill Martin had a $500,000 life insurance policy. Mildred was the sole beneficiary. Since the policy was years old, the FBI didn't think it was motive enough. She just had to wait a few months to cash in. They're picking her up now. She made that call to Bruno, probably from a payphone. I can't believe she'd kill her own husband for money." "I thought she seemed really attached to him," Michelle said. Sean shook his head. "With all your so-called sophistication, you still don't get women at all." When Michelle walked into the Secret Service's Washington field office, she was told she'd be stuck behind a desk for the next month. "I still have 2 weeks of vacation coming to me," she told her supervisor. "I'd like to take them now," he sighed. "You know I can't approve that." "Why not? It's not like I'll be doing anything important at that desk." "Sorry, Michelle, orders came from way above my pay grade." "Walter Bishop? Can't say." Michelle marched straight to Bishop's office, ready for a fight. What did she have to lose? His first words weren't encouraging. "Get out," he barked. 2 weeks of vacation, Walter. I've earned it and I'm taking it." "You're joking. I want you right here where I can keep an eye on you." "I'm not a kid. I don't need a babysitter." "Count yourself lucky, and a word of advice, stay away from Sean King." "What, now you're picking my friends?" "Friends? People keep dying around him. You almost got killed." "So did he?" "Really? That's not what I heard." "King just got a bump on the head. You nearly had your neck snapped. You're way off base." After Ritter's murder, word was King got paid to look the other way. And then kill the shooter right after makes no sense. Who knows, but look at his life now. Big house, plenty of money. Oh yeah, brilliant plan to ruin his life. Maybe he ticked someone off, someone he made a deal with 8 years ago. Now they're calling in the debt. That's insane, is it? Or are you just too busy swooning over some guy with a tragic backstory? Start thinking like a professional and maybe things will clear up. Until then, enjoy picking splinters out of your backside from all that desk time. The phone rang and Bishop snatched it up. "What, who?" His face darkened and he slammed the receiver down. Without looking at Michelle, he hissed, "Take your vacation." "What? I don't get it." "Join the club. On your way out, pick up your badge and sidearm. Now get out of my office." Michelle left before anyone changed their mind. Meanwhile, in the same building, a group of grim-faced men from the Secret Service, FBI, and U.S. Marshals sat around a conference table. The man at the head hung up the phone. "Maxwell's officially on leave. Giving her enough rope to hang herself?" the FBI rep asked. "Maybe yes, maybe no." He glanced to the other end of the table. "What's your take on this?" Jefferson Park set down his soda can and considered the question. "All right, let's break it down. There's a chance Loretta Baldwin was connected to Clyde Ritter's murder. Based on King's statement to the police, the gun he found in her backyard might be the same one Loretta saw someone hide in the Fairmount storage room. She was blackmailing that person, and in the end, they killed her. The man at the head of the table was the Secret Service director, and Park's theory didn't seem to lift his spirits. That could mean Arnold Ramsey didn't act alone when he assassinated Ritter. What if Sean King killed Loretta himself? The FBI agent cut in. Maybe he was the one being blackmailed. He finds out from Maxwell who the blackmailer is, takes her out, digs up the gun, and then conveniently loses it. Park shook his head. King has an alibi for Loretta's death, and why would he hide a gun in a hotel storage room? He already shot Ramsey. Now after the gun gets taken, he's wounded, Maxwell nearly dies, and his life is basically ruined. Doesn't add up. So you think he's innocent? Park straightened in his chair, shedding his usual laid-back demeanor. His voice sharpened. Not necessarily. I've been at this long enough to know when someone's lying. King's hiding something, I just don't know what. My theory, he was involved in Ritter's murder somehow, then covered his tracks by killing Ramsey. The director frowned. How would that work? What could Ramsey even offer him? He was a professor at a no-name college. You really think King would turn traitor for free or some political cause? We don't know King's politics, do we? And you all saw that hotel footage. He wasn't even looking at Ritter. He said he got distracted. Park scoffed. That's his story. What if he chose to look away? He'd have told us. Not if he was protecting someone, not if he was in on it from the start. And if we're talking payments, how many enemies did Ritter have? How many big shots from the other party would have paid millions to take him out of the race? You think they wouldn't have cut King a deal to turn a blind eye? Sean King endured the initial backlash for his so-called distraction, then walked away with his fortune to live the high life. Okay, but where's all this money coming from? He owns a mansion, drives a luxury car, and lives comfortably, Parks replied. The director chimed in. He won a defamation lawsuit, raked in a hefty payout. Can't blame him considering the garbage they threw at him. King wasn't some rookie. He earned every commendation the service offers, took bullets twice in the line of duty. Fine, he was a good agent. Good agents sometimes go bad, but back to the money. King blends settlement cash with whatever else he's got. Who's tracking the difference? Did you audit his finances? The director leaned back, less confident now. How does this tie into the Bruno kidnapping? The FBI agent pressed. You're implying a connection, right? Park shrugged. If we're connecting dots, what about my guy Howard Jennings? Let's not overcomplicate things. Maybe there's no link at all, the FBI agent said. Could be 3 separate cases: Ritter, Bruno, and your protected witness's murder. All I know is King and Maxwell keep popping up everywhere, the director muttered. 8 years ago, King screwed up or betrayed us and we lost a presidential candidate. Now Maxwell's the one causing chaos and the result's identical. Not quite identical, Parks corrected. Ritter was killed on site, Bruno was taken alive. The director leaned forward. This task force was slapped together to clean up the mess fast before it blows into a full-blown scandal. Parks, you're already tangled up with them, so keep doing what you're doing. Then there's Joan Dillinger, Parks added. Can't figure her out, the director smirked. You're not the first. No, that's not what I mean. Had a chat with her recently. She dropped some odd hints, said she owed Sean King, wouldn't say why, but she went out of her way to convince me he's innocent. Not that strange, they were partners. Partners, sure, maybe more, and they were both on Ritter's detail, right? Parks let the question hang. The director's frown deepened. Dillinger was one of our best. Right, now she's with a top-tier private firm. And she's digging into Bruno's kidnapping. Find him and I bet she cashes a massive check. I also found out she asked King to help with the investigation and I doubt he works for free. Parks paused before adding, of course it's easy to find someone when you already know where they are. What are you implying? The director asked sharply. That 2 former Secret Service agents kidnapped a presidential candidate and are now getting paid a fortune to find him. Exactly, Parks replied bluntly. I'm not here to sugarcoat things or tell you what you want to hear. That's not my style. If you prefer, I can send another marshal, one who's better at playing nice. Do you think Howard Jennings was killed by King? The director snapped. I don't know for sure. All I know is King's gun matches the murder weapon and he was near the crime scene with no solid alibi. Pretty stupid for a man planning a murder. Or very clever, because a judge and jury might see it the same way and think he was framed. And the motive for killing Jennings? Well, if King and Dillinger really planned to kidnap Bruno and Jennings stumbled onto their scheme while working for King, that sounds like motive enough. Silence hung in the room until the director finally sighed. All right, now we've got them all on our radar, King, Maxwell, and Dillinger. The most unlikely trio if you think about it. Let's get back out there and stay sharp. Parks scanned the room. Fine, but don't expect results tonight. And don't expect them to be the results you want. Right now, the director muttered, we're just waiting for the other shoe to drop. As Parks turned to leave, he added, Marshall, when it does, try not to be standing under it. Down in the garage, Parks spotted the woman climbing into her SUV. Agent Maxwell, he called. Michelle stepped back down. Heard you're about to take a much-needed vacation. She gave him a puzzled look before realization softened her expression. Did you have something to do with that? Where are you headed, Wrightsburg? Why do you care? How's the neck? Fine, soon I'll be able to yell again, but you didn't answer me. Did you get me this leave? Maybe, though I feel more like a pawn than a reason. If you're going to Wrightsburg, I'd appreciate a ride. Why? You're smart. I think you already know. As they got into the SUV, Parks said, seems like you and Sean King have gotten pretty close. I like him and respect him, Michelle said. Even though he almost got her killed, Parks replied, that wasn't his fault. Yeah, I guess not. The way Parks said it made Michelle turn sharply toward him, but the marshal was already staring out the window. They were staying at a hotel in D.C. When Joan got the news about Mildred Martin's murder, she immediately called King's room to tell him. Damn it, Sean snapped. There goes another potential witness. You know what this means, Joan said. Yeah, whoever killed Loretta Baldwin also killed Mildred Martin, he added dryly, unless you believe two different killers just happened to use the exact same method. Either way, we've got confirmation Mildred lied. She was the one who called Bruno and she poisoned her husband. The whole Lizzie Borden story was fiction, so why kill her now? Neither had an answer. They arrived in Wrightsburg late that morning and, as planned, met Michelle and Parks at King's house for lunch. Michelle and the marshal had brought Chinese takeout. They moved to the back patio to eat and go over the case. Figured you'd be hungry after all that detective work, Parks said, biting into a piece of sweet and sour chicken. Heard from the FBI that this Bruno case is racking up serious frequent flyer miles for you guys. Plenty of miles, not enough answers, King muttered. Joan quickly briefed Parks and Michelle on their interviews with Mildred Martin and Catherine Bruno and the non-interview with Sidney Morse. Sounds like Peter Morse hit the jackpot, Michelle said. Wonder where he is now. I wouldn't bet on Ohio, King said. More like some tiny island with good weather and no extradition. Lucky guy, Joan sighed. I wouldn't mind testing that theory myself. Parks flipped through his notes. Michelle told me about your talk with Ramsey's friend at Atticus College, Horst. Jorst, Michelle corrected. Right, didn't seem to give us much to work with. Ramsey clearly had issues with Clyde Ritter, King said. Just political, Parks asked. Or something more, Sean shrugged. Ramsey was anti-Vietnam, a Berkeley radical at least in his youth. Ritter was a televangelist, as conservative as Ramsey was liberal. Honestly, if Ritter had been armed, he might have shot Ramsey first. I think Thornton Jorst deserves another visit, Michelle cut in. Everything he told us made sense, too much sense, like he was filling out a form giving us exactly what he thought we wanted to hear. There was something about his demeanor that didn't sit right with me. Interesting, Joan remarked, sipping her tea. We'll try again with Kate Ramsey once she's back in Richmond, Michelle added. King glanced at her. What happened with your new assignment? She shrugged. Turned into a vacation. Joan raised an eyebrow. Well, I'll be damned. I don't remember the service ever being this generous. I'd bet our good marshal had a hand in my sudden time off. All eyes turned to Parks, who shifted uncomfortably. He set down his chopsticks and took a long sip of wine. Not bad. I should hope so, King said. Pricey? Price doesn't always mean quality. That bottle's about $25, but good luck finding a better Bordeaux at triple the cost. Sean, you really need to school me on wines sometime, Joan said before zeroing in on Parks. So Jefferson, that little rescue operation you pulled for Agent Maxwell, what's the story behind your sudden generosity? Parks cleared his throat. All right, let's cut the crap. I'm not great at sugarcoating things. Sounds promising, Joan said, leaning in. I'm all ears. Knock it off, Joan, King chided. Go on, Jefferson, Parks exhaled. There's a joint task force now, FBI, Secret Service, Marshal Service. We're trying to figure out what the hell Bruno's disappearance means, along with the murders of Howard Jennings, Susan Whitehead, Loretta Baldwin, and most recently Mildred Martin. Baldwin and Martin were definitely killed by the same person or people. Right, that tracks, Michelle chimed in. Baldwin's tied to Ritter, Martin's tied to Bruno. If their murders are connected, then Ritter and Bruno must be linked too. Maybe, Parks said cautiously, but let's not jump to conclusions yet. King stepped away briefly, returning with a sheet of paper, the message found on Susan Whitehead's body. He handed it to Parks, exchanging a glance with Joan, who immediately moved to read over the marshal's shoulder. Parks finished and looked up. The FBI briefed me on this. What's your take? That somehow I'm at the center of it, King said. Hold the position and dig in, Parks asked. Secret Service lingo, Michelle explained. Feels like revenge to me, Parks concluded. And it ties back to Ritter's assassination, Joan added. Ramsey hits his target, Sean takes out Ramsey, Parks continued. So who's left for payback? His tone darkened. Don't forget the gun in Loretta's yard. Maybe there were two shooters at Fairmount that day. I took out one guy, but the other slipped away until Loretta started blackmailing him. If I'm reading the signs right, that same guy's back in play now, and Loretta paid the ultimate price for her scheme. Same thing happened to Mildred Martin when she messed up the details about Bruno. Parks shook his head. So this guy's got a grudge against you. Why now, and why drag Bruno and the Martins into it? That's a lot of extra effort. Don't get me wrong, but if some psycho wanted revenge on you, he'd have finished the job the other night when Michelle nearly got her neck snapped. I don't think they wanted Sean dead, Joan said, glancing at Michelle. You, on the other hand, clearly not in their good graces. Michelle touched her throat, comforting. I don't do comfort, Joan replied, usually a waste of breath. All right, let's say Bruno and Ritter are connected, Parks continued. That explains the Martins' murders and Loretta Baldwin's. Maybe Susan Whitehead was just an exclamation point on the message this killer left for you, Sean, but where does Howard Jennings fit in? He worked for me, King said, pushing aside the nagging suspicion that Parks had a bigger agenda than just solving Jennings' murder. Maybe that was enough. I think Susan was killed just because the killer saw her with me, maybe the same morning I found Jennings' body. He wanted to send me a message and a corpse was his idea of emphasis. I'd buy that if Jennings was just some neighbor, but he was a protected witness. Fine, King countered. Try this. Jennings came back to the office late one night, maybe catching up on work, and stumbled on this guy snooping around, got himself killed for the trouble. Parks rubbed his chin unconvinced. Joan nodded thoughtfully. Plausible, but back to revenge. Why target Sean for letting Ritter die? Maybe our killer's a fanatic from Ritter's old crew, Michelle suggested. King scoffed. If that's true, he's been nursing that grudge a long time. Think Sean, Joan pressed. Someone's out there. I didn't know many in Ritter's circle, just Sidney Morse, Doug Denby, maybe a couple others, Joan cut in. Morse is locked up in a psych ward, we checked that ourselves. Guy can't even catch a tennis ball. There's no way he could come up with and execute a plan like this, Sean pointed out. And think about it, if the person we're after hid the gun in the storage room, got blackmailed by Loretta and then killed her, they definitely wouldn't be someone supporting Ritter's campaign. Parks raised an eyebrow. You're saying they'd kill their golden goose? Exactly, Sean replied. That's why we can rule out Sidney Morse even if he weren't in a coma, and Doug Denby too, neither had a motive. Michelle suddenly perked up. What about Bob Scott, the head of security? King shook his head. That doesn't track either. Scott wouldn't need to hide a gun, nobody would search him, and if they did, finding him unarmed would raise eyebrows. Michelle frowned. No, I meant his career was wrecked after Ritter's death, just like yours. That's motive for revenge. Any idea where he is now? We can find out, Joan offered. Sean rubbed his temples. But that still doesn't explain the gun I found or why Loretta was murdered. She was killed because she was blackmailing someone, and that someone couldn't be Scott. He'd have no reason to stash a weapon. All right, Scott's off the list, Parks conceded. But back to Denby, who was he again? Joan crossed her arms. Ritter's chief of staff, no clue where he is now. None, Joan admitted, turning to King. You know anything? Haven't seen Denby since Ritter died. He basically vanished. Doubt any major party would touch him after that. Probably became a political outcast. Michelle tapped her chin. This might sound far-fetched given their politics, but is there any chance Denby and Arnold Ramsey knew each other? Parks shrugged. Worth checking. Our suspect list is getting longer by the minute, Joan sighed. And we're not even sure all these leads are connected. Sean nodded. Too many possibilities. If we're gonna untangle this mess, we'll have to work together. I'm in, Michelle and the marshal too. You joining us? Joan smirked. Sure, just remember my help comes with a paycheck. Meanwhile, across town, two figures worked methodically, cutting wires to exact lengths and connecting them to explosives placed along load-bearing structures. Every move was deliberate, no room for mistakes now. Wireless detonators would have made this a lot easier, the man known as Agent Simmons muttered to his partner. We shouldn't even be dragging all these damn cables around. The man from the Buick stopped what he was doing and shot him a glare. Both of them wore helmets with battery-powered lamps because the darkness was absolute, like being deep underground where sunlight never reached. Wireless detonators are as unreliable as cell phones compared to landlines, especially when signals have to cut through hundreds of tons of concrete. Just do what you're told. I was just giving my opinion, Simmons argued. I don't need opinions, especially from you. You've already caused enough trouble. I thought you were a professional. I am a professional. Then start acting like one. I've had it with amateurs who don't follow instructions. Well, Mildred Martin won't be wandering around anymore. You made sure of that? Yeah, and let that be a lesson to you too. The heavy-duty portable generator was set in the corner and the Buick man began checking its controls, fuel lines, and tanks. You sure this thing's got enough juice for everything you've planned? Simmons asked. This is gonna take a lot of beer. The Buick man didn't even look at him. It'll be more than enough. Unlike you, I actually know what I'm doing. He pointed a wrench at a thick coil of electrical wire. Make sure the lines are tight all the way to every mark I gave you. And of course you'll double-check my work. Of course, the Buick man snapped. Simmons eyed the complex control panel set up across the room. Nice gear, top of the line really. Just wire it up like I told you, the Buick man said dryly. What's a party without sound and lights, right? They started hauling in heavy crates with a hand truck, unpacking them and arranging the contents neatly in another corner of the cavernous space. The younger man examined one of the items. You did a hell of a job with this stuff. Precision is everything. I don't do sloppy work. Like I didn't know that already. Simmons lifted a box but suddenly winced, clutching his side. The Buick man noticed. That's what you get for trying to strangle Maxwell instead of just shooting her. Didn't think a Secret Service agent might be armed. I like my victims to know I'm there. It's my style. When you work for me, your style takes a backseat to mine. You're lucky the bullet just grazed you. I suppose you would have left me there to die if it was worse, right? Nope, I would have put you out of your misery. Simmons stared at his partner for a long moment. Yeah, I believe you would. Damn right. Well, at least we got the gun back. The guy from the Buick stopped what he was doing and looked at Simmons. Maxwell scares you, doesn't she? I don't scare easy, especially not from some woman. She almost killed you, pure luck you walked away. Next time I won't miss. Better not, because if you do, I sure as hell won't miss with you. The next morning, the group split up. Joan had to head to Dobson and Tyler, the law firm in Philadelphia where Bruno had worked, and interview his political staff. Parks took off too, though he didn't tell the others he was reporting back to the task force in D.C. before leaving. Michelle pulled Joan aside. You were on Ritter's detail. What do you remember about Scott? Not much, I'd just been transferred to the team, didn't know him well. After the shooting, we all got reassigned fast. Just transferred? You asked for that assignment? Michelle studied her closely. Nothing worth having comes easy, you've got to fight for it. Her eyes flicked toward King, who was talking to Parks. Joan smirked. I see you're following my logic. A word of advice while you're playing detective with Sean. He's got a sharp nose for cases, but he's reckless sometimes. Keep up, but keep him in check too. Don't worry, Michelle said, turning to leave. Oh, and Michelle? Joan's voice turned serious. I meant what I said. Those people don't care if you live or die, so while you're watching Sean's back, don't forget your own. I'd hate to see anything happen to you. Sean seems to like having you around. Michelle spun back. Guess some of us get lucky, huh? As Joan drove off, she called her office. I need everything on Robert C. Scott, former Secret Service, head of Ritter's detail in '96. Same for Doug Denby, Ritter's chief of staff, and I need it yesterday. Meanwhile, King and Maxwell drove to Richmond to meet Kate Ramsey at Virginia Commonwealth University. The Center for Public Policy, housed in a restored sandstone building on Franklin Street, stood right in the heart of campus. The place had an old-world charm. The kind that made you forget you were there to dig up ghosts. The street was lined with grand old mansions, remnants of Virginia's wealthier days, their faded elegance a silent testament to the past. Kate Ramsey greeted them in the reception area before leading them to a private office cluttered with papers, books, protest flyers, concert posters, and scattered sports gear. Taking in the chaos, King nudged Michelle and whispered that she must feel right at home, earning him a sharp elbow to the ribs. Kate was lean and athletic, built like a distance runner, her toned frame emphasized by the 4 pairs of running shoes piled in the corner. Her blonde hair was pulled into a ponytail, and she wore the unofficial college uniform, faded jeans, sneakers, and a short-sleeved Abercrombie & Fitch shirt. Despite her youthful outfit, her demeanor was steady, her gaze direct as she studied her visitors from behind the desk. Thornton already called, she said bluntly, so you can drop the whole political murder documentary act. Michelle shrugged. We weren't great at pretending anyway. The truth's easier, don't you think? Kate's eyes flicked to King, who shifted uncomfortably under her stare. After all, he'd killed her father. What could he even say? Sorry, you've aged well, she remarked coolly. The years have been kind. Not lately, King admitted. That's actually why we're here. Mind if I call you Kate? She leaned back in her chair. It is my name, Sean. I know this is awkward. Kate cut him off. My father made his choices. He killed the man you were protecting. You didn't have one. She exhaled slowly. 8 years changes things. I won't lie. I hated you back then. I was 14 and you took my dad away. But now, Michelle prompted. Kate's gaze didn't waver. Now I'm an adult. I see things clearer. You did what you had to do. So did I. Sean hesitated. I don't think you had much choice either. Kate began rearranging items on her desk, pencils, rulers, everything aligned at perfect right angles before she'd shift them and start over. Her hands kept moving even as her eyes stayed locked on them. Thornton said there's new evidence my father didn't act alone. What evidence? Michelle shook her head. We can't tell you that. Oh, fantastic. You won't share, but you expect me to talk. Kate, King said quietly, if someone else was involved that day, we need to know who. I think you want that too. Why? It won't change anything. My father still pulled the trigger on Clyde Ritter. There were about 100 witnesses, Michelle acknowledged, but we believe there's more to the story. What do you want from me? Kate asked. Anything you can tell us about what led your father to kill Clyde Ritter, Michelle replied. Kate scoffed. You think he just woke up one day and announced he was turning into a killer? I was just a kid back then, but even I would have called someone. Would you really? King asked. What's that supposed to mean? Sean shrugged. He was your father. Dr. George said you were close. Maybe you wouldn't have turned him in. Maybe not, Kate admitted casually, shifting her pencil and ruler on the desk. Fine, let's say he didn't announce his plans, but anything else? Did he ever say anything that seemed off? My father had this polished college professor act, but underneath he was still a radical stuck in the 60s. Meaning that he said outrageous things that could have been seen as suspicious. Let's get specific, Michelle pressed. Any idea where he got the gun? It was never traced. I was asked all this years ago, didn't know then, don't know now. Fair enough, Michelle said. Did anyone unusual visit your house before the murder? Arnold didn't have many friends. King tilted his head. Now you're calling him Arnold. I think I've earned the right. Few friends, Michelle repeated. Any potential killers among them? Kate let out a dry laugh. Hard to say since I didn't even know he was one. Murderers don't exactly advertise. Sometimes they do, Sean countered. Dr. Jorce said your father ranted in his office about Ritter destroying the country. Did he do that with you? Instead of answering, Kate walked to the window overlooking Franklin Street where cars and bikes passed and students lounged on building steps. What does any of this matter now? One killer to 100, who the hell cares? She turned, arms crossed. Maybe you're right, King conceded, but it might explain why he did it. He did it because he hated Ritter and everything he stood for, Kate snapped. He never lost that urge to shake up the system. Michelle's gaze drifted to the political posters on the walls. Professor Jorst mentioned you're following in your father's footsteps when it comes to shaking up the establishment, King said. Kate shrugged. A lot of what my father did was good, worthwhile work, and honestly, what decent person wouldn't despise someone like Clyde Ritter? You'd be surprised how many people wouldn't, King replied. I read every article published after the assassination. Frankly, I'm shocked no one turned it into a TV movie. Maybe it just wasn't dramatic enough. Sean leaned forward. Hating someone doesn't mean you'd kill them. By all accounts, your father was passionate about his beliefs, but he'd never been violent before. That wasn't his style. Kate flinched slightly, but King pressed on. Even during Vietnam, when he was young, angry, and could have easily picked up a gun, Arnold Ramsey never crossed that line. So why would a tenured professor, a man who loved his daughter, suddenly snap unless something or someone pushed him? Like what? Kate snapped. Another person maybe, someone your father respected, someone who asked him to pull the trigger. That's impossible, my father acted alone. Or the other person lost their nerve at the last second. Kate sat back at her desk, absently tracing geometric shapes with her pencil. Do you have proof of this? She asked without looking up. And if you did, would it even matter? Would it change anything? King spotted a photo on the shelf, Kate and her mother, Regina. It looked recent, judging by Kate's age. Regina was still striking, but her eyes held a quiet exhaustion as if life had worn her down. You must miss her, he said. Of course I do. What kind of question is that? Kate snatched the photo and put it back. Michelle spoke up. Your parents were separated when Arnold died. So, plenty of marriages end. Any idea why theirs did? Michelle asked. Kate exhaled sharply. They grew apart. My father was a radical socialist. My mother was a Republican. Maybe that was it. But that wasn't new, King pointed out. So what really changed? Kate hesitated. Who knows? They never talked about it. My mother was an incredible actress once, had this big future ahead of her. Then life happened. Her voice turned bitter. Funny how the past always catches up, isn't it? She gave up that dream to marry my father and support his career. Maybe she regretted that choice. Maybe she felt like she wasted her life. Honestly, I don't know, and at this point, I don't even care to find out. I think your mother was grieving Arnold's death. Maybe that's why she took her own life. Well, if that's the case, she sure took her sweet time deciding. So you think there was something else? Honestly, I haven't dwelled on it much, okay? Don't buy that, bet it's all you think about. Kate pressed a hand to her eyes. This conversation is over, get out. As they walked down Franklin Street toward Michelle's SUV, King muttered, she knows something. Yeah, she does, Michelle agreed. The real question is, how do we get it out of her? Kate's sharp for her age, but she's got a lot of baggage. I wonder how close she and Thornton Jorst really are. The professor warned her about us awfully fast. Been wondering the same thing, doubt it's romantic. More like a father figure, maybe, and fathers go to great lengths to protect their daughters. So what now? Clearly, we rattled Kate Ramsey. Let's see where she leads us. Meanwhile, at the Philadelphia law firm's administrative office, Joan dug up some interesting details about Bruno, but when it came to his wife, nobody had much to say. She walks around like she's too good to breathe the same air as the rest of us, one secretary scoffed. Joan cornered another employee who'd worked with Bruno back in his Washington days as a prosecutor. The woman remembered Bill and Mildred Martin and had heard about their deaths. I still can't believe he was murdered, she said, uneasy. Bill was such a kind, trusting man. Joan pounced on that. Trusting, yeah, maybe too trusting sometimes. Well, I don't like to gossip. We're both adults, we can talk about whatever we want, Joan pressed. Especially if it helps bring justice. The woman hesitated. You worked with both Bill and Bruno in the DA's office. Yeah, I did. What was your take on them? Bill was too soft for that job. Everyone said it, just never to his face. Bruno, well, let's just say his personality fit the role perfectly. Ruthless, willing to bend the rules to win, the woman shook her head. No, I wouldn't go that far. Yeah, he was a tough guy, but I never knew him to cross the line, the woman said. There were reports of issues in the district attorney's office back then, though, Joan replied. True, like I said, Bill Martin was sometimes too soft. Some prosecutors did bend the rules. But let me tell you, so did plenty of cops back then. Constant raids, questionable arrests. During the protests in the late 60s and early 70s, I remember dozens of cases where officers planted evidence, arrested people on fake charges, bullied them into confessions. It was ugly. A real disgrace. And yet you're saying Bruno never did any of that. If he did, I sure never heard about it. Did you know Bill's wife, Mildred? Oh, she was something else, always wanted more than she had, definitely wasn't a fan of Bruno, that's for sure. I got that impression, so it wouldn't surprise you if Mildred spread lies about him. Not one bit, that was her style. She wanted Bill to be some hard-nosed justice crusader, probably thought it'd get them both ahead money-wise. But Bill wasn't like that, Bruno was. Honestly, I think she was jealous. Joan let the words sink in, studying the woman's face. She seemed genuine. If true, this changed things. Would it shock you if Mildred had something to do with Bill's death or Bruno's disappearance? With Bill, yeah, that surprised me. I think she really loved him. But Bruno, she shrugged. Mildred could hold a grudge like hell itself. What exactly do you mean? That if she had the chance, she'd have shot him without a second thought. Joan landed back in Virginia and grabbed her car from the airport lot. As she pulled onto the highway, her phone rang, her office with an update on Bob Scott and Doug Denby. The report was unsettling. Despite all its resources and high-level connections, the agency couldn't find Scott. About a year ago, the former Secret Service agent had vanished off the map. His trail led to Montana, where he'd apparently lived off the land. Then nothing. Scott had been divorced for years, no kids. His ex-wife had remarried and knew nothing. Even the agency's contacts in the Secret Service came up empty. For the past year, his pension checks sent to Montana kept getting returned. Doug Denby had been easier to track down. After inheriting a sizable fortune and a sprawling estate, he'd retreated to his roots in Mississippi, swapping the cutthroat world of politics for the quiet life of a country gentleman. Clearly not the type to go around killing people. Joan hung up and was about to start her car when the phone rang again. Jefferson Parks on the line. Let me tell you something, the marshal said dryly. You've still got plenty of admirers in the Secret Service. All I heard was how brilliant you are, made me sick. Joan laughed. I have that effect on men. Any luck so far? Not yet. Bruno's law firm and the campaign offices were dead ends. What's your next move? Still figuring that out. Bob Scott's gone dark, no trace of him for nearly a year. Listen, I know my agency's small time compared to your fancy private resources, but what if we take a shot at finding him? Anything you do would be a huge help, Joan said warmly. But King didn't think Scott was involved. Sure, he might have had a grudge, but why risk everything to kill Ritter and torch his own career? And then there's the gun. I've been thinking about that. Sean told me the weapon found in Loretta's yard was a snub-nose .38 revolver. So, not standard Secret Service issue. One gun wouldn't raise eyebrows, but two, especially a compact like that, it'd stand out in a search. Parks wasn't convinced. Why carry two? If the plan was to shoot Ritter, he could have just used his own. Suppose Ramsey had an accomplice who chickened out last minute. They ditched the extra gun on Scott, figuring nobody would suspect him. Maybe he panics, stashes it in the shed, and Loretta catches him. Blackmail starts. Fine, that gives Scott motive to kill her, but Ritter's death wrecked his career. Why would he do it? Joan exhaled sharply. Money, and disappearing doesn't exactly scream innocence. What else do we have on Scott? Vietnam vet before the service. Might V brought some demons home. Quick temper too. Could V finally snapped? Nobody dug too deep. Official story was Ramsey acted alone. We're the first ones seriously trying to evaluate every angle, Joan said. About time, Parks replied. I'll call if I hear anything. Heading back to King's Place. Yeah, or maybe the Cedars Motel nearby. Talk soon, Parks said before hanging up. Joan walked away, lost in thought, so distracted she didn't notice the car trailing her or the driver's steady gaze fixed on her. Late that afternoon, Kate Ramsey finally left her office wearing a tracksuit, climbed into a Volkswagen Beetle and drove off. Michelle and King followed at a safe distance to Bryan Park on the outskirts of Richmond. There, Kate stepped out, peeled off her outer layer to reveal running shorts and a long-sleeved shirt, did a quick stretch and took off. Great, King muttered. She could be meeting someone and will miss the whole thing. Not a chance, Michelle said, sliding into the back seat. Sean turned. What are you doing? She grabbed his shoulder and spun him forward. Eyes on the road, mister. She started changing. I keep jogging gear under the seat. You never know when the mood will strike. Sean's eyes flicked to the rearview mirror just long enough to catch a glimpse of bare legs as she swapped pants for shorts. Fair point, he admitted, looking away as she pulled off her shirt. But you never know when. The car door slammed. Michelle, now in a sports bra, running shorts and sneakers, was already sprinting across the grass, her powerful legs eating up the distance effortlessly. Damn Olympians, Sean muttered. Michelle stayed out of sight until it was clear Kate was just out for a run. Then she shifted tactics. Instead of tailing her, she'd try talking again. She caught up, but Kate shot her a glare, frowned, and sped up. Michelle matched her easily even when Kate broke into a full sprint. Finally, Kate slowed. What do you want? Snapped, to talk. Where's your partner? Not a fan of running. I already told you everything. Did you? Michelle kept pace. I just want to understand to help. Don't pretend to be my friend, okay? This isn't some cheesy cop show where we suddenly become best friends, Kate snapped. You're right, this is real life, Michelle replied. People have died, others have been taken. We're trying to piece together what the hell is happening so we can stop whoever's responsible, and I think you could help. I can't help you or anyone. I don't think you've even tried. Kate stopped short, hands on her hips, breath sharp. She glared at Michelle. What the hell do you know? You don't know anything about me. That's why I'm here. I want to understand whatever you're willing to tell me. You just don't get it, do you? Kate shot back, shaking her head. I left all that behind. I don't want to relive it. She started walking again, faster now, and I don't know anything useful. How can you be sure? Did you dig into every detail, chase down every lead? Look, I try not to think about the past, okay? So that's a no. Would you want to if it was your father? What I wouldn't do, Kate, is run from the truth. Have you ever really talked about it? If not, I'm here to listen, seriously. When tears finally spilled down Kate's cheeks, Michelle guided her to a nearby bench. Kate wiped her eyes roughly, staring at nothing. Michelle waited. Finally, Kate spoke, voice barely above a whisper. I was in algebra class when they came for me. 1 minute I was solving for X and the next my dad was national news. You have any idea what that feels like? Like your whole world just collapsed? Yeah, Kate admitted softly. Did you ever talk to your mom about it? Kate waved a hand dismissively. What was there to say? She'd already left him. That was her choice. Is that how you saw it? How else was I supposed to see it? There had to be more to it than that, some reason they split. Trust me, it wasn't my dad's decision. He loved her. When she walked out, it destroyed him. I wouldn't have been surprised if he'd. She trailed off. Maybe he did, Michelle said carefully, and took Clyde Ritter with him. 2 birds, 1 stone. Kate studied her hands. It started like some fairy tale. My dad was this passionate activist, civil rights marches, anti-war protests, sit-ins, the whole thing. My mom was the gorgeous actress on the verge of stardom, but they fell in love. Her voice cracked. And then it all fell apart. My father was tall, handsome, and brilliant, a man who genuinely wanted to make the world better. He had real depth, a noble heart. My mother, on the other hand, only knew actors, theater people who lived on the surface. Dad was nothing like that. He didn't just play a role, he put himself on the line, risking everything to change things. Michelle murmured, hard for any woman to resist a man like that. I know she loved him. I heard it from her, from friends, even read her college diaries. Your parents truly loved each other. That's why I don't get why it fell apart. Maybe it lasted longer than it should have, given how different they were, or maybe if she hadn't left, he wouldn't have done what he did. Or maybe he didn't act alone, Kate. That's what we're trying to figure out. Yeah, the new evidence you won't tell me about, Kate shot back, her voice sharp. A gun, Michelle said firmly. Kate stiffened but stayed silent. We found one hidden at the Fairmount Hotel the day Ritter was killed. We think there was a second shooter who never fired. Why? Don't know. Maybe they chickened out. Maybe they made a pact with your father then left him holding the bag. Michelle hesitated before adding quietly, or maybe that person talked him into it, and if so, you might have seen or heard something that could help us. Kate chewed her nails, eyes fixed on her hands. Dad didn't have visitors, no real friends. So if someone came to his house, you'd remember, Michelle pressed. The silence stretched so long she nearly got up to leave. About a month before Ritter died, Kate finally said. Michelle froze. What happened? It was around 2 a.m., weird hour. I was asleep but woke up to noise. I always slept upstairs at Dad's because he stayed up late. At first, I thought it was him talking, but the voice was wrong. I crept to the landing. Light was on in the study. Dad was listening to someone, this man more than talking back. What was he saying? Couldn't catch much. He mentioned my mom, what would Regina think, something like that. Then Dad said times had changed, people had changed. Then the other man said something I couldn't make out. Did you see him? No, my dad's study had a door leading straight outside. He must have left that way. What else did you hear? Nothing. At some point they started whispering, probably realized they might wake me. I thought about going down to see who it was, but I was too scared. Your father never told you who that visitor was, never mentioned it. No, and I was afraid he'd figure out I'd been eavesdropping, so I never brought it up. Could it have been someone from the college? No, I think I would have recognized the voice. There was something guarded in Kate's manner, something Michelle didn't like, but she decided not to push for now. Did that man ever mention Ritter's name? Anything like that? No. That's why I never told the police. I was afraid. My father was dead. I didn't know if anyone else was involved, and I didn't want to stir up more trouble. And that man mentioned your mother's name, so you worried it might somehow reflect badly on her. Kate looked at her. Her swollen eyes held a wounded expression. The media says whatever they want. They can destroy a person. Michelle took her hand. I'll do everything I can to solve this without causing more pain. You have my word. Kate squeezed back. I don't know why, but I believe you. Do you really think you can uncover the truth after all these years? I'll do my best. As Michelle stood, Kate said, I loved my father, I still do, he was a good man, his life shouldn't have ended like that, the fact that it did makes it feel like there's no hope for any of us. The word struck Michelle as almost suicidal. She sat back down and wrapped an arm around Kate's shoulders. Listen to me, your father's life was his own and he could do what he wanted with it. The same goes for yours, you've endured so much, accomplished so much. You should have more hope than anyone, I'm not just saying that, Kate, I mean it. Finally, Kate managed a small smile. Thank you. Michelle jogged back to the SUV, climbed in and filled King in on the conversation as he drove. Sean smacked the steering wheel. Damn it, so there was someone. The man talking to her father could be the same one from the gun in the closet. Okay, let's break this down. 2 killers, but only one followed through. Intentional or not, did the second man get cold feet or was Ramsey always meant to take the fall? King shook his head. If the plan was never to use the gun, why even bring it into the hotel in the first place? King asked, keeping his eyes on the road as Michelle shifted in the backseat. Maybe they met up before heading to the hotel, Michelle suggested. The second guy had to at least pretend he was armed or Ramsey would have gotten suspicious. Could be, King admitted. Right now we need to dig deep into Ramsey's past, college years and all. If this guy knew Regina and Ramsey mentioned things changing, the answers are probably buried back there. And it might explain why a Berkeley superstar ended up teaching at some no-name college in the middle of nowhere, Michelle added, slipping out of her jacket. King caught the rustle of fabric but kept his focus ahead. You make a habit of changing clothes in front of strangers, he asked dryly. You're not exactly a stranger, she shot back, and honestly, I'm flattered. Flattered? Why? Because you peeked. Later that afternoon, the group reconvened at King's place. Parks dropped a heavy file box onto the kitchen table. Everything we could scrape up on Bob Scott, he announced. Joan raised an eyebrow. That was fast. Who do you think you're dealing with, some amateur operation? Parks smirked. King frowned. I told you Scott wasn't involved. Joan met his gaze. I like doing my own homework. None of us are perfect. Parks cleared his throat. Bad news, they basically dumped every Bob Scott file they had, so half of this is probably useless, but hey, it's what we've got. He grabbed his hat. I've got to run. If anything pops, I'll let you know. Same goes for you. After he left, they ate a quick dinner on the back patio. Joan filled them in on Doug Denby. So Denby's clean, Michelle concluded. Seems that way, Joan agreed. King still looked skeptical. And the woman at the Philly law firm swore Bruno never pulled any shady stunts as a prosecutor in D.C. If we believe her, Joan said, and I think she was telling the truth. So Mildred fed us a whole pile of lies about Bruno. Now that I can believe, Joan muttered, glancing at the box Parks had left behind, we should go through those files. I'll start, Michelle offered. Since I never met Scott, maybe I'll spot something you two would miss. She headed inside while Joan gazed at the lake. It really is beautiful out here. You picked a nice spot for a fresh start, Joan said, watching the sunlight dance on the water. King drained his beer. Yeah, well, I might need to pick another one soon. Let's hope not. Nobody should have to reinvent themselves more than once in a lifetime. What about you? You said you wanted to quit the job. Retire to some island with my millions. She gave a tired smile. Dreams don't usually pan out, especially at my age. But if you find Bruno, you hit the jackpot. The money was never the whole dream. King studied her and she quickly looked away. You sail much? Joan asked. In the fall when the motorboats clear out and the wind picks up. Well, it's fall now, might be the perfect time. King tilted his face toward the clear sky, feeling the crisp breeze. There were still a couple hours of daylight left. He held Joan's gaze for a moment. Yeah, now's a good time. He showed her how to steer the sailboat, explaining the small outboard motor at the stern for calm days. They followed the main channel for a while, then let the wind take them. Joan admired the mountains framing the lake, the trees still vibrant green, but the air carried the first hint of autumn. After all those years of hotels, flights, and sleepless nights, did you ever picture yourself in a place like this? King shrugged. Honestly, no, I wasn't much of a planner, lived in the moment. Then quieter, he added, now I think further ahead. And where do those long-term thoughts take you? Nowhere until we solve this mess. Even if we do, the damage is done, might have to leave after all. Running away doesn't sound like you. Sometimes it's easier to just pack up and go. You get tired of fighting. He moved beside Joan and took the tiller. Wind's shifting, got attack. The boom's gonna swing, I'll tell you when to duck. After the maneuver, he handed control back but stayed close. Joan had kicked off her shoes and rolled up her sweatpants, her small feet bare, toenails painted red. 8 years ago you were into purple polish, right? Joan laughed. Red's classic, but purple might make a comeback. Flattered you remember. Purple nails and a .357 under your jacket. Come on, admit it, that was a dangerously hot combo. King didn't answer, his gaze drifting. Silence settled between them. Joan fidgeted, watching Sean, who was doing his best not to meet her eyes. You ever think about asking me to marry you? King stared at her, caught off guard. I was already married, Joan. I know, but you were separated and your marriage was basically over. Sean looked down. Okay, maybe I knew it was over, but I wasn't sure I wanted to try again, and honestly, I never really believed 2 Secret Service agents could make marriage work. That life was too chaotic. I actually thought about asking you something. Asking me what? To marry me. You're unbelievable. You were going to propose to me. Is there some rule that says the man has to do it? Even if there was, I'm sure you'd have no problem tearing it apart. I'm serious, Sean. I was in love with you so much that I'd wake up shaking in the middle of the night, terrified we'd fall apart, that you'd go back to your wife. I didn't know that, King said quietly. How did you really feel about me? Sean shifted uncomfortably. The truth, I was surprised you even let me near you. You were on a whole other level, professionally, personally. So what was I, some trophy to hang on your wall? No, if anything, I thought I was the trophy. I didn't jump from one bed to another, that was never my reputation. No, it wasn't, you were the Iron Lady, every agent was intimidated by you, tough guys turned to jelly around you. Joan looked away. Did you ever think beauty queens are usually the loneliest people? When I joined the service, women were still an anomaly. To survive, I had to be tougher than all the men. I made my own rules as I went. It's different now, but back then, I had no choice. Sean brushed her cheek, turning her face toward him. Then why didn't I what? Ask me to marry you. I was going to, but then something happened. What? Clyde Ritter was killed. This time, Sean was the one who looked away. So I was damaged goods after that? Joan touched his arm. You really don't know me at all. It was more than that. King studied her. What do you mean? Joan seemed nervous, more than he'd ever seen her, except at 10:32 that morning when Ritter died. Slowly, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a folded sheet of paper. Sean opened it and read, last night was incredible, now surprise me you wicked woman, in the elevator with love Sean. It was written on Fairmount Hotel stationery. He looked up, meeting her steady gaze. Where did this come from? It was slipped under my door at the Fairmount at 9 that morning. Sean stared, uncomprehending. The morning Ritter was killed, she nodded. Did you really think I wrote that? Joan nodded again. All these years you believed I might have been involved in Ritter's death, Sean exhaled sharply. You have to understand I didn't know what to think. And you never told anyone, Joan shook her head, just like you never told anyone about me in that elevator. Her voice dropped to a whisper. You thought I had something to do with it too, didn't you? King clenched his jaw, his expression tightening with frustration. We both got played, didn't we? I saw the note pinned to the body at your place. It made it clear the killer was tied to Ritter's murder too. The second I read it, I knew we'd been used. Whoever slipped that message under my door wanted us turning on each other, making sure neither of us talked, or at least casting enough doubt to keep us quiet. But here's the difference, I couldn't say anything without explaining why I was in that elevator, and once I did, my career was over. Selfish maybe, but you stayed silent for another reason. She touched his arm. Tell me, Sean, why you must have suspected I was paid to distract you, yet you took the blame. You could have said I was there. Why didn't you? Her breath hitched. I need to know. The shrill buzz of his phone made them both jump. Michelle was calling from home. Kate Ramsey just phoned. Says she's got something important, but she'll only say it in person. She wants to meet halfway in Charlottesville. Fine, we're heading back. Sean hung up, gripped the wheel, and steered the boat toward the dock without a word. Joan, for once, had nothing left to say. They met Kate at Greenberry's, a coffee shop in the Barracks Road shopping center. The place was nearly empty, just a few scattered customers. Kate's eyes were puffy, her posture tense. She fidgeted with her cup until King slid a couple of straws toward her. Here, make your right angles, helps calm the nerves, he said with a small smile. Kate took them, her shoulders relaxing slightly. Old habit, better than smoking at least. Michelle leaned in. You said you had something important to tell us. Kate glanced around. The closest person was a student buried in a textbook, scribbling notes. It's about my father's meeting that night, she murmured. The conversation I mentioned to Michelle, she explained, glancing at King. Yeah, Michelle filled me in, go ahead. Well, I overheard something else that man said. Maybe I should have told you sooner, but I was sure I'd misheard. Now I'm not so sure. What was it? King asked. A name, one I recognized. Sean and Michelle exchanged a look. Why didn't you say something before? Michelle pressed. Like I said, I didn't trust my own ears. I didn't want to cause trouble. My dad meeting a stranger in the middle of the night and then that name coming up, to a 14-year-old, it sounded bad. But I knew he'd never do anything illegal. What name? Sean pushed. Kate took a deep breath. King noticed her twisting a straw between her fingers. The name I heard was Thornton Jorst. Michelle and King shared another loaded glance. You're sure? Michelle asked. You actually heard that guy say Thornton Jorst? Not 100% no, but what else could it be? It's not exactly a common name, that's what it sounded like to me. How did your dad react? I couldn't hear clearly. But he said something about it being risky, really risky, for both of them. King paused, thinking, so the other man wasn't Jorst, that much is clear, but they were talking about him. He rested a hand on Kate's shoulder. Tell us about your dad's relationship with Jorst. They were friends, colleagues. Did they know each other before Atticus? Michelle asked. Kate shook her head. No, I don't think so. They never mentioned it, but they both went to college in the 60s. Back then, people were all over the place doing crazy things. Still, it's weird. What's weird? Sean asked. Sometimes I got the feeling Thornton knew my mom better than my dad, like they'd met before. Did your mom ever mention anything like that? Number Thornton moved to Atticus after my parents. He was single, never seriously dated anyone as far as I knew. My parents really liked him. Mom felt bad for him, I think. She'd cook for him sometimes, bring him meals. They were close. To me, he was almost like an uncle. Kate, do you think your mom, Michelle started carefully. Kate cut her off. No, there was nothing like that. I was young, but I would have known. King didn't look convinced. That man from that night, he mentioned your mom's name, Regina, didn't he? Yeah, I guess he knew my parents or one of them. But listen, there's no way Thornton's involved in this. Added detail, Kate nervously twisting a straw during the tense moment, reinforcing her unease. He wasn't the type to carry a gun or scheme about killing people. He didn't have my father's brilliance or his academic credentials, but he was still a good professor. King nodded. Right, Thornton wasn't on your father's level, no Berkeley degree, no groundbreaking research, yet somehow they both ended up teaching at the same small college. Any idea why? Kate tensed. Why what? Michelle leaned in. Your father didn't exactly land at Harvard or Yale. He had a Berkeley education, published 4 books that were top tier in his field. He was a heavyweight, the kind of scholar big-name schools fight over. Maybe he just preferred a smaller school, Kate shot back. Or maybe there was something in his past that kept the elite universities from hiring him, King countered. Kate shook her head. No way, people would have known. Not if it was scrubbed from his official record. But certain academics, the ones who pull the strings, they'd know, and they might be held it against him, so he wound up at Atticus where they were probably thrilled to have him, baggage and all. Michelle pressed, do you have any idea what that baggage might be? Kate stayed silent. Look, King said, softening his tone, we're not here to drag your father's name through the mud. Let the man rest, but if the guy from that night is the reason your father shot Ritter, then he deserves to answer for it. And understanding your dad's past could help us find him. If I'm right, this guy knew your father from way back, and if that's true, he probably knew exactly what blacklisted him from every Ivy League school out there. Kate, you're our only lead, Michelle said gently. Without you, we're stuck, and I think you want the truth, otherwise you wouldn't have called us. Kate exhaled, her fingers tightening around a crumpled tissue. Fine, my mother said some things before she died. Michelle kept her voice steady. What kind of things? That my father was arrested during a protest, Vietnam War, I think, King's brow furrowed. Arrested for what? Rioting, disorderly conduct, Kate's voice dropped. No, for killing someone, Sean leaned forward. Who and how? Anything you remember. It's just what my mom told me, and she wasn't exactly coherent. She was drinking a lot near the end. She wiped her eyes. Sean's voice was quiet but firm. I know this is hard, but talking might help. From what you heard, who was it? Kate swallowed. A cop or something like that. He was killed during that anti-war protest that spiraled completely out of control. In Los Angeles, I think that's what my mom told me. My father got arrested because of it. Things looked really bad for him at first, but then something unexpected happened. Mom said a team of lawyers stepped in to defend him, and they managed to get all the charges dropped. She always insisted the police had fabricated the whole case. They just needed a scapegoat, and they pinned it on my dad. She was certain he hadn't done anything wrong. Michelle frowned. But the newspapers must have covered it, or at least mentioned rumors. I don't know if it made the papers, Kate admitted, but there had to be some kind of official record because it wrecked my dad's career. I double-checked Mom's story. Berkeley let him finish his doctorate and even gave him a teaching position, but they weren't happy about it. Honestly, I think they had no choice. He'd already defended his thesis. The whole mess happened right before graduation, but word got around in academic circles and every university he applied to afterwards shut him out. Mom said he barely scraped by until Atticus offered him a job. Of course, he wrote all those books later and the academic world loved them. Looking back, I think he was so bitter about being blacklisted that even if a top school had called, he'd have stayed at Atticus. He was loyal like that. They gave him a shot when no one else would. King leaned forward. How did your parents survive those lean years? Did your mom work? She picked up odd jobs, nothing steady. Mostly she helped Dad with his research for the books. Kate rubbed her eyes. Why, what are you getting at? Just wondering, Sean said. Who those lawyers were who swooped in to defend your dad? Was his family wealthy? Kate shook her head. No, he grew up in Wisconsin. His dad worked at a dairy. Mom was from Florida. Both sides were broke. Even weirder, Sean mused. So where did those lawyers come from? And I've got to ask, did your parents get financial help from some mystery source during the tough years? I guess it's possible, Kate said slowly. But I have no idea who that could have been. Michelle turned to King. You think the man who spoke to Ramsey that night could be tied to what happened in L.A.? Here's how it might have gone down. Something happens in Los Angeles and the cops pin it all on Arnold Ramsey. But what if he wasn't acting alone? What if someone with serious connections was pulling the strings behind the scenes? That would explain the high-powered lawyers showing up out of nowhere. I know how those attorneys operate. They don't work for free. Michelle nodded. It would explain why that guy brought up Regina Ramsey. Maybe he was trying to remind Arnold of his old fights against the system to push him into grabbing a gun and joining the cause again. Kate's voice trembled. This is too much. My father was brilliant. He should have been teaching at Harvard or Stanford. But then the cops lied and his life was destroyed. No wonder he fought back. Where's the justice in any of this? There isn't any, King said quietly. I still remember the moment I heard the news. You said you were in algebra class, Michelle added. Kate swallowed hard. I stepped into the hallway and saw Thornton with my mom. I knew right then something terrible had happened. Sean frowned. Wait, Thornton Jorst was with your mother. Why? He was the one who told her. Didn't he mention that? Michelle shook her head. No, he left that part out. And how did Thornton know before your mom did? King pressed. Kate hesitated. I don't know, maybe he caught it on the news. Sean leaned forward. What time did they come to pull you out of class? Think hard, it matters. Kate closed her eyes for a long moment. Morning, definitely before lunch, around 11, I think. Ritter was killed at 10:32, King said. No way the networks had the shooter's name and details on air in under 30 minutes. Michelle's eyes narrowed. And George still had time to pick up your mom. She lived close to my school. Atticus is only a half-hour drive from Bowlington, and her place was right on the way. A silent glance passed between Michelle and King. That doesn't add up, Michelle muttered. What are you getting at? Kate asked. King stood abruptly. We're paying Dr. Jorst a visit. Seems he left a few things out. Kate's voice turned bitter. If he didn't tell you about picking me up that day, he probably didn't mention him and my mom either. King froze. What about them? They were seeing each other. Seeing each other? King repeated. But you said your mother loved your father. Kate's jaw tightened. Dad had been dead for 7 years. The friendship between Thornton and his mother had gradually evolved into something deeper. What do you mean, something deeper? King asked. I mean they were planning to get married, she replied. When Kate called, Michelle had only gone through half of the material on Bob Scott. Since Michelle wouldn't be able to resume the search anytime soon, Joan took the box back to her motel. After her tense conversation with Sean, she needed something to distract her. As she opened the box and started sifting through the mess inside, she realized Parks hadn't been exaggerating. It was a complete disaster. Still, she methodically combed through every document, making sure nothing slipped past her. Hours later, she ordered room service, coffee, and a sandwich, knowing she'd be at this for a while. She had no idea when King and Michelle would return. Her fingers hovered over Sean's number, but she stopped herself. She was nearly done when something caught her eye. She pulled out a stack of papers and spread them across the bed. It was an arrest warrant for a Robert C. Scott with an address somewhere in Tennessee, though the town name didn't ring any bells. From what she could gather, the charges were related to illegal firearms possession. The Bob Scott they were after had always had a thing for guns, but whether this was the same man, she couldn't say yet. The Marshal Service had been tasked with serving the warrant on behalf of the ATF, which probably explained how Parks got his hands on the file. Maybe Scott had ties to the case, but they'd have to consider it from Ritter's angle. Still, Joan and the others had suspected the Bruno and Ritter cases were connected. Loretta Baldwin and Mildred Martin's murders proved that much. But how could two such different cases involve the same people? What was the missing link? The thought that the answer was right in front of them, just out of reach, was maddening. Her phone buzzed. Parks. Where are you? He asked. At the Cedars. I went through the box you brought. Think I found something. She told him about the warrant. No kidding. Was it ever served on Scott? Don't know yet. Probably not, she said. If Scott had been arrested, there would be a record somewhere and we would have heard about it by now. If they issued a warrant for Scott on firearms violations, maybe he's the unstable one behind all this, he suggested. But how do we tie Scott to everything? It doesn't add up. I agree, the marshal admitted wearily. Where are King and Maxwell? They went to meet Kate Ramsey in Charlottesville. She called saying she had more information for them. Well, if her father didn't act alone, maybe the guy she overheard was Bob Scott. He'd be in the perfect position to orchestrate this from the inside, a real Trojan horse if there ever was one. What do you want to do with what I found? Let's gather a team and check it out. Nice work, Joan. Maybe you really are as sharp as they say. Actually, Marshal, I'm even better. Joan ended the call, then froze as if struck by lightning. Oh my God, she whispered, staring at her phone. It can't be. She mouthed the next 3 words slowly. Trojan horse. A knock at the door startled her. She opened it to find a maid pushing a cart. Will this spot work for you, ma'am? Yes, Joan replied absently, her mind racing. It's fine. Would you like me to pour your coffee? No, I've got it. She signed the receipt and turned away. Thanks. She was about to make another call when she sensed movement behind her. She spun around, but before she could scream, everything went black. The young woman now loomed over Joan's unconscious form. Then Tasha knelt down and got to work. By the time King and Michelle reached Atticus College, it was nearly 9 at night. The building housing Thornton Jorst's office was locked, but Michelle managed to charm the night shift admin into giving them the professor's home address. His house sat about a mile from campus, nestled on a tree-lined street of brick homes where several other faculty members lived. When King parked the Lexus along the curb, Jorst's driveway was empty and no lights were on inside. They knocked, but no one answered. A quick check of the backyard revealed nothing. I can't believe it, Michelle muttered. Jorst had to be at the Fairmount when Ritter was killed, unless someone called him from the hotel to tip him off. Well, we'll ask him, King said, but if he was there he must have slipped out before the area was locked down. He must have moved fast to get to Regina and Kate with the news that quickly. You think he'll admit he was at the hotel? We'll find out because I plan to ask him. And I'd love to hear what he has to say about Regina Ramsey too. When we first spoke to him, wouldn't it have been normal to mention they were considering marriage? Not if he didn't want us to know, which makes me even more suspicious. You armed, gun and badge, the full authority package. Why? Just checking. Wonder if people around here lock their doors. You're not thinking of going in, are you? Breaking and entering after dark? Not if nothing gets broken. Oh, really? Where'd you get your law degree, stupid university? Just saying it'd be nice to take a quick look inside without Jorst hovering over us. But he could be there, maybe sleeping, or maybe he comes home while we're inside. Not we, just me. You're a sworn officer of the law, and you're a member of the bar. Technically, that makes you a court official. Yeah, but lawyers always find a way around technicalities. It's our thing, don't you watch TV? King headed to the Lexus to grab a flashlight. When he came back, Michelle grabbed his arm. Sean, this is insane. What if a neighbor sees you and calls the cops? We'll say we heard someone calling for help. No one's buying that. King was already at the back door testing the knob. Damn it, Michelle exhaled in relief. Locked, thank God. Sean pushed the door open with a smirk. Just kidding, I'll only be a minute, keep watch. Sean, don't. Before she could finish, he was inside. Michelle shoved her hands in her pockets and paced, stomach churning, trying to look like she didn't have a care in the world. She even tried to whistle, but her lips were too dry from the sudden rush of nerves. Damn you, Sean, King, she muttered. Inside, King swept the flashlight beam across a small, barely used kitchen. Jorst clearly wasn't the home-cooking type. The living room was neat and simply furnished, lined with shelves packed with Goethe, Francis Bacon, John Locke, and the ever-popular Machiavelli. The study, though, that was pure Jorst. Stacks of books and papers covered the desk, the floor was cluttered, and even the leather couch was buried under piles of who knew what. The room reeked of stale cigarette and cigar smoke, the air thick enough to taste. A cluttered ashtray overflowed with crushed butts near King's feet. Cheap, sagging bookshelves lined the walls, their warped frames barely holding the weight of countless volumes. Sean rifled through the desk drawers, checking for hidden compartments, but found nothing. He doubted pulling a book would reveal a secret passage, but he yanked a few off the shelf just in case. Nothing. Jorst had claimed to be working on a manuscript, and the chaos of scattered notes, drafts, and outlines seemed to confirm it, though organized was clearly a foreign concept to the man. King wrinkled his nose, wondering how anyone could work in this pigsty. Sure, his own college apartment had been a disaster, but he'd grown up since then. Jorst apparently hadn't. For a second, Sean considered calling Michelle down just to witness the mess. It might have cheered her up. Buried under the desk's paper avalanche, he uncovered a planner, but it was oddly empty. Upstairs, 2 bedrooms waited, one clearly lived in, the other untouched. Here, Jorst kept things tidier. Clothes hung neatly in the closet, shoes lined up on a cedar rack. King checked under the bed, greeted only by dust bunnies. The attached bathroom offered little, a damp towel on the floor, toiletries strewn across the sink. The guest room was barren, its adjoining bathroom devoid of even a spare towel. A lone shelf held no books, just framed photos. King flicked his flashlight over them one by one, Jorst with strangers, none familiar, until the last face made his pulse jump. Sean, get your ass down here, Michelle's voice hissed from below. Jorst is back. King reached the window just as the professor's clunky sedan rolled into the driveway. He killed the flashlight, hurried downstairs, and slipped into the kitchen where Michelle waited. They ducked out the back, circled the house, and knocked on the front door like polite visitors. Jorst answered, eyebrows raised. That Lexus parked on the curb yours? King nodded. Didn't see anyone inside when I passed it, Jorst said, eyes narrowing. Or either of you on the sidewalk. Guess I was lying down in the backseat, King said smoothly. Waiting for you. Michelle had gone to ask a neighbor if they knew what time he'd be back. Jorst didn't seem convinced but let them in anyway, leading them to the living room. So did you talk to Kate? He asked. Yeah, King replied. She mentioned you warned her about our visit. You didn't expect me to? Jorst countered, his tone sharp. King shrugged. Just figured you two were close. Jorst locked eyes with him. She was a colleague's daughter and later my student. Anything beyond that would be a mistake. Funny, King shot back, since you and her mom were talking marriage, at the very least you'd have been her stepdad, and here we were, clueless you and Regina even dated. Jorst shifted uncomfortably. Why would you know? It's none of your business. Now if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do. Write the book you're writing. What's it about anyway? Jorst raised an eyebrow. You into political science, Mr. King? I'm into a lot of things. Clearly, Jorst sighed. If you must know, it's a study on Southern voting patterns post-WW2 and their impact on national elections. My theory, the South today isn't the old South anymore. It's one of the most diverse, dynamic immigrant hubs this country's seen in decades. Still not a liberal stronghold, sure, but it's a far cry from Gone with the Wind or To Kill a Mockingbird. Take Georgia, fastest-growing demographic, Middle Eastern. King smirked. So rednecks and Baptists sharing the block with Hindus and Muslims, now that's a page-turner, Jorst chuckled. Rednecks and Baptists, mind if I steal that for a chapter title? Be my guest. You didn't know the Ramseys before Atticus, right? Number Arnold got here 2 years before me. I was teaching in Kentucky before that. I meant both Arnold and Regina. Same answer, never met either before moving here. Why did Kate say otherwise? Michelle jumped in. No. It's that her mom was a good friend of yours. They both were, Jorst admitted, softening. Regina probably saw me as a hopeless bachelor, always went out of her way to make me feel welcome. She was remarkable, helped with the college theater program, even acted in a few plays, unbelievable talent. Arnold had mentioned it, but I thought he was exaggerating. Then I saw her on stage, mesmerizing and as kind as she was gifted. Many people cared deeply for her. I'm sure they did, King said. And after Arnold passed, the two of you, it wasn't like that, Jorst cut in. Arnold had been gone for years before we saw each other as anything more than close friends, eventually leading to talk of marriage. I proposed and she said yes, Jorst replied flatly. Then she died. The professor's expression tightened. Yes, or rather, she took her own life. That's what they say. You don't believe it, Michelle pressed. She was happy she agreed to marry me. I don't think it's arrogance to say the idea of marrying me wouldn't drive her to suicide. So you think she was murdered? You tell me, Jorst snapped. You're the ones digging around, figure it out, it's not my job. How did Kate take the news of the engagement? Just fine. Kate loved her father, she liked me, she knew I wasn't trying to replace him. I truly believe she wanted her mother happy. Were you involved in Vietnam War protests? Jorst didn't flinch at the sudden shift. Yes, along with millions of others. Ever in California? Where exactly is this going? What if we told you a man visited Arnold Ramsey seeking his help to assassinate Clyde Ritter and that man mentioned your name? Jorst stared coldly. I'd say whoever told you that is dead wrong, but even if it were true, I can't control who drops my name in conversation, can I? Fair point. Do you believe Arnold acted alone? Yes, unless you show me solid proof otherwise. By all accounts, Ramsey wasn't a violent man, yet he committed the ultimate violent act, murder, Jorst shrugged. Who knows what lurks in a person's heart? True, and in his youth, Arnold participated in protests. One may have led to someone's violent death, King said. Jorst frowned. What are you talking about? Sean had only shared that detail to gauge his reaction. One more thing, the morning Ramsey killed Ritter, did you go to the Fairmount Hotel together or separately? To his credit, Jorst didn't react. His face stayed blank. Are you saying I was at the Fairmount that morning? King held his gaze. Are you saying you weren't? Jorst paused. Fine, I was there, so were hundreds of others. What's your point? My point, like your relationship with Regina, it's a pretty big detail you forgot to mention. Why would I? I didn't do anything wrong. To answer your question, I went to the hotel on my own, Jorst said. King leaned in. You must have left right after Ramsey fired the shot. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had time to pick up Regina and warn Kate in the middle of her algebra class. Jorst stared blankly at his visitors, though beads of sweat dotted his broad forehead. People were running everywhere. I was terrified just like everyone else. I saw what happened and I didn't want Regina and Kate finding out from the news, so I ran to tell them myself as fast as I could. It was an act of concern and I don't appreciate you twisting it into something suspicious. King stepped closer. Why were you at the Fairmount that morning? Did you hate Ritter too? No, of course not. Then why? King pressed. Jorst hesitated, then scoffed. You think I owe you an explanation? Fine, presidential candidates don't exactly roll through town every day. I wanted to see for myself, part of the job, right? Sean cut in, his tone sharp. Or maybe it's all just bullshit to you. Jorst stiffened. I don't have to justify myself to you. King shrugged. Fair enough, we'll just let the FBI and Secret Service sort it out. Mind if we use your phone? Wait, hold on, Jorst's voice cracked. His eyes darted between them before he finally exhaled. All right, I was worried about Arnold. He was so angry at Ritter, I thought he might do something reckless. But I swear I never imagined he'd actually kill the man. I didn't even know he had a gun until the shot rang out. Keep talking, King said. Jorst swallowed hard. Arnold didn't know I was there. I followed him. The night before he mentioned going to the rally, so I stayed in the back of the room. It was packed. He never saw me. At first, he kept his distance from Ritter and I thought maybe I'd overreacted. I started heading for the exit. That's when Arnold moved in. I turned just in time to see him pull the gun. Ritter went down, then you fired, and Arnold was dead. The place erupted, but I was already running. I nearly knocked over a hotel maid by the door on my way out. Michelle and King exchanged a glance. Loretta Baldwin, Jorst, now ghostly pale, continued. It felt like a nightmare. I couldn't process it. I just ran to my car and got the hell out of there. I wasn't the only one. There was a whole crowd of people running away, Jorst said. Did you ever report this to the police? King asked. What was there to report? I was there, saw what happened, and ran like everyone else. The authorities didn't need my statement or anything, Jorst replied, his voice edged with frustration. And then you went straight to Regina and told her. Why? King pressed. Why? Jorst snapped. Her husband had just shot a presidential candidate and then got himself killed. What was I supposed to do? Keep it from her? You don't get it, do you? King pulled the photo he'd taken from the upstairs bedroom and handed it to Jorst. The professor's fingers trembled as he took it, his gaze locking onto Regina Ramsey's smiling face. I think I understand, Sean said quietly, especially if you were already in love with her back then. As they drove away, Michelle turned to King. What do you think? Maybe he was telling the truth. Or maybe he saw an opportunity, King mused. First one to comfort the grieving widow, playing the hero while benefiting from his friend's death. Okay, he's slimy, but that doesn't make him a killer. Maybe not, but he's worth watching. He kept quiet about being at the Fairmount all these years, and now we find out he planned to marry Regina. That puts him high on my list. Michelle stiffened like she'd been struck. Wait, hear me out. What if Jorst was the one who convinced Arnold to kill Ritter? He knew Ramsey hated him. They were friends, colleagues. Ramsey would have listened. Kate said the voice she heard wasn't his, King countered. But she couldn't be sure. He could have disguised it, knowing she was home. So Jorst makes the deal with Ramsey. They go to the hotel armed. Ramsey fires the shot, Jorst slips out, stashes the gun where Loretta sees it, then rushes to tell Regina and Kate. All while planning to marry the widow someday. He waited a long time to ask, King pointed out. Maybe she turned him down at first, or he waited to avoid suspicion or for her to actually fall for him. Michelle shot him a tense look. What do you think? It fits, Sean admitted. But then Regina died. Jorst never managed to make things work with her. You really think Regina Ramsey was murdered? Well, if we take Jorst at his word and they were about to get married, why would she kill herself? He claims Kate had no issues with the relationship. What if that wasn't the case? Michelle asked. What are you getting at? Kate loved her father. She told me if her mother hadn't left him, he might not have killed Ritter. But he did, and he died. Then Regina decides to marry one of her father's colleagues. And she dies too. Are you suggesting Kate killed her own mother? Michelle raised her hands. I'm just saying it's a possibility, but I don't want to believe it. I like Kate, Sean sighed. It's like squeezing a balloon, push one side and another bulge pops up. He glanced at her. Did you finish that timeline I asked for? Michelle nodded and pulled a notepad from her bag. Arnold Ramsey was born in 1949. Graduated high school in 67, attended Berkeley from 67 to 74 when he earned his doctorate. That same year he married Regina. They struggled until 82 when Arnold got hired at Atticus. Kate wasn't even a year old yet. She paused, noticing King's frown. What's wrong? According to Kate, Ramsey got tangled up in a cop's death during an anti-war protest. That's what started all his problems. She said Berkeley reluctantly let him finish his degree because he'd already done the work, thesis included. So the incident must have happened around his exams. Right, and if Ramsey got his doctorate in 74, he couldn't have been protesting Vietnam that year. Nixon signed the ceasefire in early 73. Even if tensions flared, full-scale fighting didn't restart until 75. And if the cop incident happened before he graduated, Berkeley would have kicked him out. Sounds logical. But if in 74, the year the cop died, Ramsey and his wife weren't protesting the war, what were they protesting? Michelle cracked her knuckles. 1974, you mentioned Nixon. That was Watergate, wasn't it? King nodded slowly. And a guy like Ramsey would have been the type to demand Nixon's resignation, which happened that August. But Kate said it was an anti-war protest in LA. No, Kate told us what her mother told her. And she also said Regina drank heavily back then. It's entirely possible he gave his daughter the wrong date, event, and even location, Sean said. So the incident that led to the agent's death might have happened in Washington, not Los Angeles, and involved Nixon instead of Vietnam? Michelle asked. If that's the case, we should be able to track down the details, King replied. He pulled out his phone and dialed Joan's number. She's great at digging up information. But there was no answer, so he left a voicemail. Turning back to Michelle, he said, if someone got Ramsey out of trouble using a law firm, there should be a paper trail. Not necessarily, Michelle countered. After all these years, reconstructing everyone's movements is nearly impossible. For all we know, Jorst could have been in Los Angeles throwing rocks at City Hall and we'd never prove it. Even finding someone who remembers those days might be hopeless. And if there's nothing in public records, poof, it's over. King nodded. You're right, but we still have to check. It's just time, not money. Time we might not have, Michelle muttered, rubbing her temple. Something tells me the clock's ticking faster than we think. That night, Sean and Michelle stayed at a roadside motel near Atticus before heading back to Wrightsburg the next morning. Parks was waiting at King's house. Any word from Joan? Sean asked. I tried calling her yesterday, no answer. I spoke to her last night, Parks said. She found something in those files. I brought you an arrest warrant for Bob Scott in Tennessee. King's eyes sharpened. If it's the same Bob Scott, that could lead us somewhere. He grabbed his phone. Let's call Joan and figure out our next move. But again, no one picked up. Sean tried the inn where Joan was staying. As the front desk clerk spoke, his grip on the phone tightened, his face draining of color. He slammed the receiver down. Damn it, Parks and Michelle stared. Sean, what happened? Michelle asked quietly. King's voice was hollow. Joan's been taken. They rushed to the Cedars Inn where Joan had rented a cottage. Her purse and phone lay on the floor. The dinner tray was untouched. One of her shoes was by the door, its heel snapped off. A back exit led to a secluded spot in the garden, perfect for dragging someone out unseen. By the time they arrived, Chief Williams was already there, taking statements and combing for clues. The room felt too quiet, the air thick with dread. The waiter who was supposed to serve Joan's dinner had been thoroughly questioned. He was young, had worked at the inn for a couple of years, and was visibly shaken by what had happened. He explained that while heading to the cottage, a girl had approached him. After confirming the meal was for Joan, she claimed to be her sister, just arrived for a surprise visit, and insisted on delivering the dinner herself. It had seemed harmless, especially when she slipped him a $20 tip for the trouble. He handed over the cart and returned to the inn. That was it. His vague description of the woman wasn't much help. Chief Williams joined the trio with a frustrated sigh. Damn it, I'm running all over town dealing with murders and kidnappings. This place used to be quiet until recently. With the chief's permission, they took the file on Bob Scott and huddled in the parking lot. Parks recounted his conversation with Joan word for word. They must have taken her right after we spoke. She told me about Scott, and I warned her he could have turned traitor, perfect for anyone plotting Ritter's murder. I know you two aren't convinced, but we wanted to wait until after your meeting with Kate Ramsey before making moves. King checked Joan's BMW while Parks went inside to talk with Chief Williams. The police had already searched the car and found nothing. Michelle stepped closer to Sean, resting a hand on his shoulder. You okay? I should have seen this coming. How you're not psychic? Joan and I talked to too many people. Mildred Martin was killed right after we saw her. It didn't take a genius to guess Joan was next. Or you, what were you supposed to do, babysit her? I barely know Joan, but I doubt she'd have gone for that. I didn't even try, Michelle. I wasn't worried about her safety, and now, we'll find her, alive. No offense, but our track record with that isn't great. Sorry, Michelle muttered. Me too. Parks rejoined them. Listen, I'll dig into this Bob Scott from Tennessee. If it's our guy, I'll take a team down to have a chat. You're welcome to tag along. We're in, Michelle answered for both of them. Parks left to start the investigation while King and Michelle headed home. She fixed lunch but couldn't find Sean until she spotted him sitting on the dock. She walked over, balancing a tray. Made some soup and sandwiches. Not much of a homebody, but it's edible, Michelle said, pushing a plate toward Sean. Thanks, he muttered, barely glancing up. Be there in a minute. She slid onto the couch beside him. Thinking about Joan? King turned to her, then shrugged. Didn't realize you two were still that close, Michelle said. We're not, he snapped, then softened his tone. We're not, but a long time ago we were more than friends. I know this isn't easy for you. They sat in silence for a moment before Sean spoke again. Exhibitionist. What? In the elevator, Joan put on a show for me. A show? What kind? Trench coat, not much underneath. Come on, admit it, you probably imagined something like that after hearing about the underwear on the chandelier. Okay, maybe I did, but why would Joan do that? You were on duty. Because she got a note, thought it was from me, asking her to surprise me in that damn elevator. After the night we'd spent together, she must have figured I wanted an encore. Who do you think wrote the note? If they meant to distract you with Joan, how do they know when she'd show up? The donor meeting was scheduled from 10 to 10:35. Joan knew that, and whoever planned to kill Ritter knew the exact window to act. Even if Joan hadn't done anything, they'd have gone after Ritter anyway. Still, it was risky for Joan. She didn't have to go through with it. Love makes people do crazy things sometimes. You think that's what it was? Pretty much what she told me. All these years, she thought I was involved in Ritter's death, that I set her up, but speaking out would have ruined her career. When she saw the note pinned to Susan Whitehead's body, she realized maybe we'd both been played. He paused. She asked me why if I suspected her but knew I was clean. I never told anyone what she did. What you say? Nothing. Maybe I don't know why. I think you never really believed Joan was guilty of anything, just bad judgment. I saw the look in her eyes when the shot went off. Never seen anyone more shocked. No, Joan wasn't involved. He shrugged. But what does it matter now? Like you said, love makes people do strange things. Whoever set this up knew how you felt about Joan. They knew you'd never betray her. In a way, you two were each other's alibis. She studied him. It's not a crime to care about someone, Sean. Sometimes it sure feels like one. Seeing someone reappear in your life after you thought they were gone forever can throw you off balance. Especially when what you believed 8 years ago turns out to be wrong, Sean muttered. I'm not in love with Joan, King said, but I care about what happens to her. I want her safe. We'll do everything we can. That might not be enough, Sean shot back darkly before standing and heading toward the house. They were finishing dinner when the landline rang. King answered, listened with a puzzled expression, then turned to Michelle. It's for you, says he's your father. Thanks, I gave him your number, hope that's okay. Cell service is spotty around here. No problem, he handed her the receiver. Michelle spoke with her father for about 5 minutes, scribbled something on a notepad, thanked him and hung up. Sean was rinsing dishes before loading the dishwasher. What's up? He asked. I told you most of the men in my family are cops. My dad, the police chief in Nashville, is involved in all the national law enforcement associations, some in leadership roles. I asked him to dig into that incident in Washington, see if he could find anything on the officer killed during a protest around 1974. King dried his hands and moved closer. And, a name, just a name, but it could lead somewhere. She glanced at her notes. Paul Summers, he was with DC police back then, retired now, lives in Manassas. My dad knows him, says he might have info and is willing to talk. King grabbed his jacket. Let's go. As they stepped outside, Michelle said, Sean, I don't like that you kept Joan's secret all these years, but I respect it. Loyalty means something. Does it? His voice was rough. Sometimes loyalty just screws you over. Paul Summers lived in a split-level ranch house in Manassas, Virginia, its aging frame now dwarfed by new condos on every side. Summers, wearing jeans and a burgundy Redskins tee, answered the door and led them into the small living room. He offered drinks, but they declined. In his mid-60s, the retired cop had thick white hair, a friendly grin, freckled skin, and forearms that matched his solid build. So you're Frank Maxwell's kid, he said to Michelle. If I told you how much your dad brags about you at conferences, you'd turn redder than this shirt. Michelle laughed. Daddy's little girl, it's embarrassing sometimes. Hey, how many dads get a daughter like you? I'd brag too, Summers said with a smirk. Michelle does make you feel a little inadequate, King admitted, shooting her a teasing glance. But once you get to know her, you realize she's just as human as the rest of us. Summers' expression darkened. I looked into Bruno's case and something smells off. Back in my Secret Service days, I heard plenty of stories about protected witnesses going rogue and leaving agents holding the bag. Michelle, you got played plain and simple. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Michelle said dryly. My father mentioned you might have some useful intel for us. That's right, back when I was still on the force, I was the unofficial police historian, and let me tell you, those were some wild times. People think America's a mess now, they should have seen the 60s and 70s. He grabbed a thick binder from a shelf. Got something here that might help. He slipped on a pair of reading glasses. By 1974, Watergate was tearing the country apart. Nixon had the whole nation furious. I bet protests got out of hand, King said. Oh yeah, DC, police were used to big demonstrations, but you never knew when things would spiral. He adjusted his glasses and skimmed his notes. The Watergate break-in happened in '72. A year later, Nixon's secret tapes went public, or at least the fight over them did. By October '73, he fired the special prosecutor, and impeachment talk was everywhere. July '74, the Supreme Court ruled against him, and by August, he was out. But before that, in May, DC was a powder keg. Thousands marched down Pennsylvania Avenue, and we had riot squads, mounted police, National Guard, Secret Service, SWAT teams, hell, even a tank. I'd been on the force a decade, seen my share of chaos, but that day felt like we were in some third world country, not the US. Did an officer die? Michelle asked. Not a cop, a National Guardsman, Summers said. Found him in an alley with his skull bashed in. And they made an arrest, King frowned. How? That had to be a madhouse. Oh, they hauled someone in, even started processing charges, then poof, case vanished. No idea why. The National Guardsman was dead, murdered, no question about it. The papers covered the story briefly, but then the Supreme Court ruled against the president. Nixon resigned in August '74, and suddenly that was all anyone talked about. The man's death faded into the background, forgotten. After Robert Kennedy, Martin Luther King, Vietnam, and Watergate, the country was just exhausted. King leaned forward. Do you have the names of the accused, the arresting officers, or the district attorneys? No, sorry. This was 30 years ago and I wasn't directly involved, just heard about it after the fact. Even if you had names, I wouldn't recognize them. What about the newspapers? You said they covered it. They did, but I doubt they named anyone. Back then, things were messy. Honestly, the press didn't trust the government at all, too many shady dealings. And I hate to say it, I was a cop, but some of my own crossed the line, especially with the hippies drifting into town. Not everyone had patience. It was an us versus them mentality. Michelle frowned. Sounds like that might have played into this case. You said the charges just disappeared. Maybe they were fabricated. Maybe, but I can't say for sure. All right, King said. We appreciate your help, Summers smirked. You'll appreciate it even more. He slid a slip of paper across the table. Got a name for you, Donald Holmgren. Who's that? Michelle asked. One of the public defenders back then. Half those protesters were kids, strung out or just lost. Once Nixon became the villain, the anti-war crowd shifted focus. Odds are the suspect in the guardsman's killing was one of theirs. If they couldn't afford a lawyer, Holmgren's office handled it. He might know more, retired now, but he lives in Maryland. Never spoke to him myself, but if you play it right, he might talk. Thanks, Paul, Michelle said, hugging him. Tell your old man he wasn't exaggerating about you. Wish my kids had half your grit. Donald Holmgren's place was a modest house on the outskirts of Rockville, Maryland. Books and magazines covered every surface, and a few lazy cats lounged in patches of sunlight. The elderly man in his 70s with thick gray hair wore a light sweater and sweatpants. He cleared books and cats from the living room couch to make space for King and Michelle. "Thank you for seeing us on such short notice," Sean said. The man waved it off. "Not a problem." "Days aren't exactly packed these days." Michelle leaned forward. "I'm guessing that wasn't the case when you worked at the legal aid office." "Oh, you can say that again," he chuckled. "My tenure covered some particularly wild years." King cut to the chase. "As I mentioned on the phone, we're looking into the death of a National Guardsman back in May 1974. The man's expression darkened. "Yeah, I remember that one. Thankfully, National Guard soldiers don't get murdered every day. But that day. Pure chaos. I was arguing a case in federal court when the protests erupted. The judge called a recess and we all crowded around a TV in the lobby. Never seen anything like it. Felt like we were watching the storming of the Bastille live on screen." "We heard someone was initially charged," Michelle pressed. "First-degree murder, yeah, but once we saw the details, we knew we could get it downgraded." King exchanged a glance with Michelle. "So you handled the case personally?" "Sure did," the man said, surprising them. He sighed. 16 years at legal aid by then, back when it was still called the Legal Aid Agency. I'd taken on plenty of high-profile cases, but let's be honest, nobody else wanted this one." Michelle frowned. "Because the evidence was overwhelming." "Hardly. From what I recall, they arrested the guy just for walking out of the alley where it happened. A dead body, especially a soldier, and a mob of protesters throwing rocks. Recipe for disaster." "Cops grabbed the first person they saw. The city was under siege, tensions were sky-high. Kid was a college student, I think, never bought that he meant to kill anyone. Maybe a scuffle gone wrong, the soldier fell, hit his head. Back then, the DA's office had a habit of manufacturing charges. Hell, we had cops lying on the stand, falsifying reports, planting evidence, you name it." King tapped his notepad. "Do you remember the suspect's name?" The man rubbed his temple. "Been racking my brain since your call." "Kid was sharp, I remember that much." "I'm sorry, but I've handled thousands of cases since then, and I didn't work on that one for very long. I remember the charges and the defenses better than the names, and it's been 30 years. King decided to take a chance. "Was his name Arnold Ramsey?" Holmgren's mouth fell open. "Damn, I can't swear to it, but I think that's the name. How do you know that?" "It's a long story. The same Arnold Ramsey shot and killed Clyde Ritter 8 years ago." Holmgren's eyes widened. "That was the same guy?" "Yep. Well, in that case, maybe I regret that he got off back then. But at the time you didn't feel that way, did you?" "Not at all. Like I said, back then some people cared more about getting convictions than the truth by any means necessary. But they didn't manage it with Ramsey. No, even though I thought it was a borderline case, I had to work with the facts I had and they weren't great. Plus, the prosecution was relentless. They wanted to make an example out of him, and honestly, I didn't entirely blame them. But then they took me off the case." "Why?" "The defendant hired another lawyer, some firm out west, I think. If it was Ramsey, he must have been from there. I figured his family found out what happened and rushed to help him." "Do you remember the firm's name?" Holmgren thought for a moment. "Number too many years, too many cases." "Did that firm somehow get the charges dropped?" "Not just dropped, I heard they even had the arrest scrubbed from his record. They must have been really good. Back then, in my experience, that kind of thing almost never happened." "Well, you said some prosecutors weren't exactly ethical. Maybe someone got paid off," King suggested. "Prosecutors, cops." "I suppose it's possible," Holmgren admitted. "If you're willing to build a shaky case, maybe you're willing to take a bribe to tear it down." The prosecutor on that case was young, ambitious as hell, and always struck me as a little too slick. But he was sharp, dead set on climbing the ladder. Personally, I never saw him cross the line, though others in his office did. I always felt bad for his boss, who took the fall when years later everything in that office blew up. Billy Martin was a decent guy, didn't deserve that. King and Michelle stared at Holmgren, stunned. Finally, King found his voice again. "Do you remember the name of the prosecutor who went after Arnold Ramsey?" "Oh, I'll never forget that one. He was the presidential candidate who got kidnapped later." John Bruno. King and Michelle left Holmgren's house and drove straight to Richmond, heading for Virginia Commonwealth University. Kate Ramsey wasn't at the Center for Public Policy, but the receptionist gave them her home number. When they called, Kate's roommate answered but had no idea where she was. She hadn't seen her since that morning. Michelle asked if they could stop by, and after a hesitant pause, the girl agreed. On the way, Michelle turned to King. "Do you think Kate knows about Bruno and her father? Please tell me she doesn't." "I wish I could," he said grimly, "but I have a bad feeling she does." When they arrived at Kate's apartment, her roommate Sharon answered the door, reluctant at first, until Michelle flashed her badge. That changed things. Sharon let them look around Kate's cramped bedroom, but nothing stood out. The place was packed with books, the kind that would intimidate most professors. Then King spotted a box on the top shelf of the closet. Inside was a gun cleaning kit and a box of 9 bullets. Sean shot Michelle a dark look. She shook her head, lips pressed tight. "Any idea why Kate owns a gun?" King asked Sharon. She said she got mugged, brought it home about 7 or 8 months ago. I hate having it around, but she's got a permit, even goes to the range. Apparently she's a decent shot. Comforting, Michelle muttered. Was she carrying it this morning? No clue. Does she ever have visitors? A man maybe? Dates? Not that I've seen. She's always at rallies or protests, obsessed with saving the world. Me, I'm just trying to pass my classes and keep my boyfriend happy. I meant an older man, maybe in his 50s, King described Thornton Jorst, but Sharon shook her head. Nope. But a couple times I saw her get dropped off in a big Mercedes. Never saw the driver, but I'm pretty sure it was a guy. When I asked, she got weird about it. Can you describe the car? Black, expensive looking. So someone with money, Michelle said. When was the first time you noticed it? Maybe 9 or 10 months ago, right after she started her grad program here. She doesn't make friends easily. If she had anyone before, she doesn't now. Sharon was still talking when Michelle lifted the cleaning kit to her ear and shook it. A faint rattle made her pause. She slipped her fingers beneath the lining and pulled out a small object, a key. She held it up. Any idea what this is? Looks like a storage locker key. There are a few in the basement, Sharon said. I didn't know Kate had one. Michelle and King headed downstairs, scanning locker numbers until they found the one that matched. King flicked on the light, revealing stacks of cardboard boxes. Sean exhaled sharply. This is either a dead end or a gold mine. 4 boxes in, they had their answer: neatly organized newspaper clippings covering 2 subjects. The first was the Ritter murder. Dozens of articles and photos filled the pages, some featuring King, a few of a much younger Kate Ramsey looking somber, and one of Regina. Every headline was aggressively underlined in pen. Not surprising she kept these, Michelle said. It was her father's case. But the second subject sent a chill through them. Every clipping focused on John Bruno, from his early days as a prosecutor to his presidential campaign. King pulled out 2 yellowed articles detailing corruption investigations in a Washington, D.C. district attorney's office, prominently naming Bill Martin but not Bruno. Yet at the top of each page, Kate had scrawled John Bruno. Damn, King muttered. Our little activist is tangled up in something big. Whether Bruno deserved it or not, Kate's labeled him as the crooked prosecutor who ruined her father's life. What I don't get, Michelle said, is these articles came out before Kate was even born. How'd she get them? The guy in the Mercedes. The one who fed her hatred for Bruno, whether for what he did or didn't do. Hell, maybe she blames Bruno for her father's death, thinking if he'd gone to Harvard or Stanford he'd have been happy, his wife wouldn't have left, and he'd never have shot someone like Ritter. But why? Revenge for herself or someone else? And how does this connect to Ritter, Loretta Baldwin, and everything else? King threw his hands up. Wish I knew, but one thing's clear: Kate's just the tip of the iceberg, and now something else makes sense. Michelle raised an eyebrow. Her sudden urge to meet us and drop that new revelation about Thornton Jorst. You think she was pushed to do it, to mislead us? Maybe, or she did it on her own for reasons we don't see yet. Or maybe, Michelle countered, she told the truth. King scoffed. Yeah, because that's been happening a lot lately. Why should the rules change now? Honestly, Kate Ramsey is a world-class actress. I never would have pegged her as involved. Rumor has it her mother was a superstar in that department. Maybe Kate inherited the genes. King paused, then added, call Parks and see what he dug up on Bobby Scott. Suddenly, my former lead security detail is very interesting. As it turned out, Parks had been busy. He confirmed Bob Scott's address in Tennessee, a 12-acre estate in the eastern part of the state, rugged and rural. The property had once been a military base during World War II and the 2 decades after, then sold off to private owners. Over the years, it changed hands multiple times. When I found out this place used to belong to the U.S. Army, Parks told Michelle, I had to wonder why Scott wanted it. He'd been living in Montana, deep into right-wing paramilitary circles, so why move? Then I checked the blueprints and realized this place has an underground bunker built into the hillside. Back in the Cold War, the government built thousands of these, from small hideouts to massive ones like Greenbrier in West Virginia, meant to shelter Congress during a nuclear strike. Scott's bunker, fully equipped kitchen, bunks, bathrooms, shooting range, air and water filtration. My guess, the military forgot it even existed when they sold the land. Oh, and here's the kicker, it's got POW cells. Guess they were prepping for an invasion. A prison, Michelle said. Perfect for holding kidnapped presidential candidates. Exactly, and get this, the Tennessee estate is less than 2 hours by car from where Ritter was killed and where Bruno was taken. The 3 locations form a rough triangle. You're sure it's the same Bob Scott? Michelle asked. Positive, but without that old warrant we'd never have found him. He's practically off the grid. Still planning to go in, we've got a friendly Tennessee judge who signed off on a search warrant. We'll knock with a cover story, no need for anyone to get shot. Once we're inside, we'll see. It's legally dicey, but if we pull Bruno out before things go south and wrap Scott up, worth the risk. We'll let the lawyers handle the cleanup, he said. When are you heading out? It'll take some time to get everything ready, and the operation has to happen in broad daylight. I don't want that lunatic Scott opening fire on anyone he mistakes for an intruder. It's about a 4 or 5 hour drive, so we'll leave early tomorrow. You two still coming? Michelle glanced at King before answering. Yeah, and who knows, we might find someone else in there. Who? Parks asked. A grad student nursing an old grudge. Michelle ended the call and filled King in on the latest. Then she grabbed a notepad and started jotting down key points. All right, here's my brilliant theory number 2, assuming Jorst isn't involved. Let's break it down. She tapped the pen against the paper. Scott's the mole. He helped Ramsey kill Ritter. Motive? Could be money, could be some buried vendetta against Ritter. She snapped her fingers. Wait, hear me out. What if Scott's parents gave all their money to Ritter back when he was still a preacher? Remember what Jorst told us. My research confirmed Ritter was loaded mostly from donations to his so-called church, which really just lined his own pockets. King shook his head. Thought about that too, but no, Scott's parents died when he was a kid. And they didn't leave him a dime. Michelle groaned. Damn, that would have been a solid motive. What about Sidney Morse? His family had money. Maybe they bankrolled Ritter and now Morse is tied to the murder. Nope, Morse inherited everything from his mom. She died right around the time he joined the campaign staff. Besides, we know the Bruno and Ritter cases are linked. Even if Sidney had a hand in Ritter's death, he wouldn't be involved in Bruno's kidnapping unless he took him out with a tennis ball. Michelle smirked. Fair point, so back to Scott. Let's say he got paid to help set up Ritter's murder. Career ruined, whatever. He bails and disappears into the wilds of Montana. And Bruno, how does Scott connect to him? What if he helped kill Ritter because he and Ramsey were old friends? It might sound unbelievable at first. Scott fought in Vietnam while Ramsey protested against the war, but stranger things have happened. Maybe they crossed paths at a rally and Scott, disillusioned by combat, ended up swayed by Ramsey's beliefs. If he really did help Arnold kill Ritter, there's a chance he knows Kate too. He'd also be aware of how Bruno destroyed Ramsey's career with false accusations, and he might have shared that with her. Kate grows up hating Bruno, and eventually Scott re-enters the picture. Together, they plot to kidnap him and make him pay. It's a theory that ties everything together. So the man who visited Arnold Ramsey, the one Kate heard mention Thornton Jorst, you're saying that was Scott? Well, if Kate's involved, she could have lied to throw us off like we've already discussed. What do you think? Solid deductions. I'd say we make a pretty good team. King took a deep breath. Now we just wait and see what tomorrow brings. They set out at dawn the next day in 3 separate vehicles. Parks, King, and Michelle rode in the lead car, followed by 2 subs packed with stone-faced federal agents in bulletproof vests. Sean and Michelle had briefed Parks on the developments with Kate Ramsey and laid out their shaky but plausible theory connecting the dots. The marshal wasn't entirely convinced. The way this case has gone, I'm expecting another nasty surprise any minute now. As they drove, sipping coffee and eating donuts, Parks outlined the raid plan. We'll send a decoy van ahead disguised as a county survey vehicle. One agent knocks with a clipboard while another unloads equipment. More agents will be inside the van and the rest will have already surrounded the property. The moment someone answers, we swarm in, guns ready. If the place is empty, we execute the search warrant quietly. With luck, no shots fired, everyone goes home in one piece. King leaned forward from the backseat, tapping Parks' shoulder. Just remember, Scott's not just a gun nut, he's a hand-to-hand combat expert. Rumor has it he spent 6 months sharpening a belt buckle into a razor blade and slit his Viet Cong captors' throats with it. We can't afford mistakes. Understood, but we've got surprise and numbers on our side. Just like the textbook, it's the best way I know, Parks said. Then he added, do you really think we'll find Bruno and maybe Joan in there? King replied, maybe. But I don't know if they'll still be breathing. Simmons and the man from the Buick were finishing their preparations. The generators hummed steadily in place, wires were laid out, explosives set and detonators ready. Even the items the Buick man had meticulously approved were positioned for the big moment. Every device had been tested and checked at least a dozen times. Now they just had to work flawlessly on the 13th try and victory would be theirs. The Buick man surveyed their handiwork, the result of endless planning without a hint of satisfaction. Simmons noticed and set down the box he was double-checking. Well, it's showtime, now we get serious, you should be happy. Go check on them, the Buick man snapped before sitting down, mentally running through every detail again. Simmons went to inspect the prisoners in their separate rooms. Unconscious, their food had been drugged, they'd wake up soon. And if everything went according to plan, he'd be halfway across the world with enough money to last lifetimes. He returned to find the Buick man still seated, head bowed, eyes closed. How long do you think until they get here? Simmons asked hesitantly, knowing his partner craved silence. Soon they should be pulling up to the Tennessee bunker any minute now. They're in for a surprise. The Buick man shot him a disdainful look. That's the point. Do you have any idea what's actually behind all this? You think this was just set up for your amusement? Simmons nervously dropped his gaze. And when does she get back? She'll be here in time, wouldn't want to miss the main event. Honestly, I can't wait either. He studied his partner. What about you, ready? Simmons squared his shoulders with false bravado. I was born ready for this. The Buick man stared at him for a long moment before lowering his head and closing his eyes again. Meanwhile, safely inside their SUV, Michelle and King watched through binoculars as Park's Suburban, packed with 5 or 6 men, rumbled down the dirt road toward the house, or more accurately, the rundown cabin. King scanned the surroundings, thinking the place couldn't have been more remote. They were perched on a ridge in the Great Smoky Mountains, the rugged terrain pushing their four-wheel drive to its limits. Towering pines, oaks, and ash trees surrounded them, casting deep shadows that would bring nightfall hours early even at 11 in the morning. The sky looked like dusk was already settling in, the damp cold seeping deep into their bones despite being inside the SUV. King and Michelle watched as the Suburban came to a stop in front of the cottage, its driver stepping out. No other vehicles were in sight, no smoke rose from the chimney, and the dirt clearing in front of the house was empty, no dog, no cat, not even a stray chicken. The federal agents inside the van, heavily armed, remained hidden behind tinted windows. King figured the Trojan horse tactic had worked for thousands of years. He just hoped their luck held today. As he sat there, picturing the agents lying in wait, another thought flickered at the edge of his mind: Trojan horse. Sean pushed it aside for now and refocused on the imminent siege. The cottage was surrounded by the rest of the team, agents crouched behind scattered rocks with rifles trained on every possible exit, doors, windows, key blind spots. If anyone was inside, they'd have to be a damn magician to slip past that net. The underground bunker, though, that was trickier. He'd gone over it with Parks. The blueprints they'd managed to get were missing one crucial detail: the layout of exterior doors or ventilation shafts, things a bunker had to have. To cover their bases, Parks had stationed men at every likely entry point. The agent from the van moved toward the cottage door while his partner unloaded a surveyor's tripod. County Public Works decals had been slapped onto the vehicle's sides, but beneath their bulky jackets the men wore bulletproof vests, pistols clipped to their belts. The rest of the team inside the van packed enough firepower to take on a small army. King and Michelle held their breath as the agent knocked. 30 seconds passed, then a full minute. He knocked again, louder this time, calling out, still nothing. The agent disappeared around the side of the cottage, reappearing moments later from the opposite corner. He walked back to the van, muttering into his comm, asking Parks for the green light, no doubt. It must be come through because the Suburban's doors flew open, agents pouring out in a rush. The lead man blasted the door open with a controlled burst of gunfire, and 7 agents stormed inside, vanishing into the dark. Sean and Michelle watched as more armed men emerged from the woods, rifles raised and ready to fire. The tension was thick as everyone braced for the sound of gunshots, expecting their target to be trapped inside the cottage, ready to meet a fiery end. Instead, all they heard was the rustle of leaves in the breeze and the occasional chirp of birds. After 30 agonizing minutes, the all-clear was given. Michelle and King joined Parks and the other hunters inside. The cottage was sparse, rustic furniture, a cold fireplace, cabinets with stale food, and an almost empty fridge. The real prize lay below, a hidden bunker accessed through a basement door. Far larger than the cottage, the bunker was clean, well-lit, and clearly used recently. Empty storage shelves bore faint outlines in the dust, proof that supplies had been there not long ago. A shooting range still carried the sharp scent of gunpowder. When they reached the prison cells, Parks motioned for King and Michelle to follow him to a half-open door. He kicked it wide, empty. All of them, Parks muttered. We missed them, but this place was active until recently. We'll tear it apart inch by inch. He stormed off to organize the forensic teams. King swept his flashlight beam across the cell, pausing when something glinted back at him. He crouched, checked under the cot, then turned to Michelle. Got a tissue? She handed him one, and he used it to pick up a small earring. Michelle studied it. It's Jones. King raised an eyebrow. How can you tell? Looks like any other earring. To a guy maybe. Women notice clothes, hair, jewelry, nails, shoes, everything. Men just notice cleavage and ass, usually in that order, and maybe hair color. Joan was wearing these last time I saw her, so she was here. But she's not now, Michelle said, which means there's a good chance she's still alive. She might be dropped this on purpose. Right, to leave us a trail. As Michelle took the earring to Parks, King moved to the next cell. He scanned every inch with his flashlight, finding nothing, until he bumped his head on the bed frame while standing up. Rubbing his temple, he noticed the thin mattress had shifted. Sean leaned forward to adjust the mattress before anyone scolded him for disturbing the crime scene. That's when he spotted it, the message carved into the wall, hidden until now beneath the bedding. He crouched lower, angling his flashlight at the words. Whoever had etched them into the concrete must have worked tirelessly, maybe even using a fingernail. As he read, something clicked in his mind, pulling him back to the SUV ride toward the cottage. A comment Kate had made to him and Michelle suddenly made sense. If he was right, everyone had been dead wrong. What are you doing? Sean turned to find Michelle watching him. Playing detective but failing spectacularly, he admitted, shifting uncomfortably. He glanced past her. How's it looking out there? Forensics is gearing up to move in. Doubt they'll appreciate us hanging around. Agreed. Why don't you tell Parks we're heading back to Wrightsburg? He can find us at my place. Michelle scanned the room. I really thought today would give us answers. Now we've just got more questions. Once she left, Sean turned back to the wall, committing the inscription to memory. Part of him debated sharing it with the others, but he decided to let them stumble onto it themselves if they ever did. If he was right, this changed everything. The drive back to Wrightsburg was heavy with silence. Michelle eventually gave up trying to pull Sean out of his brooding mood and dropped him off at his house. I'll be at the motel for a while, she said. Need to check a few things, and I should probably call the service. Technically, I still work for them. Good call, Sean muttered, barely looking at her. If your thoughts are going for a penny, I'll up it to a nickel. Michelle nudged his arm lightly. Come on, Sean, out with it. Not sure my thoughts are worth that much right now. You saw something back there, didn't you? Not now, Michelle. I need to figure a few things out. Fine. Your house, your rules, she snapped, clearly stung by his dismissal. Then she paused. Wait, there is something you can do for me. Do you still have access to the Secret Service database? Think so? A buddy slowed down my suspension paperwork. Honestly, after they put me on leave, I'm not even sure what my status is, but I can check fast. My laptop's at the motel. I'll log in and see. What do you need? When Sean told her, her eyebrows shot up in surprise. What does this have to do with anything? Michelle asked. Maybe nothing, maybe everything, King replied. Well, I doubt it's in the service's database. Then try somewhere else. You're a pretty sharp detective. I don't think you really mean that. So far, none of my big theories have held up. If you find that answer for me, there'll be no doubt left in my mind. Michelle climbed into the SUV. By the way, do you have a gun? King shook his head. They never gave it back. She pulled hers from the holster and handed it to him. Here. If I were you, I'd keep this close. What about you? Secret Service agents always have a spare, you know that. 20 minutes after Michelle left, King got into his Lexus and drove to his office. For years, he'd gone there at least 5 days a week until Howard Jennings was found dead on the carpet. Now, stepping inside felt like entering unfamiliar territory. The rooms were cold and dark. He flicked on the lights and cranked up the heat, scanning the space around him. It was a measure of how far he'd climbed back from the abyss after Ritter's murder. Yet, as he admired the oil painting on the wall, ran his fingers over the polished mahogany panels and soaked in the order and calm that mirrored his own well-kept home, he didn't feel the usual satisfaction. Instead, an emptiness settled in. What had Michelle said? That his house felt cold, even fake, that maybe once he wouldn't have liked it this way. Had he really changed that much? Well, he told himself he'd had no choice. Life throws curves. You either adjust or get left behind, stuck on the side of the road feeling sorry for yourself. He headed downstairs to the small room that housed his legal library. Even though most research was digital now, King still liked the weight of real books on the shelves. He stopped in front of the Martindale-Hubbell directory, listing every licensed attorney in the country by state. He grabbed the California volume. Unfortunately, the largest bar in the US, no luck. Then it hit him. His edition was the latest. Maybe the name he needed was in an older one. He had a specific year in mind, but where could he find that edition? The answer came fast. 35 minutes later, he pulled into the visitor parking lot at the University of Virginia's law school, its stately buildings rising in the northern part of campus. He went straight to the law library, where he found the same librarian he'd worked with before, back when his small practice needed resources beyond its own walls. When Sean explained what he needed, the librarian nodded. Oh yes, we have all that on disc, but we're subscribed to their online service now. Let me sign you up. If it works for you, I can charge the fee directly to your account, Sean. Perfect, thanks. She led him to a small study room on the first floor. They passed students hunched over laptops, diligently learning that the law could be equally thrilling and bewildering. Sometimes I wish I were still a student, Sean remarked. You're not the first to say that, the librarian replied. If law school paid better, we'd have a permanent crowd camped out here. After registering him in the system, she left him to his work. Sean settled in front of the terminal, grateful for the computer's speed, far quicker than digging through physical files in his office. It didn't take long before he found what he was after, the name of a California attorney. After several dead ends, this felt like the right lead. The lawyer in question had passed away, which explained his absence from King's updated directory, but in the 1974 edition his name stood out. Now Sean just needed confirmation that this was the man he was looking for, something the database couldn't provide. Luckily, he knew who could. He dialed Donald Holmgren, the retired public defender who had initially represented Arnold Ramsey. When Sean mentioned the law firm and the attorney's name, Holmgren's sharp inhale told him everything. I'm almost certain, Holmgren said. He handled Ramsey's defense. He's the one who brokered that deal with the DIS office. Sean ended the call, his mind racing. Pieces were falling into place, but too many questions still loomed in the dark. If only Michelle would check in with the answer he needed, the one that would match the inscription on that jail cell wall. If it lined up, maybe the truth was finally within reach. But if he was right, the thought sent a chill through him, because the logical conclusion was simple. At some point they'd come for him too. Meanwhile, Michelle pulled up to the motel, eyeing the box on the back seat, files on Bob Scott retrieved from Cedars. She carried it inside, planning to comb through everything again in case Joan had missed something. As she sorted through the papers, she found Joan's personal notes tucked inside. The room was cold, so she gathered kindling and logs, lighting the fireplace with matches and rolled up newspaper. Michelle ordered hot tea and a meal from the motel's kitchen. After what had happened to Joan, she kept a sharp eye on the waiter, her hand hovering near her gun until he left. The room was spacious, decorated with an elegant yet lavish style that would have made Thomas Jefferson nod in approval. The cheerful crackle of the fireplace only added to the warm, inviting atmosphere. Still, despite the room's charm, she would have checked out long ago. The price was steep, if the agency hadn't offered to cover her expenses for a few days. She knew they expected something in return, likely a breakthrough in this tangled, frustrating case. And they were well aware she and King had pieced together most of the promising leads so far. Not that she was naive enough to miss the real reason behind their generosity, keeping tabs on her. She settled cross-legged on the floor, plugged her laptop into the sleek phone jack behind the antique-style desk, and got to work on King's cryptic request. As expected, the agency's database came up empty, so she started calling contacts. On the fifth try, she hit gold. The agent on the other end confirmed what King had told her. "Damn right," he said. "My cousin was in that same hellhole of a prison camp, came out looking like a skeleton." Michelle thanked him and hung up, dialing King immediately. He'd made it home by then. "Okay," she said, barely containing her smugness. "First, you need to officially crown me the greatest detective alive, second only to Jane Marple." "Marple?" King chuckled. "I was expecting Sherlock or Poirot. Please, Jane's in a league of her own." "Fine, consider yourself crowned, smartass. What you find, you were right." "That name you gave me, it's the Vietnamese village where he was held and escaped from. Now care to explain what's going on? Where'd you even get that name?" King hesitated. "It was carved into the wall of that bunker cell in Tennessee." Michelle's breath caught. "Sean, does that mean what I think it does? After the name, there was a Roman numeral 2, makes sense. Second prison, Vietnam first, then Tennessee. So Bob Scott was in that cell and left that message as proof? Maybe. Or someone planted it to throw us off. But it's such an obscure clue." "Exactly, there's something else," he said. "What?" Michelle asked immediately. "The Sir Kingman note pinned to Susan Whitehead's body. You don't think Scott wrote it? Why? Several reasons, but I'm not sure yet. But if Scott isn't involved, then who the hell is out there? I'm working on it." "What have you done so far?" "Some legal research at the University of Virginia Library." "Find anything useful?" "Yeah." "Care to share?" "Not yet, need to think it through a little more, but thanks for checking that lead. I'll call you soon, Miss Marple." King hung up and Michelle set the phone down, annoyed that Sean had once again shut her out. "You help a guy out and you expect him to open up, but no," she muttered to the empty room. She tossed another log into the fire and went back to sifting through Joan's case files. Reading Joan's personal notes made her uneasy, especially knowing the woman might be dead, but she had to admit they were thorough and precise. The more she studied them, the more she respected Joan's investigative skills and professionalism. She thought about what Sean had told her. The note Joan received the morning Ritter was killed. The guilt must have eaten at her for years, watching the man she loved self-destruct while her career took off like a rocket. Then again, how much had she really loved him if she chose her career over him? And Sean, how had he felt? What was it with men anyway? Some dominant gene forcing them to act noble while suffering for a woman who used them. Sure, women could pine just as desperately over a guy. And yeah, plenty of women lost their minds over bad boys who broke their hearts and sometimes worse. But women usually cut their losses and moved on. Men. They just kept banging their heads against the wall, no matter how cold the heart beneath the blouse and curves. Frustrating that a guy like King let himself get played by someone like Joan. Michelle caught herself, surprised by her own thoughts. Why did she even care? They were just working a case together, that's all. And Sean was far from perfect. Smart, polished, attractive, with a sharp sense of humor, sure. But he was also 10 years older, moody, distant, sometimes rude, sometimes patronizing. And way too damn neat. She'd even cleaned his SUV just to make him happy. Michelle felt her cheeks flush at the blunt admission and quickly refocused on the documents in front of her. She studied the arrest warrant for Bob Scott, the lead Joan had uncovered, the only reason they'd found the empty cottage and bunker. But after what King just told her, the theory that Scott was behind everything now seemed shaky. Still, the cottage was under his name and the warrant for firearms violations had been issued to him. Michelle leaned in, scrutinizing the details. What exactly had he done, and why had they never served the warrant? The paperwork offered no answers. Frustrated, she set it aside and turned back to Joan's notes until another name jumped out at her. The fact that Joan had crossed out Doug Denby, Ritter's former chief of staff, didn't convince Michelle. She trusted her instincts as much as King trusted his. Doug Denby, she murmured, testing the name. According to Joan's notes, Denby's life had taken a lucky turn after Ritter's death, and inheritance in Mississippi had set him up nicely. That was enough for Joan to dismiss him, but Michelle wasn't sold. Had anyone actually verified his whereabouts, or was he out there somewhere waiting to strike again? King had mentioned Denby resented Sidney Morse for overshadowing him during Ritter's campaign. Had that bitterness extended to Ritter himself? And what about Arnold and Kate Ramsey? Could Denby have used his newfound wealth to fund some twisted revenge plot? Joan's research had left gaps, so Michelle grabbed a pen and rewrote Denby's name beneath the crossed-out line. Part of her wanted to call King to pick his brain about the man. But maybe she'd be better off showing up at his place with the files and forcing him to work through it with her. She sighed. Or maybe she just wanted an excuse to see him. As she poured another cup of tea, dark clouds gathered outside, threatening rain. Then the phone rang. It was Parks checking in from Tennessee. He didn't sound thrilled. Any updates? We talked to a few people in the area, but it didn't get us anywhere. Nobody knows Bob Scott, never seen him, never heard of him. Honestly, half these folks seem like fugitives themselves. The property does belong to Scott, though. He bought it from the estate of an old man who lived there for about 5 years, but according to the family, he had no clue there was even a bunker on the land. The place was scrubbed clean, no leads except the earring you two found. Sean found it, not me. Michelle hesitated, then added, listen, Sean also found something else. She told him about the Vietnamese village name carved into the cell wall. Parks exploded. Why the hell didn't he mention that when he was there? No idea, Michelle said, though she thought about King's tendency to keep things close even from her. Maybe he doesn't trust anyone right now. And you confirmed Scott was a POW in Vietnam. Yeah, I spoke to a colleague who knew the whole story. So you're telling me someone waltzed in here, took over the place, and held Scott prisoner in his own home. Sean thinks it might be a setup, something to throw us off. Where is our brilliant detective now? At his place, following other lads. He's not exactly chatty these days, wants to work alone. Well, I don't give a damn what he wants, Parks snapped. For all we know, he's already cracked the case and left us in the dark. Jefferson, Sean's doing his best, he just works differently. Yeah, well, his different is starting to piss me off. I'll talk to him, maybe we can meet up later. No clue how long I'll be stuck here, probably till morning. You make sure King understands how bad it looks keeping us out of the loop. If I find out he's sitting on more evidence, I'll toss him in a cell just like the ones you saw today. Got it? Crystal clear. Michelle ended the call, unplugged the laptop cord, coiled it into her bag, and headed across the room to grab something from her backpack. She was so distracted she didn't see it until she tripped again. Scowling, she picked herself up and glared at the ore half-stuffed under the bed, buried in the mess of gear dumped from the SUV. The space beneath the bed was so packed that junk kept spilling out, turning the floor into an obstacle course. This was the third time she'd nearly face-planted. Enough. She started her war on clutter, completely unaware that every word of her conversation with Jefferson Parks had been picked up by a tiny hidden listening device tucked away in the telephone junction box. Was a high-tech surveillance device, recently installed without the motel owner's knowledge. This wireless listening equipment was so advanced it could pick up every word spoken in the room, not just Michelle's phone conversations, but even the voice on the other end of the line. Less than a mile down the road, a soundproofed van sat parked along the shoulder. Inside, the man from the Buick listened to the recording for the third time before stopping the tape. He grabbed his phone, dialed a number, and spoke briefly before ending with, "You have no idea how displeased I am." The words sent a chill down his listener's spine. "Do it," the man ordered. "Tonight." Hanging up, he stared toward the motel. Michelle Maxwell had finally made it to the top of his list. He silently tipped his hat to her determination. Meanwhile, despite everything unfolding around him, King had managed to schedule an appointment with a security company based in Lynchburg. Watching from his window, he saw the A1 security van pull up. He greeted the salesman and laid out his needs. The man glanced around before studying King. "You look familiar, aren't you the guy who found a body?" "Exactly," King replied, "which means I need a security system more than most." The salesman chuckled. "Just so we're clear, our warranty doesn't cover additional corpses, acts of God and all that." "Understood." They finalized the details and King asked, "How soon can you start?" "We're backed up, but if a slot opens, I'll bump you up the list." After signing the paperwork, King shook his hand. As evening fell, he considered calling Michelle. He'd kept her in the dark too long and she wasn't happy about it, but that was his way. He played things close to the vest, especially when unsure. Now, though, he felt ready. He dialed Kate Ramsey in Richmond, but her roommate Sharon answered. Kate still hadn't shown up. "Stay put," King instructed. "If we locate her, I'll let you know. You do the same." Hanging up, he gazed at the lake through the window. Normally, he'd take his boat out to think, but the bitter wind made that impossible. Instead, he lit the gas fireplace, settled in, and ate a quiet meal, the flames flickering as shadows stretched across the room. When he finally decided to call Michelle, he realized it was probably too late. His mind drifted back to John Bruno's kidnapping. It seemed obvious now that Bruno had been taken because, on the surface, he'd ruined Arnold Ramsey's life with a false murder accusation. That charge had only been dropped thanks to a lawyer whose identity he now knew. He really wanted to share this with Michelle and glanced at his phone, debating whether to call her anyway despite the hour. But he decided it could wait. Then his thoughts shifted to what Kate had claimed to hear or thought she'd heard. The name Thornton Jorst, supposedly spoken by the mystery man in front of her father. But King was convinced the man hadn't said that at all. He'd said Trojan horse. And there was something else bothering him. According to Kate, Regina had told her a police officer was killed during an anti-war protest, implying it had derailed Ramsey's academic career. Yet Kate also said Berkeley had granted Ramsey tenure because in essence he'd already earned it. She had to know he and Michelle could easily verify Ramsey's tenure year was 1974, meaning that protest couldn't have been about Vietnam. So why had Kate lied? No answers came to him. He checked his watch, surprised to see it was past midnight. After double-checking all the doors and windows, he headed upstairs, taking the gun Michelle had given him. He locked the bedroom door and shoved the dresser against it for extra security. Making sure the weapon was loaded and ready, he undressed and climbed into bed. With the gun on the nightstand beside him, he fell asleep fast. At 2 in the morning, the figure at the window raised their weapon, took aim at the shape in the bed, and fired through the glass. The window shattered, bullets tearing into the target, feathers from the comforter exploding into the air. Jolted awake by the gunfire, Michelle tumbled off the couch and hit the floor. She dozed off while reviewing Joan's notes but was instantly alert. Realizing someone had just tried to kill her, she drew her own gun and returned fire. The sound of running footsteps faded as she crawled toward the window, listening intently. Peering cautiously over the sill, she could still hear the shooters' ragged breathing as they fled into the night. To Michelle's trained ears, the footsteps sounded off, uneven, almost staggering, like someone injured or struggling. Whatever the reason, this wasn't a normal pursuit. The rhythm was erratic, more like stumbling leaps than a chase. Had she hit the would-be killer earlier, or had he already been wounded before coming for her tonight? Could it be the man from the SUV, the one who'd nearly snapped her neck, the one who called himself Simmons? The growl of an engine starting cut through the night, but she didn't move toward her own vehicle. After King's ambush, she wasn't about to rush blindly into another trap. She stepped to the bed, eyeing the tangled mess of blankets and pillows. She'd napped earlier, leaving them in a heap, enough to fool the killer into thinking she was still there. But why attack now? Were she and King getting too close? She hadn't uncovered much herself, but Sean, her breath caught. King, she grabbed the phone, dialing fast. No answer. Should she call the police? Parks, maybe he was just asleep, but her gut screamed otherwise. She bolted outside, sprinting for the SUV. The blaring alarm jolted Sean awake. Disoriented for a split second, he shot upright, instantly alert. Smoke choked the air. He rolled off the bed, hitting the floor, gasping. Crawling to the bathroom, he soaked a towel and pressed it to his face before inching back, shoving the dresser from the door with his legs. The knob was hot but not scorching. He eased it open. The hallway was a haze of smoke, the fire alarm wailing uselessly. No central monitoring, no nearby fire station, and the house isolated. No one would see the flames in time. On his hands and knees, he tried for the phone but lost his way in the thickening smoke. Retreating, he slid into the hallway, then the landing. Flames licked the floor below. If the stairs were gone, jumping meant landing in hell. Then noises, coughing. He gripped his gun. Trap or not, he had to move. "Who's there?" he shouted, voice raw. "I'm armed, show yourself." There was no answer, which only deepened his suspicions. Still lying on the landing, Sean peered through the large window and saw flashing red lights in the driveway. The wail of approaching fire trucks grew louder. Help had finally arrived. He dragged himself to the stairs and looked down. Through the smoke, he could make out firefighters in helmets, heavy coats, and oxygen masks. "I'm up here," he shouted hoarsely. "Can you make it down?" One of them yelled back. "No, too much smoke," Sean coughed. "Stay put, we're coming up. Stay low, we're bringing hoses in. The whole place is going up." The roar of extinguishers filled the air as boots pounded up the stairs. Sean's vision blurred from the smoke, his stomach churning. Strong arms lifted him, carrying him swiftly downstairs. Moments later, cold night air hit his face. Faces loomed over him. "You okay?" "Get him oxygen," another firefighter ordered. "He's inhaled a dangerous amount of carbon monoxide." A mask clamped over Sean's face. Then came the sensation of being lifted onto a stretcher. For a fleeting second, he thought he heard Michelle calling his name before everything went black. The sirens, the crackling radios, the chaos, all cut off abruptly as one firefighter flipped a hidden switch on the control panel. With his other hand, he quietly removed Sean's gun. Silence fell. The firefighter turned, walking back into the house where the smoke was already thinning. It had been a carefully staged blaze, every element meticulously planned. Down in the basement, he triggered a small device near the gas line before slipping out unseen. A van idled in the shadows, and as soon as he climbed in, it sped south. 2 minutes later, the basement erupted. The explosion tore through Sean's home, reducing it to splinters. The firefighter peeled off his mask, wiping his face as he stared down at Sean's unconscious body. The so-called oxygen had been laced with a powerful sedative. "Long time no see, Agent King," he murmured. "I've been waiting for this." The van vanished into the night. Michelle was just turning onto the long driveway when the blast rocked the ground. She slammed the accelerator, tires spitting gravel as she raced uphill. A shower of debris, shattered wood, glass, twisted metal, forced her to skid to a stop, blocking her path completely. She leaped from the SUV, dialing 911 as she ran. Breathless, she screamed into the phone, describing the chaos and begging for every available emergency unit. Sprinting through the wreckage, she dodged flames and choking smoke, shouting his name. "Sean, Sean." Dashing back to the vehicle, she grabbed a thick blanket, wrapped it around herself, and charged toward what was left of the front door. A wall of smoke hit her like a punch, forcing her back, coughing violently. She dropped to her knees, gulping fresh air before trying again, this time through a gap in the collapsed wall. Inside, she crawled forward, calling for King every few seconds. The stairs should have led to the bedroom, but they were gone, just jagged beams and ash. Her lungs burned as she retreated, gasping. Another explosion rocked the house. Michelle barely cleared the porch before it collapsed behind her, the blast throwing her forward. She hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the wind from her. Debris rained down like artillery fire. Lying in the dust, head bleeding, lungs searing, she heard sirens wailing. A firefighter in heavy gear knelt beside her, pressing an oxygen mask to her face. "You okay?" She couldn't answer. More trucks roared up the driveway as crews battled the inferno. Then a final groan. Remains of Sean's house crumpled inward. Only the stone chimney stood. Darkness swallowed her. When she woke, hospital lights glared overhead. A man with a coffee cup and a relieved grin appeared. "Damn, you almost checked out for good," Jefferson Parks said. "Fire crew said a half-ton steel beam landed a foot from your head." Michelle tried to sit up, but Parks held her down. "Easy, you're not waltzing out of here after that." Her pulse spiked. "Sean, where is he?" Parks hesitated. Her throat tightened. "Jefferson, please don't tell me." "Nobody knows," he cut in. "No bodies, no signs he was even inside. The investigation isn't over yet. And, well, it was a devastating fire with gas explosions too. What I'm trying to say is there might not be much left to find. I called his house last night, but no one answered. Maybe he wasn't even there. Or maybe the house had already blown up. No, I heard the explosion on my way over." Parks pulled a chair beside the bed and sat down. "All right, walk me through exactly what happened." Michelle recounted every detail she could remember. Then suddenly another memory surfaced, something pushed aside by the chaos at King's house. "Last night, someone tried to kill me at the motel right before I decided to go to Sean's. They shot through the window straight at the bed. Lucky for me, I'd fallen asleep on the couch." Parks' face flushed red. "Why the hell didn't you call me last night?" "No, of course not. Instead, you ran straight into a building about to explode. Got a death wish or something." Michelle sat up, adjusting the sheet. Her head throbbed, and for the first time she noticed the bandages on her arms. "Did I get burned?" she asked weakly. "No, just cuts and bruises, nothing that won't heal. As for your head, who knows? You'll probably keep doing reckless things until your luck runs out and you lose that too. I just needed to know Sean was okay. If they came after me, they'd go after him next. And I was right. That explosion wasn't an accident, was it?" "No, they found the device that triggered it, said it was pretty sophisticated, planted in the basement near the gas lines, sent the whole place sky high. But why, especially if Sean wasn't even there? Wish I had an answer for you. Have you got people looking for him?" "Every agency we've got, FBI marshals, Secret Service, Virginia PD locals, but nothing's turned up yet." "That's it, no leads on Joan, nothing." "Nothing," Parks admitted, frustration in his voice. "Well, I'm getting out of here and getting to work." She tried to stand again. "What you're gonna do is stay in that bed and rest." "You're asking the impossible," Michelle snapped. "I'm asking for common sense. If you walk out of here banged up and disoriented, you might pass out behind the wheel and kill yourself or someone else. Not exactly helpful. And remember, this is your second hospital visit in days. The third might be the morgue." Michelle looked ready to argue, then sank back against the pillows. "Fine, you win for now, but the second something happens, you call me. If you don't, you'll regret it." "This isn't going to be pleasant," Parks remarked, raising his hands in mock surrender. All right, I've got enough enemies as it is." Pausing at the door, he turned back. "Don't get your hopes up. The odds of finding Sean King aren't great, but as long as there's a chance, I won't stop looking." Michelle managed a tired smile. "Thanks, I mean it." 5 minutes after Parks left, she dressed quickly, slipped past the nurse's station, and ducked out through a service exit. The hospital air felt stifling compared to the crisp night outside. Meanwhile, King stirred in pitch-black darkness. The cold seeped into his bones, confirming his suspicions about where he'd been taken. He tried to sit up, no luck. Leather restraints held him down. Blinking hard, he strained to see anything, but the void swallowed every shape. For all he knew, he could have been drifting in the middle of the ocean. Then came the murmurs, soft, indistinct, maybe human. Footsteps followed, stopping beside him. A hand settled on his shoulder, gentle at first, then tightening like a vice. He gritted his teeth, refusing to cry out. "Listen," he ground out, "you're not killing me by playing thumb war, so cut it out." The grip vanished. Sweat slicked his forehead as nausea hit. Drugs, probably. He turned his head and retched. At least vomiting meant he was still alive. "Sorry about the carpet," he muttered before darkness dragged him under again. Michelle's first stop was the wreckage of King's house. Firefighters and cops combed through the debris, dousing lingering embers. No bodies, they told her. She wandered the ruins, heart sinking, his perfect home gone. Down at the dock, she sat on his sailboat, staring at the still lake, drawing strength from the place he loved. Two things nagged at her: the warrant for Bob Scott and tracking Doug Denby's movements. Time to act. On the drive back to the motel, she called her father. Frank Maxwell, a respected police chief, knew everyone worth knowing in Tennessee. "You okay?" he asked. "You sound off." "Guess you haven't heard yet, Dad. Last night, Sean King's house was blown up and now he's missing." "Oh my God, are you okay?" "I'm fine." She didn't mention the attack she'd survived. Years ago, she decided not to share much about her dangerous job with her father. He could handle his sons risking their lives. He saw that as part of the job, but knowing his only daughter had nearly been killed, that would wreck him. "Dad, I need that info as soon as possible." "Got it, won't take long." Michelle reached the motel, locked herself in her room, and made a series of calls about Doug Denby, the last one to his supposed home in Jackson, Mississippi. The woman who answered gave nothing away, not even confirming Denby lived there. Not surprising, Michelle was a stranger. Denby, if he really was wealthy and didn't have a 9-to-5, could be anywhere. Worse, nobody she'd spoken to could account for his whereabouts during the critical times. His role in Ritter's campaign made him a prime suspect. But what was his motive? The phone rang, startling her. She snatched it up. Her dad. His words were clipped as she scribbled notes. "You're the best, love you." "Yeah. Prove it by visiting more. Your mom won't stop complaining," he added quickly. "Deal, once this case is wrapped up, I'll come home." She dialed the number he'd given her, the law firm that handled Bob Scott's Tennessee property purchase. Her father had already prepped the attorney. "I don't know your dad personally, but friends say he's top-notch," the lawyer said. "So this is about a land sale, right? You handled the transaction for Robert Scott, part of an inherited estate." "Your father mentioned it." Found the file. Buyer was Robert Scott, paid cash, not a huge amount, just an old cottage. The land's mostly forest and steep slopes, pretty remote. "I heard the previous owner didn't know about a bunker." "Your dad brought that up too. Honestly, I had no clue. It wasn't listed in the property details. If I'd known, I'd have probably alerted the military." "I mean, what's the point of a bunker? Did you ever visit the property?" "No." "I did. The bunker's accessed through a basement door." "That's impossible." "Why? There was no basement." "I have the cottage's floor plan right here," Michelle said, examining the documents spread across the table. "Well, maybe the basement wasn't there when your client owned it, but it is now," the lawyer replied. "Bob Scott might have known about the bunker and built the underground access himself." Michelle considered the possibility. "I checked the property records. After the military sold it, there were several owners. In fact, the cottage didn't even exist back then. One of the later owners must have built it." She leaned forward. "Do you have a photo of Bob Scott? That would be incredibly helpful." The lawyer hesitated. "Normally, we keep copies of driver's licenses for identity verification during transactions, but when I pulled the file this morning, Scott's copy was missing." Michelle's pulse quickened. "Could someone have taken it?" "My assistant has never made that mistake in 30 years, he said, shaking his head. "It just wasn't there." Frustration crept in. "Can you at least describe him?" the lawyer sighed. "I only saw him briefly at signing. After hundreds of deals, faces blur together." His vague description left her no closer to confirming Scott's identity. 8 years in isolation could change a man, especially one like him, and without knowing what Denby even looked like, she was chasing shadows. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. Panicking wouldn't help Sean. Then she remembered King's words, something about needing more research. Where had he gone? The answer hit her like a bolt. Grabbing her keys, she sprinted to her SUV. Inside the University of Virginia's law library, Michelle marched straight to the front desk. The librarian on duty wasn't the one who had assisted King, but she pointed Michelle in the right direction. Flipping open her Secret Service badge, Michelle cut to the chase. "I need to know what Edgar King was researching here." The librarian's eyes widened. "I saw the news about his house burning down. Is he okay?" Michelle's jaw tightened. "Right now we don't know. That's why I need your help," Michelle said. The librarian relayed King's request before guiding her to a private study room and logging her into the system. "It was the Martindale Hubble directory," the woman explained. Michelle frowned. "Sorry, I'm not What's that?" "It's a directory of every licensed attorney in the U.S. Sean had the latest edition in his office, but he needed one from years ago, early 1970s to be exact." "Did he give any other details, anything to narrow it down?" Michelle had no idea how many lawyers existed in the country, but she knew it was way more than she could possibly sift through. The librarian shook her head. Sorry, that's all I've got. Left alone, Michelle stared at the screen as the directory loaded. Over 1 million names, 1 million lawyers, no wonder the system's a mess. Just as she was about to drown in the sheer volume, a sidebar caught her eye: recent searches, listing the last documents pulled up by the previous user. She clicked the first entry. The name and location flashed on the screen. She was out of her seat before she even realized she'd moved, sprinting past bewildered law students, phone already in hand. Her mind raced faster than her feet, piecing together fragments so quickly that Parks had to say hello 3 times before she snapped back. Parks, she shouted, it's Michelle. I know where Sean is and I know who's behind this. Whoa, slow down, what are you talking about? Meet me at Greenberry's in Barracks Road Shopping Center now and bring backup, we have to move. Barracks Road, aren't you supposed to be in the hospital? She hung up, tires screeching as she peeled out of the parking lot. Please don't let me be too late. Parks was waiting outside the coffee shop, arms crossed, looking anything but pleased. What the hell are you doing out of the hospital? Where's your team? She fired back, his scowl deepened. You think I just keep a SWAT team on standby for your dramatic exits? You call me, scream in my ear, give me zero intel, and expect me to magically deploy an army with no destination? Newsflash, I'm a federal employee, sweetheart. Budgets, manpower, red tape. Not exactly 7 over here. Okay, my bad, this is huge and we're running out of time. Take a breath, then tell me what the hell is going on. If you've really cracked the case and we need backup, we'll find the manpower. One phone call is all it takes, got it? He studied her with a mix of hope and doubt. Michelle steadied her breathing. Sean went to the law library to dig up details on an attorney, Ronald Morse from California. I think he defended Arnold Ramsey back in the 70s when Ramsey got arrested. Ramsey was arrested? Where'd that come from? Parks frowned. Sean and I stumbled on it by accident. Leaning forward, Parks asked, and this lawyer's connected how? Sidney Morse's father. Sidney must have known Ramsey way back, maybe college. But that's not the point. It's Peter Morse, the younger brother, pulling the strings. Sounds crazy, but I'm sure of it. Sean got distracted for a second. Clyde Ritter was shot and Sidney's life got destroyed. Peter's got the money and the criminal know how to set this whole thing up. He's avenging his brother, who's now in a psych ward swatting at tennis balls, and we didn't even have him on our radar. He's the one who took Sean, Joan, and Bruno, and I know where they are. Well, what the hell are we waiting for? Move out, Parks barked. They jumped into the SUV and tore out of the parking lot so fast the tires left black streaks on the pavement. The marshal grabbed his phone, calling in reinforcements. Michelle clenched her fists, praying they weren't too late. He woke up groggy, certain he'd been drugged. As his head cleared, he realized his arms and legs were free. He patted himself down, no restraints. Slowly, he sat up, bracing for an attack, then lowered his feet to the floor. Standing, he felt something in his ear, a scratch at the back of his neck and a bulge near his waist. Suddenly, lights blazed on. King stared at his reflection in a full-length mirror. He wore a dark suit, a patterned tie, and black rubber-soled shoes. His hand, still brushing over his body, had just pulled a .357 from its holster. His hair was styled differently, just like in Hell. He checked the magazine, but the gun was locked, no way to eject it. By the weight, it was loaded, but he'd bet the rounds were blanks. Same gun he'd carried in '96, same suit, same haircut. He slid the pistol back into its holster and studied the face of a man who looked 8 years younger. As he moved slowly toward the mirror, his eyes caught the small object pinned to his lapel. The Secret Service badge, its crimson hue a stark reminder of that September morning in 1996. The sunglasses were still tucked in his jacket pocket, just where he'd left them. A slight turn of his head revealed the coiled wire of an earpiece nestled in his left ear. There was no denying it now. Sean Ignatius King was back in the game. It was surreal how everything had spiraled from Howard Jennings' murder in his own office. What a twisted coincidence. His reflection stared back at him, wide-eyed, as if just as stunned. The accusations against Ramsey, Bruno, had never been the culprit. The final piece of the puzzle had clicked into place, but it was too late. He might never get the chance to set things right. Then he heard it, a low hum, distant at first, like the murmur of 1,000 muffled voices. The door to the room stood ajar. He hesitated, then stepped through, feeling like a lab rat navigating a maze. The further he walked, the stronger the unease grew. Not exactly comforting, but what choice did he have? At the end of the hallway, a door swung open, revealing a blinding light and the rising clamor of voices. King straightened his shoulders and stepped inside. The Stonewall Jackson room at the Fairmount Hotel looked nothing like he remembered, yet it felt eerily familiar. The velvet ropes and their gleaming stanchions stood exactly where they had 8 years ago. Behind them, a crowd of cardboard cutouts, hundreds of them, stood frozen in time, meticulously painted with protest signs reading "Vote Clyde Ritter." The chaotic buzz of simulated chatter poured from hidden speakers. It was a full-scale production down to the smallest detail. King's chest tightened as he scanned the room. The faces of his fellow agents stared back from the cutouts, positioned just as they had been that day, positions that, as it turned out, had been all wrong. Other familiar faces dotted the crowd, women holding up babies for kisses, men clutching autograph books, all wearing those same plastic smiles. The oversized clock on the wall read 10:15. If this was what Sean thought it was, he had 17 minutes left. His gaze flicked to the elevators and he frowned. What role did they play now? They couldn't possibly recreate the same scene, the element of surprise was long gone. And yet they'd taken Joan. His pulse quickened, his hands trembling slightly. The past wasn't just repeating itself. It was taunting him. It had been years since Sean King worked as a Secret Service agent, and in that time his most stressful task had been drafting endless legal documents, creative but tedious. Now with just 16 minutes left, he had to summon the skills of the seasoned operative he once was. His eyes scanned the motionless figures beyond the red tape, wondering where the killer would emerge. The lights dimmed, the crowd hushed, and footsteps echoed. The man approaching was so altered that Sean might not have recognized him if he hadn't been expecting the encounter. "Good morning, Agent King," the man from the Buick said. "Hope you're ready for your big day." Meanwhile, Parks and Michelle arrived on site, briefing the local police chief. Parks had alerted. The team included marshals and officers from across North Carolina. "They'll beat us there," Parks had warned Michelle during the drive. She'd replied, "Tell them to surround the hotel. They can take position at the tree line out of sight." Kneeling in the woods behind the Fairmount, Michelle spotted a sniper perched in a tree, his rifle trained on the hotel's entrance. "You sure we have enough men?" she asked. Parks gestured to hidden agents in the darkness. "More than enough. The real question is, will we find Sean and the others alive?" He grabbed his radio. "You've been inside. What's the best way in?" Michelle recalled their last visit when she and Sean had cut a gap in the fence to avoid climbing. "We can use that. The doors are chained, but there's a broken window near the main entrance. We'll reach the lobby fast." Parks frowned. "This place is huge. Any idea where they'd be?" "The Stonewall Jackson room. It's off the lobby. One door, but elevators inside." "Why there?" Michelle's voice turned grim. "This hotel creaks, squeaks, and crawls with rats, but that room, dead silent, too silent." "I closed the door behind me and immediately heard the familiar sounds of the night." "I don't follow," Jefferson said. "That room was soundproofed," I replied. The marshal stared at me. "Now I'm starting to get it." "Are your men in position?" Parks nodded. I checked my watch. "It's almost midnight, but the full moon's out. We've got open ground between us and the fence. If we hit them from the inside first, we'll have a better shot at keeping casualties low." "Sounds like a plan." "Just lead the way. I don't know this terrain." Parks radioed his team to tighten the perimeter. I moved to take off, but he grabbed my arm. "Look, I was decent at track back in the day, but I'm no Olympian, and these knees aren't what they used to be. Try not to leave me in the dust, yeah?" I smirked. "Relax, you're in good hands." We moved fast through the trees, stopping just short of the clearing we had to cross. Parks was already breathing hard. "Ready?" He gave me a thumbs up. I bolted for the fence and he followed. At first, I focused on what was ahead, then I heard it, not normal footsteps. The same uneven, jarring rhythm from outside my motel window, the same steps of the man who'd tried to kill me. I'd been wrong. This wasn't the limping gait of an injured man, it was the stiff, arthritic stride of someone with ruined knees. And now he was wheezing. I dove behind a fallen tree just as the shotgun blast hit the spot where I'd been standing. Rolling clear, I drew my pistol and fired back in a wide, deadly arc. "Damn it, girl!" Parks hit the dirt, barely dodging my shots. He returned fire. "You're too smart for your own good. You're a traitor," I yelled, scanning for an escape route and any backup he might have had. 2 more shots chipped the boulder he ducked behind. He fired again. "Didn't have a choice," he grunted. I eyed the tree line behind me, wondering if I could make it. "Oh, that makes me feel so much better." "What, the Marshal Service not paying you enough?" "Actually, no. Years ago, when I was still a cop in Washington, I made a huge mistake, one that's haunted me ever since." "You mind filling me in before you kill me?" Michelle kept him talking, hoping to buy time. Maybe she could find a way out of this. Parks hesitated, then said, "1974, ring any bells? The Nixon protests." She racked her brain, then it hit her. "You're the cop who arrested Arnold Ramsey." Parks stayed silent. "Ramsey was innocent. He didn't kill that National Guardsman." The truth struck her like lightning. "You killed him, you framed Ramsey, and someone paid you to do it. Different times, different man. Didn't mean for it to go that way. Guess I hit the kid too hard. Yeah, they paid me, and honestly, not enough for the mess it caused." "So who paid you back then, and now they're blackmailing you into this?" "Like I said, it's costing me. Murder doesn't have a statute of limitations." Michelle stopped listening. She realized Parks was playing her own game, keeping her distracted while his men closed in. She tried to remember the Marshal's rifle model, a Remington 5-round capacity. At least she hoped so. Parks had fired 4 shots, and the silence was so thick she'd have heard him reload. "Hey, Michelle, still with me?" She answered with 3 shots at the boulder. A volley of return fire sent pellets whizzing past her. The second she felt the sting of near misses, she was up and sprinting for the trees. Cursing, Parks fumbled with his rifle, but by the time he took aim, she was already out of range. He barked into his radio. Michelle saw him coming. She veered left, hurdled a fallen log, and hit the dirt just as buckshot tore into the bark above her. Now the guy she'd spotted earlier, the one she'd mistaken for a police sniper, was shooting too. Bullets snapped past her as she belly crawled another 10 yards before scrambling up. How had she been so blind? Another shot splintered a tree near her head and she dove again. Gasping for air, she weighed her bleak options. Realistically, none of them ended without her bleeding out. They'd sweep the area inch by inch and she had no way to stop them. Wait, her phone. Her hand flew to her belt, but the holster was empty. It must have fallen off now. She was completely cut off from any help, with at least 2 killers hunting her through the pitch-black woods in the middle of nowhere. Well, this definitely topped the worst nightmares she'd ever had as a kid. She fired a few more shots in the direction she thought they were coming from, then jumped up and sprinted. The full moon was both a blessing and a curse. It lit her path but also made her an easy target. Bursting out of the trees, she skidded to a stop just in time. The riverbank she'd spotted during her first visit to Fairmount was right in front of her. One more step and she'd be plunging into a deadly drop. The problem. Parks and his partner were closing in fast. She checked her magazine, 5 rounds left plus a spare. Any second now they'd break through the trees and have a clear shot unless she found cover. Even if she took one out, the gunfire would give away her position and the other would pick her off. She scanned the area, weighing her options. Then her eyes landed on the cliff and the rushing river below. A crazy idea formed. Some might call it reckless, others downright suicidal. But desperate times, right? With a deep breath, she holstered her gun and waited. The second she heard them reach the clearing, she leapt off the edge, screaming. She'd picked her landing spot carefully, a narrow ledge about 20 feet down. Hitting it hard, she scrambled for grip, barely stopping herself from sliding into the rapids. Above her, Parks and his partner peered over the edge, flashlight sweeping. A jagged outcrop shielded her from view, but the moonlight silhouetted them perfectly. The shot would have been easy, tempting. But she had a better plan. Wedging her foot against a half-buried log on the ledge, the very reason she'd chosen this spot, she shoved until it teetered on the brink. Up top, the men were still searching, arguing over where she'd gone the moment their backs were turned. Michelle screamed at the top of her lungs and shoved the log with all her strength, sending it plummeting into the abyss. She watched it crash into the river below, then lifted her head just in time to see the 2 men swing their flashlights toward the splash. Holding her breath, she prayed they'd buy her fake suicide. As seconds dragged on and they still didn't leave, she started wondering if she should just tried shooting them both. But eventually, Parks and his partner decided she was dead because they turned and disappeared into the woods. To be absolutely sure they were gone, Michelle waited another 10 minutes before gripping the jagged rocks and hauling herself up. If Parks had seen the look on her face as she clawed her way back from the edge, he'd have realized the real danger wasn't the river, it was her. "You've changed a lot, Sydney," King said, eyeing the man who should have been locked in an Ohio psychiatric ward. "Lost weight. Almost didn't recognize you. You clean up nice. Your brother, though, not aging as gracefully." Sidney Morse, Ritter's once brilliant campaign manager, just smirked, his polished shoes and tailored suit a far cry from the ragged patient he was supposed to be. The gun in his hand didn't waver. "Color me impressed. What tipped you off that this wasn't just poor Mr. Scott's doing?" "The note you left in my bathroom. A real Secret Service agent would have said cover the position, not cover the post." And Bob Scott, ex-military, he'd never write he'd use 24-hour time. Sean's gaze hardened. Then I started asking, why Bowlington, why the Fairmount Hotel? Because it's 30 minutes from Arnold Ramsey, easy to arrange when you're running the campaign. Plenty of people could have done that, Sidney countered. Doug Denby, Ritter himself, and as far as the world knows, I'm a drooling vegetable in Ohio. Not to a Secret Service agent, Sean nodded at the gun. Took me a while, but I remembered you're left-handed. We noticed details. Like how that vegetable in Ohio catches tennis balls with his right, or how your brother Peter swings a bat right-handed in every photo. Sidney's laugh was ice. My dear little brother. He was always useless, Morse said with a dismissive shrug. King leaned back, arms crossed. Funny, since he was a key part of your little scheme. Morse smirked. Guess you're not sharp enough to piece it all together. Fine, I'll spell it out, not like you'll live to testify anyway. Those clean guns Arnold and I had at the Fairmount, courtesy of my brother, the family screw-up with a knack for crime. You stashed yours in the supply closet after Ritter's murder, King shot back. That nosy maid saw me, spent the next 7 years bleeding me dry until she thought I got locked up in a psych ward. Then your pal Maxwell slipped up, gave her away without even realizing, and I made sure she paid with interest. Same as Mildred Martin. She couldn't follow simple instructions. I don't suffer fools. Guess your brother qualified too, King said dryly. Morse's grin turned icy. Bringing him in was a gamble, but blood's blood. At first he played along, then the drugs took over and suddenly loose lips were a risk. Plus, I controlled the family money. He could have turned on me. Best way to hide a problem, keep it in plain sight. So I fed him, housed him, and when the time came, swapped our identities and had him committed. Why the switch? Made the world think I was tucked away while I set the stage. Otherwise, someone might have gotten curious. Morse spread his hands. Think about it, everyone from the Ritter mess gathered on one fancy set, suspicion would be landed on me. A padded cell was better than a grave, death can be faked, and who'd ever guess Peter wasn't the one who got locked up, he chuckled. If you're gonna scheme, might as well do it with flair. King shook his head, buying time. Morse was too busy gloating to notice. I'd have handled it differently, commit him then kill him, no loose ends, no doubts. An autopsy would have been messy, Morse countered. Old dental records, medical files, they might be spotted the switch. Natural causes, cleaner, we looked enough alike and a few cosmetic tweaks sold the lie. Genius is in the details. This room is soundproofed. Why would an abandoned hotel need that? Because noise travels in unpredictable ways and I can't risk any interruptions. It would ruin the entire performance and I never disappoint my audience. I prefer doing things with style. Take that note you mentioned, I could have just slipped it into your mailbox. But a corpse hanging from the door, that's a classic, that's my kind of touch. Agent King, think about it, every good drama needs a villain. And back when I worked with Ritter, Bob Scott never gave me the respect I deserved. He lived long enough to regret that. So let's recap. You fried your brother's brain, mutilated his face to hide his identity, fattened him up while you slimmed down, moved to Ohio where nobody knew you, and pulled off the ultimate identity swap. Quite the production, just like Ritter's campaign. Clyde Ritter was just a means to an end. Exactly. This was never about Ritter, it was always about Arnold Ramsey. He had something you wanted, badly enough to kill for it. I did him a favor. He hated Ritter, his academic career had peaked years ago and he was drowning in depression. I gave him one last moment of glory, a radical protester turned martyr taking down a corrupt figure. What better legacy, except you walked away with the real prize, the one you tried to steal 30 years ago when you framed Ramsey for killing a National Guardsman. That failed just like the Ritter plan. Even with Arnold gone, you still lost. Morse smirked. Go on, you're doing great. What did Regina Ramsey, the actress with the bright future, I'm guessing she starred in some of your old productions. This wasn't just business, you loved her, but she loved Arnold. The irony, I introduced them. I met Ramsey while researching a play about civil rights protests. Never imagined two people so different would. Well, he didn't deserve her. Regina and I were a team destined for greatness. The world was ours with her commanding stage presence. Regina was destined to become a Broadway legend, one of the greatest performers of her generation. You'd have been right there beside her riding that wave, I said. Every great producer needs a muse, and believe me, I was the one who brought out her brilliance. Together we were unstoppable until she married Ramsey. Overnight, my creative influence vanished. My career collapsed, and Arnold wasted Regina's talent in that pathetic little academic bubble of his. You're the one who sabotaged her career, I shot back. You've asked plenty of questions, now let me ask you one. What first made you suspicious of me? A tip. Once I started digging into your family, I discovered your father was the lawyer who got Ramsey's murder charges dropped. Your plan was to frame Arnold, make Regina stop loving him, then swoop in as the noble savior who'd clear his name and claim her as your reward, straight out of a bad melodrama. Morse pressed his lips together. Except the script didn't go as planned. True, but you waited patiently until another opportunity came along. Morse nodded, a slow smile spreading. Patience is my greatest strength. When Ritter announced his campaign, I knew my moment had arrived. Why not just kill your rival outright? Where's the artistry in that, the spectacle? I don't do things the boring way. Besides, if I'd simply murdered him, Regina would have idolized him forever. No, I needed Arnold Ramsey dead, but I also needed her to despise him. Then we could have been a team again. Sure, she wasn't as young, but talent like hers, timeless. We could have reignited the magic. So Ritter's murder was your second act. Convincing Ramsey was shockingly easy. He and Regina were separated, but I knew she still loved him. It was time she saw him for what he really was, a deranged killer, not the noble activist she'd married. I met with Arnold in secret, played the loyal friend who'd helped them through hard times. I reminded him of his idealistic youth, dared him to be a hero again. When I promised Regina's admiration, that's when I had him, and the plan worked beautifully. Except the grieving widow rejected you again. Only this time it proved she never loved you at all. That wasn't the end of the story, which is why we're here now. King studied him. Then Regina took her own life, or did she? She was about to remarry. Sidney Morse stared at Sean King with cold amusement. You're looking at a man who could be Arnold Ramsey's twin. Thornton Jorst, King muttered. She must have had a genetic flaw, always drawn to that kind of man. Took me years to realize my so-called star wasn't so perfect after all. But if I couldn't have her, nobody else deserved to either. So you killed her too. Let's just say I helped her reunite with her worthless husband. And now we come to Bruno. See, Agent King, every great drama has at least 3 acts. First was the National Guard, then Ritter. And now we're at the finale, you and Bruno. But why? Regina's dead. What's in it for you? You lack vision, King. You can't even grasp what I've built. Sorry, Sidney, but I'm a simple guy. And I'm not Secret Service anymore, so drop the agent bit. Oh, but today you are Secret Service, Morse insisted. And you're just a psychopath. When this is over, I'll make sure you join your brother. You can play fetch with his tennis balls in hell. Morse pressed the gun to King's temple. Let me spell it out for you. At 10:30 sharp, you take position behind the barricade. Everything else is already set. You've got a starring role. I'm sure you know your lines. Break a leg. Literally. So it's a rerun of 1996. Not exactly. Wouldn't want you getting bored. Who knows? Maybe I'll improvise, Morse scoffed. You're not in my league, King, and remember, this isn't dress rehearsal. It's opening night, so give it your all. Oh, and just so you know, this show's one night only. As Morse vanished into the shadows, Sean exhaled hard. The man was just as controlling and terrifying as ever. King's nerves were fraying, just him against who knew how many. He had a gun, but he doubted the bullets were blanks. The wall clock read 10 minutes to go. His own watch showed 12:30 day or night, who could tell? Morse probably set the time to whatever suited him. Sean scanned the room for anything that could help him survive. All he saw was a nightmare he'd tried to forget, now replaying before his eyes. Then it hit him, who'd play Arnold Ramsey this time. The answer came instantly, like father, like daughter. That son of a bitch was really doing it again. Outside, Michelle moved silently along the tree line, watching the hotel for any sign of movement. Jefferson Parks jumped into a van and sped off, tires kicking up gravel and dust in his wake. Good riddance, she thought, one less enemy to worry about. Confident the coast was clear, Michelle crouched low and crept toward the fence. Just as she reached for the chain links, she froze. A faint hum buzzed in the air, and her eyes locked onto the wire running along the top. She backed up, grabbed a stick from the ground, and hurled it at the fence. The wood crackled and sparked, fantastic, electrified. The gap she'd planned to use was out of the question. Parks knew about it, and if he doubted her drowning story, he'd have men waiting. Plus, it was too narrow to avoid touching the fence. Retreating into the trees, she racked her brain until it hit her, something she'd noticed on her first visit. Sprinting behind the Fairmount, she found a slope leading down to the fence, a natural launch pad. High school track champion or not, it had been years since she'd cleared a jump. She measured the distance, did a few warm-up strides, then kicked off her shoes and tossed them over. A quick prayer, a deep breath, and she was sprinting, counting steps like old times. As the fence loomed, doubt clawed at her. Failure here wasn't just losing a race. This was life or death. She launched, muscles remembering at the last second, twisting her body just enough to clear the top by inches. No padded landing awaited her. Bruised and wincing, Michelle forced herself up, grabbed her shoes, and bolted for the building. A shattered window gave way, and she slipped inside. At 10:26, the same door King had used swung open. John Bruno stumbled in, pale and shaking like he might be sick. Sean understood his own stomach churned. They were lambs in an arena, the crowd already salivating for blood. When King stepped closer, Bruno flinched. "Please don't hurt me." "I'm not here to hurt you," King said. "I'm here to help." Bruno stared, bewildered. "Who are you?" King opened his mouth, then hesitated. How could he even begin to explain? "Your Secret Service agent," Sean said. Surprisingly, Bruno didn't question the statement. "What's happening? Where are we?" he asked. "We're in a hotel. Something's about to go down. I don't know exactly what." "Where are the other agents?" Sean gave him a blank look. "Wish I knew, sir." The situation was beyond insane, but what choice did he have? He had to admit playing the Secret Service role came more naturally than he'd expected. Bruno's eyes darted to the exit. "Can't we just leave?" "Not a good idea," Sean said, watching the clock tick toward 10:29. 8 years ago, Ritter had stood where he was now, facing an adoring crowd. He wouldn't make the same mistake with Bruno. Guiding him toward the velvet rope, he ordered, "Stay behind me. No matter what happens, don't step in front of me." "Right, got it." Truth was, Sean would have preferred having Bruno at his back. After all this time, he was right back where he started, a damn human shield. He pulled his gun from his pocket. If the rounds were blanks, he was screwed. He edged closer to the rope, now just inches away, almost exactly where Ritter had been when Ramsey shot him. The clock hit 10:30 and King chambered around. "All right, let the chubby little kissers in," he muttered. "Showtime." Meanwhile, Michelle peered around the corner, spotting a man guarding the Stonewall Jackson room. Armed with a pistol and rifle, he looked like the same guy who'd played the sniper in the tree before teaming up with Parks to hunt her. She couldn't see his face clearly, but her gut said it was Simmons. If so, she had the upper hand unless he got lucky with a wild shot, and where was Parks could be lurking nearby, ready to back him up. Then the guard checked his watch and smirked. That could only mean one thing. She stepped out, gun leveled at his chest, shouting for him to freeze, but her finger twitched, firing the instant the words left her mouth. The bullet struck center mass and he dropped with a yell. She rushed forward, kicking his gun aside, then knelt to check his pulse. That's when his heavy boot snapped up, slamming into her shoulder. She stumbled back, losing her grip on the pistol. The man staggered to his feet, hands clutching his chest. How? She'd hit him square in the torso. As she struggled up, the answer hit her. Bulletproof vest. Michelle dove for the gun, but her opponent mirrored her move. They collided violently, and the man locked his hands around her throat in a death grip. "This time," he hissed in her ear, "you die, bitch." It was the same man who'd tried to kill her in the SUV. Knowing she couldn't overpower him, she went for his weak spot, driving her elbow into his left side where she'd wounded him before. He howled in pain, his grip loosening as he dropped to his knees. Michelle shoved him aside with a kick, scrambling across the floor until her fingers closed around the pistol. She spun just as Simmons rose, pulling a knife from his belt. She didn't hesitate, one shot dead center between his eyes. Exhausted, she stared down at his body, and that's when it hit her. Maybe, just maybe, her plan could work. At exactly 10:31, King realized he had another massive problem on his hands. His gaze flicked to the elevator. If history was repeating itself, something was about to go down there. But if those doors opened and he didn't look, the attack could come from that direction. Yet if he did look, just like 8 years ago, that split-second distraction might doom them both. He could almost hear Sidney Morse laughing at his indecision. Time was running out. King grabbed Bruno's arm. "When I say drop," he whispered urgently, "you drop." As the clock ticked toward 10:32, Sean swore he could hear each gear grinding into place. He tightened his grip on the gun, debating whether to test-fire it, but Morse might have given him only one real bullet, no room for mistakes. Of course, Sidney had thought of that. His hand swept the pistol in wide arcs while his other hand clenched Bruno's jacket. The candidate's breathing turned ragged. For a second, Sean thought he'd pass out. Then he realized the pounding heartbeat wasn't Bruno's, it was his own. The clock struck 10:32. King's sweeping aim sped up, covering every inch of the room. Then darkness, total suffocating black, until the space erupted into a dizzying strobe of lights that would put any nightclub to shame. The blinding strobe lights swept across the room like lightning, reigniting the chaotic roar of voices. The sensory overload made Sean shield his eyes before remembering his sunglasses. Score one for the guys who always carried shades. Then came the sharp ding of the elevator. "Damn you, Morse," King shouted as the doors slid open. Was this another illusion? His hesitation clawed at him. Should he look or not? "Get down," he barked at Bruno, who instantly hit the floor. Sean turned his head, intending just a glance, but what he saw froze him. Joan Dillinger hung suspended less than 10 feet away, arms and legs splayed like a crucifix, her face ghostly pale, eyes shut. King reached out, his hand passed right through her. A projection. His head snapped toward the elevator where the real Joan dangled, bound by cables. She looked lifeless. Rage surged through him, exactly what Morse wanted. The realization steadied him, then he stiffened. Between two cardboard cutouts stood Kate Ramsey, her gun leveled at his chest. "Drop it," she ordered. Sean hesitated but complied. The lights normalized, the sound effects cut out. "Get up," Kate spat at Bruno. "Get up, you coward." Bruno rose, shaking. King positioned himself as a shield. "Listen to me, Kate, you can't do this." Morse's voice boomed from the shadows, the puppet master pulling strings. "Do it, Kate. I brought them both, the man who ruined your father and the one who killed him. Armor-piercing rounds, one shot, two corpses for your poor old dad." Kate's finger tensed. "Don't listen," King urged. "Morse framed your father. He manipulated him into killing Ritter. Bruno's innocent." "You're lying," she said, but doubt flickered. "The name you heard wasn't Thornton Jorst," King pressed. "It was Trojan Horse." Kate's grip wavered. King seized the opening. "Morse fed you the truth, twisted. You just didn't understand the game." Her confusion deepened. The gun's weight suddenly seemed too much. Sean kept talking, his words tumbling out fast. "Morse was the Trojan horse, the mole in Ritter's campaign. That's what he told your father. Morse knew Arnold despised everything Ritter stood for. He hated Ritter's policies, so why join his campaign staff? Because he was obsessed with your mother, his almost Broadway star. Once your father was out of the way, she'd be his. But the plan backfired and he killed her. Now he's using you just like he used your dad." Kate shook her head. "That's insane. If any of that's true, why would he do all this now? Who knows? The guy's unhinged. What kind of lunatic orchestrates something like this?" "Don't listen to him, Kate," Morse's voice boomed through the room. "I did this for you, to give you justice. Shoot them both." Sean locked eyes with her. "Your father killed, but he believed it was for a cause. That man," he jerked his chin toward Morse's voice, "is a cold-blooded murderer. He killed out of jealousy." "You killed my father," Kate snapped. "I was doing my job, no choice. You didn't see his face that day. I did. You want to know what he looked like?" Tears welled in her eyes as she nodded. "Shocked, Kate, just shocked. At first, I thought it was from taking a life. Then I realized he was stunned because Morse never pulled his gun. Morse was right beside me. They had a deal." Your father looked at him. And in that second, he knew he'd been betrayed. "Last chance, Kate," Morse roared. "Either you do it or I will." Sean's voice turned desperate. "You can't. You know the truth now. Whatever lies Morse fed you, you're not a killer. He can't make you one." "Now," Morse screamed. Kate's grip on the gun wavered. Then the hall door burst open, a distraction Sean seized, yanking the velvet cord hard. The pistol clattered to the floor as Kate stumbled back. "Move," Sean barked at Bruno. "Out the door." The candidate spun toward the exit just as Michelle rushed in. The lights flared blindingly bright. Michelle reacted first. She lunged, shouting, "Bruno down." The gunshot cracked. Michelle took the bullet square in the chest. Sean fired toward the sound, but the click of an empty chamber confirmed Morse's real plan. No mercy, just blanks. "Michelle!" Sean dropped beside her as Bruno bolted. She didn't move. The lights flickered out again, plunging them into darkness. Sean crouched low, hands scrambling blindly for anything solid. When the dim glow returned, he sensed movement behind him. Sidney Morse stood there, gun raised. I knew you wouldn't have the guts, Morse sneered, shifting his aim toward Kate, still crumpled on the floor. You're nothing like your father. With a theatrical sweep of his arm, Morse gestured around the room. I gave you the perfect stage, Kate, a flawless script, and this was meant to be your grand finale. Your mother would have dazzled you. You just fell flat. King pulled Kate to her feet, stepping between her and Morse. Playing human shield again, Sean, Morse chuckled. Seems like that's your tragic little role in life. Bruno got away, Sean growled, and you're dead for shooting Michelle, Morse smirked. Bruno won't leave Fairmount alive. As for Maxwell, her luck ran out, at least she went down fighting. What more could a Secret Service agent ask for? His gaze locked onto Kate. You asked why all this, here's your answer. John Bruno was never the point, just like Clyde Ritter wasn't. He leveled the gun at her. 8 years ago it was about your father, tonight it's about you, sweet Kate. Me? Kate's breath came in ragged gasps, tears streaking her face. Morse laughed. Just as clueless as your old man. He turned to King. You said Regina rejected me because she didn't love me, didn't want the magic. Only half true, she did love me. But even after Arnold died, she wouldn't return to the stage because of her. He jabbed the gun toward Kate. She said you needed her, you were her whole life. What a joke. One whiny teenager versus a legendary Broadway career, a life with me. People like you don't understand real love, King shot back, and blaming Kate, she had no part in Regina's choices. I'll blame her for whatever I want, Morse shrieked. And when Regina married that fool Jorst, Kate cheered it on. Oh yes, I had my sources. The little girl wanted a carbon copy of Daddy. That alone justifies tonight, but there's more. His voice dripped with venom. I watched you, Kate. You turned into your father, protests, marches, playing the righteous do-gooder like history repeating itself. I killed Arnold, yet here he is again, back from the dead like the Hydra. Morse's eyes narrowed as he stared at the girl. In a calmer tone, he added, your father ruined my life by taking the woman I needed, the woman I deserved. And when he died, you took his place. If it weren't for you, Regina would have been mine. My mother would never have loved someone like you, Kate shot back defiantly. I can't believe I trusted you. Well, I'm a great actor too, Kate, and you were so naive. When Bruno announced his campaign, I immediately thought of you. What luck. The man who had testified against Arnold, the man I framed, was running for the same office your father had pursued. It was perfect. The idea of a repeat performance hit me instantly. So I came to you, spun the tragic tale of your poor father, and you swallowed every word. Kate lunged forward, but Sean held her back. You told me you were friends with my parents, she shouted. That you helped my father when he was arrested for murder, that John Bruno destroyed his career. She turned to King. He brought me all those newspaper clippings, claimed he knew my parents long before I was born, but they never mentioned him. Morse said he was there at Fairmount that day, that you didn't have to kill my father, that he was lowering his gun when you shot him. He called you a murderer. She glared back at Morse. All lies, the man shook his head. Of course, it was all part of the act. It's always dangerous to believe a madman, Kate, Sean said. Not a madman, Agent King, a visionary, though I'll admit the line between them is thin. Morse gestured dramatically. And now we arrive at the third and final act. The tragic death of Kate Ramsey, aided by the unstable ex-Secret Service agent Bob Scott, avenging her beloved father, taking John Bruno and Sean King with her. Naturally, the evidence will be found later, thanks to my generosity. Think about the symmetry, father and daughter, both assassins of presidential candidates, killed in the same place. Truly one of my finest scripts. You really are insane, King said. Mediocrity always lashes out at brilliance, Morse replied smugly. And now the last of the Ramsey family, the beautiful, loving Ramseys, will finally vanish from the earth. I'm sure you'll die spectacularly, Kate. After that, I can move on. My creative powers have never been stronger. A fresh start in Europe with a new identity awaited him, endless possibilities even without his mother. He aimed the gun at Kate. King raised his weapon too. Actually, Sidney, I've narrowed your options down to just one. That thing only fires blanks, Morse shot back. You saw it yourself a minute ago. Exactly why I dropped Kate's gun and picked it up when you killed the lights. You're bluffing. Think so? There's a gun on the floor. Feel free to check, but the second you move, I pull the trigger. Kind of like your elevator trick, identical guns, impossible to tell apart. Go ahead, take a look. Then when a bullet tears through your skull, you'll realize how wrong you were. You messed up, Sidney. On set, you never lose track of the props. A brilliant director like you should know that. Morse's confidence wavered. King pressed on. What's wrong, Sidney? Nervous. Easy to shoot an unarmed man or drown an old lady in a bathtub, but now we'll see how brave you really are when you're not hiding behind the scenes. You're the star now, center stage, and the audience is waiting. Terrible actor, your performance is weak, Morse snapped, but his voice cracked. True, I'm no actor, but who needs to be? This isn't make-believe. The bullets are real. One of us dies tonight and there's no encore. You know what? Duels always work in theater, so let's have one, Sid, just you and me. Sean's finger rested on the trigger. On 3. He locked eyes with Morse, now pale and breathing hard. Come on, don't fall apart now. I'm just a washed-up Secret Service agent. Sure, I've taken down men shooting at me, but how good could I be? Like you said, I'm not in your league. King paused, then began counting. 1. Morse's hand trembled. He took a step back. Sean tightened his grip. Haven't fired a shot in 8 years. You remember the last time, right? I'm rusty. With this lighting at this range, I'll probably just hit your chest. Still enough to kill you. Breathing faster, Morse retreated again. 2. King never broke eye contact. Take your bow, Sydney. Don't forget to acknowledge the crowd before you drop with a hole in your chest. Don't worry, it'll be quick. As Sean started to say 3, Morse shouted. The lights cut out. King ducked and the bullet whizzed past his head. He exhaled in relief. The trick had worked. Moments later, the woman who'd shot Michelle moved through the darkness, weaving between cardboard cutouts toward him. The moment the lights went out, Tasha slipped on her night vision goggles, giving her perfect visibility while King remained blind. She moved past Michelle, still sprawled on the floor, then crouched between 2 cardboard cutouts. Sean and Kate had retreated to a corner, but from Tasha's vantage point, she had a clear shot. The orders she received were unmistakable. No matter what, Sean, King, and Kate Ramsey had to die. A cold smile curled on her lips as she steadied her aim. Killing was her trade, and tonight she'd add 2 more notches to her belt. A faint rustle behind her made her whirl around just as a flashlight beam seared her vision. The blinding light was followed by something far deadlier. The bullet tore through her skull, abruptly ending her lethal career. Michelle pushed herself up on shaky legs, wincing as she pressed a hand to her chest where the bullet had struck her borrowed vest. The impact had knocked her out cold, but the pain was a small price for still being alive. She flicked on the flashlight, spotting King and Kate. Sorry for the delay, she muttered. Had a little hiccup. You two okay? King nodded. Did you see Sidney Morse? He asked. Is he behind this? Sean confirmed with a grim nod. Michelle frowned. I thought it was Peter. Me too, until about 5 minutes ago. You got a knife. She handed him one. Took it off Simmons along with the flashlight. What's the plan? Wait outside. Take Kate with you. As Michelle and Kate headed for the exit, King moved toward the elevator where Joan was still tied up. He checked her pulse steady, then cut her free, hoisting her over his shoulder before joining the others. He laid Joan down carefully, then doubled over, sucking in deep breaths. The adrenaline crash was hitting hard. What's wrong? Michelle asked. I might puke, King grunted. That's what's wrong. Kate eyed him. You were bluffing about the gun, weren't you? It wasn't yours. Damn right I was bluffing, he gritted out. Michelle patted his back. It'll pass. Too old for this macho crap, he muttered. After a few more breaths, he straightened. You guys smell smoke. All 3 bolted for the exit, only to be stopped by a panicked Bruno. The candidate pointed down the hallway where flames had already cut off their path. Another fiery barrier blocked the stairs. Michelle spotted a black cable snaking across the floor and nudged King. Is that what I think it is? Sean studied it, his face going pale. He wired the whole building with explosives. His gaze swept the room. We're out of time. All right, we can't go out and we can't go up, Michelle muttered, glancing down the dim hallway. From what I remember, that way leads to the basement, which has no exits. Hold on, King cut in, coughing as smoke thickened around them. The basement might be our way out. They hurried downstairs, the emergency lights casting eerie shadows. Debris blocked half the corridor, but King barely hesitated. This is a dead end, he snapped. We checked it earlier, no way out. Michelle yanked open a narrow service elevator door. Not that way, up 3rd floor, Bruno scoffed. And then what? Jump out a window. Genius plan, Maxwell. Michelle squared her shoulders, stepping toe-to-toe with him. This time you follow my lead, so shut it and get in, sir. She shoved him inside before turning to Kate. King motioned to the elevator. You go with Bruno, send it back down, and I'll follow with Joan and Kate. Michelle tossed him her gun. Live rounds, be careful. As the elevator creaked upward, Kate slumped against the wall. Just leave me here, I don't want to live anymore. Sean crouched beside her. Morse messed with your head, but you still couldn't pull that trigger. I'm done, she whispered. There's nothing left. You've got your whole life ahead of you. For what? Prison? You didn't kill anyone. Morse kidnapped you too. Kate's eyes flickered with doubt. Why help me? Sean hesitated. Because I took your father from you. Doing my job doesn't make it right. He leaned closer. And you tried to warn us. You knew your story about the 74 protests wouldn't hold up. You were in over your head, admit it. A clank echoed, the elevator descending. Time to move, King said, pulling Kate up. She screamed. Sean spun. Morse lunged from the smoke, swinging a metal pipe. Sean ducked, hitting the floor. He rolled, Michelle's gun flashing up. Enough games, Morse snarled. Damn right, King fired. The shot struck Morse's chest. He staggered, knees buckling, the pipe clattering to the ground. Sean lowered his gaze, fingers brushing the blood seeping from his wound before locking eyes with King. The former agent rose slowly, leveling his gun at Morse's chest. First shot was for me, this one's for Arnold Ramsey. He pulled the trigger and Morse collapsed backward, lifeless. And you should have shown more respect for the Secret Service, Sean muttered, staring down at the body. Then he spotted blood on the edge of the steel pipe and froze. Turning, his stomach dropped. Kate was slumped against the wall, the side of her skull caved in. Morse had missed him but hit her. Her vacant eyes stared back. Father and daughter both gone. Sean knelt, gently closing her eyelids. Michelle's shouts echoed from the elevator shaft, but he stayed there motionless. "I'm sorry, Kate, so damn sorry." He scooped Joan into his arms, hauling her into the elevator before gripping the cable with everything he had. Deep in the basement, Morse's countdown timer ticked past 30 seconds. When they reached the third floor, King dragged Joan out and filled Michelle in. Kate's death, Morse's end. "We're wasting time," Bruno cut in, clearly unfazed. "How do we get out?" Michelle was already sprinting down the hall. At the end, she pointed to the trash chute bolted to the window. "Massive dumpster at the bottom." "I'm not jumping into garbage," Bruno snapped. "You are," Michelle shot back. He looked ready to argue, but the steel in her glare shut him up. With a shove from her, he went down screaming. "Your turn," Sean said. Michelle vanished into the chute. As King hoisted Joan onto his back and climbed in, the timer hit 5. The Fairmount Hotel imploded just as they slammed into the dumpster. The force of the collapse flipped it, lucky really, since the metal base shielded them from debris and shockwaves. The impact sent the container skidding 3 yards, stopping inches from the electrified fence. Dust settled. They crawled out, staring at the rubble that had once been the Fairmount, gone along with the ghosts of Arnold Ramsey, Clyde Ritter, and the guilt that had haunted King for years. And Bruno, already complaining about the smell, Sean turned his gaze to Joan, who was groaning softly. She slowly sat up, her eyes finally focusing as she took in her surroundings. When she spotted John Bruno, she flinched. Then she turned to King, her face a mask of shock. Sean shrugged and said, "Maybe you should sign up for sailing lessons." He glanced at Michelle, who gave him a tired smile. "It's over, Sean." King surveyed the wreckage. "Yeah, maybe it really is." Epilogue. Days later, Sean sat on a charred piece of wood, all that remained of what had once been his kitchen, staring at the ruins of his home. The sound of a car pulling up made him turn. Joan stepped out of her BMW. "You look like you've recovered," he said. "I don't know if I ever will." She sat beside him. "Listen, why won't you take the money? A deal's a deal, you earned it. After everything you went through, you deserve it more than I do." "Everything I went through?" Joan scoffed. "I was drugged out of my mind. You lived through a nightmare completely awake and aware. Take the money, enjoy life." Joan reached for his hand. "Then why not come with me? At least I could give you back the lifestyle you were used to." She forced a brave smile. "Thanks, but I think I'll stay here." Joan scanned the devastation around them. "Here, what's left for you here?" "It's my life," Sean said, gently pulling his hand away. Joan stood awkward now. "For a second, I thought we might get our happy ending. We'd have fought all the time, and that would have been so bad." "Let me know how you're doing," Sean said. "I mean it." Joan sighed, wiping her eyes before gazing at the mountains. "I don't think I ever thanked you for saving my life." "You did. And you'd have done the same for me." "Yeah," she admitted quietly. She turned to leave, her posture so defeated that King stood and hugged her. Joan kissed his cheek. "Take care of yourself," she whispered. "Try to be as happy as you can." As she walked to her car, Sean called out, "Joan," she turned. "I never told anyone you were in that elevator because I cared about you. A lot." Left alone again, he didn't have to wait long before Michelle arrived. "I'd ask how you're holding up, but I think I already know," she said, picking up a piece of broken wall. "You can rebuild, Sean, better than before." "Sure, just smaller. I'm downsizing, clean lines, simple living, maybe a little mess here and there." "Don't go full minimalist on me. Where are you staying in the meantime?" "Thinking about renting a houseboat from the marina, mooring it here, spend winter there, maybe spring while I rebuild." "Sounds like a plan." She gave him a hesitant look. "So how's Joan doing?" "She's moved on with her new life. And her new fortune. Why didn't you take your cut?" "Paid slavery isn't all it's cracked up to be." He shrugged. "Joan's a good person under that titanium shell. I think she really loved me. In another life, maybe we could have made it work." Michelle looked like she wanted to ask what exactly had stopped them, but she held back. "Where are you coming from, Washington?" King asked. "Yeah, had to wrap up some loose ends." Bruno dropped out of the race, thank God for America. "Oh, and Jefferson Parks got picked up at the Canadian border. You suspected him all along." "Only toward the end. It all started when Howard Jennings got transferred to Wrightsburg and came to work for me. Parks was pulling his strings. He was the only one who could have set it up. Funny how I missed that detail when it was right under my nose." Michelle shook her head. "Parks recruited Simmons and Tasha Reed, the woman I shot at the hotel. Both were in witness protection, and Morse was bankrolling the whole thing. The warrant for Bob Scott was fake. Parks planted it in the box he gave Joan to send us to that bunker Morse bought under Scott's name. They found Scott's body in the wreckage. All in the name of love," Sean muttered. "Yeah, Sidney Morse's twisted version of it." Michelle sat beside King. "So what's next for you?" "What's left? Back to practicing law." "You're telling me after all this excitement you're going back to lease agreements and wills? It pays the bills." "Sure, but that's not really living, is it?" "What about you? I'm guessing the service reinstated you." "I resigned this morning. That's why I was in D.C. "Michelle, are you insane? You just threw away years of your life." "No, I saved myself from wasting more years doing something I don't want." She rubbed her chest where the bullet meant for Bruno had hit her. Human shield, not exactly a healthy pastime. Pretty sure I've got a bruised lung. So what's your plan? Well, I've got an offer for you. Another offer from a beautiful woman. What did I do to deserve this? Before Michelle could answer, a security van pulled up. Two guys in work uniforms and tool belts stepped out. The older one whistled. Holy hell, what happened here? Bad timing on ordering your alarm system, King said. No kidding. I take it you don't need us today, the technician said. Nope, but you'll be the first call when I get another place, King replied. Kitchen fire, basement bomb. The older technician stared at King for a beat before motioning sharply to his assistant. They climbed back into their van and sped off, gravel spraying behind them. All right, Sean said. What's this big idea of yours? Michelle paused for effect, then announced, we start our own private investigation firm. Sean blinked. Say that again. Our own detective agency, just us. We're not detectives. Sure we are, we just cracked a massive case wide open. We don't have a single client. We will, my phone's already blowing up with job offers. Joan's old firm even called, they wanted me to take her spot, but I thought, why not just do our own thing? You're dead serious, aren't you? Dead serious. I already put a deposit on a cottage 2 miles from here. Lakefront. I can kayak, maybe buy a boat, even a jet ski. Might let you race me sometime. King shook his head. Do you ever slow down? If you overthink, life passes you by. My best decisions happen fast, so what do you say? She held out her hand. Partners, you want an answer right now? No time like the present. Sean studied her, the grin, the spark in her eyes, then imagined the next 30 years buried in legal paperwork. He shrugged. Guess it's a yes. They shook. Michelle grinned. Perfect. Don't move. We're doing this right. She sprinted to her SUV, yanked the door open, and a pair of skis and a snowboard tumbled out. Please tell me your office won't be this messy, Sean said. Oh, it won't. Professionally, I'm terrifyingly organized. Uh-huh. She shoved the gear back in and returned with champagne and 2 glasses. Your Honor, she said, handing him the bottle. King checked the label, popped the cork. Nice pick. Better be at that price. So what's this empire called? Sean asked, pouring. King and Maxwell. Sean smirked. Age before beauty, something like that. He handed her a glass. Michelle raised hers. To King and Maxwell. They clinked, sealing the deal to Michelle, my biggest fan, my closest friend, and the love of my life. None of this would exist without you. Rick Horgan, your sharp editing skills deserve another round of applause and maybe that beer we keep talking about. Maureen, Jamie, and Larry, your unwavering support means everything. To the incredible team at Warner Books, Tina, Martha, Bob, Tom, Conan, Judy, Jackie, Emmy, Jerry, Karen, Catherine, Michelle, and Candace, thank you for always going above and beyond. Aaron Priest, you've been a guiding light in more ways than one. Maria Regst, your keen insights shaped this in ways I couldn't have imagined. Lucy Childs and Lisa Urbach-Vance, your behind-the-scenes magic never goes unnoticed. Donna, Robert, Ike, Bob, and Rick, your advice was worth its weight in gold. Neil Skiff, your wisdom kept me grounded. Dr. Monica Smitty, your infectious enthusiasm and expertise were invaluable. Dr. Marina Stajic, our conversations were as enlightening as they were unforgettable. Jennifer Steinberg, you're a master at uncovering the impossible. Dr. Catherine Broom, thank you for enduring my endless questions with grace. Bob Schul, your friendship and early feedback were game changers. Lynette and Deborah, you kept this ship sailing straight. And to the poor souls on that Amtrak Acela train who overheard my poison-related research calls, sorry for the unintentional horror show. Your startled expressions still haunt me.